What's going on, people? Happy Sunday and Corona virus holiday. We got Gab talk, real conversation in the building. Bam. Assalamu alaikum, fam. Yep, and Albert Bird up in here. Bam. Yeah, I'm trying to get some real grown-up conversation here about some materials that we can just really dive into to really talk up the greatness within our peoples. This is we got Dead Set Anime up in here. Bam. Right. Say my state is messed up. Yeah. Oh, you must have heard Shirley. The sky is falling. No, I'm messing with you. Public figures. You guys heard earlier was Herbie Hancock. And he was in concert at that time in 1974. Right? Now he was known as a young phenom, I believe. Born 1940. So um so by that time I think he was he couldn't have been that old. Let me see. The 70s, 74. I guess he was. He was in his 30s, huh? Yeah, but he was a young phenom. We got he said not Shirley, SB 145. Yeah. And we got did King Wage. Bam. Shalom, fam. Trying to do the math here. I thought Herbie Hancock was in his 20s in the 70s, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Anyhow, that song that you guys heard was the Chameleon, or just called Chameleon. Very famous song that he did, put him on the map. But he did start off in his teens. You know, this man is 79 years old. Right. So he had a group with him called the Headhunters. Before that, he was doing straight ahead jazz. He was working with Wayne Shorter, Miles Davis, right? So, but he was in his teens when he was working with Miles Davis, Donald Byrd, or Donald Byrd. So, let's talk about fusion a little bit. Fusion, yeah, because sometimes some of you guys heard me and Dollar Will talk about it, but it's so many different spins on that particular genre When I talk to some people that go into the white side of the equation, they try to credit Larry Correll, which is a very damn, I mean, he's a damn good guitarist, white dude. But for those people that know their stuff, they definitely credit it towards Miles Davis when he was experimenting. Because there was a point to where Miles Davis had nothing but young people in his band. You got In the Corner, On the Corner, I'm sorry, On the Corner and Bitches Brew. I think In a Silent Way, I think that's another one. So those are some of your point there. Wow, we gonna get a jazz lesson from Albert Bird up in here. What's going on, Big Al?
Yeah, I don't know about a jazz lesson, but
Yeah, this is Sunday night fusion and funk talk. Yeah, Sunday night fusion. We trying to talk about the legacy that you gonna take over.
I don't know. I don't know. I haven't listened to jazz in a little bit. Maybe you can hit me up on some stuff that I should probably listen to.
Have you heard of Herbie Hancock?
No.
I'm about to faint. Oh.
Y'all remember what generation I came up through? That gone, it's not my fault.
I understand, man. This is, I think it's part of my generation's fault. But the thing is, it's kind of, I was real young when that stuff was out. I was young myself. So I discovered this kind of music when I was in college and I was in the Bay. And I had an uncle out there. Oh, he's still there. An uncle out there. He had tons of this type of music, Weather Report, uh, the Yellow Jackets, the Rippingtons, all these guys. He said he was giving me stories how he used to watch these guys live. And when you hear these guys play music, you're like, damn, really? Because the thing is, okay, you hear the jazz stuff, right? So I'm quite sure you're familiar with like Miles Davis and Coltrane, right?
Yeah.
Right. You probably recognize maybe a few of their songs or that type of style. But when you go into fusion, for the most part, it's like damn near impossible for other people to try to follow as far as replaying. That's why some of their concerts, they always sound different because it was so advanced. Like for example, you would hear a drummer, like a drummer would probably play, just a regular cadence and do a roll in every now and then, right? But in fusion, the drummer does that shit the whole time. Hope, and then they stay on rhythm, and the instruments, like the bass player, guitar player, all of them have to keep up. I mean, they had some that's kind of, slow. There's a song called Heavy Weather by Weather Report. You have Stanley Clark, and Stanley Clark is one of I know Albert's like, but Stanley Clark was the guy that would take the bass and just go super fast with it, man. It's insane. One day I'll probably get some songs that are not copywritten and then just lay it out. But that was one of the arts that was very advanced, but for some reason they slowed it down with this style called Quiet Storm. And so that would be David Sanborn and Kenny G. You had the John Clemmer, he used to be good and he slowed down. So they kind of slowed it down. So out here we had a radio station called The Wave. So they playing David Bolton and Madonna, all that kind. So they took all that Majesty type stuff and just down. So every now and then you find a few bands that try to bring it back up. Matter of fact, you know what? I hope this is not copywritten, but I'll take a chance on this. Um, there's a song. Remember Mono Neon, I believe. No,
No.
yeah, this guy. He's playing in a band with called Ghost Note, and
Mm.
let me see if I can find it. Laynell. So I'm gonna give you an example, and these guys are like just insane. Uh, let me see, and they playing this music today. I'm trying to find it. It's with I think it's Z. I forgot the name of the actual drum company, but they play for it.
Mm.
They play a little bit for drum companies. If anybody can help me in the chat, um, let me see. What's the name of that? We got Blood Sport in here. Bam, right? I'm gonna find it real quick before you leave. Let me play it for you. Damn, what's the name of the group? I think the dude named is Layman. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Let's see, Neo Soul. Jeez, it's here though. Let me see. Mono Neon. Some things just don't. Is this it? That's not it. That's what y'all heard last time. That's sort of like it, but I wouldn't consider that call it. I wouldn't consider that fusion.
Mm-hmm.
Here it is. This one right here.
Welcome to Zildjian Live. Ladies and gentlemen, Lionel Lewis.
This is like fusion right now. It's like watered down a little bit. See, so it has a little funk flavor, a little jazz, and check it out towards the end. Let me see if I can. This fusion sound. Like that. These guys are young. These guys are younger than you. That's what I'm saying. We got your generation got some talent, but I don't think
you don't hear about them.
Yeah, exactly. They don't really get supported. We got Joe W up in here. Bam. Man, Dead Set knows all the different drum sets. But yeah, but the pioneers, that's probably why I like the 70s so much, is because you already had the funk, but you had fusion. So you had Roy Ayers, you had George Duke. In some respects, you had Grover Washington Jr. Some people it's debatable. Have you heard of Mr. Magic?
No.
Man, I'm so tempted to play it, but they gonna strike me. Man, Mr. Magic, dude, that's because usually I can get away with playing live versions because most of the live versions are not they're not copywritten.
Mm-hmm.
I can probably find that Mr. Magic live. Yeah, that stuff right there. But sometimes, when they play, sometimes the live, it's like it's too different. Sometimes they kind of deviate from it. But here you go. Let me see, Mr. Magic. We got Ronnie Laws doing it. Okay, all right. Let's see. They said a live studio cover. So here's him doing it live. I don't know if it's gonna
Father plays saxophone. House all.
Recognize that?
Not necessarily.
Man. Yeah, probably. That's why I was saying if I can just play it, play the original, you would definitely recognize it. Definitely. It says, what is that? Check out the video on my channel called First Funk. I performed and wrote the. Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know you had a channel. I think he did say he had a channel. Let me go ahead and subscribe. Subscribe to Dead Set Anime, everyone. He has a channel. The man has a channel.
Okay.
I'll check that out. But the thing about fusion, though, it was sort of a movement. And what was up with that movement? They wanted to separate themselves from the straight ahead jazz people and the regular, secular music. They want to be totally different. And the person that kind of broke through that and kind of like deviated was George Duke. He became more commercial and he got a lot of criticism for it. And the person that followed through with him was Stanley Clarke. So when you see, usually wherever you see George Duke, you see Stanley Clarke and vice versa. It's almost like wherever you see Bootsy Collins, you see George Clinton, that kind of thing. So, of course, you already know that George Duke did the song Reach For It. You never heard it, huh?
Nope.
Okay. I put that on there for you. I'm trying to get you motivated for your legacy. Let's see. I'll put the live one on. Let's see. Here we go. I feel like a DJ. Let's see.
When you wanna come up, y'all.
We just wanna say, and if you don't wanna hear, baby, we gonna tell you anyway.
That's right. We wanna preach you. We wanna teach you to a funky sound. So let us get on down. You got to get up and get on.
You recognize that?
Sounds a little familiar, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard when it's live. They change it so much, you know what I mean? But I guess that's probably why it's not copywritten. But I enjoy the live stuff too. But yeah, man, that's the main thing though, is if you can really, if I don't know, but tell me this, because this is probably a good conversation though. How far back do you go to where you know a lot of songs?
Man.
Like what decade?
Probably late 90s to 2000s.
Okay, I mean that's understandable. So late 90s and 2000s. So most of your stuff is pretty much R&B,
R&B, rap.
Yeah.
Now, if you're talking gospel, I can probably go back to a little bit in the 70s.
Okay, like the Clark sisters and Edwin Hawkins and all them people.
Yeah, James Cleveland, all them. Yeah, I know a little bit of that. I know a little bit of that history, but
Okay. Now, when you're hearing hip hop or rap, are you able to chase down the songs that they sample? Well, I take that back because didn't I was told
Sometimes, yes.
because a lot of songs that they sample were other rap songs,
Yeah.
which was kind of like a dead end almost. So it makes me wonder though, uh, do you ever get interested in going further back to certain songs that are considered instrumentals or stuff that are like maybe because your grandparents would be considered my parents, right? So stuff that your grandparents like or what have you that you probably haven't really heard. Were you ever interested in going further back to see what they were listening to?
Not necessarily. No.
Wow,
I never and part of that's I never really got a chance to talk to him about it either. So
that's deep. Now I'm a weird dude because
and
like
and,
my,
and we just never talked about the kind of music they listened to back in the day. That's I wish I had talked to my grandpa about it. I'm not sure if I would have never been talked to my grandmother about it, but my grandpa, but he died 20 years ago.
dang. Yeah, I'm a weird dude because my both my parents would really listen to fusion. I
Mm.
got I got into fusion on my own. They weren't really into jazz either. I mean, the most jazz they got into was Ramsey Lewis, and Ramsey Lewis did some songs with Earth, Wind, and Fire, which I know you know about Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know. I developed an independent ear. So would you say that most of the songs that you were listening to, you were influenced, or did you like seek certain styles of songs for yourself?
Um, Probably more influence. Some stuff I see, but probably more influence. Probably.
Did what about the friends? You know, your friends and people around you. Did they have that same issue? Like,
Mm,
you know what I'm talking about, right? When I'm playing a song, say, "Man, check this out, man. This is tight." You're like, "Well, let me hear it," and you're like, "Oh yeah, it is catchy." And then later on, you kind of like find yourself liking it more than the person that introduced it to you.
yeah.
Okay, yeah, I had a little bit of both, but back then, me and my best friend that passed away, well, we used to introduce old songs to each other. Like, man, you heard this
Oh,
one?
okay.
Like, for example, there's a song called Contusions by Stevie Wonder, and
Mm.
that's fusion. It's on the Songs of Key of Life album. I think the first side. And it's like it's wild. It's just like the song. Remember the song I played for you? I said these guys are younger than you.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Um, Actually, believe it or not, for a brief second, I've watched Stevie Wonder perform live.
In person?
Yes.
Wow. That's deep.
Oh, it gets even better. It was at a Barack Obama rally. He came to Indiana, and
Mm,
it was downtown, and they brought Stevie Wonder up there,
that's deep.
and he sang for a little bit. I was like, okay.
Stevie Wonder. Yeah, that was that whole thing with Stevie. Um, I talked to a few people that played with him, and
And it was very interesting. You could see the snipers on the
mm,
roof.
snipers. Oh,
Oh
because
yes,
Obama.
yes, oh yes. They do not play. You could see them on the rooftops.
Wow.
I don't know if they were snipers, but you could tell they were there because
Yeah,
you know.
I know what you're saying. Guards and whatever, but on the
Hmm.
rooftop. That's deep, man. But the thing that I was told about being playing music with Stevie, you had to know this song "Giant Steps" by Coltrane. And most people that know that song is very hard to play because there's a lot of chord changes and progressions. And so when you listen to a lot of Stevie, a lot of his stuff they call it major sevens. He does a lot of major sevens.
Mm-hmm.
So if you listen to him, probably I would give it 70 all the way down to maybe 78, 79. A lot of chord progressions. Of course, as he got older, his songs started getting more mellow. But but yeah, I mean, me personally, I would put him in a little bit in the fusion category. But the thing with him, he sings so damn good. Oh, Dead Said Anime said, I'm a musician. I play guitar, keyboard, and drums.
So if I was gonna play something, it probably would have been the drums.
The drums?
Yes.
Yeah, the drums are pretty easy. You gotta have some patience,
Mm-hmm.
coordination. You can't see some people are kind of lazy with the drums. But I would always say practice your 16 beat. The 16 is that's the 16. So when you practice that, then if you go a little slower, it's almost like if you practice the 16 beat, it seems like you have way more time to do all the other stuff a little slower to 16.
Yeah. I know how to go up and down on piano, but I can't play the piano outright.
Oh yeah, the piano. That's therapeutic. I mean, piano's fun. Me, I'm a Fender Rhodes guy. You heard of Fender Rhodes, right?
Mm-mm.
Remember the song "Summer Madness" by Kool and the Gang?
I would have to hear, but yeah, that sounds familiar.
I can't play that either. Jeez. in their lives, oh, let me see what he says. He plays guitar. Yeah, we play the same thing, but I do a little bass. This anime, I don't do a lot of bass. Reason
I
why
never got into guitar, so
your guitar is easy. The reason why I played, there was two reasons why I played multiple instruments. One is because of Prince, right?
okay. So
But
Prince was your inspiration.
the other one was I couldn't get other people that feel the same way I feel. Oh, okay. But they didn't do Fender Rhodes in that one though. But I asked him. The Summer Madness by or actually Summertime by Will Smith. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
He used. Oh, what's up, Cap? Bam! And we got Smitty up in here. Bam! Yeah, the summer. They called it Summertime, but he put a beat to it. You know, Jazzy Jeff hooked it up for him and everything. Matter of fact, somebody else did that. Could do you guys remember who did Summertime? It wasn't Jazzy Jeff. Somebody else did the music.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot because I forgot who did it. It was somebody young. It might have been Pharrell. I'm not sure.
Oh boy,
Yeah, because it's somebody.
Fruity Pharrell.
Yeah, that's how they get you. But yeah, that I'm trying to think.
I still can't get Bell's Dress out of my head.
Oh well, I don't really. The good thing is to look at things more masculine to get him out of your head. So
Mm-hmm.
get somebody with a beard and some muscles.
Hey, how y'all doing?
All right.
Yeah, we doing fusion funk talk.
I was gonna say I know Summer Madness. Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, that's remember the keyboard.
Yeah, I love that. That synth. It was like a. Go ahead.
That's a Fender, the keyboard that starts off,
Mm-hmm.
and it sounds like it's going side to side.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Fender Rhodes keyboard.
Yeah. I'll say with Pharrell though, Art, he may be crazy and all flamboyant, but a lot of like old school musicians love him. Like he knows his music. Like he's an amazing musician, but his boy Chad Hugo is also probably even better. The Neptunes, how
Well,
they can switch genres just like with a snap of the finger.
isn't Pharrell in his mid-40s?
Almost 50s, I think now.
Yeah, he's pretty up there. From what I gather.
Yeah,
Pharrell, what?
Pharrell Williams.
Yeah, he is 46
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I didn't know he was that old.
or 1973.
Yep.
Yeah.
Gwen Stefani.
I know Usher was up there.
Wait a minute, how old is Usher? He's 40 already?
Yeah, he got to be 40.
Could be.
Shouldn't be. Let me see. I thought he'd be late 30s or something like you guys. Oh, he's 41. God, Deezy. I
Yeah,
remember he was in his teens. Wow.
But
yeah, I know he got to be up there. At least early 40s, yeah.
It says 41.
I'm up at 2 a.m. cooking, so so that I was just up and I was listening.
Yeah, but we're just, I'm trying to get, have these discussions, even if people don't know about fusion, at least know, try to get some info about it. Because this is a powerful discussion that me and Albert is having, because he said that the furthest he can go back into music, for the most part, is the late 90s.
Well, for me, like I was raised by my grandparents, so I didn't listen to a lot of hip hop in my youth. But like Stevie Wonder was one of my favorite musicians. Like the Keys of Life. Like that's why I kind of like jazz fusion and jazz period as a child. Like I was never good with names with artists or just names period, but I could always remember like samples. So like when you say if you chase down a lot of the samples, I can call out a lot of samples from the old songs and everything.
Check this. You would not believe this. Check this out.
Confusion right
That's Stevie Wonder.
Mm.
That's Stevie
Oh, yeah.
Wonder. Say it.
I can believe it. I can believe it.
That's because people think that he's just doing all this every superstition. That's cool, but that's a fusion. So that's a bona fide fusion song by Stevie Wonder.
Mm.
So I was able to find the live version. So he would be one of the guys that would be your perfect type to go into jazz, into fusion, and funk. So he would be that guy. Believe it or not, Quincy Jones.
Mm-hmm.
And he's on the composer side of the game.
Yeah. Songwriter, composer type.
Oh my goodness. And it just blew me away, because some of these guys, especially the drummers for that fusion era was sick. A guy named Michael White.
Yeah, I know Michael White.
Oh my goodness, him. Another guy named Ndugu Chancellor. He was another dude, Billy Cobham. Said let me see. That's what I wanted to be a composer. Oh, okay.
I mean, for me, when I was learning, like I wanted to learn how to play the drums. That was my instrument. That and the piano, and everything. So I had a drum set as a kid. I was learning. Then my siblings broke it, and my mom never just bought me a new. No, it was my grandparents that bought me one, and my mom never replaced it. So after that was it.
That was kind of weird, because most of my friends, I had one friend that played drums, but he was always so I couldn't really get him stable. But everybody there were some people that did play music, but they weren't really into fusion. They were only playing like regular R&B stuff. And so
Yeah, natural.
I wanted to play like Roy Ayers and all, like Everyone Loves the Sunshine, that kind of music. Everybody loves the sunshine.
Sunshine.
Yeah,
My life. Yeah.
yeah. That's what you call it. That's mellow fusion. But I wanted to play that kind of stuff, and they were like, "Man, I'm not getting it." So I just said, "Forget it, man. I'm just go ahead and learn my drums." I taught myself all that stuff. So I went on and started making my music, started buying all my equipment at the, Guitar Center. And so bought me a mixer. I bought this Fender Rhodes for $500.
Mm.
Y'all can look it up. Look up how much a Fender Rhodes costs now.
You don't know how to read music, right, Art?
No, I can't. I mean,
Okay, well, that
I
doesn't
can
really
read it
matter.
a little bit.
I can look at chord charts. I can look at chord charts. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me go to my keyboard. Only the reason why I don't like playing my music on live because I don't want anybody stealing my stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it's all good. I'm not even famous, so I'm in my studio right now. This is my music and art studio. Can y'all hear that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is Fender Rhodes. So you get that Summer Madness sound?
Ah, man. Vibes all day. That's vibes. That's one reason why I wanted to learn how to play piano. It's just because, like especially the church organ.
Yeah, that's that.
Mm-hmm.
That's This is like the main thing that they were playing throughout the whole. Probably I don't know when the Fender Rhodes started. 60s. I heard some of it in the 60s. So it's probably like maybe 68 all the way down to 82, 83. So yeah, that's one thing that I really go crazy over. And like Shaka Khan, damn near all her songs had Fender Rhodes in it. To be honest, I mean, I can hear that all day. Also, Minnie Riperton.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably why I like those are my top twos because that's all they had was Fender Rhodes. That's all they had. But only problem is that thing is hard to carry. You need like 3 people down there.
That's a fact. I'm like, how would they move those around?
I know, because you see like the pictures of them with them playing in the concerts. I'm like, they must have a hell of a crew.
Hey, you needed a job back then. It's like being a guitar. I forgot what they call them when you carry the band's guitars around. They're
roadies. They call roadies. I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
But I said, it was a job that I seen on it was a awesome job. He was a guitar ace or drunk guitar ace because I was somebody's drum ace before. But he was a guitar ace, and all he did was tune the guitars, carry them around, switch them out for him. So I guess that's what I said. And they said that job was old as hell. And he said it was a pretty good job. He could go everywhere. He was basically a roadie, but he got paid really well to take care of the guitars.
Yeah, that guitar, man. And I ain't gonna lie. I mean, I talked to some of the young girls in their 20s. If you in your 20s and you play guitar, you winning. Girls throw it at you, man. I didn't really. I was like, dang, and I just started asking, like, okay, well, how does it make you feel if a guy just plays some music for you, guitar, piano? She said, a lot of, well, not just her, but other girls too. They just said they lose their mind.
Yeah,
these are girls your age, man. So I can learn how to play these instruments.
Right now, I have a machine. I have a drum machine. I'm learning how to do that, and it's not necessarily just like for hip hop, but I can sell people like background music, or if they need openers and everything, I can do that. I just thought that as a quick hustle.
Yeah, you gotta, do the whole beach thing or whatever,
Yeah.
uh, park or whatever. That stuff really lightens the mood up, bruh. It helps a whole lot. So I guess that probably would never die.
Oh no.
That's
No.
probably what it is. I think that's that whole thing where you have some chick laying on your shoulder while you playing music in the dark. I'm telling you, man.
I was listening to some Isley Brothers, Footsteps in the Dark.
Oh, okay. See, there you go. So you got the ear. And we got
Mhm.
Cap here. Man, Cap. I shot the sheriff.
I shot the sheriff. Yeah, that's my shit too. Like I
What's
said,
happening?
What's going on, Big Cap?
I'm gonna go on mute
Yeah,
real quick
man, I ain't
because
gonna
I'm my plate.
Okay,
My
okay.
fault.
What's going on, Big Cap?
Oh man, I ain't gonna be here long. Yeah, yeah, just listen to the topic and stuff, man. Yeah, because I was raised in a cafe, you know how the jukebox got all this style of music to listen to from R&B, jazz, uh God dog it, bad memory, bro. But you know the type of music that our people can play,
Right.
and I just kind of wish that I would have had that music teacher. She's still alive today. Real great, sweet woman.
Mm.
I wish I would have had her as a teacher to get me onto instruments sooner. Because right now, like I just played the acoustic guitar, and but I haven't picked it up in a while, man. I need to get back on it. So just if I go when I go to the VA and just practice, and people ask me how you do that, I'm like, do what? How you make that look that riff, that tune, what do they call it, whatever they call it, man. I'm not an expert musician,
I hear you, bro.
I said, man, I just listen to the music and I just try to mimic it. That's all I try to do. Yeah. So but man, it's like I heard when you playing your organ, I heard that reverb. I understand what reverb is now, because nowadays they have video games. I had one, but I gave it to my so-called grandson. To where I gave him my electric guitar. I said, look, get your video game console and practice if you want to play. It's best to learn it now. It's easy. Just take your time. It's like having your own teacher. It'll let you know if you're off beat, you're off tune. If you want to learn the 6-string guitar or the 4-string bass, they teach you all the mechanics, all the instruments, the equipments of the music.
Yeah.
It's a real good. I think they made like maybe 4 years ago, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I was real heavy too, man. I mean, I wake up every morning, man. Before I even brush my teeth, do anything, I grab my guitar, go in the garage, and just jam. Just do something.
Yeah. What do you like?
Yeah, man.
You like better playing regular chords, or do you just like doing just straight riffs?
Chords.
So mainly chords.
And yes, sir. And just practice on my what to call it? When you're dog it. Shit, I can't think of it. Okay, you got the one hand that's playing the chords. You got the strumming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I focus on. Just those two. I'm not trying to be. Now, if I have my own band, I have somebody that specializes know how to do solos, because I ain't gonna do that shit. I mean, it's at my age, I'm gonna learn it.
You ever trip out like James Brown? He always has someone strumming one string.
Uh-huh.
And then somebody else be like, jing, jing. You know, he has like damn near like 3 guitars damn near.
Yeah, they do that.
We
I've
got
seen that on Bob Marley. He had
here.
the one solo guitarist, and Bob Marley was the rhythm guitarist, but he also had another guitarist
Yeah, that's Peter
that could
Tosh.
also. Yeah, Peter Tosh was the lead guy.
Yeah.
And when they first started,
Mhm.
but as his band got bigger, he had 2 type of guitarists, but you only had one that could really play the hell out the solo. And I think for Bob Marley, when you get into that dancing mode, that's when the other guitarists take up for the rhythm.
See, I liked all the dangerous, hardcore, frown type Bob Marley, like Concrete Jungle and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And My Sympathy. That's some straight up, you know, face frowning reggae.
Mm-hmm.
People like the happy reggae, you know,
Yes,
like
sir.
all that.
Yeah.
But I like the.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you beating up somebody?
Talking about me or Cap?
I heard something like somebody getting roughed up.
I heard like a smack.
But Concrete Jungle, man, Concrete Jungle was
Yeah.
the sizzle. Oh my God, especially when it starts.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Oh, that was cold blooded.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And
Yes,
then
sir. Yes, sir.
then he hits that bottom, like sweet life, doom, doom, doom. You know, people out there that don't know much about music language, when you hit the bottom, that means you hit the lowest part of the song in bass. You know, when it's really low, you hit that bottom. And I'm like, damn.
Yeah. The sun will shine in my day today.
You know who
The
was
high yellow
you know who was good at
won't come my way. Yeah, shit like that.
You know who was good at hitting
Yeah.
the bottom was Rufus from Rufus and Shaka Khan
Oh yeah.
and the Isley Brothers. They were always hitting the bottom.
Man.
Ooh-wee. That's why I mean
Yeah.
I like the 70s, but I couldn't wear them damn clothes.
Yeah.
I couldn't on them shoes. Oh my God. They had a nerve to cross their legs with some bell bottoms and platform biscuits.
Yeah, they had some strong ankles back then. Shit.
Tell you, man. Dude, dancing in it too. Dancing in them shoes.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Our people were cold back then, boy.
I'm telling you. But that music, man, you know, let me ask you guys this. It's quite obvious that probably more than half of us don't play instruments anymore. Do you think that has a lot to do with our vibrations being lowered as a people?
I think so, man, because they don't want to spend that time to learn how to form that skill to play instruments. They'd rather just hit little keyboard buttons and shit. Do it that way. They just get an actual instrument and learn it.
Yeah, because I had Jack Spade up here before. He was talking about how he didn't see any difference between programming the computer and actual strumming a guitar chord.
Yeah.
And I'm like, dude, there's
a difference. There's a big difference.
Yeah, that's what I told him. We were going back and forth about it. Oh, so yeah, they're saying absolutely. And then yes. Yeah, because what happens when you're dealing with sound, it kind of like it pretty much does a lot of things to your organs. You know.
Because also, brother, like when you actually play like a guitar. I mean, when like Jimi Hendrix and Prince and all those cats, how they bring their soul to that instrument. You know what I mean? You can't do that to a freaking just pushing a button. You can't do it that way.
I won't say you can't. I wouldn't say you can't, but the quality of sound, because I know people like you can't say to me DJ Premier don't like he puts heart and sweat in the beats. There's a lot of producers that do it, but it's not the same. But I think anything you put a passion and energy in and work to edit and everything, because a lot of producers, like there's a producer named Eric Ark Elliott. He said he likes people that works music and will bend music. He said that includes producers. You may not be able to play a best instrument, but you're putting your blood, sweat and tear into a song, and you're trying to find different ways to combine that song, and you know how to read music. You just don't have the instruments, because that's how it all started. It was from poor kids that couldn't. That's how hip hop started. It was from poor kids that couldn't afford like trumpets and all stuff like that. So you go. I think there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and soul into like these beat machines that people make.
Yeah, yeah, you might be speaking truth, because I'm not too familiar with all that. I just know learn the drums, learn the bass, learn the guitar, or trumpet, saxophone, whatever. A physical instrument. So yeah, I gotta take your word for it, because I'm very unaware of that.
Because and not to say, I think just the quality of music is better, but what a lot of producers that use like drum machines and MPCs or the computer, what they do, they record live instruments, then take it and choose it from there. Like they'll do a drum kick, record it, save it in their drum machine, so it's just their unique drum kick. Like, why does this drum kick sound so real? Because he actually got it from a drummer.
But the thing is that we're overlooking the mechanics, is because like some people are looking at things to where it's automatic, to where automatic does not bring you close to the universe. So that's the thing.
I think that's the point I was trying to say. Yeah, brother, you explained it just perfectly.
Because you can make a sound. You know what I'm saying? You can. Matter of fact, you see how we do things with the. Speaking of the devil,
or
you know how we do things on the drawing pad, right?
Mm-hmm.
On the to Photoshop.
Yeah.
But it still is not as strong as when you do it on paper.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
That's the thing, is that you get some kind of effect, but there's still when you're dealing with digital things, there is an interference with nature, because you still
bro. That's what I was trying to explain, but brother Art brought it out. He explained it perfectly. Yeah, like you just.
Before Jack Spade get up here, check this out. It's all bass.
So Art, is learning the bass easier than learning a string guitar?
Say it again.
Is learning the bass easier to learn than playing a 6-string guitar?
I can't say if they're both easy or not. That's Jocko, by the way. Jocko from Weather Report. I can't say one is easier than the other. They have their own difficulty. Because the bass, you definitely require some finger strength.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man,
some dexterity.
Yeah, flexibility too.
Whereas the guitar, you just got to really know your stuff, and then the frets are more closer together. I think the guitar probably gives you more options, but the bass gives you more range. We go real high and real low. So,
man, I see some. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
I was going to introduce Jack Spade in here because he was waiting patiently.
Jack Spade, brother.
Make my funk the P-funk, because I want my funk
Go ahead with it. Go ahead with it.
Yeah, that's
how you doing?
That's the habitual button pusher. I am the habitual button pusher.
I am the habitual button pusher.
That's a hell of a name right there, bro.
We're trying to really get people more into fusion with the funk. At least my channel.
Yeah.
To really have that talk, because I started off with Herbie Hancock. With the Chameleon. Remember that one? Um, and then I was asking Brother Albert Bird, how far back does he go as far as music? What decade? He said the late '90s, and I'm like, damn, the late '90s. But the thing is,
I'm
most,
younger than him, and I go back further.
yeah, but it's kind of, I think that's average for him though. I mean, that's for people his age. I mean, sometimes you got to dig way deep, to go back into those Isley Brothers and Mandrill and Brass Construction and all those guys, which I bet you a lot of people in the chat never heard of these people, except for the Isley Brothers. Watch. Anybody in the chat heard of Mandrill?
How about Average White Band?
Easy. You get that at the gas station. I'm messing with you, but yeah, they were highly circulated. Average White Band.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they were.
I didn't even. I'm sorry. I said I knew I heard their song, but I didn't know they were white. Cause I'm bad with names, but I hear the music a lot.
They would probably go a little bit into fusion, a little bit. Their first album, I think it's their first album. I think it's This World Is Music. That sounds more like a fusion rock type thing going. Real tight. Believe it or not, what goes into fusion that people never really paid attention to was the group Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And people understood that. The group Chicago, when they probably I think it's Chicago 4. I think that's the album with it look like leather. You might want to check that album out. It's a brown album. Matter of fact, the famous song on that album is "Wishing You Were Here." Nobody heard that song? I'm not playing.
I probably have. Like the songs, I'm horrible with names, but most likely I heard those songs because there wasn't no hip hop. It was like mostly neo soul, 90s R&B.
Right.
Like that's why I think most of my music I like jazz influence or more vibe out music. That's why I like Summer Madness.
Yeah, you more like me.
Yeah. So that it's like most even with my hip hop, like I like Tribe, I like De La. Or if you can vibe out and just get that nice rhythm and catch that mood and that feeling, I can mess with you.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for your generation and a little bit older, is because they're stuck on hip hop, and then usually the R&B that they're listening to, most of it has a hip hop hook.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as the song gets in a little deeper, somebody else come in the middle going, they start going into the little rhyme or whatever, and I'm like, man. So it's like it's all through it, and I just wish they had more variety.
I said last week. There's always variety. You just gotta look for it, and it's not hard to find. Like I was just listening to on Christmas Washington. You know who that is?
I would say this. I would say variety that's easy to find.
Yeah, I think that's where me and you differ on that one.
Yeah, because I would hope that, because that's what happened when we had variety that was easy to find. But the problem was we didn't know how good we had it. We knew how good we had it later, but back then it was like, oh, okay, well, I listen to this today, and I listen to that. Well, we had choices, but going back into fusion and funk, it just disappeared, man. To be honest, it literally disappeared. What do you guys say? The older folk.
Oh, okay, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, I had a discussion with a person maybe about a year ago when I was telling him. I said I remember when it was a time when you didn't have black radio. You had I guess you would call it the popular radio, but it covered black songs and white songs. So you was kind of forced to hear Chicago, Toto, and
Yeah.
bands like that on top of the Jacksons. Oh, and the Osmonds. He heard the Osmonds,
Go way back. Yeah.
and you heard a variety of different songs, and there was really no such thing as, oh, I'm gonna turn that down because it's a white song. It was kind of like, hey,
Wait for it.
if it had that, if it was good, you listen to it.
Yeah, I remember that too, man. I had my little AM radio with the little antenna coming out of there.
Now
Yep.
I'm not saying that going to a black format and top 40 format and soft rock didn't have its advantages, but I'm just saying I remember when a time where all of it was jumbled together and played.
I know what you're saying. We had Doobie Brothers. Remember Doobie Brothers?
Yeah.
And then later on we hear Funky Town after that.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. Yeah, I definitely remember. Baby Come Back. And then later on you hear Destiny or something by the Jacksons. So
You'll be surprised. Like, I was listening to Migos. A lot of Migos like funk. Like, a lot of them like funk, and a lot of them actually play instruments too. The Migos. I know they don't show it, but they were playing. Like, I think one plays the bass actually, and one can play the piano. So, like, and they're dancers. They know how to pop in and they know how to lock too.
I'm starting to listen to you now. I'm gonna call you generous. You're very generous.
Who, me?
Yes.
Wait, what do you mean by that? I'm just curious.
You should be hard to please.
Oh, okay.
But if you're generous, then if it works for you, then go with it. But me
No.
personally,
Oh no, my whole premise when I always come across, like, I don't listen to most of the music, but I always defend how diverse it is today. Excuse me, like it's really diverse, and like I think I really don't listen to the Migos or like a handful of songs of everything I like because that's what your friends listen to.
Mhm.
But when I did seen the interview of them, they were naming all the funk and soul albums that they like just off the bat, and I was shocked by that. Like, oh, you wouldn't see that.
But can you
Go ahead.
remember what songs what funk people that they were naming?
George Clinton, Bootsy Collins, and stuff like that, the Doobie Brothers. Like that, I will say, like, the more West Coast inspired because, like, how the West Coast and the South, because New York wasn't the knowledge, neither of them were always close. So a lot of the Southern people loved funk and everything. So that's
true.
Go ahead.
No, I said it's very true.
So that's what they kind of grew up on, and they call it. They call their music funk, trap funk. They say my music like more of a trap funk because that's how they view it. But there's like Kendrick Lamar. He like To Pimp a Butterfly is amazing. He makes jazz, soul, funk within a whole album. Went through the whole gambit of black music. Then he did Untitled Unmastered, where he further explored it. So that's like if I can make my own hip hop, that's that vibing neo soul where it's low BPMs and everything, or there's a lot of instrumentation to it. That's what I like with it.
I'm gonna shock you real hard. This guy used to hang in my classroom every lunch.
Oh yeah, you told me that.
And you heard my songs, all these different songs that we're all talking about.
Yeah, he likes jazz. So he mentioned you in a couple of interviews.
Yeah, he had no choice. One thing I didn't want them to do is request. It was my music, and I had no choice but to listen to it and play dominoes during lunch. But yeah, man,
Yeah.
But that's the thing, man, is that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Cap. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to ask this question. Have you ever heard of this brother named Ben Harper?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like his style of music too, because he has like a little fusion as well. You hear blues, a little rock.
He reminds me of Havens. He's almost like exactly like Richie Havens.
Richie Havens?
Yeah, the guy with the beard. He just passed away. He was in Woodstock. I mean, if you look up Richie Havens, they're almost exactly alike as far as singing style. Richie Havens Richie Havens kind of looked like Dick Gregory.
Okay.
The
Okay.
long beard and the facial features.
Yes, sir.
It's funny because there's this Australian band. You wouldn't like the song, but they're called Tame Impala. They have a song called "Less I Know It The Less I Know It Better," and the opening rip is a really, you can tell it's just nothing but they stole it straight from funk. A bass that doom 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 doom. I'm like, and that caught my ear. I'm like, wow, this is funk all the way. But then they kind of did it with this psychedelic rock, but the bass, this groovy bass, just shines all the way through. That's what catches everybody's attention. That like a lot of hip hop heads love. Like, yo, when I heard that bass, that just reminded me of so much music from everything. So like a lot of hip hop artists love them because of that. Like they have such a more funk inspired songs and everything.
Man, that's another. There's a guy named Joe Pass. Oh no, another premier bass player would be Marcus Miller. I don't know if y'all heard of Marcus Miller.
No.
He did the bass for Jamaica Funk is what it is.
Oh, that was him.
That's the bass player. He's a bass player on it. And he Grip Your Hips and Move, Thighs High.
Yeah.
Played bass for that too. Yeah, so he's the one that played bass for all those different bands from the early '80s. And go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, go ahead because you're just putting game. Go ahead.
He would be considered a fusion bass player too, but he went further commercially with the funk sector. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was about to say, do you think funk utilizes the bass the best?
Let me think about that.
That's a tough call right there.
Me being biased, I would say yes. Me being biased.
Well, reggae too. I think reggae also does too. Once I think about it,
reggae is the bass, right?
Yeah, because I like even with like white people, they don't know how to use the bass. Like they're just it's like just a background, it's just there. I'm like,
there's some white folks that kick some ass and some bass, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. But is it like in their genre of music? It's like there's nothing there. Like when we think of rock,
there's a rock called Rush.
Oh yeah, that's true.
He played, man, Tom Sawyer, that song, shit.
Yeah. Even that drummer, even that Rush drummer, he just died. He's died. A few months ago.
And I think the other name is John Paul Jones from Led Zeppelin. He's pretty good. Steely Dan's bass player.
But Bob Marley's bass man, the family man. Hey, ain't nobody cooler than him, man. You know, that dude, he knew how to, because his brother was a drummer as well for Bob Marley.
But you know what instrument Sting plays, right? From the Police?
Police?
Yeah.
Wait, let me guess. The triangle, no, fuck with you. Let me think.
You said the bass drummer for the Police?
Don't put it in the chat, y'all.
He plays the piccolo.
He did the piccolo. I thought you were triangle. No.
That's why I said I did the triangle when I'm playing around.
No, he was the bass player. Sting was the bass player for the Police.
Yeah, I don't know his name. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know his name.
Yeah,
all I want to know is who said that man was a piccolo player?
I don't know. Some dude named Jack Speed or Jack something.
That's an old Bernie Mac joke.
Say that boy good. He play a triangle real good. Look at that triangle. He's spinning around. Damn. That damn triangle. Woo, we put sound effects. But yeah, man, that's yeah. I mean, we had a lot of white folks that really came with it though, man. I think the best bass player that everybody agreed upon was Dennis Coffey. He did the songs. Dun 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 dun.
Back to school, a lot of musicians. You know, back in the days, you know, you had the jocks against the geeks and the musicians. You know, like I wasn't part of that shit. I said, hey man, You can
Uh-oh, you borked out, Cap.
Oh, speaking of triangle,
learn from
and
everybody's hair because he look like a rocker. I said, well, shit, that's him. Yeah, so this dude, he was teaching me drums way back in I think like in '86, you know, and I just wanted to learn too fast. I thought like I'd go there for one practice session, I'd be an expert drummer. That's how I thought back then.
Nah, nothing's ever that easy.
White folks back then, and white band, they came like you. I think you alluded to, Smitty. They was kicking ass on them drums. Remember, Black Sabbath?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
Iron
For
Man.
my niece,
Doo-doo-doo.
she didn't want to learn it, so I said, "Man, I ain't gonna let it sit and collect dust." So I just gave it to one of my Marine buddies, who is a drummer.
And then,
Man, do what you want.
like Sly and the Family Stones drummer was that. Damn, he kicked some ass, boy. It just blew me away. Like damn near all them songs. I'm like, damn, that's a white boy.
Well, Travis, I know you don't know who Blink 182, but Travis Barker, like he does a lot of collaborative efforts with hip hop. He's a white boy drummer from Blink 182, but like he loves hip hop, especially West Coast, and he in all like The Game. He did songs with The Game, songs with Drake, Eminem, excuse me, Lil Wayne. Like he remixed Soulja Boy song. I know that don't matter to you, but like he would just do a whole bunch of drum inspired songs, just kicking so much ass with it.
I'm a challenge Shirley over here. What's so good about Journey's oh, she was in the band, never mind. Because I thought she was talking about the drummer. I guess she's going into the whole thing like Boston and the other one.
Hey, but Art, I ain't gonna lie, man, because I came across this white dude. You know, he's a musician. Just like when I met him in the VA program, he's giving me these damn groups. I said, man, you know, in my mind, I was gonna say, man, I don't want to hear nothing about no white folks. But then when I listened to it, you know, I recorded, put it on a CD disc, and keep it in my car. So it avoids me from going to a road rage and shit. You know, it's all a very peaceful, kind of loving, kind of, you know.
Oh, you mean easy rock?
Yeah, it's like an easy rock. You know, yeah, that stuff.
The Eagles,
got a
the Eagles
mixture
and Beach
of
Boys.
old school white bands and stuff.
It's like it's easy like the Eagles and Beach Boys and everything.
Well, I wouldn't say Beach Boys. That's way back.
Okay.
No, that's Rod Stewart. What's that other guy with the he's still alive right now to this day. Now he's talking bad about black folks.
Nugent?
The gay piano guy.
Elton John
or Billy Joel.
Yeah, Elton John. Yeah, him.
Okay.
I got his music, and there's another group of these other white dudes and stuff. I said, no, it's cool, you know. So it keeps me going to a road rage. I ain't gonna lie.
And with it,
because I got Tupac. Boy, I'm about to, hey, I'm gonna run your ass off the road, motherfucker.
and with it back then, man. And a lot of the because I only deal with a lot of older white people. I don't really talk to a lot of younger white folks. They get too intimidated by me. I don't know why. But when I be talking to the older white dudes, you know, we've been going into like Daryl Hall and John Oates and all that. Like, wow, you know about that? So yeah. You know, we get to talking. Matter of fact, I could talk about nothing but white music with them. And know the band members and everything. You know.
They surprised you listen to Hall and Oates, man. That's Blue Eyed Soul right there.
Thank you, man.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Hey, Spade, have you ever came across these European musicians that know more about black music than American black knows about it?
Well,
I mean, it freaking amazing.
They called it race music, but that's how they made their money.
Oh, over there, okay, yeah, they use Bob Marley that way too. Because you know, like I used to go to open mic, and this guy from Europe, from England, this cat would throw out names. There's like, motherfucker, what? You know,
You remember
it's
that
just
song
so
by the Police?
they have
That
a
was
lot of knowledge about our music.
say it again.
Now I'm saying this cat here, he's asked me questions. I'm like, damn man, you know a lot about our music.
My bad, my phone just died. I forgot to plug it back in. The conversation was so good.
Man, but going back to Fusion though, there's a group called the Yellow Jackets when they first started. Matter of fact, Spiral Gyro, like majority white dudes are half and half. That's just banging, man. Yeah, people need to look that up. Spiral Gyro, Yellow Jackets. There's a guy named Dave Benoit. If y'all spell it, it look like it's Benoit, but it's Benoit. Jeff Lorber, you know, white cat. Okay, look up Jeff Lorber, Rain Dance, and I dare you to tell me you hate that song. Jeff Lorber, Rain Dance. I can't play this stuff. They'll ding me. But these white cats, man, shoot. Even some of Frank Zappa stuff. This stuff was they were very sincere back then, man. I'm telling you,
yeah, sometimes the open mics, man, I give them white boys little props. I say, man, you had me tapping my feet and bobbing my fucking head. I said, okay, I dig it. Right on. You know, when it comes ask me how you do that, I said, I don't know what you mean. What I'm doing, I'm a beginner. You know, I do what they do. I play dumb. Cause if you go there try and ask him, say, man, how you do that? Say, oh man, you gotta just go on YouTube and do this and that. They lying. They know how to show it to you.
But the only thing though, the white females, they didn't have too many good white female singers back then. All they had was Tina Marie.
Oh yeah, you beat me too. No, okay, yeah, Tina Marie. There's also one more next to Tina Marie. I can't think of her name.
Everybody else was
who?
I said everybody else was average in the 70s.
Tina Marie was tight. But there's another one that was close to Tina Marie, almost close. I just can't think of her name.
I'm curious. I'm curious. Let me know when you think of her.
Yeah. I'm gonna put it on mute so I can think about it.
Probably not white though. But
I don't know. You know what? You might be right. You might be right.
You probably think Phoebe Snow or something, or
no love for Linda Ronstadt. Hey, what we got going on here?
I ain't gonna lie.
I'm messing.
You know, she had a love affair with Aaron Neville.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
And she was already hooked up with the governor, Jerry Brown.
Yeah, this was in her slimmer days.
I was like, damn, she getting around. But you know, even though the singing was mediocre, they had tight music. Like what's that chick's name? She did the song "Help Me." She was very obsessed with Dizzy Gillespie. It was
help me.
Joni Mitchell. She had some tight songs. Joni Mitchell.
Was that it like in the 90s?
70s.
70s.
She looked like a hippie and everything. They had that little hair part in the middle and all, you know, little Marsha look from the Brady Bunch or something. She looked like her. Remember Too Late?
Okay.
By was it Katie? Too Late by who did Too Late, y'all? Oh yeah, dude. My son got hooked on We Only Just Begun by the Carpenters. I just like the part when they start breaking down that beat cadence. That is tight as hell. I know y'all like, what the hell is he talking about?
I've heard of that title before.
It started off
I've
real.
heard of that title.
You know, she started singing, "It only just begun," and then when they go, show me, and they start doing the beat and everything, the drums going in. Oh my God, my son is like, I want to again. I'm that guy. I'm always that guy. Check this part out. Check this part out. What about check this out right here? This, you know, like hush, just listen to this part right here. I'm always about that. But you know what's crazy about the songs that we're listening to? I mean, that we're talking about. You know, a lot of teenagers were listening to that stuff, which is weird. That was their. You know, these young folks don't know what they missing. They should be listening to Dizzy Gillespie and Miles Davis. I don't know why they listen to Herbie Hancock. What does he know? Could you imagine that conversation? I'm like, damn, really? You know,
Hey, brother Art, I'm gonna jump off of here, brother, man. I got like a pussy ass fucking VA appointment tomorrow, man. So I gotta lay down and get a little rest.
well, I can't go.
Shit, but it's
Even go to work. They shut all school down. So
it's good chopping up brothers. Though.
Oh, Cap, before you leave, are you gonna do a coronavirus survival video?
Man, brother, I have not been motivated to do anything in such a while.
Yeah, right now, man. I guarantee you're gonna get a lot of people coming to your live if you do that one, dude. I promise you. Because that's all you're talking about is survival.
Yeah, you know what the best survival is? Whatever money that you have, go buy some goddamn camping gear and just go out to the fucking woods. Just separate from the whole society. You know, that's the best solution I can give. Because if I had a little extra money in my bank account, that's what I would do. I'll go find a little piece, you know, where there's plenty of wood, close to water, you can do some fishing. Or if you go with it, you know, learn how to shoot a fucking arrow, bow and arrow. That's what our folks need to do too. I've been doing that. I've been practicing archery now too. So that's my only solution. Because
if
you go out there.
If you're not motivated to do it in your channel, I suggest you go with BMT because I think that would you guys would be a big hit.
I guess so, brother. I just don't spend much time. I mean, I listen to the live streams. I pop in. I listen, but I'm just very quiet nowadays. And it surprised me to get on the panel today, this evening.
I felt honored to see you come up. I was like, okay, shit, it's Cap.
Yeah, I've been watching. I've been in your videos, man. I've been watching you live, but I just don't say shit.
I appreciate it because Silks told me that you were in before. And I'm like, I didn't see his name. But I was talking about you Friday. Oh
yeah.
You would be you would be the best guy to do a corona virus survival video. Like even if it's 5.
But my only thing is like if you're gonna stay inside where you have to live, you know, your house, your apartment, and you still gotta go hang around, you know, the public. All you do is just keep your hands clean. Don't touch your face. That's about it.
I hear you, ladies and gentlemen. Cap PY2.
Yeah, and so I use your elbows. So people want to shake your hands. I say, yo, elbow bump, elbow bump.
That now we do the little nub bump. So we all do that now.
See Donald Trump try to elbow staff members. That should look so awkward.
I was a dude. I kid you not. I was in the store. I saw one of my coworkers, and we kind of looked at each other. And I was like, "You trust me?" She said, "You trust me?" We just give each other a hug. It kept it pushing. That's how bad it is, man.
Yeah. But what I've learned is also that there's this brother. His channel is wellness. Wellness is something, you know.
Yeah, I know.
And they say, man, just try to put a whole lot of vitamin C in your body.
That's what I'm drinking now. I bought this.
Yeah, keep your hands clean.
Vitamin C, strong as hell.
Don't Yeah, don't touch your face. Don't do that. None of that shit. You know, you're gonna touch a handle, man. You know, I suggest you know you walk around with like with some Kleenex. So you gotta touch the shit.
Because a
You
lot of
know.
wash their hands after touching money. You know that, right?
Yeah. That. Or when you at a public restroom, you washing your hands thoroughly.
And you
Don't
still
use the same hand to turn off the water. Use your elbow or get a paper towel and turn that and turn that shit off. But don't do it after you wash your hands.
some people touch the doorknobs too on the way out after the restroom.
No, that defeats the whole
Yeah.
purpose.
Yeah.
You
Me,
touch
you know what? Right now, I wouldn't plant my ass nowhere on the fucking public toilet anywhere, man. It's like
Oh,
shit. If I got a shit, I'm have to go somewhere in the goddamn woods somewhere. So because I rather do it in the woods than do it in the public bathroom.
Yeah, I hear you, fam. And
Yeah, anybody cough, sneezing, is hey man, hey, you might want to cover that mouth and nose up. You know that shit travels.
yeah, so I guess I share my survival game too. I bought some Pepto Bismol just in case.
Yeah.
I bought some magnesium, that stuff that makes you poop if you have to.
Okay, magnesium.
No, it's not that. It's
okay.
magnesium. It's not citrate. It's a nitrate. And then I got a lot of cough drops because I think in this kind of climate, you got to keep your throat moist.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I got enough water too. Go ahead.
Yeah, get some water. Yeah, you know, you got a blender, man. You know, like as soon as you wake up, man, you know, throw you some oranges, some fruit, some berries, you know, blueberries, particularly blueberries, some cantaloupe. This is what I do, man. I do it before I eat anything. I have that in my system, you know, and try to do that twice a day. Some bananas, also bananas.
Yeah.
Strawberries.
Yeah.
Is strawberries a good substitute? Because I hate bananas.
Yeah. And I can only
strawberries.
I
can't say, brother.
Okay.
But I know blueberries is the best to use because it's really. It says that like, it's a very anti-cancer.
Yes.
Or yeah, and stuff. So, because for a long time, man, you know, as a veteran, man, I've been doing self-medication with a box of wine, but now I gotta force myself to start drinking like a smoothie in the morning.
You know,
before I get to my wine. You know,
the word out. I was telling Art of Fort Idmore that the word is out that 120 proof alcohol kills the virus on the spot. So a lot of liquor stores get up.
Thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, I'm glad. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, a lot of liquor
right.
stores that they ran out of it. 120 proof alcohol.
Yeah. You know what? You gotta be careful when you use that shit, especially if you're gonna be driving from work, because you might get pulled by a dumbass cop that said, "I smell. I detect a hint of alcohol." So yeah, motherfucker, it's alcohol to sanitize myself. You know what's going on? Stop playing dumb. Don't try to lock me up. You know, but I think with that alcohol, you gotta get some of that. What they call it? Aloe vera.
Aloe vera, yeah.
The aloe vera.
If a
cop
mix
that in too.
All day. If a cop stop me, I'm coughing the whole time. I'm
How you doing, officer? Are you?
That's a good move.
Hey, start.
You should just drive with a mask on your face.
You want my driver's license?
Hey, shortness of breath is a side effect, so start panting.
No, every day. I'm gonna put some fake blood on the side of my face.
Hey, when you get out the car, when you get out the car, just fall out the car.
Hey, you know what? That's a good time to take advantage of it too, right now.
Yep.
You know, throw little, keep a mask inside your car. So you see them blue and red lights, put that mask on. So you wonder,
And with some gloves on, drive with both gloves, the blue glove showing.
Yep. You gonna have to earn this ticket.
Yeah, or
gonna-
earn my arrest.
If I'm getting this ticket, you're gonna catch something.
You gonna catch something. We gonna wish you catch something.
Yep. You gonna remember.
But the way how they train these cops nowadays, even like a little fucking cough, they'll shoot you because I fear for my health, not for his life, but for his health.
So you were trying to interact biological warfare on me.
He gonna say stop resisting. Right. So
yeah. Boy, I get tired. And I got that's what like I said, I gotta go to my fucking appointment tomorrow because it's a group, the Prussian group.
Stop that.
I'll let them know exactly how I fucking feel. I get tired being, I'm afraid to leave my house or come to this appointment or go to the store because I'm worried about one of these goddamn. I fear for my life, fucking cops.
Tell you, man.
And shit. I said, Mama, how you gonna fear? We didn't have that fucking excuse in the battlefield. How you gonna have that same excuse when you're not in the battlefield? You're making this here a battlefield. It's like the blue against the civilians. Hey man, dog, find your nuts. If you ain't got the nuts, man, go ahead and get you another job, man. Go out there and be, fucking goddamn wash your dogs. Work for a veterinarian. Be a librarian. Go get a McDonald's job. Shit, something like that. But if you can't, if you that fucking scared, man, get out the uniform, please.
Well, that's the problem that you have right now in California. You got a lot of these little midget Mexicans, El Salvadorans and Guadalajarans. Yeah, I said it. And these are, and you have tall men with these midget women wearing, 80 pounds of gear. They should not be allowed to have a gun. I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable with any of that at all. Law enforcement something needs to be regulated with that.
I mean, you know what? I'm not putting all the blame on Obama, but Obama did give them more leverage, more power over the
big time.
That's why you see how they're so militarized now. They got the protective.
That's correct.
The protective and the assault weapons and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, that was passed under Obama's administration, where now you've taken the hands away from the federal government and you've empowered local police and equipped them in a manner of the army or the military, and that's not good. You can easily have civil unrest with that, where the American people are going to be like, okay, this is enough. And Black communities should have been way outraged a long time ago with this. Even back in the 80s, how they would treat us.
Yes, sis. Also, right now, there are a lot of these First Amendment auditors that go out in public with cameras that are also weaponized by knowing the Constitution, because state laws should not trump over federal the Constitution. Learn all your constitutional rights. One of my favorites. If I get pulled over, I can see that a cop is trying to, what they call fishing, trying to look for something to arrest you for. Just shut the fuck up. Fifth Amendment. Just shut the hell up, and just have you a lawyer on standby in case they violate your constitutional rights. Just don't say nothing. Zero. Record everything. There are cameras nowadays that's very inexpensive that you can put inside your car, your house, or on your person right now. It's very inexpensive. You can take even from like an old laptop or an old cell phone, you can take that little camera lens and turn it to a recording device. All you gotta do is look on YouTube. You'll see it. If you ain't got the money to order the actual devices, but yeah, man, that's one thing you gotta do. Record anytime you come into action. I don't give a damn if they city, county, state, or federal. record that shit, and also know your constitutional rights.
And you know what I would say, add something to that, my brother, is I think sometimes the energy that we personify when law enforcement come in front of us also gives them the right to feel they can do what they can do. I don't think that you have to be abrupt or mean. I've been in situations where I was at the airport asking a couple questions, and even though he was responding to my questions, in the back of his head, I could tell by the energy that he was putting out was like, what does this woman do for a living? What does she do for a living? He couldn't figure me out. He kept, instead of him answering the questions that I asked him, he says, "You're an attorney, right? You're an attorney." I said, "No, sir, I don't practice law." I said, "I'm just a concerned constituent." And I kept talking. He kept saying, "She's something." And so I said, "Watch me see if he gets it." And I said regarding activism or Trump. He says, "You're an activist." And I said it. So I said, "He'll get it if I say this word." I was testing him. He didn't know I was testing him. And then I said, "Watch him know I'm an activist. I'm going to say this." And I forgot what I said, but he got it. But it was just, I stayed calm. I knew my rights. I knew who I was.
Yeah.
And I think that if we as Black people speak in that manner, not in a manner of sarcasm or arrogance, just speak of one of authority and speak of law and say Trump, because sometimes police officers, at least in California, they don't like Trump anyway. And if you say you support the president or engage with the president, you know, there are certain things that we do that kind of make them go, okay, red flag. This one's different.
Though, because a lot of police officers really didn't like Obama. So which one they like? Which one they hated the most?
Well, brother, it does, you know, the way it is, Obama gave them more power to act the way how they acting right now.
Sure
that
did.
depends on what state, though. That depends on what state. Like, I'm in Pennsylvania, and you say, "Oh, Trump, you're a Trump supporter," they might give you a badge or something. Shit.
Yeah, I was thinking. From Obama, boy, when he was, man, I remember them unions could not stand Obama. The police unions.
Nope.
I remember.
But then they loved him when he signed that that blue alert bill, though. It's a law.
And I don't hear too many cops speaking against Trump. I don't know where. I mean, he played out.
It don't make sense if they're Mexican and out in California.
Yeah, well, California is totally different. They don't like Trump, especially the MS-13 and the Latino police officers that are alignment with them. They don't want no Trump. They'll say we listen to Gavin Newsom and Eric Garcetti, and we operate under their regime. I'm like, wow. See, but they're forced to right now. The feds are circumventing the states.
Hey, sister, but you said a key word, particularly for us Black folks, because we are emotional people. Anybody's emotional, but we're very more emotional, you know, and that's what you got to put in check when you come in contact with one of these goddamn cops. Do not be emotional. Just you gotta do, you know, what's that movie from Bad Boys? Hoosha, you know, hoo-ah, what that shit is. Do what you gotta do to stay calm.
USA.
Yeah, and just know your rights. And also, already have like a cop on, you know, not a cop. I mean, a lawyer on standby that handles, you know, these civil and federal rights violation cases.
You might want to have your little Trump hat sitting on the side of your car, and then when they start to pull you over, put your little Trump hat in the window. Don't say nothing. Just,
you know what? That makes sense too. That makes sense too.
I'm telling you, that hat might save you.
Yeah, just like you know, like you see a lot those stickers on cars. You know what they call it, like the 100 members, or something like that. You know, where it's affiliated with the police department and shit. Because that's how they get out a lot of tickets.
You know, they tell women. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off. I apologize.
It's okay, sister. It's okay, sister. Even though you dislike the cops, it's about just having that stick on your car that will avoid you getting a ticket, getting pulled over. Because they see it as a sign like, oh, can you support us? Even though you don't. It's same way in the battlefield. You do the same thing in the battlefield. You use trickery, you know, and that's what we're in right now. We are behind enemy's lines.
So,
But,
so you gotta use that same psychological trick to keep them off your ass.
I heard when you donate to their, I forgot what it's called, you get like a little sticker you can put somewhere on your car or whatever, and they can see that.
Oh, really?
Mob. That's the same as a mob. That's the
that's the one.
I forgot the name of.
That's what I was talking about.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Is there something, but you're supposed to get a call once a year.
Oh yeah, I get it once a year.
Yeah, we all get that call. I didn't think about that. I didn't know that. Wow, really?
So that's protection fee.
And you can write it off.
Yeah, because sister, there I see a lot of cars, particularly driven by white folks, that have those stickers, and now our people are catching on to it now.
Okay.
But even though they dislike the cops, they still go ahead and donate just to get that sticker to put on the vehicle, whatever vehicles they have. So when a cop approaches you,
it's policeman's charity or something.
Yeah.
That's a shakedown fee.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. But what saves me, what helps me is because of my veteran license plates, because I got the Marine Corps, and they know not to fuck. Don't piss a Marine off. Don't piss us off. So we'll be very respectful, very professional with you, you know. But when you cross that line, I said, okay, you want to go there, so your family gonna feel pain just as well. My family gonna feel pain. I ain't gonna let it go that easily. And trust me, I have got out of a lot of tickets just because of that mindset that I have, that they train us to be. But I feel bad that our people don't have that training that I've been through, or a lot of us been through. You know? So that's what I'm saying. If they call you, go ahead and donate just to get that sticker to put on your car.
I put a link of some other. It's called policeone.com. Go through there, and there's a lot of different ones you can give to, but you want that local one, you guys. I can't go state by state. Just like these gentlemen are saying, right on point. You can call your local office or your sheriff department and ask them, hey, when's your next big events for donating? Yeah, I would even go to the damn dinner. I think when you move to your communities too, there's certain terms that we need to say. When we go to certain dinners and lunch, and letting them know, first of all, who you are. Hi, my name is Shirley Hussar. Anything that you do community-wise, active-wise, anything you've done political-wise, they need to know you're not the average Negro. Okay? They need to know.
Yeah. Hey, sis.
Also,
go out there with some tap dancing shoes too.
Yeah, you put your best smile on. You put your best smile. But you know what? When you call and you don't feel like you're getting the right answer, you get, excuse me, can I talk to your watch commander? That's the word you guys need to write down. Watch commander. Can I speak to your watch commander? That means that's the commanding officer at the time of the call. They're not used to that either. When you circumvent the local active person on the phone, or you can say, who's the watch commander for this community? I just want to meet him personally. They'll know you've done some homework.
Right. That's right. That's right. You're exactly right. Especially when you get pulled over, you feel a cop is about to violate your civil and federal rights.
Right.
That's when you request or you demand to talk to your senior. Please bring your senior here to talk to them. So those who are in the chat room, remember that. Request to talk to their supervisors.
Like on a lighter note,
that's what.
On a lighter note, do you know that Ginger and Marianne is still alive from Gilligan's Island?
Huh.
Ginger is 80.
Was she a cop?
She's 83 years old.
Okay.
Come on, Cap. You've seen Gilligan's Island, haven't you?
Yeah.
Why did you bring this up? Why did that come in the conversation? I'm curious.
You know, y'all.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
I won't say something stupid by there.
I was trying to make it more lighter because, you know, mean, I'm trying to.
You got issues, Negro.
No, we can't.
It's your show. Let me shut up.
Every panel was about.
I understand what you're trying to do. I understand what you're trying to do. But man, this is our survival right here, bro.
This is true.
It's a non-stop conversation that we got to educate ourselves. Talking about that chick from Gilligan Islands, man, fuck that bitch. She already lived her life. You know what I'm saying?
Living. I thought she was dead.
I don't give a fuck if she's dead or alive. I don't give a fuck. It's not my concern. My concern is for our people to survive encounterments with our enemy.
Somewhere to go.
Well, I encourage you to do a survival live, so you have your undivided attention.
Well, brother, you know you can go. You know you can go to my live. You can go to my channel. I got videos that show what we have to do. You know, so I see a lot of people concerned about off-topic shit, and I'm not with that, man. It's about we at war right now. It's all about our survival.
The title is Sunday Night.
You know, I can't. You can't. You know, you can't off track, brother. But I do respect what you're trying to do. I do respect that.
Title.
Maybe help improve the situation. And
sorry, I pushed the button. Art, I wanted to say, I wanted to add to your subject matter saying, well, Art, how many licks does it take to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll? Anyway, well, let me shut up. I'm sorry, I had to go. How many licks does it take?
Yeah.
Don't get
I think the problem is that we are very serious so many serious times. Art is just trying to lighten up the humor, especially with music. He's very much into his passion of his rhythm and energy, and that's why I chimed in. Y'all didn't talk about Journey. You didn't talk about what's that? Captain Tennille. Captain Tennille. Everybody thought that woman was black. Do this to me one more time. Everybody thought that woman was black. That rhythm and that energy.
She said 227
licks.
Here, Jackie.
I like you, Jackie.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation, brother Art. Everybody on the panel.
God bless
I love y'all.
Love you.
Stay safe. And if I go live, hopefully y'all know about it. You know, that's all I can say. Sure. But y'all stay safe most of all.
Do it as soon as you can, man, because we value your lives.
Yeah, you've got some great insight. I really appreciate that.
Put your channel.
No problem, family. No problem.
Put your channel in the chat.
Y'all just stay safe.
It's Cap PY2.
Oh, Cap PY2. Okay.
Yeah, Cap like Captain.
Okay, yeah.
Because I was talking about you a lot Friday, Cap.
I probably missed that live stream, brother. You know, because like I said, man, it's like people don't understand. Like veterans, a lot of veterans, man, we go through depression where we can't fit, like we don't fit in anywhere else. You know, so you have no other options but to close off and just stick to your residence, whatever.
Watch,
yeah, but brother, what you brought to the table, it makes a lot of sense. My artist is saying that tonight the platform is music, but I think that we are always people that are conscious, but we're not people that execute. And you're talking about executing really simple, small details that can save our life. And I appreciate that. I just want to let you know we all appreciate that. It means a lot.
And we got my YouTube wife over there, Occult Gems, right there. So she might bring it back to Black and Spooky.
Black and Spooky.
Black and Spooky.
Hey, yeah, I'm sorry I can't stick around, but I do gotta crash.
Well, don't be a stranger, Cap.
Good night, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, brother.
All right, good.
All right,
brother.
catch y'all.
All right, fam. And we got Jackie up in here, the Knit Kenobi. Right, but she said 227 licks to get to a center of a Tootsie Roll.
That's a man. Okay, educate me.
What constitutes a lick?
Where do you lick at? What part of the head? of the mouth. That you put
Dang,
in. I'm sorry.
that went
Crazy.
nasty on a brother.
Crazy.
So what about So what about Journey? What's so good about Journey?
I like Journey. I love the energy that they personified back then. They were not a hard rocker band. They were more soft.
You could sit, they were soft.
Rolling down the boulevard.
So only one only good thing about Journey to me was Steve Perry.
Yeah,
Steve Perry brought it. He brought it. I agree with you on that.
Everybody else was just like a regular,
old white band. Yeah, but Steve Perry, and when they replaced him, it was like ain't the same.
That's what my boss said. He said like it was like they were on a tour with Boston and all these other bands around the area. And once they realized it was Steve Perry, everybody left. He said they fell off ever since he left.
Yeah, nobody. You want to go? You want to go see him? Is Steve singing? Nope. Okay, we got to go.
His whole goal, if you listen to his interview, he was trying to mimic the dude from Three Dog Night. What's that dude's name? I forgot his name. But the dude that did One Is the Loneliest Number. One is listen to it side by side. You understand what he was trying to do.
There's a story about the band members with Journey. Originally, when they started, they was a hard rocking band. Then when Steve Perry came on, they didn't quite like the music, but they all admitted that the women were paying to come see the show. So it was one of those things where they played what was paying them.
He had the hair on his shoulders. It was like feathering in the sides at the time. That 80s or white boy hero look.
Oh, yeah. Like I would say he was like the white Tenny Pettigrams. I mean, women loved him.
No, isn't Steve Perry Filipino?
No, that's a white dude.
The lead singer of Journey? Oh, okay.
No, they once Steve Perry left, part of it was he got injured he was rock climbing / hiking, and he claimed he couldn't come back out and perform. And then when they did an open audition, the Filipino guy tried out, and because the way he sounded, they was like, "Hey, we want you in the band."
Yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah,
no, you good, man. You good.
My dyslexia acted up.
They didn't give him. They didn't talk about his ethnicity, but I think he has Italian. No, he's Portuguese. My bad. He has a Portuguese background. That's what it says here. I thought he was Italian.
But he is from the Philippines, so he's mixed. But he claims Filipino.
Yeah, he got a blue collar rock.
All right.
But yeah, the Karate Kid, they ate that band up, boy. They had all their songs on that Karate Kid.
You from Chicago?
No, Journey.
Chicago did a couple Karate Kid movies.
Oh, the Fight for Your Honor or something like that.
Well, who did the We Halfway There? I forgot the name of that band.
Living on a Prayer. Bon Jovi? Wasn't that Bon Jovi?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Bon Jovi.
But Survival did a lot of music too. Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah.
The Rocky movies.
Yeah, what other song I know from them?
Oh yeah. What's that? How do I do? Tell me what you live. That song the other day. I was playing it.
That's Frank Stallone, isn't it? That's Sylvester Stallone.
No, that's Survival.
Yeah, that's the name of the band, but that's Frank Stallone. He looked just like his brother. He had a bigger nose though.
Living for a Dream, Living for a Moment. That song, that's Survival.
Who? I don't recall that song.
Oh my God, that song was huge. You kidding me?
Yeah, I had some white selections, but not that many.
I got a lot of white selections.
You want to brighten the room up.
Yeah, I did the new wave thing for a minute. Did the like Duran Duran and Oingo Boingo. I couldn't get into The Cure.
What about Queen?
I wouldn't have Queen.
Oh, I love Queen. Oh my God, I can do anything Queen.
We are the champions of the classic. No matter.
Yeah. But you can do a lot. We Will Rock You. You got a lot of great stuff.
I wouldn't have the other stuff that they did.
Bohemian Rhapsody.
What
What's
was
going on?
The Dust?
The Search is Over. That's the name of the song by Survival. The
Another.
Search is Over.
That was
You
my.
remember that song?
I just remember Junkyard Dog from WWF coming in with another one, Bite the Dust.
Yeah.
And we got a Colt Jibs up in this bad boy.
You're gonna start quoting Uncle Luke. You know, sort of.
Hey, Art.
I'm here.
Oh, you didn't remember The Search is Over by Survival? The Search is Over.
I don't know how.
You know,
Where did
you know that song?
How far did it go in the charts? That's how.
Oh, it was huge. I'm telling you, it was huge. Just look that song up. That's what they're noted for. That song and The Eye of the Tiger. You know The Eye of the Tiger, right?
The Eye of the Tiger.
Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun.
The Eye of the Tiger.
Y'all finally brought up a song that I know I can say something. How y'all doing?
This bad boy.
That's funny.
Ain't that from the Rocky thing? Ain't that the one that pumped up the white people?
There's some white people.
To pump up the white people, give them the courage to fight us right there.
Well, Shirley is conservative, so it does make sense.
Oh, you're wrong.
Oh, hey, Jim. You know that Trina, that Trick Daddy, and Uncle Luke, huh?
She rocking that Stevie Nicks and Fleetwood Mac.
I know Stevie Nicks too. Okay.
Don't sleep on Stevie Nicks. Don't sleep on Stevie Nicks.
If you want to make me extra white, I even know Electric Light Orchestra band. Now,
God damn.
I went there. Electric Light Orchestra.
ELP.
That's white.
What about
white?
Horse with No Name?
Horse with No Name. Know that one too.
Magic.
Let's go white. Let's go super white. Let's go bread. Any of y'all bread?
Not white bread.
The band was just called Bread.
Yeah, that is a white band. But if you call it bread, I already imagine it's white. Was it bland? Really bland?
I can play Hotel California the guitar. That's easy as hell.
Hotel California, everybody knows that one.
All major chords.
Now, y'all, I can't even because I'm a 70s baby, 78. But let me ask y'all this, because I notice white people bump a lot of classic black music, like the Jackson 5, Diana Ross. So let me ask y'all, since I don't know, was it white artists back then, or was our shit just so much the shit that this is the reason why they bump our shit? I don't know.
The music they played, they were playing our music. They were trying to remake it.
Exactly.
And later on, they take it over and rename it.
You ever seen Cadillac Records? Occult Gems?
I never watched it, but I mean, I heard of the movie, but I never watched it.
That movie is a perfect movie, a quick explainer of black music in like 50s and 60s and how white people tried to take over. Like with Muddy Waters, the Rolling Stones was in there with them, like redoing a lot of the songs.
The true history of that is called Chess Records.
Yeah, Chess Records.
And
it's well known that Led Zeppelin actually came to the United States and stole a lot of the old blues.
Interview? Did you hear them fools interview? They were asking them like, okay, what is your inspiration? They said Jerry Lee Lewis, what's the other dude? Hank Williams Jr. and Elvis Presley. They didn't make anybody black.
Mm-hmm.
Elvis stole all his shit too.
Huh?
Elvis stole all his shit too.
Yeah, Elvis was obvious.
But they try to change the rebel. No, he loved the black choirs and all the no, he stole all the shit.
What's that guy's name? Otis something.
Otis Redding?
No, it's another guy. It's a guy that Elvis like stole everything from.
Oh,
his name is Otis. Let me put Elvis real quick. I'll give you all the name. It's Elvis. It's Otis Blackwell.
I went and looked him up. Y'all was talking about him, and I went and looked the dude up, or y'all looked him up. Hell, I forgot, but he was the spitting image of Elvis, or should I say, Elvis was the spitting image of him? I was like, dog.
Yeah, he sung just like I was like, God, Deezy.
Singing here. What we're gonna do, though?
Let's see.
And if you can come around,
Black man.
Don't be cruel to my heart's up too.
That's a black man right there.
Wow.
What's his name? He used to sleep with underage white women. He wrote Surfing USA.
No,
Chuck Berry wrote Surfing USA.
Oh, he wrote that for the Beach Boys?
No, he wrote it for himself. Beach Boys just took that shit.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah, you can find it. A lot of like Beach Boys songs, they just took that shit from him.
I would be.
Let me say this too. But if you fast forward today, I have a friend who deals with writers' rights, and she will tell you today that black writers still aren't getting paid for what they do. Even the ones today, they have to fight for their money.
Yeah, Bo Diddley was paid $40 for writing Blue Suede Shoes.
Isn't that shame?
$40, man.
Ain't no money.
Wow.
I mean,
what's replaces black people now is auto-tune. These people can never really sing or write.
I've been trying to get these young cats like Smitty and them, like y'all next. Y'all next. You better protect it as much as you can.
Long live button pushing.
Right, supposed to take over that too.
Long live button pushing. That's funny.
We're called. They're gonna change the name to button connoisseurs or something.
Yeah.
No, they still gonna call them musicians, but
Hey Kanye West, my auto-tune's not on. I was singing some songs for you. I'm like, oh brother, please.
Auto-tunes and drugs.
And drugs.
Lean.
And just keep smoking lean and drinking lean and smoking weed.
Oh yeah. Coach Jim's. I got lucky. I went to the grocery store at 6:30, waited to 8 o'clock. I got everything I needed. I got all my
what time did you go?
6 in the morning, 6:30.
Oh, hey, I got something for you, Art. The next thing you need to add on, because I was listening to this white guy today. He got coronavirus and he was on that ship and he's recovering. He said what they gave him was Gatorade, and no one's talking about electrolytes. We need to have vitamin C and electrolytes. Everybody needs to load up on Gatorade and electrolytes.
Yeah, I bought a whole bunch of vitamin water.
Yeah, Gatorade got too much sugar.
Yeah, well, they gave him Gatorade, and I think it's the electrolytes they were trying to get through his body.
So basically, all you need is like salt and water. Then
you need hydration.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because that's what the doctor say. Go home and go to sleep and drink a whole lot of water. Just go home and go. We can't even help you.
I bought a lot of cough drops. You guys, when y'all go outside, just take a cough drop in your mouth. You want to keep your throat and everything moist. You want to keep that fluid going through.
Mm-hmm.
So I bought a whole bunch. So
you know what? I would also say, I'm not only drinking your apple cider vinegar at night, but if you can do it, like a tablespoon of olive oil, unfiltered vinegar. Virgin olive oil. That'll liquidate everything right before you go to bed.
Black seed oil, if you can stand the taste.
Yep, black seed oil, grape seed oil,
elderberry, zinc.
Yeah, it's sweet as hell.
And echinacea, if you can catch it, get that echinacea in 2 or 3 weeks before the season.
Yeah.
See, I don't know why people loading up on toilet paper.
Because they ain't shit.
You can always use
Y'all need to stop. Y'all really need to stop.
They ain't shit. That's the reason why they're getting that damn toilet paper.
Or better yet, they full of shit. How about
they full of shit, right?
Get you a European toilet.
That's funny.
Free up in your phone.
Oh God.
There's no more toilet paper. But like I do overnight at the grocery store, like overnight low maintenance, and like I have to help them stock the shelves. I got this Corona thing. This is overtime. I'm making a killing, but there's no more toilet paper in the warehouses. We only had like 2 boxes come in, so it's gone.
I think I got enough till June. I'm good.
Hold up, you got enough for until June?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Damn.
He real full of it, y'all.
Brother, you ain't regulating yourself. You got enough to do.
You want to make a side hustle, you better sell some of that shit.
But
shit, so water and a rag would do you just fine.
Here's the secret: don't go to Walmart, Target, Sam's, Costco. I went to damn dollar stores, tissue everywhere, Lysol everywhere, alcohol everywhere. Just basic, the little stuff.
That's
The
one.
little Family Dollars, the little tree, Dollar Tree, you know.
I can't find Lysol. There's no Lysol anywhere in my area. None.
Okay, so what I did was I went on
Hey, how
Amazon
bad
and I
you need it,
bought
Art?
cases of alcohol.
Yeah.
How bad you need it, Art? I got a 3-pack.
Either. We don't have no alcohol.
Yeah, I had to order my alcohol line. You can get Surgeon grade of 99% right now on Amazon. It comes in gallons.
I think people are missing some of the more industrial stuff. I mean, because you can get water filtration, you can get distillers, you can get all of this stuff that's a permanent fixture.
I got a water machine.
Very good point.
Plates. And plus, I got a filtration system in the whole house.
Oh,
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
really good.
So I
You
just
put it
bought
on your main line.
Who was it? One of y'all said, and I got it. Okay. One of y'all said get the toilet, you know, the bleach things you put in the back of your toilet, the Clorox bleach things for your water. Do y'all remember that? Was that in here?
That wasn't me.
It wasn't me.
And y'all was talking about you can bathe with it or it can purify your water or what have you.
That sounds like something that Bobby Hemmett would say.
Yeah, you can use iodine for that though, if you want to purify your water.
But I was gonna say, how so? Just sit it like in a bucket of water and let it sit for so many hours, or
Iodine works pretty fast because we use those in the military. You use the iodine tablets and you just drop it in your water, wait about 5 minutes, swish it around, and then you start drinking.
Oh, really?
You can do a lime too. Lime.
Yep.
I thought you said do a line. I'm like, oh, damn, Art. Shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, speak to the veterans because we had that training. It's just like, okay, yeah. How do you drink from like a pond or something? You just don't want to stir up the silt. So you suck from the top, but very slowly. It's things like that. It's simple stuff.
And the other thing too, especially if you're alone, you get plenty of garlic and chew on garlic before you go to bed every night.
Right.
What does that do? My daddy used to do that every day. What does that do though?
That fight that keeps you, that protects you from the virus.
Yeah, it's an antioxidant.
Okay.
Viruses hate garlic.
Okay.
But it make you smell like a mother when you sweat.
Yeah, that's why. If you do it at night, your body goes all, you know, it does what it has to do during your sleep, and then you can take a shower, and then, you know, you get most of that away. And then you can smoke some parsley or cilantro in the morning to get some of the smell.
See, that was the thing I hated the most at the gym because you could tell who was on that garlic.
Oh, I heard that.
Oh yeah.
Weight machine, that treadmill.
Oh, yeah. They start sweating and the pores open up. Jesus.
Yes, it's rough.
It's rough, especially as Armenians or them funky. What about the people who bathe in oil? Jesus, take it away. Did you take a bath? I bathe in oil. It's part of my culture. Oh shit! Get the hell away from me.
They must got some people. But also, I got Pepto-Bismol.
You say Pepto-Bismol?
Yeah, you never know if you have a very bad stomach ache or something. Hospitals closed and all that kind of stuff. It's gonna help you, you know, if the stores are closed too.
Yeah, we should have our basic, even if you get a little kit. What is it called, y'all? The little health kit.
Well, that's interesting when you talk about the kit because I was at Walmart tonight and I've always kept first aid kits around me in my house. First aid kits, a whole stack of them right there. Everything else gone. Nobody took the first aid kits.
Wow, everything put together for you in the kit, from the Band-Aid to the alcohol. Yeah.
I think people just like the chaos personally of everybody panicking. I think people get a thrill out of that.
Or are they just going by what the news is saying and not really going by in their head, you know, actually thinking out what could possibly happen?
See, the crazy thing, one of my friends, she goes to school. I met her while I was down in Columbia. One of my friends, she goes down Columbia. She got to go back down to Florida because they closing down the borders to Columbia. So she had to catch an impromptu flight. She was pissed as hell. So yeah, they kicking her on the. Go ahead.
I said them flights are cheap right now.
For real.
All right, folks, it's been nice, but I got to get ready to go. I am on East Coast time.
Hey, you and me both, bro.
Bro.
Us three.
And by next week, we'll all be quarantined. It doesn't matter. Nobody will be able to go to work, and we'll be singing on the streets like Italy.
So have fun with the button pushing, brother. I'll be lighting it up again tomorrow.
Oh yeah, you online teaching, right?
Yeah, I can't even. We can't go to work.
You can't go to work. He's up.
All right, folks, y'all take it easy.
Yeah, have a very good night, Dad.
Yeah, I can't because I want to go on camp. I had to make some copies, but we can't even go on campus now.
Oh wow!
I see there's a lot of opportunity for this though, because I told my wife, I said, look, you're out of school and you're going to be homeschooling our children. I say, look, just since all these kids are going to be out of school, just start a classroom and have them pay you for it online.
Thank you.
That's so, you get so much money from that, because I've been speaking to that, because like shoot, especially what subject does your wife teach?
She's ESL and right now she's English language learning.
Oh shoot, you can get some teach some foreign people, get paid triple.
Yeah,
right.
So we talking about it because God knows we got the space. It's just like, dude,
better get money while you can. This opportunity right now.
Like when we're talking about airplane stocks. I mean, it's still going down. They're talking about government intervention for them, like the bailout for the banks. I'm paying attention to that one. I said, you're going to bail the airlines out, but not the people? Here we go again.
Yeah, have they started sending y'all emails? Like they sent us emails. We don't have to pay electricity or water. Now, we supposed to pay electricity or water, but huh?
Somebody's phone or something.
Oh, okay. They said, guys, it's ready to go. You got the
that
police
was me.
scanner. You got the police scanner going?
Man, that's those crazy fools out there on the yard.
It's just a raid.
So have y'all gotten emails like that yet? Like from utility companies or anything like that?
Yeah, for my gas. You know,
Yeah. I forgot what one. I was talking to my uncle about it. He said, yeah, they talking about it.
Well, they're talking about compensating for mortgages too. So I'm going to see how that works. But you remember that affects your credit if they start dinging it. Even if you say, okay, I'm not going to pay, they can still fuck with your credit.
Yeah, because you're going to have to back pay.
You have the back pay, but they can also say you didn't make payments, and that's still going to affect your credit.
Exactly.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Now, of course, it's encouraged to pay your bill, but for people that just they cannot, it's
I agree.
a lifesaver. That's better than worrying, because a lot of people still trying to go to work, even though they got that oochie coochie la la la. That's what we call it on my channel now, right? So a lot of people still trying to go to work because they gotta, feed their family. But with some provisions, it's like, okay, you ain't got to spread this thing because you ain't got to worry about not getting kicked out, paying certain bills, et cetera, et cetera.
But Bill made a pretty good point yesterday. It's one thing to have your kids stuck at home, but the other part is how you gonna go to work when them kids are too small to be at the home by themselves.
See, yeah. Now, I'm thinking that's an awesome opportunity for somebody that's willing to take the chance to go and watch kids. I mean, we was just talking about that. Me and the kid. Look, if somebody would be like, hey, in the area, rent out a big space where kids can be at least 10 feet apart from one another.
Right. You can say, look, I'm regulated to at least only watch 10. And so then you have a high premium saying, I have to charge this high because I got to get at least my money's worth.
That's
right.
That's where if you had a community, it wouldn't be no problem. Like you had a strong community. Because let's say this happened in the past, like in the 60s or 50s, when the black community was stronger, there will be mothers that'll be able to watch the kids that you wouldn't know everybody.
We were doing that in the 70s too.
But wait, we do have strong communities. You guys know there's local black newspapers. Put an ad in the black newspaper. Look, are you having problems having somebody watch your little Ray? Call me.
Man, no. Those little nigglets aren't allowed in my house.
No, not your house. No, because number one, they got to be in a facility where at least they got to be so many feet apart, just for the safety issue. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I ain't watching none of them.
I even thought about doing it remotely.
No. Look, I live in Baltimore. I see those little hellions running up and down the street all the time. No. In fact, I would rather stand on my porch with a shotgun than deal with
God damn. You ain't gonna watch. You not gonna watch Lil
What's up,
Uzi and Lil
man?
AK. You ain't gonna watch Lil Uzi and Lil AK.
No, they gonna be pointing that shit at me. No, no,
Lil Ray Ray. You don't like Lil Ray Ray? Don't go
no.
up.
Not Lil John Tavius.
You're a John Tavius.
Hey, y'all playing, but
vagina.
people
What a
that's
vagina.
laid off because of this, they will be more than willing to do it.
Yeah,
Look,
that's
I am telling you, every year when the kids are out of school during the summer, our crime rate shoots up.
Oh
And
man.
they are out here in Baltimore, and the crime rate has already shot up.
Really already?
It's because they're not in school.
Spreading corona and spreading corona and crime.
Well, that's where you're going to start getting quarantined. Like, well, I'll give you an example. For in California, we had martial law at night. And then they gave certain parts of martial law in the day. And I talked about this on my show tonight. I said the martial law during the Rodney King riots, at 6 o'clock, you had to be off the street. And if you were off the street, you could get shot legally because of martial law.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of them getting shot because they ain't gonna believe that martial law. They gonna go out there and take a chance.
Oh yeah, the Mexicans especially, these illegals. I don't understand. They said by the third halt, they will shoot you.
They ass gonna understand after that. They gonna police language just fine.
Stop resisting.
That's
Take
funny.
an example.
Yeah, have an example. We need an example out there.
Well, I ain't worried about none of that.
Okay, because I'm a homegirl anyway, so I'm good.
Well, let me ask the panel this. Do you think we're moving towards an entire quarantine country? Because I do. I think we're going to all be singing like the streets of people in Italy in their apartments.
It's hard to do in the United States. That's because the United States is so vast. That's hard to do in the United States because the middle of the country, people gonna try to bug out to the middle of the country. You're gonna do that where everything's more spread out because everybody live on the edges.
Well, Trump is they said they're thinking about imposing a domestic ban on travel as well.
Yes, I heard that.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it's for a reason. Art, was you on my channel today when I talked about the pedophilia agenda?
I was on and off because I was too busy going from store to store.
SB 145.
Okay, well, let me read y'all some intel that I got. Now, all of this is alleged, right? But I got some intel today about what's going on, and the coronavirus is actually a quote-unquote hoax for the pedophilia agenda. So I explain a whole lot on my channel what's going on. When Trump first got in office, one of his first agendas was to drain the swamp, okay? So sex trafficking was a big thing he was against. If y'all remember, he wanted to build a wall on the border, and he said it was because of the drugs, the sex trafficking, the murders, etc. Okay. Now I can't tell where I got this information from, all right, but on my channel, okay, I got some information, and I also got a Marine that's in the background talking from his point of view of what the military have been preparing for the last 2 years for. Now, this is a hoax, okay? Just so that they can do a roundup and arrest over 150,000 pedophilias, okay? So these pedophilia are Hollywood, rappers, actors, actresses, directors, a part of satanic rituals that I talk about all the time on my channel. Politicians, thousands of CEOs that's into the sex trafficking, etc. Okay. So what they have to do is quarantine everybody so that these rich motherfuckers can't run and go anywhere. Okay. So for example, Tom Hanks was arrested 48 hours ago for pedophilia. Okay. Nobody knows this. So what they're doing is they're telling these people they got the coronavirus. Stay in your house. Don't go anywhere. You tested positive while the U.S. troops go over there and arrest them. Okay. Y'all notice Corey Haim just did a documentary. Corey Feldman just did a documentary on him and Corey Haim being raped. Okay. Y'all notice we had R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, all of this when Trump came into office. All right. We're about to find out why Oprah was deflecting for trying to throw Michael Jackson up under the bus, et cetera, and Gail, R. Kelly, all of that. So let me read this to y'all real quick. All of this is alleged, and I can't tell y'all where I got this information from, unfortunately, but this is a really good source. So it says this morning at 4:30 a.m., Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau was served a criminal indictment by the U.S. for corporate and financial crimes. Now, y'all remember he was told he had that shit, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, media owners were instructed to brainwash everyone that Trudeau and his wife has the coronavirus and that they won't be leaving their house for a while. Tom Hanks was arrested 48 hours ago for pedophilia, and he is currently being kept in a hotel room in Australia, refusing to fly back to the USA. The next celebrity arrest will be Celine Dion, Madonna, Charles Barkley, Kevin Spacey. All will claim that they have the coronavirus infection. So get ready for that, y'all, to hit the news, right? Italy's airports, which is where the Vatican is, y'all, which we know what happens at the Vatican. But Italy's airports have been completely shut down as over 80 Vatican and financial officials have been served the same criminal indictments for financial crimes, pedophilia, child sex trafficking, and sexual abuse. United Emirates have completed mass arrests of their own royal families and affiliates. Y'all notice Meghan Markle and Prince, they left the royal family. Y'all remember that?
Yep.
Old girl is on the list. The queen is on the list, but let's keep going. Convicted Hollywood rapist Harvey Weinstein agreed to a deal in exchange for his testimony against hundreds of top Hollywood celebrities and their involvement in the drug business, pedophilia, and child sex trafficking. Instead of Weinstein getting a 55-year sentence, he only received a 23-year sentence. In exchange for this, he provided testimonies against some of the biggest and most powerful names, including Prince Andrew of the UK, former President Bill Clinton, former Vice President Joe Biden, Tom Hanks, Oprah, Ellen DeGeneres, Quentin Tarantino, Charlie Sheen, Bob Saget, Kevin Spacey, John Travolta, Steven Spielberg, Podesta, Pizzagate sex trafficking clubs, and hundreds more who were all directly involved with Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was similarly allowed to make a deal and have his suicide in prison faked in exchange for his testimonies. CEOs of very major world corporations have been indicted and or arrested, and some have been forced to resign. Y'all know Bill Gates just stepped down too. Did y'all hear about that?
Yes.
All of this has happened in the last 30 to 60 days, such as the CEOs of the NBA, Harley Davidson, the Bill Gates Foundation, Intel, McDonald's, Caesar Awards, and Disney, the Vatican Chief of Police, etc. Approximately 700 to 800 more resignations are coming in the next few months. The lab-created coronavirus was a cover-up for the mass mandatory vaccination agenda. So just keep listening. Now it has become the biggest covert U.S. intelligence operation that the world has ever seen. This mass 158,000 arrest operation will remove and capture the biggest evil and corrupted politicians, celebrities, CEOs, including global elites and bankers such as George Soros, UN officials, and founders of Greta Inc. President Trump will win the 2020 elections, and arrest of former U.S. presidents are going to occur in early 2021. All major arrests will be portrayed by the media as being accidental or conspiracy theories. So y'all just listen. As arrested individuals will be given the Rommel death, which means these celebrities and these high people will have a choice between their death being portrayed to the public as a suicide or an accidental death for the sake of their families and their names, in return for assurances that his or her reputation remain intact. Or alternatively, they can choose to face criminal trials that would result in public disgrace. So when we hear Oprah die, Ellen die, y'all know the shit is real, okay? Some top religious leaders will be arrested or forced to resign, and some will suddenly get sick. The Vatican will be the first, and the Pope will be removed in 2020. Production of human extracted adrenochrome will be revealed. And Hollywood and the Vatican will be exposed as being directly responsible for that. Coming up, there will be a 2-month complete shutdown of the world's most common operations, such as schools, the stock exchange, banks, airports, shipping, travel, events, galas, expos, sports games, sports championships, music award ceremonies, NBA, NHL, baseball games, and ship cruises. There will be food shortages and staged electrical power loss. Remember, I was telling y'all, don't sleep on the electricity going out, and get solar panels or get generators or something. That's coming up. They've been putting all this in movies. They've been putting this in the Super Bowl for the past couple years with the blackouts. I've been doing this as far as on my channel, because we decode the stuff going on that's about to happen from movies and stuff like that. So don't sleep on that. Y'all be preparing for an electrical outage as well, but it's going to be staged. Gas prices will go down. Food costs will go up. So make sure you prepare, y'all, because food prices, the prices are about to go up. Insurance will go up. Gold and silver stocks are going to fall. And many corporations will either go bankrupt or take a significant financial loss, such as the case of what's about to happen to Air Canada, Disney, and Coca-Cola. Welcome to the Great Awakening. What's about to happen this summer and fall will change the world's history. And that's what I got.
So definitely, this is all mainly. So now we got the Vatican in the mix, along with Hollywood,
right?
And there's no secret to messing with children.
Politicians, CEOs.
Yeah, so they got that network going. So if that's the case with Weinstein, then he's a dead man too, if he's going to release that list.
Oh, you know they're going to make sure to keep him in that damn hospital.
Yeah. Because you know,
Jeffrey Epstein, he's safe. They protecting him for their testimonies.
Yeah, because if you got that long, remember Heidi Fleiss? Remember her?
Oh, I remember her. You talking about the pimp?
The madam, Beverly Hills madam or something.
Right.
Yeah, she's walking around free.
So not even that. They're not just doing Hollywood people, regular normal motherfuckers too, which is why Italy, they had to definitely, according to what I'm hearing, Italy definitely had to quarantine people because there's a lot of pedophiles there, and they got a lot of proof on the average motherfucker there. So people are just gonna start getting busted now. On my channel, I told them I had a dream a lot of motherfuckers was about to get arrested behind this coronavirus. People is gonna get locked up. But I did not know at the time it was going to be for this. So what they're doing is they're trying not to scare the elite. They're just gonna tell them, hey, look, stay where you're at. You got that shit, right? You got to stay there for 2 weeks. But in the meantime, the troops is arresting them so that they don't run because they got the money to run.
But doesn't this have like remnants of the bubonic plague?
See, I remember a little bit of that in they talked about that in high school a little bit.
Yeah, everything. The plague was based on hygiene.
Yeah, it was something. The Black Plague. It was something that was like it went through Africa, but the only difference is that heat and hot weather kind of killed it off. So you notice that it's not really affecting the hot weather places like South America, Africa, and the Caribbean.
But we're talking
the coronavirus also, just like the Black Plague.
And notice, but and I don't mean to cut y'all off, but notice that most of the viruses in America is in where? California and New York, the land of the elites, right? The actors, the actresses, the rappers, the singers, the dancers.
Yeah,
Well,
because
I was gonna say Washington State, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because you got the bathing issue during that time when that plague was hitting. These people were taking baths like once a month.
Oh, that's just dirty though.
They didn't believe in baths though.
Yeah, so and if you think about it like today, it's a lot of people just really don't wash their hands doing stuff out here. Especially
they don't. No, they don't.
People actually pay for things and don't even wash their hands and go straight to the food.
Yep.
They touch the money.
I had a guy on my channel. He invented this thing where for buffets, and he said what made him invent this is because he went to the buffet one time and was in the bathroom and a man was in there with him, didn't wash his hands and walked right out. And so he said that disturbed him. So he invented these things to put on the doorknobs, to put on forks on the serving spoons and forks at the buffet. And what these things are is covers with antibacterial soap like substance in it. So when you turn the doorknob, you pick up the fork and things, it sanitizes your hands. Okay. He was dealing with the patent company and he was looking for some investors to help back up an older Black man too. I did an interview with him. I put it on my channel as well. He wanted people that was interested was hotels, cruise ships. So it was different companies that the patent company was trying to hook them up with, to put his invention in. But he said the reason why is because of what you're talking about, the filthiness of the people.
Yeah.
Don't even wash their hands when they use the bathroom.
I'm about to jump off. I'm falling asleep, so I don't want to be snoring on your live stream.
The skinny jeans snore. You thought we forgot, huh?
What the hell is a skinny jeans snore?
Oh, that's good. He don't know, y'all.
I'm just messing with you, man.
Did you just make your video private? Because I can't get on your video.
It shouldn't be private. I can get on it still.
Oh, okay. No, I was on somebody else's video. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I was on it. All right, but I want to go and get my skinny jeans snore on.
Yeah, now they call Corona jeans.
Oh, damn. Damn, y'all doing me dirty.
Before you go, don't forget it's Corona History Month. So that's
I'll crack a Corona open, man. Salud.
Yeah, all right, fam. Take care.
Good night.
All right. Good morning, whatever.
I was saying that yesterday because they were going back and forth. I was like, man, y'all gotta stop fighting. It's Corona History Month.
I know, right? Because this is gonna go down in history, ain't it?
Yeah, but I thought about all that stuff where, everything is pretty much because I was really paying attention when I was in the grocery store today. I mean, we touch everything in that store. We talking about eggs, canned goods, vegetables, money, credit cards.
Mm-hmm.
We touched I was thinking about how many things I touched before I left the store. The grocery cart. We touched everything. And I'm like, damn, that's crazy.
But usually with a good, healthy immune system, you don't have to worry about it, right?
Yeah, that's why I was saying the garlic, and plus if you're doing water, try to squeeze a lemon in that every time you drink water, because that'll push away bacteria, so it won't be so overwhelming to your body.
Irish moss, sea moss.
Yeah, I'm probably. I have some already, but I'm probably gonna buy some for so I can like some. What I'm trying to do.
Look! You can go online and get that. Ain't nobody buying stuff to build up their immune system. Believe it or not, so you ain't gotta rush out for that.
I can go down the street get mine.
It's there. Trust me, it's there.
Yeah, because I go to this place called New Earth by Dr. Paul Goss, and he sells the same stuff as Dr. Sebi. The same amount. I can get it for $15, where the Dr. Sebi stuff is $35. Same amount.
That's good intel. Okay.
I know how to mix it up and everything, so I've been doing that for years. But yeah, it's best to drink that warm. But yeah, all that stuff. You just gotta. People just gotta get away from that laziness, and just keep feeding your immune system.
And stand 6 feet away from everybody. Everybody I've been talking to, especially while we've been out, I done went and got my little tomato tree, and I'm about to go get my little fruit trees tomorrow. Look, we talking about it, and I'm like, look, 6 feet away. I love you, but 6 feet away. I ain't trying to play.
Yeah. Or I wish I had the alcohol, but you could just do the alcohol, lemon juice, and some baking soda. You can put that in a spray bottle and just spray people in between. That's in between you.
And soap is best, especially I'm selling this ebook by a doctor on how to build your immune system, and he's talking about different things, and he said hand sanitizer, which is, I forgot about this. You shouldn't be using all that hand sanitizer because it actually the alcohol dries you out, and it actually lowers the immune system if you do it too much. So he said instead soap and water. And I'm gonna tell you, if you can't find the little hand soaps, I found Dial at Sam's for days for $8 for 22 bars. It's everywhere. Soap is everywhere. The regular bars. So don't sleep on regular bars.
Yeah, I got about eight bottles of it.
Okay, you got it before it ran out. That's good.
Yeah, this guy was getting some. I was like, "Ooh, can I get 4 of them?" It was like a team in there, boy. I had like a beach chair when I was standing in line in front of a cart. I was, matter of fact, I was listening to one of your lives while I was sitting in the chair.
Probably the live I was just talking about. Now, I hope the information that I put out just now didn't run the panelists off.
No, I mean, we got more people. It was at 12. Now it's at 13.
Okay. No, I'm talking about the panelists, though, not the chat.
Oh, no. It's late. And I think what's going on with this whole, even people that don't have this virus, I think just thinking about it and talking about it is overwhelming. That's why I tried to make a panel where we're just talking about music and stuff and get your mind off of it. Okay. But one of the things, too, without even having to buy anything, people got to get into meditation. That's the thing that keeps you from being worried, fearful, and it
also keeps you intact. That's how we know what's going to happen before it happened, because like I say, Spirit been talking to me about this for 3 years, been telling me prepare. Now, what am I preparing for? I don't know, but now I find out, right? Spirit been told me 2 years ago, and I just disobeyed on this one because it, but it been told me to get fruit trees. But I was like, well, I this ain't my house. I'm not finna plant no trees here. And I moved to the house that I plan to buy. I'm gonna plant my fruit trees there. Spirit told me to get firepower and everything about a year ago, said you need to start getting firepower. Okay. Why? I don't know. But through meditation, that's how I get a lot of information on things that's about to happen. and it just tells me what to do, and I just do it or don't do it, right? And then it tells me the next step. So I totally say get in contact, with the spiritual side through meditation. Open up that right brain, get in touch with your emotions, because that's what's going to really give you the information, that right brain, through meditation.
And a shout out to Fitness Mom. Bam.
Hey, Fitness Mom.
Yeah, because I'm thinking, I mean, do you ever, like, for example, somebody would say, well, I'm going to invoke someone that would know what to tell me or something like that. Do you get into that, like specific people, or do you just randomly let anything open till somebody shows up?
I usually just meditate, and I have different techniques. So one way might ask a question. What should I do about a situation? I'll go into meditation with it. Now I've come so good at it that I don't even have to meditate. I can just ask the question and the answer will come up. A book will pop up, a person will pop up, something will pop on TV. It'll answer my question. And most of the time, though, because I'm very psychic, it'll just pop up as a thought in my head, and it'll just be a thought. And so that way, I'll ask a question, ask, believe, receive, ask, and you shall, the answer shall be given. And but that it take a while to get to that level. But that's one technique. Another technique is just to chill. I like to go out, especially in my backyard in the sun, naked, sunbathe, and just lay back, put particular crystals on my body, on my third eye, on my solar plexus, where my will, and just lay there and just let the mind just, go crazy. Because when you first start meditating, it's hard. Your mind starts thinking about everything, but then after a while, it gets real still, and then information just start coming to you. Sometimes the information is so overwhelming, I have to get pen and paper and do automatic writing, and I have to write the information down, and that spirit talking, and it gives me everything from ideas for businesses. It gives me just all kinds of information. It'll tell me things that I need to do. Now it's up to me whether I do it. It's not going to force me to do anything, but that's how I usually get my downloads, like that.
So do you ever got into a situation, and welcome Fitness Mom, but you ever got in a situation to where while you're in your meditation, while you're deep into it, it's kind of hard to get out of it?
Not really. What do you mean by it's hard to get out of it?
You're so deep into it, your hands can't move. What's the other one?
You might be starting to astral project. That might be why that's happening.
Yeah, because that happened a couple of times where it took me a while to get out of it.
Because once you can meditate yourself into leaving your body and going other places.
It's pitch black. I know that.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like. You was about to have the Kundalini experience, it sounds like. Yeah. Did your tongue hit the roof of your mouth at any time?
I don't remember that. I guess I have plenty of time to do that now since I don't go to work.
You got plenty of time.
Plenty. Do some automatic writing. You know what's crazy? I read about the automatic writing, and then we'll have Fitness Mom jump in. I was reading that you can also draw it.
Some people do draw it.
So I really want to try that, really like draw the narrative. And believe it or not, I think comic books have a lot to do with that.
Okay, how so?
Because if you read the comic books, they not only it gives you an actual story, but you can actually see the action in it to really make it more authentic. Because a lot of the things are drawing more from a symbolic nature. It's very symbolic.
And a lot of these these movie people, these script writers, they meditate, and they get their things from meditations and from dreams. Because I know I get a lot. I have books from my meditations and dreams. I know what's going to happen in the future from my meditations and dreams. And so if you can hold on to that and write it down, The guy that wrote Avatar, he said he dreamt it. Some of these people are invoking shit now to get the information.
Yellow flag. I gotta call bullshit on the play. She don't know what's gonna happen in the future. Nobody has a crystal ball. She just concocted this wild ass story involving the Vatican and celebrities and the pedophilia ring and tied into this virus. I don't believe none of it.
Oh, you don't have to believe it. That's okay.
I'm not attacking
A lot of people don't believe stuff.
I'm
That's
not
okay.
attacking you. I'm discrediting half-cocked, unscientific, wild dreams and things have, and we call them conspiracy theories. This one that you've dreamed up is way more bizarre than a lot of them that I've heard. And I'm sure, because I've got them in my family, I'm sure you believe in everyone that comes by. You don't do anything to debunk them. You just say that you meditate and it comes to you and you know what's going to happen in the future. Bullshit.
She was reading that. She didn't.
Yeah, I was reading that. I got that from
Okay,
Intel.
well-
I know people in certain places that you would never believe, but
And they don't know what's going to happen in the future.
okay, but that's fine. And I'm not mad at the fact that you don't believe it. I'm expecting you not to believe it. And that's
Right.
good that you don't believe it. So then my life is still good.
My life is fine.
No. I mean,
Despite
my
all
life,
this-
I'm
despite all this
protected
bullshit.
because no one will come for me or after me because you don't believe. So that's good. That's actually beautiful. So that's okay. I'm not upset.
And it's crazy how people let the wildest shit go said and they don't challenge it. And you know how many kooky ass conspiracy theories, I'm going to call them conspiracy theories, that can be easily debunked? I'm not going to even attempt to debunk it because that one was so wild and so crazy and so insane. I wouldn't care who wrote it.
Well, let me get this straight, Beasley.
I don't buy into the bullshit.
And
But-
that's okay. I'm all right with that. And I still respect you.
Let me
I
ask you
still
this question,
respect you as a man.
Well, let me ask you this question, Brother Beasley. So, based on what you believe is how you going to determine if things is or isn't?
No, can you listen to that shit that she was saying? That shit was some half-cock crazy shit.
Well,
You think all that shit makes sense?
well,
And hold on, and I'm a firm believer that truth is stranger than fiction. You don't have to make complete sense. But whoever she was reading concocted some shit like they've got some secret powers or some special powers, or that the powers that be that know what's going to happen in the future. And that's where I know that they're wrong.
Well, do you want to hear this recording from a Marine that gave some?
I don't give a fuck about this Marine.
Okay.
He might be crazy too.
Okay. Well, that's okay, and I'm okay with that.
I'm from the city. I'm from the city. You just can't come up and tell me some half-cocked ass dream and sell that shit to me. I sling dreams. I don't buy them.
Okay.
I'm not no sucker sheep. You just tell me some shit and I go, ooh, wow, that's deep.
And that's why I respect you, because you're gonna do your research and you're
I'm just gonna keep on motherfucking living and trying to, I'm just gonna keep on living, man. They didn't have any chicken. I could have went to the store in the morning. When I went to the store in the evening, I had a pocket full and couldn't get no chicken and couldn't get no greens because my grandmother used to always say, sometimes I see her frying chicken and making greens, she'd be crying. I'm like, Grandma, why are you crying? She says, oh, I just got a lot of things on my mind. But one thing that makes everything better is a pot of greens and some fried chicken.
Well, let me test this out. The news, whatever they report on the news, do they sound accurate too?
No, I take that shit with a grain of salt. But the reality, I take that shit with a grain of salt. I'm not gonna even try to figure it out. I just got to live through this just like everybody else. There may be some wicked shit behind the scenes. Even if this is a natural occurrence, the evil in high places, they will manipulate this in order to get further control. So I'm not naive into thinking that every politician that smiles at you doesn't have an evil side to them, or doesn't have horns coming out of their head, or might be part of a motherfucking snake or a reptile. But I'm really disappointed I couldn't get any fried chicken and greens to make it easier.
That's why you cranky?
No, I'm not cranky at all. I'm well rested. I've been napping all day, chilling, sipping Bailey's Irish Cream, falling back asleep, reading a little bit.
Sounds like you had a lot of coffee.
Which sounds like, man, don't try to figure it out. I'll tell you what it is. I'm not hiding nothing. I'm energetic. I've been sleeping and resting most of the day. Every time I wake up, they tell me where I can't go. I wanted to go play some cards with the Chinese, but I don't want to end up in ICU.
Oh, dang. So you didn't give into the orange chicken yet, huh?
No, I'm not fucking with it. I'm going to really stay away from the Chinese food. I'm tempted to have some. I was in San Francisco scared of the Chinese food. And as far as the toilet paper, man, I never been that big of a fan of wiping my ass anyway, man. I think that shit's completely overrated, man.
Are you from India or something?
No, I'm from Los Angeles, to be exact. Hyde Park and Centinela.
Are you left-handed? No, what you mean?
No, I'm right-handed, but wiping your ass is totally overrated, man. You know, you got everybody like man. I would prefer skid marks, man, because
tell us how you really feel.
That's some bullshit wiping your ass, man. Who needs to wipe their ass that much, man? I mean, seriously, man.
Red Fox, God rest his soul.
He didn't believe in wiping his ass either?
No, that was one of his routines.
Oh, you got to wash your ass.
He said something about you may be smart, you may be rich, but you still got to wipe your ass.
You got to wash your ass. Yeah.
You know,
that voice. No, all right, you got to wash your ass. No, I would take a shower afterwards, but wiping your ass, man, that's just a bunch of goddamn work, and you got to keep on doing it. I was never been a fan of that shit.
Well, good luck with that when you run out. You might have to get some brawny or something.
No,
it ain't gonna bother him at all. He said he likes skid marks in his drawers.
Man, and you don't like skid marks. Actually, that last part, that's a little comedy routine I'm working on. I thought that was funny as fuck. When I started saying it yesterday, everywhere I said it in the supermarket line, people just start laughing because I think that's funny. Wiping your ass is overrated. Yeah, man. People had enough pressure besides these theories and these stories that why is everything fucking happening? Tom Hanks in Australia about to get arrested for pedophilia, so he says that he has the coronavirus. Who the fuck thought of that shit? Where is anything to point to that? Where is any kind of fact somewhere that's verifiable except that Tom Hanks, they came out and said that they got coronavirus?
So I take it that you're not a good dot connector.
No, I take it some motherfuckers is crazy and easy connect dots and connect dots one after goddamn another. Motherfuckers is zip damn fucking crazy and gullible as fuck. Gullible as fuck.
Okay. But why are you so upset though?
I'm not upset. I'm just talking shit. I'm just making my point like you make yours.
Okay, I want you to
I'm a man. I talk with emphasis. I'm selling my point.
You know,
you pushing your line. I don't tell me how to be. I'm not.
You don't have to sell that. A lot of people.
No. See that? Hold on.
A lot of people are more on your side. Trust me. You don't have to sell that at all.
Man, fuck them too. I don't give a fuck about people like that.
I'm not mad. Where your wife at? You need you some loving. What's wrong?
Some fiber.
Hey,
how you doing?
You disagree them, and they try to marginalize you into some little. Please. You the one meditating and thinking of World War Z movies. When I meditate, my shit be peaceful and loving and be nice. And I see the ancestors, they be interacting and be nice and peaceful. I meditate too. I've been meditating. I went to meditation to learn to meditate with the Maharishi Yogi in Leimert Park in 1970-something, 1976.
Oh.
I still know my mantra. You can't tell me nothing about nothing, you know?
But that's the thing, nobody's trying to.
I really could use some fried chicken and some greens.
So that fried chicken help with that meditation, don't it, boy? It don't block nothing. Do it.
Don't be afraid of my masculine energy. I'm not like you. I'm not sugar spice and everything nice. I'm a man. I got pepper in my belly. I'm the one that's gonna protect your ass when them troops come.
Boy,
you gonna meditate on them. Let me beat my chest.
You remind me of one of my friend brothers. Matter of fact, y'all know who Anthony Smith is from the Raiders.
Yeah.
He was going back and forth with his other brother, and he was all because Anthony Smith is very like animated, and he's like, and the brother was like, "Man, why are you yelling?" I'm not yelling. I'm talking. I'm talking.
Right.
I'm not. And I died.
They go ahead and see. They go ahead and see the God's energy, the light coming to shine some light, and they want to pass it off on everything else, except for what it is.
Well, is there any way Fitness Mom, did you have something that you wanted to say? Because I know you came on here a little earlier.
Hurry up and say something, Fitness Mom. Goddamn it.
Well, actually, my religion, we believe in psychics, and I know, I know what you're saying, but we actually do believe in psychics in my religion, and they preach on that like really heavy, actually. And
yeah, like the whole Bible is like one big psychic telling, right?
Well, no, they believe in the power of most religions believe that you can't communicate with God and God can't talk to you and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And they'll say it's evil or witchcraft, but my religion actually looks at it in a favorable light.
Oh,
we don't consider it witchcraft when you start getting messages from spirits.
Man, how many women do you have on here, just on these social networks, that
because the thing is that have more instinct because they use their right brain and their emotions. You cannot get intel from using logic. Logic is the left brain. That's a masculine energy.
Motherfuckers just crazy
energy.
You know how many nonsense kook bras coming to me and tell me they a witch? If you don't back up, you broke ass lint pocket witch. You know, if you was a witch, and I'm not talking because you guys probably identify as witches. You know, take offense if you want to.
None of y'all offended. I mean, you're giving me some comedy tonight. Actually,
it's not comedy because none of you motherfuckers is witches. None of y'all got any goddamn secret power. Don't you know I fought the witches on here and cussed them all out and cussed the one that looked like James Brown and told that country bitch she looked like she was a clone of James Brown, and they got the whole covenant on me. And it didn't do nothing, put death spells on me and all that weird ass shit. And witches ain't got no power. A self-ordained witch.
What did they say they were doing to you?
They say it's gonna do it all. It's gonna bring down, gonna make my arms fall off. I'm gonna die. They put the death penalty out just because I said the bitch looked like James Brown. She did look just like James Brown.
Oh God.
Mama Spirit Tree.
I don't know who that is.
You can't be talking about my Mama Spirit Tree now. Come on,
fuck that crazy ass country bitch, man. Fuck all you witches. You guys, you ain't know. Are you a witch?
Is that the one that talked about Kobe?
Man, I guess they all did. I'm not sure. I had to block that psychotic motherfucker. I'm like, bitch, let the fucking death powers work and leave me alone. You sick motherfucker. You got a husband.
Why is Mama Spirit Tree on your channel? Because it don't even sound like she would be on your channel to be honest.
Because you can't profile me and figure me out. You can't. That's the mistake you making. If you had some damn power, you would know how versatile I was and how I have my fingers in a lot of different pies in the real world and on here. So things don't seem like they fit. It's more likely that I would bump into Mama Spirit Tree. Oh my. She believed in that crazy ass woman.
Wait, you bumped into her or was she on your channel? Which one?
Man, I don't know, man. I don't know what the fucking bitch was flying
What
around.
I'm saying is, come on, you're very logical. Was you on her channel or she was on your channel?
I don't know. I just said that the bitch looked like James Brown. Actually, I was repeating somebody
else. You was on her channel because you know how she looks. So why was you looking for witches? Because you got to look deep for her. She ain't got no subscribers. You got to search for her.
You making
her content.
You making an assumption.
Well, how do you know what she looked like? I'm just asking. I'm not assuming. That's why I'm asking you questions.
She got her picture out there.
I'm not assuming anything.
Actually, all right. Well, I'm gonna tell you. I'll give it to you. I'm not gonna gotta hide the font. It ain't no damn. It ain't that much of a mystery. Alexis K. Tyler, that psychotic bitch. She was fighting with Spirit Tree some years ago and said she looked like James Brown. And I remember when it happened because I spit my lemonade all over my beautiful Dell screen. So I just repeated the joke, and they got all uptight. And when I saw they got uptight, I kind of doubled down on that shit, tripled down on everything, to get the party started. And then they wished death on me.
Are you back in Southern Cal?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm up north.
Man, you too far. I would have brought you some fried chicken so you can be more calmer.
Yeah.
Fried chicken, man. You keep talking about fried chicken.
That's his meditation, fry that chicken so he can eat
Yeah,
and be at peace.
It's my grand. No, don't talk about my grandmother. She wasn't no witch. She was a
Wait,
good
I
woman.
ain't saying nothing about your grandmother. I said
That's
fried
where I got
chicken.
it from. Now I'm not talking about your grandmother.
What are you talking about?
Okay, now you being delusional. I might have to lose.
I'm not being delusional. I
Because
got
I didn't
that.
say nothing
I
about
got
your
that from my
grandmother.
grandmother.
I said fried chicken, sir.
You should try some fried
Okay,
chicken.
I'm gonna dip out so y'all can have a lovely time. You have a good one. I've learned from your last panel. Y'all have a good day.
Go ahead and man, I don't believe none of that crazy shit she was talking. You sit there, you believe that shit, Art? Yeah, you try to connect the dots.
Yeah.
Man, sometimes there don't be no dots there, man.
Yeah, I love spiritual talk.
All right. I guess I like spiritual talk too, but that crazy shit, it's without knowledge our people are lost.
You gotta remember, Beely, I'm an artist.
I got some more crazy talk. Y'all ready for it?
Yeah, let me go on mute. Go ahead.
So, like I said, my church, they believe in psychics and stuff like that.
What's the name of your church?
Well, it's Apostolic Pentecostals, but they don't call it psychics. What they call it is discernment, but it's like the ancient discernment. Like a lot of people say the word discernment now, but back in the ancient times when they said discernment, they were talking about actually communicating with God and getting direct message from God. And so, in my church, you can get a direct message from God or different people on the other side to warn you of things or to tell you about things that's going on. And so they were really into that. They were deep into being in tune with the angels and all this other stuff and getting all the messages. Now, the first message I ever received that I realized was an actual message because of the fact that I probably got messages before that, but I didn't pay attention to them as messages. But I was one night, I was just laying in bed and I went to sleep. And in my dream, my mother was talking to me a certain way, not like she would normally talk to me. And then I was like, why are you talking like that? And she didn't say, and I was like, okay, fine. And then she led me on a trip. And we went on this trip. And at the end of the trip, she left me sitting on the steps of our apartment building. And she said, well, I'm going now. And she started to walk away from me. And across the street was my grandmother. And she joined my grandmother. And then she left. And I woke up and I said, my mother's going to die soon. And about a week later is when she died. That was the first major one I got. I've gotten several small ones. I haven't gotten any about death, but the second big one I've gotten is one day I was sitting here just watching TV, and I said to myself, I was like, my husband's about to lose his job. And then I called my husband and I was like, hey, you need to start putting in applications right away. And he said, what are you talking about? I was like, they're about to do layoffs at your company. You're about to lose your job. Put in applications. And he's like, you're crazy. I'm not losing my job. My job is secure. I was like, just please do me this favor and just start putting in applications. And he said, fine. If you want me to get another job, I'll just get another job. And so he put in his applications. And then the day he finally got another job and he gave his 2-week notice. And as soon as he gave his 2-week notice, his boss announced layoffs, and they actually terminated that program he was working on. So that his job no longer existed about a month later. Those were the big ones. I get small ones all the time, but they're not like, big like that.
That sucks. I'm glad. I'm glad I don't go to your church. God bless your church.
This is Sagittarius for real, huh?
That sucks, though. That sucks. That sucks that bad shit happens. That they can't conjure up nothing good. That they got the power and the resource of the Most High.
I figured it out now.
Huh?
So mainly, you get up and bothered when people predict things that are like gloomy and doom, right?
Because you know something, the mind is a wonderful pot of soil, and it will grow whatever you plant in it.
So that's what it is. So mainly, if it was
because people are misusing. They're misusing a valuable resource because they don't know how to use it, and they think they know every goddamn thing. And it's sad that those things have happened, and it's believable that someone can conjure up something like that, and it manifests itself.
So you're trying to leave any room for anything negative in your.
No, let them go ahead and be negative. Because let me tell you something. I get itchy palms, and I manifest good things in my life through the same process, through my mind, through my thoughts.
I think I'm understanding now. You guys get it? Y'all listening?
I don't have no religion or no philosophy. I just know what I don't believe in. Well, I'm not trying. Look, there's enough negativity, bad shit happening and can happen in everybody's life. You don't get through this shit unscathed. Why not use the most powerful resource of your mind and your connection with the Creator? If you've actually got some powers, why not use those powers and manifest good things and prosperity and peace and joy in your heart? You know,
you don't think that Fitness Mom? I think that you're the type that see the glass half.
Don't try to.
Glass half empty.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Can I explain why, please? Well, Fitness Mom said that she had a feeling her husband was going to lose her job. The good thing I saw was that he actually did what she asked him. He put in the applications, and I feel like she helped him manifest a new job. I think that's beautiful. I think that's manifesting good things.
I guess that is a good thing.
So, but basically, your whole thing is the will, right, Beasley? I'm asking.
I don't have any philosophy. I just have a philosophy for me. Why not think? Why not manifest good things? Why not control what you can and not get all stressed out about other stuff you can't control? Why don't you realize that you do not have a crystal ball and you do not have any special powers to make these things happen? And when you're connecting dots like that shit's far fucking fetched. That's far fetched. How many people believed? How many people believed in this 2012 thing? I mean, believed into it. I was open to it. Where the stars are all and there was some type of interplanetary alignment. But how many people believed and bought into that shit and bunkered down and didn't shit happen?
Well, see, I think what people were looking for, if you don't mind, Mr. Beasley, they were looking for a physical manifestation of the world ending. But if you notice, our generation has changed. We've got this feminine movement that has really, really changed things. We've got this transgender movement. All of that was starting to happen about 2012.
All of that has been going on far before.
But you have to admit it has not been on this level. You have to admit the LBGT community has not had as much power as they have since about the last 7 to 10 years. They have had extreme power. Just a lot of different things have happened. Being a whore, for example, is now acceptable to the point that they promote it on movies, on TV, on Jerry Springer. Cardi B is a whore and everybody loved her. Now, before this time, people would look at whores as whores. People will look at strippers as, they're horrible people. So after 2012, a lot of things did change in our society. It was the end of a particular world. But see, I think people be looking for a literal end of like this big explosion in the world just pop open and then we're all in outer space and it's burnt on fire. When actuality, just the rules has changed, people has changed, attitudes has changed, belief systems has changed. and a lot of other things. So I think we take a lot of things literal when it's not meant to be literal. The Mayans and the ancients were very, very spiritual. Those people, they was into their ancient practices, and they did not take things literal. We take it literal. But you have to admit, a lot of things has changed.
Change has been going on since day one, since man has been here.
And it's gonna change because every 25 years we go into a new zodiac. So you're correct.
The only thing that stays the same is that there's going to be change. So there's been changes in a few different areas, or there's been more acceptance or whatever, society-wise, in a few couple of areas, doesn't vindicate all of the damn kooks and all of the damn predictions they were making of 2012, whether it be the end of the world or the entering of the age of the Aquarius. The age of the Aquarius has been a process that's been going on for quite some time. The fifth dimension, we're thinking about the age of the Aquarius back in 1967. So this isn't something that's just happened that year or that time. And there were transgenders, and there were homosexuals, and there were lesbians then, as there were hundreds and hundreds of years ago.
Exactly.
As some of the attitude changed.
But you know what? Hundreds of years ago, you know what would have happened? They would have got burnt on the stake. Now they're running the fucking country and the world.
They may have been running the country. They may have been running the country and the world then in the closet.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave it alone because I see where this is going. I'm gonna be quiet.
Where is it going?
Nowhere.
Right. I don't think like you think.
No, and that's okay, but I'm not stoning you for it. Okay. I was actually on the panel before you. You came on here hollering and screaming.
I was listening to you downstairs, waiting to get upstairs so I could like debunk this insanity that you're talking about.
Okay. But that's fine. So I'm gonna be quiet. So you have debunked it. You won.
So I one time actually saved my husband's life in a way. It's kind of the saved his life. I think that's positive.
How did you save his life?
I had a feeling something bad was going to happen to him. This feeling. I was like, I feel like something bad is going to happen. And so I called him on the phone, and I was like, I had this feeling that something bad is going to happen. He's like, a feeling, huh? I was like, yeah, I don't know what it is. It's just a feeling. He's like, now, is it a feeling or a paranoia? And I said, I don't know. I got this guy. I had a feeling. He's like, what's going to happen? I said, I don't know. He said, hold on, I'm still working. And then he was talking, and we was talking. And then all of a sudden I heard, ah! And then I was like, what was that? Because at the same time as I heard, I heard boom, like a little boom, right? And he said, it turns out, see, my husband works with high-powered electricity. And he does his job so often that he doesn't think about it. You know, he just does it a certain way, and that's how he does it. Now, I don't know the correct wordage for it because I don't work with electricity. So I'm going to tell it to you without using the words, and hopefully I know Art Newstall's a teacher, so maybe he'll know the actual words of what I'm talking about because I don't know what happened. But so what happened was, normally when my husband does his job and he's working on it's towers he works on, he doesn't use some kind of glove or something, but he was on the phone with me, so he put a glove on. And he did something where he was just not paying attention, right? Because he usually does it a certain way all the time, this way. So sometimes he got lazy or whatever. And he did something. I think he said he blew the transistor or something, basically. So what he did, he said he caused a big electrical thing that blew a hole at the back of the thing he was working on. And he said that he had the glove on and it stopped him from getting something. But that if he hadn't had the glove on, he would be dead.
And that's usually how
you think about it,
you had a feeling
because he was on the phone with me. So I was like, Was I the cause of it, or was I the? Because he had the glove on because he was on the phone with me. That
no, but you know, you said you had a feeling. That's the reason why people who's not in touch with their emotions, they can't pick up the message that the spirit is giving them. Spirit works through your feelings, not what you know and think and numbers and logic. That's the masculine mind.
Well, let me
Spirit
ask,
works through the
I
feelings.
wouldn't say it's your fault. I would say it's good that he's still around.
but let me ask Beasley this: do you find any value in what is called female intuition?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Right.
So
Now,
A lot
let
of
me
people.
explain what I've done, and you know, my mom have visions. My mom was born with a veil over her face. My mom's spirits come and talk to her all the time. I had a friend, and one day my mom was like, "Oh my God, y'all!" I remember my mom, my dad, my brother. We was all in the room, and she said, "Oh my God, y'all!" And I'm just gonna say his name is Gary. She said, "My friend, her name was Star." She said, "Star's uncle just murdered Gary." And we say, "Well, what you mean?" She said, "They was at the house, they got in an argument, and he pushed them down the stairs. He just murdered Gary." The next day, Star came to my house and she came up with this bull cockamamie story that they told her uncle told her this man had died at the house. My mama said, "Oh no, I saw what they did to him. I saw it." My mama went to the preacher that on the corner because he was the preacher over her grandmother and everything. She went and told him. She was like, "We need to talk to the coroner. They murdered that man." And my mom have scary visions like that all the time. Spirit come to warn us, but also come
So what happened to the body though? Did the coroner find that he had broken bones like he was?
Right. They found that he had fell, but they couldn't prove if a person, nothing came up as far as a person. He just took a fall
down some stairs.
But how did my mom know this? We are not nowhere near them. How she knew this less than 24 hours ago. So we're used to my mom's visions. Her sisters and brothers always be like, "Oh God, what you saw?" When they hear her voice on the phone, "Oh God, what you saw?"
He fell, but did he fall downstairs?
He fell down some stairs because he was pushed with force by the uncle of my friend's uncle.
But to Beasley and some of us guys' points, when you talked about female intuition, I'm quite sure sometimes your intuition wasn't accurate. So the question is,
no, not accurate. Sometimes it can be misinterpreted.
About
I'm willing to listen to you, Art.
Yeah, that's why I want to ask you. It's like, is there any way that you can be more keen about your intuition?
Getting into meditation. That's in the Bible. If you're a Bible person,
it's happenstance.
You'll know that God says you need to meditate on my word.
You can't harness coincidences. You cannot harness coincidences. It's a happenstance type of world.
How could you determine though? Do you believe in female intuition, Nella?
I believe that there are occurrences that we look back on and it was a coincidence. It was like, damn, I remember having that thought. But this is the kicker, right? The event happened and it didn't occur to anybody that to take the the upcoming event seriously until after it happened. Then all of a sudden they're psychic. You know what I'm saying? It's like, how you psychic after the fact? It's like if you had a lot of confidence in your predictions and intuition, wouldn't you just go around, waving the banner like, look, this is gonna happen?
No, you get owned. As a person that gets paid for it and that has repeat clients, as you will see on my testimonials.
Some people want something.
I give good and bad predictions to people, good things and bad things. Whatever spirit is telling me that they're supposed to have, that's what I give to them. I don't give them no. But I'm saying for Beasley, I don't give predictions to non-believers because they don't believe. There's no use into giving that to them. Jesus would say, "Don't cast your pearl to swine." That's how Jesus would say. That's why I never try to prove myself. Okay.
I remember one incident that I would like to share in scope because it's peculiar to me. I would love to have harnessed this type of energy. To this day, I want to know what that was so I could figure out some lottery numbers. You know, it was like I was.
I'm gonna say this. I help people win the lottery every day. I do myself, and I did it with spirit, and I continue to do it with spirit. I built a whole business off of it.
You predict
all the time.
You predict multi-million-dollar
go to my website casey.com.
No.
You predict multi-million-dollar lottery numbers.
No, she
I do the cash 3. I do the cash 3 numbers. Spirit taught me exactly how to pick them, how to work with the planets, how to work with numerology. Spirit don't just give. Sometimes Spirit give it to me. Like one day I was driving behind this car and Spirit said, write down the tag number, play that number.
I believe in fate.
It was 140.
I believe in fate. I believe in fate. That's
so I just listen. When Spirit talk, I listen. And I played the number that night. It didn't hit. The next day it hit. I won. But Spirit, I asked Spirit, I invoked the Spirit and I said, teach me how to do it. And then I started winning like 4 days out the week. And so I was like, oh, snap, I want to share this with people. And so I started sharing it with people for free. But then so many people wanted my information, like, help me. It was becoming overwhelming. So I had to start charging them. I never intended to create a whole business out of it, but I did.
I hit 141 straight the day before Easter in 1994 uptown with Spanish Raymond's people in Harlem. They paid me even 5s and 1s and 10s with $4 on it. That was $2,400.
Damn.
I wish I'd have known you then. I come from a family of numbers players.
Hey, she would love Malcolm X.
I remember when it was called the policy back in the day.
They still call it the policy.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Mela, so you're a mother of a son. So you don't think you use female intuition to raise them?
Of course, the guidance of this whole intuition thing reminds me of the pineal gland, right? The third eye.
Exactly.
And there is a way in which a mother's hormones can feel her child. You know, take lactation, for instance. You just have to be near your child while they're at nursing age and you just start creating milk. You know, there are things that just bond you to your offspring as a mother. So if that's called intuition, okay.
Now, wouldn't that's your son, but would you be able to grasp the concept of having that being alive?
I do recall, I'll tell you this. I do recall when he decided to be independent and a minimalist and all these other adventures he wanted to take himself on, like he was Benjamin Buttons or some shit. It had me kind of concerned, because I was trying to convince him to accept our comforts. And he just wanted to embark upon manhood. He said, I got to know what I'm made of. He was on that type of mission for himself. And I had to balance paranoia versus what I was, my intuition, as you would call it. And I recall a time that I envisioned he was battling something very powerful. And I had to just cast it off as paranoia because, it was just so awful that I'm tempted to kidnap him. Like, no, you coming home. Fuck the bullshit. You know, that type of thing, right? You know, how you think your children are just doing too much to be, you know, just rebellious, you know. And it was a permeating, it was consistent. It just kept drumming at me. And so after the agreed upon time where, you know, he was willing to accept reconnecting, as it turns out, he did emphasize specific times and dates where he went through some medical complications, like kidney stones, you know. He went through hypothermia, you know, because he just thought he could just walk 3 miles to work in a fucking blizzard, you know, instead of, you know, taking sensible modes of transportation that he had access to. He's the type of young man that just puts himself through challenges to see how strong he is to endure. You know, he always felt babied growing up.
Capricorn, I'm just curious.
I'm not getting into that, but he just no, just, you know.
No.
With respect, I'm just not gonna get into that. So he's very you know, and yet at the same time he came out stronger for it, and he's more sensible than any young man of his age that I've known, because he actually allowed himself to suffer through something. And we're not just talking about the kidney stones and the hypothermia. He actually, you know, it was kind of like when I was in basic training, right? I had a decision to make. When I was in basic training, there's this reality shake where I don't have to put up with this. They're yelling at me and I got to crawl through stuff and I got to do stuff that I've never been introduced before in my dainty little lady life. Why am I doing this? Why am I here? Those types of questions went through my head until, for whatever reason, I looked around and I just believed everything was going to be all right. And lo and behold, persistence allowed that to, you know, manifest itself eventually. And he learned, and I didn't even appreciate that until I was in my 40s. You know, he learned to appreciate that what he manifests for himself will come to fruition. So, yeah, do you say that you can pronounce things into existence and the payment is suffering? That's something I want to touch on. You know, like the cost that it takes. Yeah, what it takes to actually, you know, what does sacrifice look like? You know, is it actually, you know, some off the wall and morbid, or is it something as simple as being nice to somebody you can't stand, or anything in between?
Simple as your parents telling you you ain't nothing, you ain't worth shit, you ain't never gonna be shit in your life, you look like your mama, you look like your daddy, you dumb, you stupid, and then your life never seemed to go right, and you turn 18 and your life still never seemed to go right, and you turn 25 and it's like you dumb and you stupid. Those words, those spells that your parents cast on you, until you deal with those spells, you will walk in the manifestation thereof. It's as simple as that.
Only
Well,
if you're really stupid.
Only if you're really stupid. Exactly.
What was the question you asked her again, Art?
Say it again.
What was the question you asked the lady again? Because she went on and an answer and just went way all over the place.
He asked me if I believed in intuition, and I said no.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
No, you didn't. You said a whole lot more than no. I said no.
I said a whole lot more than no, but I still answered his question. You picking on people because you miss your fried chicken. You miss your fried chicken and greens, and you taking it out on everybody.
No, you just wanted to talk about your son.
He asked me about my son.
No, he didn't. He asked you about women's intuition.
He said Yeah, are you telling me I brought up my son arbitrarily out of nowhere? That's what you telling me?
You certainly did a whole lot on him. Like I know more about him than I want to know.
Okay, Art, what did you ask her about her son? So he
making man, he don't like my voice. That's what the fuck
No,
is going
let me
on.
tell you. I'll address what I don't like. Okay, and I'll do it very simply. You speak on me all the time as if you know me. I don't
know you.
Yes, I do. But you speak on me and you assume that I've
Right
done
now?
things. Hold on, let me finish. You
You talking about the past? Okay.
The past is 2 or 3 days ago. Let me finish the sentence.
Okay.
You give me that. You have spoken on me, repeating things that other people have said that I've done when I have not done them. You interjected yourself in a conversation about me, not knowing whether it's true or not, assuming that it's true. That I'm some horrible person. You don't know me. You don't know me. Hold on, and you haven't witnessed. Stay in your lane. You use some discernment. Use some of them wits and powers you got to realize you're talking on somebody that you don't know.
Is this from another past?
He just this some past stuff, and he just practiced. This some get back. This some get back. This some get back.
It's not get back. I'm not arguing.
This is get back. Yes, it is.
I'm telling directly what you're doing.
You're practicing get back.
No, I'm not getting back because I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you directly what
I didn't say you're arguing with me. I said you're practicing get back.
I'm not. No. I would get back in a whole lot of other ways. I'm trying.
I know you will. I've heard.
I'm trying to give you some boundaries.
I've heard.
Leave me alone. I'll leave you alone.
I didn't talk. I haven't talked to you, sir, on this panel tonight.
No. I know. But you talk about me everywhere else like you know me.
I don't.
Good. Well, act like it.
So I'm glad this has been solved. All right.
Act like you don't know me.
Somebody tell him to cool out.
No, you gotta tell me shit. Mind your business. You speaking on shit you don't know what the fuck you talking about with your drunk ass.
So we gonna have.
Here we go with the insults.
That's not an insult calling you drunk. You are a drunk.
You have no proof.
Time.
You have no proof.
Well,
just like nobody has proof of what you look like when they make fun of your face. Do they?
But you're a drunk because you come on.
Do they? What's wrong with consuming legal?
So now you're not a drunk?
What's wrong with consuming something legal?
Nobody likes to talk to a
Speaking of drunks, guess what, guys? They closed all the bars down, and I can't get anything to drink. And my grandmother died today, and I'm mad at that. So cheers to not drinking.
Oh, sorry to hear about your grandmother.
Condolences.
She knew what was going to happen last week, though. She just got some.
See how he is.
Come on now, B.
Actually, I did.
How am I?
Do you hear what he just said?
I'm
in
just
response.
Yeah, she sees into the future. So she knew her grandmother was going to die because she knew every goddamn thing else that's about to happen.
You are despicable.
I'm despicable.
Oh, hey.
You act like I choked her grandmother out. I'm clowning y'all.
Hey, so my grandmother's been dead for 25 years. So yeah. And actually, to your point, I actually started seeing and having those little things after she died.
Of course.
And so a part of me was wondering if it was actually her talking to me.
Could be.
But yeah, I usually drink this time of year because my grandmother died and I get sad on this day. But the bars are closed, so I was like, man.
So your grandmother didn't die today. You just bitching for some sympathy.
No, she's saying it's a 25th anniversary.
25. It's the 25th anniversary of her passing.
And I usually get some drinks, but the fact is I can't because of coronavirus. And I'm like, they closed the bars.
Well, maybe this is her way of letting you know to keep your body in the better condition from having alcohol in it.
Mela got some Steel Reserve 211 over there. I'm sure she might share.
Do you all hear what he's doing? He's practicing get back.
Do I deserve this? Oh man,
I should go. His argument with the other two women.
Why do you win that argument? Why don't you mind your business? That's the problem. You run your mouth too much.
So do you.
You talking
So
on
do
me,
you.
bitch?
So
don't
do
know
you.
me, you drunk
What?
bitch.
Okay,
So do you.
we can't be calling people the B word, man. We can't do it. So we got to cool down, okay?
He hasn't given any examples. Where are the
Man,
examples?
I always call a drunk bitch a drunk bitch. Let me just go.
Where are the examples of me talking about you?
Bitch, you know.
But we can't do the B word, man.
I think he's got me confused with Bomb Cherry.
Can't do it, man. Y'all.
Bomb Cherry used to bomb on him
Well,
hard.
he's not here to defend himself. So let's go into the part about
He's crazy.
well, y'all might want to take that on another panel.
No, he's unreasonable to the point where
But
it's becoming
it's not anything about him when he's not here. That's what I'm just. It's just not being fair. So I just had to bring him down because.
Well, I could leave so he can come up here and conduct his hilarious character.
It's just I don't like correcting grown-ups, but it's just not fair.
He just wanted an opportunity to abuse women. That's what it is. He was rude to every woman up here. It was ridiculous. Out of nowhere, he's crying about his fried chicken and greens, and then he started verbally attacking the characters of the women on the panel as opposed to being a civilized person and defending that behavior by saying, I'm a man, I'm not yelling, I'm just talking, which is or that was your NFL friend as an example. So I get it. I get that people want to be colorful. It gets to a point where it's uncivilized.
Well, right now we just want to get past it so we can continue with what we're talking about.
He said, "Get past it." Like it's torment. Yeah, let's please get past it.
Brother, when he's not here, it's not fair. You know what I'm saying?
I'm sure.
Let's
I would like same decorum to be afforded me when people are discussing myself in absence of my presence. That would be cool, wouldn't it?
Oh, yeah. So you're here in good company. We're gonna have a conversation. We got Dead Set Anime here. So I really want to get into the intuition thing because I think that's that's an important discussion. Because we don't me and Dead Set Anime, we don't have it like you guys do.
What's the formal definition of intuition, please?
A cult?
Intuition is a cult?
No,
Webster's dictionary. No, the Webster's.
She want the Webster. Hold on, I'll pull it up. Y'all go ahead. I'll pull it up.
Thank you so much.
To understand something immediately without the need for conscious meaning.
Can you say it again, please?
The ability to understand something immediately without the need for conscious reasoning. A thing that one knows or considers likely from instinctive feeling rather than conscious reasoning. Basically, an instinctive feeling about something that's happened or immediately, or understand something immediately.
Oh, thank
Without
you.
any logic behind it. Exactly what I've been saying, and the way to tap into it is through feelings and emotions. That's why it's hard for men to believe, because they are now, except sensitive men, they are very psychic. Sensitive men are very psychic. Men that's in touch with their creative side. So painters, drawers, sculptors, singers, rappers, men that's tapped into their creative ability. Okay, they are very much in tuned. Now they might not know they're in tuned because we're all in tuned, right? But we're so busy doing stuff all day. We're so busy. Oh, I got to go to work. Oh, I got to go to school. And spirit talking to you all day. It's talking to you, but you never meditate and to get the message. It's talking to you, But that's why meditation is what we need. So you can sit down and be still. And then after you get so good at getting that message in your actual meditations, you can be like, let me give y'all a story. This was when I was in church. And one day I'm riding by the church, me and the kids going by the church. It's about 8:30 at night. And I started thinking about Sister Wilson. And it was heavy. My heart said, call Sister Wilson, call Sister Wilson. I said, I'll wait till I get to the house and I'll call her. Or what? Call Sister Wilson, call Sister Wilson. I'll wait. So I wait, but it kept hurting my stomach. My stomach literally was hurting. But it didn't make sense. I said, I'll call her when I get home. I calls her when I get home. And she says, oh, sister, you don't know I was in trouble. I said, well, what do you mean? She said, I was at the church and nobody could take me home. I said, well, what time was that? She said about 8:30. I said, oh my God, I was right by the church. I feel so bad. I said, and something told me to call you right there, but I decided to wait till I got home. I feel so bad that I ain't listened to God. So why would I just hurt? She be heavy on my mind like that. My stomach started hurting like that. She needed my help. I was right there by her. But I didn't listen to spirit, going by logically, wait till you get home, chill out, get the kids in bed, get everything together, then give her a phone call. So that's what it is. And you can't, without emotions, without a heart, you cannot tap into the spirit realm. You cannot. You will not. It's impossible.
Well, how much of that is spirit? I mean, because scientifically, I look at this type of thing as
when you say scientifically, that's what we can't have a conversation.
Wait a minute, hold on.
But
I'm
gonna let you finish, but I just want to say that at that point, I'm not going to be able to answer you. But go ahead.
Okay, yeah, science. When I'm talking about science, I'm not talking about it in its colloquial form. I'm just talking about it in the sense of how we find things out. So scientifically, we know about twin studies and the weird things that twins do, because the things that you're describing, it's not uncommon with identical twins. So it is not beyond the realm that people who are close to each other or who are just, I don't know, just met each other in life will be able to have the same intuition.
Okay.
That is kind of deep because I talk to a lot of twins.
Yeah, and I'm an identical twin myself.
Yeah, they tell me straight up, you know, whenever they're if their brother or their sister have a pain in the arm, they have the same thing.
That's because of quantum entanglement with the twins, though.
But what I'm saying is that, yeah, it can. I think that psychically, if that's the term, it can exist between just people who aren't twins, because soldiers would talk about this thing in war.
I like that. Quantum entanglement. That's $1 million word.
So going into that tad bit, you know, when you're dealing, because Fitness Mom talked about her really having a lot of feelings and things about her husband. So would you
notice every time too, Art, she said feeling, I feel, I think. Thinking don't do this. I feel. She kept saying I felt, but go ahead.
So would you say that someone that would be considered your loving soulmate, not just soulmate, because sometimes you don't have to be close to your soulmate, but your loving soulmate, would you say that those things could be a little bit more accurate and yet harnessed because you have a masculine side that you're appealing to, which is your mate? So this is more of a female question.
I don't understand the question. Can you reframe it?
For example, all right, when we say feelings and all that kind of stuff, that is more internal, right? So it could be neither here or there because you can't prove it because it's internal. But once it reaches out of your body, you know, would you say that your masculine half would be your confirmation, like a strong confirmation of what was going on internally?
This is what I like to do with readings. When I give people readings, they are wowed by the information that I know by them. Okay. So when I tell them about what's going on in their past, they're like, whoa, okay, I really need to listen to this chick because she's about to tell me my future. So then when I tell them about what's about to come up and what's about to happen, I tell them, listen, I know even though I'm giving you this reading on this, I want you to use logic at the same time. This is called the sacred marriage when we're talking about alchemy, okay? This is balancing the right brain and the left brain, okay, for the perfect marriage, all right? That's what we're talking about. So I like to say, wait till you have a little proof or a little evidence, or if you do have that strong feeling, that gut feeling, go on ahead and move on it, okay? But so I always encourage also, you know, if you can get statistics, if you can get math, if you can get proof, if you think your husband's cheating, yeah, I can tell you if he is or if he's not, but I don't want you to divorce him until you get the proof, if that makes sense.
So what would interfere with that process, you know, as far as the natural process of having intuition?
Thinking.
Oh,
your left brain. When you start getting into your left brain, you start thinking. That kicks you out of the spirit realm.
So picking up masculine energy from within will push away your spiritual intuition, so to speak.
Right. The pineal gland works with the feminine energy. The pineal gland is what does it all.
Is it stress?
So don't think and listen and believe her charts.
Is it
Well, that's for her,
stress
though.
that
For
affects
women.
intuition?
Stress can, this is why I say meditate, because you'll be out of stress state when you meditate, because stress can be a blocker. You're correct.
Well, that brings the question: how do you all meditate? Because I know how I do, but I'm curious about how the rest of you meditate, if you do.
I do it different ways. Sometimes I'll go in with a question. This is the question. Should I, and I'll do it on big things, little things. Should I accept this job offer? Should I leave the job that I'm at to take this job offer? They pay an extra $1 an hour, right? So should I take it? So I'll ask the question, and then I'll go in silence and repeat the question over and over again. And then I'll leave. Sometimes I got so good at it that at the moment that I ask the question, the answer come. But when I first started, I'll start getting signs. Somebody will come up to me. They'll say something. A book will pop up in my face. A commercial will come on. You got to be able to pick up on signs, and you got to be able to pick up on symbols, because the subconscious mind don't work with thoughts, thinking. It works with feelings, pictures, symbols, words. That's why dreams are very important. It's talking to you right in your dream, telling you what to do, what's going on in your life. So you're getting that psychic, subconscious, spirit, direction every single night. But we think, oh, that's just a dream. But the symbols and the pictures are trying to tell you something. Everybody got different symbols. And this is why when people ask me, well, what does it mean when I dream about this? A book, I don't go by books. And see, I learned this because I was born with this gift. My mom is a natural, so I was born with it. So I don't read books. That misleads me. I have to go by my feeling and my intuition. So a dog for me in my dreams, because I had a bad experience when I was 3 years old with a dog. He was playing with me, but I thought that he was trying to attack me. So every time I dream of a dog, the next day my enemy will come for me unless I hurt the dog in the dream or kill the dog in the dream. Also, my mother programmed me as a child. When you dream of snakes, that is your enemy. Something's going to happen in real life. You need to cut the head off of the snake. You got to kill the snake in the dream, and nothing will happen in real life. And I've come to find that is true. Let me give you an example. I was in the 6th grade, and 3 dogs in my dream, 3 dogs started attacking me on the softball field. Next day, go to school, my so-called 3 good buddy, my 3 good friends decide to attack me, right? So I didn't do anything to the dogs. And the next day, it manifested the next day, okay? This happens with snakes too, but see, that's because I had a bad dog experience. Now, if you dream of a dog, it could be your best friend. So if you dream of a dog, that symbol could mean and stand for something totally different. So when I'm talking to my clients and they want to know their dreams, yeah, I can do a reading on your dreams. But what I like to tell them to do, know thyself. That's the African proverb. Know thyself. So you need to have your dream journal. You need to write down the symbols in your dream. And then what happened to you the upcoming week, the upcoming month, you need to figure out what symbols is what for you.
Do you want to answer to your question of what meditation is?
Well, let me just explain how I meditate because she went.
Let me tell you what meditation is first. All right. The most popular form of meditation is transcendental meditation. And it was brought here by Maharishi Yogi. And it's mantra based, which means you have a word and you focus on that word and you repeat it. And during the process, your breathing gets slower and you go into a different state of consciousness where you're totally relaxed. And it's a stress reliever. And then when you repeat that mantra, and then if you find yourself having a thought, you go back to the mantra. It's a very, very simple thing. All this other stuff they say, I don't know what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, that was beyond me too, because the way I learned to meditate, I understand the mantra because
I keep saying y'all learned. I did this as a child. Like it's just natural for me. I didn't read books. I didn't go to classes. I didn't go to gurus. So it's going to be hard for me and you because you did you did it through thinking.
Right.
While I did it through feeling.
So you're
That's
against.
I understand because I know that form of meditation y'all talking about.
So you're on record saying that you're against reading books and you're against thinking.
Yeah, but the thing that's
No, I'm not against. No, let me balance that. No, because I have a million books over here right now. But because I like to know myself, I like to tap into myself first. And then I told you a book may come up, something may come up to give me the information that I asked for during the meditation. But I have different forms of meditations. Now I don't even have to meditate. I didn't get so good at it. I can just say, ancestors, tell me this. Boom. In a day, I'm going to get that answer.
Let me simplify it, though, because I think people are trying to make it more universal. Hers is more tailor-made because it taps into her feminine nature. So that's why a lot of us guys can't really, follow because it really taps into the internal, where we're more trying to study it and think it through as in our masculine nature. So, that's something that we might want to consider when she's explaining that. Am I off?
I can agree with that. But that's the reason why I can relate to Beasley more because I don't do chants. I just lie still and I feel my heartbeat and I just feel it all the way out to my extremities and bring it right back. It's just feeling. It's just one way to just empty myself and just focus on my body. And you can feel your pulse going through your veins all the way down to your fingertips. Mm-hmm. And it's a level of basic self-awareness that just calms you in such a way. And it's a lot related to the mantras that Beasley was talking about.
Yeah, those fingertips are electricity.
Energy.
I didn't even see it that way. It's just like it was my way of emptying my stress. That was it.
That's my way. Thank you. He said that's my way. It's a million ways to meditate. Some people, I like to meditate on smooth jazz too. So I can put on jazz music and I can meditate there and get answers like that too. I have different ways of doing it.
Mm-hmm. I've only got one way and that's it.
But you do what works for you. We're all unique. Know thyself is the proverb.
How do you meditate, Art, brother?
Mainly I try to get in a very comfortable chair. That is one of the most important things where your body has to be shaped in an L shape. Sometimes it's hard because sometimes I want to lay my head back, but I heard that's not good. So I try to keep it upright because it's supposed to be lined up with the planets and all that kind of stuff. But the main thing is the deep breathing. You got to have that deep breathing through the nose and the mouth. Got to make sure that your feet are like planted on the ground. Your knees are somewhat separated but not touching. You got to make sure that those fingertips are touching the knees. It's almost like the Imhotep sitting position, and you know, then you just keep breathing and until you go black. But my whole thing is I pay attention to the colors, because some of the colors represent certain things that you need to address. Some people go black. I was told that if you go a dark gray, you need to worry. You need to really start doing some searching.
Oh, really? Why is that?
I forgot, but the gray part is an alarming thing. The red is supposed to be energy. That meaning that you have some energy. But overall, sometimes you can even look at the colors as though it's addressing your chakras. You know, certain things you want to look at too. But when you go completely black, that means you pretty much have free reign to really manifest what you need to find out. There's something too, you know, for you. So some of these Bible thumpers out here, when they call Jesus the fisherman of men, he's not really supposed to be a person that's grabbing men. He's teaching men how to fish by sitting down. He has his pole out. He has to make sure the waters are calm, and then the hook. When the hook is in the water, he has to wait patiently until the fish comes and grab that hook. And the fact that he's doing that is a metaphor for meditation. Because that fish that grabs the hook is the answer to the issue that you have while you meditate. The waters being calm is based on all of your organs being on one accord while you meditate. Because a lot of people are worried. When you're worrying, your body is all over the place. It's doing all kinds of things. But when you're meditating, everything is supposed to be at the same level. And the last part is, okay, you may get the answer or you may get the fish, but the key thing is you got to make sure you hold on to that fish until you put it in the bucket, because it might slip out your hands. So,
much like a dream.
Thank you very much. That's it.
I was just thinking, just like a dream. That's why with dream journals, I like to say, have your journal in the bed with the pen. And I mean, as soon as you wake up, start writing it. You're gonna
okay, Dan. Okay. So do you, because I've done it before, lucid dreaming.
Oh, I love lucid dreaming. And astral traveling.
That's what I want to do.
After traveling?
Astral projecting out of your body.
Oh, astral projection.
Yeah.
That's too far fringe for me.
Okay, well, let's go back. What was you saying before? Let's go back.
What about lucid dreaming?
Yeah, what about that?
Oh, it's just something that I've experienced, and sometimes I do it consciously. It's just like, you know, there have been times when I've done it reflexively, but, you know, as I've matured, I've been doing it consciously. Like if there's something in my dream that I don't like, I just change it and just keep it moving.
And you can do magic at that point. Well, let me not use that word because y'all might get mad. You can start manifesting when you lucid dreaming.
I mean, isn't that what everybody does? Because I mean, when I'm in a dream and I don't like something, I just change it too. Isn't that like normal?
You're lucid dreaming at that point. If you can change it, you are lucid dreaming at that point.
And everybody's
in all my dreams, though. If I don't like something about a dream, I just change it.
Like if you're having a nightmare, that type of thing, usually I used to just wake up. Now it's just like, please, just change it.
Now, instead of changing it, try this sometimes. Let's say it's something scary. Let's say you're running from a situation or something, you lucid dream. Turn around and ask the thing, what are you trying to tell me? Who are you in my life? And the dream will tell you what it is. The character will tell you who or what the situation is. And then you can say, what do I need to do to fix the situation? Give me the instruction.
It says, I'm the ghost from YouTube, motherfucker.
I don't have dreams like that though, so
no.
YouTube, motherfucker, I'm from YouTube.
Once you, I know people pay a lot of money, so they're getting a lot of good free information. You're right. No, because you have the dream, but you're not then asking the thing, who or what are you?
No, I mean, I don't have dreams where things are like chasing me and stuff, or things are attacking me. And like let's say you normally a dream of mine that goes something like I'm talking to somebody and I don't like the conversation or something, so I change the conversation. Or I'm going somewhere and I don't like the destination, so I change the destination, or things like that. Like it's usually something small because I usually know I'm dreaming, so I just change things like that are going on in the dream to custom suit something.
Okay, I see. But if you want to get deeper into your spirituality, I mean, if you don't, then change it, keep doing what you're doing. But let's say you're in a place that you don't want to be. You need to ask, why did you bring me here? What are you trying to tell me? Why am I here?
If you can remember,
to
do
yeah,
that.
yeah, and you can remember consciously. It's a way. That's why when you lucid dream, like a lot of people don't know how to lucid dream, but then they teach themselves how to do it, or some people naturally do it.
I have lucid dreams every single night, and it's just bizarre. And sometimes when they're not good, it's like crazy shit happening. You might like be in a night fight in prison, and you just wake up so happy, like, I'm so glad that dream wasn't real, because it sure felt real. I'm just happy to be up. But you know what? After the naps that I've had today, I wake up and things are really fucked up. Not for me per se. I'm okay. But the world's in a place where it hasn't been. This is something definitely to be alarmed about, and that's why it's dangerous when people put these conspiracy theories out there as truth. That someone's acting like they know the future and they know what's going to happen. That's one thing I do know, is that nobody knows what's going to happen in the future.
Are you saying these people speak in absolutes when they say these things?
You hear them talk. They talk like they know what they're talking about. They talk like they're speaking in facts.
Well, I was reading something from Intel that I got from some pretty high places. That wasn't psychic. That was somebody that was giving me information that actually gave me that information a while back. But before I dropped it, I wanted proof. And when I started seeing things going on, I said, okay, this is good intel. This is good because these things are happening. Now I can speak on it and people won't stone me. I was wrong, but so got that intel. Also, when I do speak, and you're right, as far as you can't tell me what's going to happen in the future. You're right. Nobody can tell you that, but sometimes things just so happen to happen.
So I was told too that when you dream of someone that's dark, it's supposed to be physical, and when you dream of somebody that's light, it's supposed to be spiritual. Have y'all heard that before?
I never heard of that before.
One is a spirit and one is a physical being based on your dream.
My grandmother had a book of dreams they used to play the numbers with. If you dream about this, if you dream about that.
I got a dream book and they have numbers in there too, man. I'm like, yeah, I have that.
See, but what I'm saying is write your own book. See, that's what make me different.
Like Book of Shadows.
No, I want you to go in your dreams and see what the symbols mean in your dreams, so that what is the snake? For you, what is the baby? For you, what is the tree? Everybody is not the same for everyone.
I want to ask you something, Nicole. And this is going off into crazy land.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Bees, hold
on. I don't expect nothing less. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Beasley, but I'm about to get into crazy land. I'm sorry.
Like it's spooky. Let's do it.
So, I've had, when I had one child, right, years back, I used to sometimes see this little child walking around my house. And then when I would see the child, I would talk to the child. Like the child would usually be like right out of in peripheral. Sometimes I would actually see a shadow that looks like a child walk into the kitchen or something like that. And I would talk to my husband. I was like, we're going to have more children. I feel like that's our child. And he was like, I want to have children. And that happened. And I was like, it's a girl. I could clearly see a girl. And then I had a girl. And then I saw a boy. And I'm like, I can clearly see a boy, and he will follow around my other children. And then I had a boy.
Wow.
I'm seeing a child now. I've seen this child
Right now, as we speak.
I don't even.
I've seen him in the past couple. It's two things that I'm working on right now that I saw. The child is one, and what was the other one that was I'm waiting to see happen? Oh yeah, with my best friend, because I saw something with her and I told her about it, and it's supposed to happen in June. So I got to see if that will happen or not in June. But the child is someone I've been seeing recently too on my side. And I was telling my husband, I'm like, I think we might be having another child.
Well, it worked twice before. I mean, sound like you know thyself. Congratulations on the new baby, right?
That's not far-fetched at all. That's actually palatable and believable.
Could it be possible that that child could be grandma reincarnated?
Very possible.
Which one?
Oh, you don't know.
Any soul.
The middle one. The middle one.
Any soul that came after her, passed.
Well, none of the children actually act like my grandmother or my mother, because my mother's dead too. Because, well, I told you I had that dream about her and she went on. But no, they don't they don't act like them in that way. So I don't think any of them are reincarnations of any of my grandmother or my mother. I really do think my grandmother's the one that's been guiding all this stuff that's been going on. It's stuff for the children. That's weird because and it's funny, right? Because I talked another thing, starting to get into something else. I don't know if I want to talk about it because of the fact that it hasn't happened in a while. So I don't know if I want to bring it back. But my husband started seeing somebody too.
Oh, now your husband, he can tap into the spiritual.
And we gave the person, because we both saw this person, right? And we gave the person a name. And then my sister-in-law lived with us, and she saw the person too. And we were like, oh, that's that, But it's been a while, so I don't want to say the name in case we bring people back, that haven't been seen for a bit. But yeah, we're seeing a child around recently.
Shoot them mushrooms again. Y'all start seeing the motherfuckers again.
Just don't say Candyman. I know that.
Candyman.
Yeah, and usually when babies are conceived, the spirit doesn't go into the child. Now this is something I read. Okay. The spirit doesn't go into the child until right before birth. The child will hang around you, observe you who is going to be mommy and daddy. So it's the human flesh growing inside of you, but the spirit doesn't go until like a month or two, or at time of birth, when the spirit will actually go into the baby. So I'm wondering if that's what's going on. The spirit was checking y'all out and everything before being born.
No, I don't know if that was it, because I was not pregnant.
No. And I was gonna say this too. Hold on. And then sometimes they will pick out their parents, and so they will come around even a year or two before. Now, this is stuff I've read in books. Okay, so take it with a grain of that. See, stuff with books I kind of take with a grain of salt. But yeah.
Acting spooky.
Man, acting spooky is gonna be the only game left in town. They done close the movies, they close the bars. Oh shit!
Then they're about to close. They done closed Hollywood. They stopped making movies. No more music award shows. No more NBA. No more NHL. No more baseball. Hey, you might be right. We might be stopping.
This has to be the overreaction. It's a little much.
Y'all better make y'all a reality show. People gonna be tuning in. Just how people follow you and record you. Y'all gonna have a whole show, sitcom or drama or horror or whatever you do.
When I was at the bank yesterday, and people are smart, I was like, I said, excuse me, what'd you say? He said, I can't get any closer. I said, why, social distancing? He said, yeah. Everybody was about 5 people apart from each other in the line. Got little kids running around with masks on looking like bank robbers. This is not good. They're
They
just
gotta
setting the whole.
start having drones following people that
Like
are
China? Like
that
China?
are during the time when they are actually going to restrict the hours that we go outside freely. When those hours are available for people to go outside freely.
Curfews.
Yes, the curfews. They're going to be following us with drones. Now, I don't know about this RFID chip conspiracy going around. I don't know if you could actually force. So is the vaccine going to contain the RFID chip? Like
they probably already got that in vaccines that you're already taking. So
they don't need an RFID chip when they got 85% of the population with a smartphone.
Yeah, they don't need it, but they're going to go there because they went and people said I was crazy then because I can see stuff 50 years down the line and they can't. But when they started taking away, because I used to get food stamps. I don't know if y'all know about this life, but baby, food stamps used to be on paper, brown and green and purple colors. And so we used to have to stand in like this line once a month and go and pick them up. And one day they said, no more food stamps. You're going to get this card. It's going to be convenient. And I said, oh, fucking no. Here we go. We used to have checkbooks and shit as well. And they made it so convenient. Now you can just swipe a card. Then after that, they started putting chips in all of this stuff. See, they can't just overnight enslave you because then we will uproar. They have to make things look fun and convenient. Oh, it's beautiful. It's wonderful. And, will more take to it and won't uprise. But that chip is coming. Oh, it's coming for you for a theater near you.
They don't need a chip. They don't need a chip.
They might not need it, but it's coming.
You got a chip.
It's already.
I need it, but it's coming.
You got a chip. You got a smartphone. You got a computer.
It's in your body. Now, here is my.
I'm talking about it being embedded in your body.
My conspiracy theory for how they're going to do it is this: they're going to scare the people with identity theft. Oh, people stealing your identity is nothing we can do. Now, I said this 25 years ago. So it's funny to me how Experian is leaking. Are they getting hacked? All these places is getting hacked 20 years later. But I got a feeling that's the lie and the excuse they're going to come up with. Besides, your kids can be sex trafficked and you need to put a chip in them. You need to do this. Okay. That's my theory. So nobody can steal your information. People will know exactly who you are. You're good. And the people are going to be so tired of the fuckery. They're going to be like, yes, please chip me because somebody bought a house in my name, ruined my credit. Somebody did this to me, that to me. Don't know who these crooks are. Going ahead and put the chip in. It's not going to hurt anyways. And if I can just buy something or sell something real quick and just wave my hand, I'm good. I'm good.
But most likely that chip is the flu shot. Because, who's to say that the chip is going to be like a little flat thing?
I don't think it's going to be a flu shot. Yeah, because whatever it is, you're going to know about it. They're going to be straight up. Yeah, because you need to use this to buy or sell.
Because we're a sneeze away from martial law, and you guys are worried about a chip.
Well, I mean,
they've restricted your movement and where you can go. And no, yeah, you can talk about it, but you got to focus on. You might want to focus on what's more pertinent. They're in the process of restricting your movement. Okay,
that's the key. Of the chip. That's why we got 5G. 5G is fast enough where they can monitor everybody and every moment and every movement at any moment. You can't do that with 3G or 4G. That's why the 5G is going up. So what you're talking about, Beasley, I was telling people, try not to have 5G put up, because when they put that up, now they can use the chip.
Well, your smart meter through the power company already does a lot of that.
No, but it don't follow you everywhere though.
You can tell when you're home and not home from the things that you're doing.
And I'm gonna tell you what I believe the chip is also going to do, only because of the Mandela effect that we're already getting. So they already can mind control you if you know about the Mandela effect. But I think the chip is going to completely mess up your consciousness. You are going to be a complete slave. They're going to be able to tell you, they're going to be able to mind program you to whatever they want you to do once that chip. That's why I'm not going to accept it. You are not going to change my consciousness on that level.
Not me.
It depends.
Not me. I think and I read books.
In the event martial law is conducted, and there's an introduction of, in order to be cleared from martial law, you have to be, inoculated with the vaccine and proof that you've done that, right? And there's this vaccine that you receive that has God knows what in it, and then you have this proof, the stamp that you received this vaccine, so you can travel.
For something like a virus, that's a logical thing for them to put through that many people would agree to.
That's how people would succumb to it. They would be like, "Oh, okay, we're under martial law. If I want to be one of the authorized travelers, then I have to receive the vaccine." And the vaccine comes with stuff that they might not otherwise have agreed to a couple of years prior.
Now, I'm not a traveler, Mela, but for all y'all travelers, I heard you have to do that to go to any different countries anyway. That's what I heard. How true is that?
Only
true.
Yeah.
You gotta get a passport.
No, I heard you have to take certain vaccines or shots to go to certain countries. Is that a lie or is that true?
I don't know what it is.
You gotta take certain shots to go to Ghana. You gotta take certain shots. Stuff like that, immunizations like that.
So they probably already got it.
But not a vaccine. Immunization.
You're still putting something inside your body, is my point.
They put.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah. Sean, how you doing today, Sean?
Okay. Let me answer these questions because y'all rattling them out one by one, and I can give you the answer. Do you know every deadly disease that killed humans? Do you know every damn global epidemic we had to face? That's what's in those vaccines. And the things where you do have to take a shot to go overseas, because you know what? There are places in this world that a white man hasn't even seen, and we just found the jungle. And so we take everything because just in case you run across a odd tribe. Remember, there's a tribe on an island somewhere that they won't go to because there was some English guy in the 1800s that said he was going to bring them. Oh, matter of fact, that little Asian guy, you might have saw it on the news and stuff. He
they
got
shot him with arrows.
Seared up and stuff. I can't remember the guy's name, but he decided he gonna be dropped off on that island with a Bible because he wanted to bring him Jesus. Well, they brought him death.
They shot him over arrows. Years ago, when you went to Africa, you got a smallpox shot, a typhus shot, a typhoid shot, and a cholera shot. So you got all of those shots, and you still may get them now. I don't know what they do now, but I know that you can get a reaction. I was just a young lad. You can get a reaction. That typhoid shot got me sick as fuck.
My best friend, he was supposed to make a trip. He was gonna go on one of those around the world in 80 days kind of trips when those were popular. He got the shot, and the thing about the shot is they use viable bacteria, viruses, and they think they've made them non-effective. And that's what your body
It's
fighting.
supposed to be a dead virus, and when it gets into your body.
Yeah, yeah. But sometimes the virus is still active, and then
Yeah.
bam, you got it.
Yeah. I don't know. So what do you do? Take the chance? Shit, I don't know what to do.
Hey, you know what?
If the martial law shows up, y'all better watch out. They ain't playing with none of us after that.
Look. Only thing I'm going off of is I can guarantee I'm 70% the same African that came off the ship. And for whatever reason, Africa, South America, there's certain diseases that will wipe out every ethnic group except the groups that's there because they're used to it. Like sickle cell is immunity for us for certain things. Wow.
This is about population control on a different level.
Yes, but you have to be particular which population you hitting because each population has a genetic code for their specific zone that they've been away from everybody else in their specific zone that they adapted to. So you have to be specific because if you don't, you're going to knock out every human being that shares the same DNA that you ain't aiming for.
You're making it too complicated. All that has to be done is declare a national state of emergency that gives all the states in the union the authority to shut down all these schools and keep people isolated in their residences. God willing, they have one. And when people get tired of being not allowed to participate in society, and then comes along in the month of October or whatever, this miraculous vaccine that if you're willing to accept it, you can move freely throughout society again once it's verifiable.
That's still white people.
And what makes it verifiable is that, you know, they can detect that it's a RFID chip so they can also track your movements. I mean, it's about
the great thing.
Everybody else that's on that I won't take the mark of the beast stuff. Yeah, they're gonna do whatever it is they do. But I'm saying they're finding, in my humble opinion, they're finding ways that are more convincing to force your hand. That's what I think is occurring.
To white people. You realize you're black? We don't freely move around anything. If a white person call along, guess what? Let me answer your question since you went
I didn't ask a question. I did not ask a question. I did not.
Then let me respond to what you say. Still don't
okay, there you go.
Cut me off. Thank you very much. I'm not accusing. I'm not attacking. Just because I might have mistook it, don't be sitting there going at it like I just called you out your name. This isn't this kind of discussion. We're having a good one. My thing is, black people have been the test monkeys of America ever since we've been the test monkey. They want to inject us with something. They want to put us in a room with some damn chemical. We've been it. Okay, we got history upon history upon history. We got black men that got injected and they're 90-something years old. Never got the damn shot to fix it. We are the test subject. So we've been through every chemical, every biological. You might not think so, but we have. That's stuff they tell white folk because white folk want to run around free. We know good damn well. Even our own people are sitting there picking if we want to take a vacation. We know good and damn well. So most of us ain't leaving. Because hell, we ain't leaving. Fuck it. We're here. We free. Over there, we don't know them. We know this. Now, that's the simple fact. Now, only thing you got to do is keep your house clean, do the proper simple steps, and because you ain't one of those people. But all these people that sitting there all of a sudden know what soap look like, antibacterial soap, and now they want to get clean, and now they running through that house with bleach, and now they got a carpet cleaner. them, I wish you well. But I mean, don't sit there and get so worked up with it that you don't sit there and use your common sense. The same thing your mother taught you how to clean the house. Same stuff works now. Them some dirty house people freaking the hell out. Don't let their dirty ass house be the reason why your house is dirty in your head.
We don't need dirty houses right now, especially at this time. And I mean, if we're talking about the government tracking us, they got all kinds of ways they could track us. They got tracking devices in phones, tracking devices in cars, all kind of things. They have face recognition on some of the cameras that's around the city and the country and all this other stuff. So the government,
if a person leaves their phone,
they know where he is.
If a person leaves their phone and wallet home so they can go jogging, that's not as convenient as if they were injected with an RFID chip through through the disguise of a vaccine from a national disaster virus.
Very true. If they put an RFID thing in you and they could track you from the sky, that is a very true statement. If you don't know, they give it to you.
There's nowhere a person can hide, because a lot of people are planning to go off what's called the grid, right? A lot of people with wealth and means, they're like, forget the society. I'm going to buy a piece of property and I'm going to live, quote unquote, off the grid. And that's going to interrupt the economy. And so they have a vested interest in tracking people holistically tracking somebody, because there are people that are smart enough to wake up and just leave their phones and wallets and credit cards behind and just go off the grid. They want to track those people.
Here's the thing. You're off the grid. You bought land. You're paying property tax on that land. You off the grid which means basically you don't have a cell phone. You don't have a computer. You might have a emergency radio, but you're still paying property tax on that. So they know where you are.
This is way more advanced than tracking
where you are on your property.
This is way past tracking people. This if they want to, this is the next step.
If a person wants, if there's martial law and a person wants to participate in society.
She just interrupted me in the middle of my sentence. This is way past tracking.
No. Finish your sentence. Go ahead.
This is way past tracking people. The next step, once you have everybody in their homes and martial law or putting curfews on people, is the next step. But if they want to, they can start quarantining people. In China, they were walking around making people take the temperature and then just dragging them off. They could drag anybody off. And the first people they're going to get is you witches.
No, the first people they're going to get is in the city.
No, they're not going to get us because nobody believe us. They think we crazy. They want us out there to be like,
you got enough. Damn, you're a witch for real?
I am a wise woman. I am a wise woman. I know how to heal with herbs. I know how to meditate. I am a witch. If
the first people they're gonna get rid of are the super predators. How about that?
Yeah, that's what they're getting rid of right now. I already told y'all it's the super predators.
Everybody, calm down a second, please. Y'all throwing around vernaculars and stuff. Hold on one second. A witch was a witch doctor for us. That was our medicine man back in the day. Exactly. For a white person, that's voodoo. That's a witch. That's evil. Now, quit throwing a white man's term of a witch.
Oh man, you believe in that person?
Hold up now, gentlemen. I'm not.
What does white and black have to do?
I said we as a whole, meaning not you in particular, because there was more than just you said it. Can we not go down that road.
Why not?
Honest conversation, because it ain't no good energy, and it ain't coming from you just saying it and going about it. You got intentions with it if you do, because if you're the only one that disagree with it, you got bad intentions when you say it.
You know what?
And I just said that's what the bad intentions was. But we had witch doctors and healers, and that's what the white man called them when they took over. So could we not use the white man's term and just make it out like she's cackling, got a big ass iron pot, and she's sitting there with a wart on her nose, talking about, could we not do that? If this is an issue,
so you believe in witches?
Then please handle it in a different way without.
Oh man, you ain't gonna tell me how. No. You know what?
Bro, I asked you, could we? I asked you, could we?
So the
if you don't want to, then that's fine. I asked you to.
So
I didn't tell you to.
The answer is no. No.
Then fine. Okay, now it's clear.
You're just gonna have to adapt, brother.
I don't believe.
I know.
In witches.
I was just asking.
I don't believe in.
Out of respect to the man in you.
I don't believe in witches and witch doctors. I don't believe in voodoo.
Just to let you know, if you ever went to a doctor in your life or
don't go to Africa,
that is a witch.
Don't go to Africa.
At a prescription field, that's a witch. I just want to put that out there.
I've been to Africa and had dental work done by a dentist.
Well, I mean, Wicca is the practice of witchcraft. It's a religion. Witches have been around way before Christianity and all these other religions that white people have brought upon us. But I mean,
I stay away. I stay away from witchcraft and all that stuff. I stay away from that stuff. It's not for me.
Can I chime in on a little bit?
Because it's a natural thing. That's what Wicca and all that other stuff is. It's the natural art. You use the natural plant to make medicine and stuff. Same reason why white people is going in the forest right now.
God damn, you and white people. What do white people got to do with this conversation? Everything you going back and making
I
it
don't
some
know.
black white thing.
Let me ask you something.
There's the truth.
What currency you spend? Is there a white man on the currency? What do white people have to do with it? Is there a white man on the currency you spend presently right now?
We're speaking the white man's language.
Yeah.
Therefore, what do white people got to do with it?
Hold on.
Oh, come on, man. You being hostile for no reason because someone said something and you disagree. You are. What do white people have to do with it? I'm speaking a white man's English and spending his dollar for what it has to do with the conversation, LaShawn. Okay, sir.
Tell me what it has to do with the conversation. This is your manifestation. This is your hang up.
Excuse me. I'm saying we got white people throwing pills at us left and damn right, but they're going in the jungles now because they realize natural plants and herbs that we've been using. But they say we were using witchcraft medicines.
Oh man, white people use
Hold up.
White people use holistic medicine too.
Hold up. Even you have your hang-ups, your superstitions. You I don't believe in witch doctors and stuff. And I mean, who do you think you're talking to when you talk to a tribe member and they introduce you to their tribes? They got a medicine man or a medicine woman. And that
hold on a second.
To a white man. Wait. We're using the white man's English and we're talking in the white man's English. And you the one, when every time someone makes a statement, you quick to argue, you hostile, and no one's sitting there calling you stupid.
No,
you've been right about a lot of stuff you've been saying, but your problem is
no. Let me tell you something. My problem is I don't talk to tribesmen every day like you. What tribesmen are you talking to?
I'm just talking about the tribes in Africa, motherfucker.
Nigga, we not in Africa. Are you in Africa?
But I brought up Africa.
What the fuck that got to do with the conversation?
And that was my point earlier. I said, well, then don't go to Africa if you don't believe in witch doctors and medicine in that way.
Away from Africa.
That's what I said. And you wanted to go ahead on this rant about somebody else. Want to make it about, well, I got it. That's fine, bro. You just say you disagree without the hostility.
So you trying to tell me how to act? How old are you?
Yeah,
you trying to tell me how to behave?
I'm about to be 45. I'm old enough to not
No.
go at you.
You're not
going
old
at
enough.
me and everybody else.
You're not.
We're just saying. Can you disagree without the hostility?
You're not. You sound
That's
hostile right
fair.
now.
We're not giving
You're
you
not-
the hostility. That's fair trade.
You are not old enough.
We're not
You are not
disrespecting you. Quit disrespecting us. It's all
Who
we
is
ask.
we? Who's we?
Can
Are
you do
you a
that?
witch? Are you a witch?
I'm pretty sure you done disrespected two people while I'm on this panel already, just over talking them and saying what the hell you want to say and saying what the hell you feel about
I've been quiet most of the time.
Beasley, you didn't
it.
do
Well, that's because you were on the panel for a little bit because you blew up at Mela.
Oh,
And me, and Fitness
I got
Mom.
good reasons. So you got a cape on? So you gonna defend their witchhood? You gonna defend their witchhood?
I'm not a witch.
Hold on, dude. Hold on.
This is the spirit behind it.
This is the spirit behind it. I just came on the panel. I didn't even attack you, bro. You coming at me this hard.
Just give him some toilet paper.
I've been on
Just
this
give him some
subject for a long
toilet paper.
time. I just said, could you please not do it when I'm talking? And you all up in this.
And the answer
There,
is
you
no.
said no. We know the answer. So you the one who got a bad fucking stick up your ass and bring it in on everybody else.
Just
While we
give
not
him a-
even jumping in your ass now. I didn't
we?
jump in your ass, but I asked you, could you
Just
please
give
stop?
him
You
a
said
carton
no,
of
meaning
toilet
you don't
paper.
give a
He'll love me
damn.
again.
That's it. You don't give a damn. All right?
I
That's
never
fine.
loved you. Never knew
If
you.
you don't give a
wanna know
damn,
you.
I don't have to give a damn about your personal whatever the
Just
fuck
give
you
him
do.
a
Because I
carton of toilet paper.
too. Damn.
So you
You the one being disrespectful. I'm asking you, can you quit? You
Since
saying
he's
no,
full
then I
of
don't
it.
have to respect you either. Is that clear?
Are you a witch? Are
Hey.
you a witch?
Hey,
LaShawn,
Wait, Beasley,
LaShawn, are you a
honestly,
witch?
right now, if a Christian would say
No,
you're
I'm a
practicing
man that
witchcraft.
knows how to give respect when it's given. And you're not giving it. You say clearly you're not. So why should I give you respect that you calling for that you clearly not giving nobody else?
I'm not asking you for no respect.
No. You said no, and I said no. We both won't know when it comes to each other. Then fine. I didn't come at you like that. I asked you nicely. Could you please? You said no, meaning you gonna do it anyway. So might as well let me do it. Now you got a problem?
Yeah.
Bye.
Why don't you go talk to them tribesmen like that? Because I'm not hearing what you're saying. You don't.
I talk to everybody like that.
Hey,
I'm 45 years old, sir. I'll talk to you like that too.
Shut your country
If
ass
my
up.
mama crossed that line, I'll talk to her that way because she's disrespectful.
Shut your
Simple
country
as
ass
that.
up.
Man, shut your city ass up there. I don't give a damn.
Shut your backwoods tribesman, banana boat, country ass up. I don't give a fuck about what
Well.
Let's
See, some people.
Hey.
Hey,
Now this is getting kind of ridiculous now. This is getting ridiculous. Hold on, LaShawn. For one, this is Art's channel. So you guys can go back and forth and disrupt the whole thing, but you got to be respectable of each other. If he said he doesn't want to agree to what you're saying, you're not his father, you're not that. I understand that. So respect his wishes as he respect your wishes by when you talk and understand. So just leave it alone.
Same thing I said.
All right, now let's go to the next topic. It doesn't matter what he said. Just go to the next topic. All right, sir. Let's just go to the next topic. I've been waiting patiently to talk, but you guys are going back and forth. Let's keep understanding. This is our channel.
Can we talk about employment? Can we talk about employment? How people are going to conduct? How people are going to conduct their livelihood amidst a martial law?
Okay, Mela, I just want to respond to LaShawn's thing from earlier when he was saying about how black people are mostly tested on. Is basically due because of our melanin system and the way how we adapt to so many viruses and things. And they're trying to understand to get the DNA from us because a lot of the medicines and things that have been coming out, they've been studying our DNA, our patterns, and how we are more acceptable to certain viruses that they can make vaccines. Now, going back to this issue of the employment, it's going to come down to it. Like I was looking at a guy earlier, he was talking about the bottom feeders. The people that are all just trying to live off the system those are the ones that are gonna get hurt the most. For the ones
So
that
the
are just,
quarantines and martial laws and everything that we're perceiving to come, the bottom, you're talking about the welfare recipients, they're gonna get hit the worst.
I mean, just welfare people, just lazy that don't want to work. I mean, these are going to be that'll be more acceptable to this, because a lot of people that just depend on those food stamps that actually direly need it, that don't work, now it's going to be difficult with them. Now, the ones that actually really need it, they're going to get hurt the most, depending on the ones that really don't need it. They were just living off the system to get by because they were lazy or didn't want to work.
People that have seasonal employment, people that have everyday employment, if they are quarantined, they're going to be transferred over to a state of the social programs like food stamps.
Yeah.
No.
And they're gonna
have the same fate. I believe I'm with she. They're gonna have the same fate. But unless they don't want to get the assistance, then they won't. But that's easy access. That's easy access.
And those are going to be the ones that most acceptable to whatever they're going to try to give out, because who knows in that food they're trying to give out just for those people on low income. No, they don't have money to pay these bills. You know, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. I mean, this whole epidemic scare about everybody going to buy all this stuff, it could be a hoax to the point where they're trying to set something up. It could not. But the whole thing is, a lot of people who've prepped for this stuff, they're already well endowed, taken care of. They have, like the same thing we were talking about the other day. Everybody's buying all the water. They're not going to cut off the water. Buy water filters. You know, you can have a couple of gallons here or there, but buy water filters. You know, they've been putting stuff in the water for years. We don't know. I've seen tests where they said it was medicine going through the water system.
It's birth control pills in the water.
Yeah, everything, all kind of stuff. It just, the whole thing is, we just got to be more protecting ourselves.
Well, here it is. If just say we get a mini blow up like China did, and I'm pretty sure we're not going to just build 3 new hospitals real quick like China did. But the people who don't have health insurance, when something go wrong, they go straight to emergency room. But if the emergency room's filled up, and the hospital is going to be like, because right now our medical is too expensive, and hospitals always saying they're making a loss, and people ain't paying. Now, the people you mainly worried about are the people who's jammed up. And if you're in a state where they didn't rip down all the Section 8 housing so they can put in brand new housing for the people that actually could bring tax money in, then you got a group of people. If one of them get it, then you're going to assume all of them get it. Then you got them all in one location, you can close them all. Now, my thing is, if you bought a piece of property off to the side, you pretty much quarantine yourself, basically. But when you go to the stores, and everybody goes to Walmart, and Walmart's like an epicenter for us. Because, there ain't too many mom and pop stores around anymore, but everybody goes to Walmart Supercenter. And it's just the expansion and the explosion of it, because even though you didn't grab no water, you might have touched something that someone else has, and that's what everybody's really freaking out about. And then when you lower income, health rights ain't guaranteed. Shoot, they just bailed out the banks for $1.5 billion, and then we lost 2 more after they just bailed them out. This is going to hurt, and it's already going to hurt the lower income people, because they're working either minimum wage and stuff, so they're the everyday, they're the McDonald's, they're the fast food, they're the everything. So yeah, this is a big thing. It could be
the people that have been
law.
Yes.
No, go ahead. I was done. I said after martial law, I was done.
After martial law,
I said
don't know.
if they enacted martial law, because someone brought up martial law. I said,
Yeah,
now it would hurt them the most if they enacted martial law, and I was agreeing with what y'all were saying, and I was done with my point.
Yeah, thank you. The people that have to, as you say, live paycheck to paycheck, it's a hardship when your employer tells you we're closed for 2 weeks, no pay. We're closed for a month, no pay, but you can fill out this form since there's a national emergency and go to, I don't know how they do it, through the unemployment or Social Security, to get a relief, relief checks or whatever they used to call it back in the day, because this is what concerned me when they declared a national emergency. That enables private employers to just kick their employees to the curb for a month, at least. They could legally do that and send them to agencies to supplement whatever they were earning, which won't be in comparison. And that's why I was asking about how are people supposed to maintain their livelihoods under this new condition of, the perception of what's to come. Because martial law, as far as I know, and maybe I know Shirley was up here earlier, martial law, as far as I know, hasn't been declared yet. However, under a national emergency declared, the states are given the power to do that legally.
I think that if it gets out of control, such as if we go for so long where we're without food, water, and things can't come into the stores. Now this is just what I think. Okay, my opinion, an opinion. I think that they will only do martial law if it gets out of control. People start looting, robbing people, etc. When I saw Trump doing the national emergency on Friday, he was doing that so that people's jobs can be protected. For example, my daughter, I said, I don't want you working because the thing came to our town, the coronavirus. They said they cannot fire her. Okay. I said, nope. So they said they cannot fire. Well, we're at, I don't know, anywhere else, you cannot be fired behind the coronavirus because of the national emergency. In addition, they said
they're covered. Your federal employee, you're correct. Right now, the federal.
My daughter is not a federal employee. No.
Oh, okay.
No, she's not a federal employee. She works for a fast food restaurant. She works for a fast food restaurant right now. So.
Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought you said something about federal. My mistake.
Also, in addition to that, he said that he was going to try to give everybody at least 2 weeks worth of money, so they still get a full paycheck for 2 weeks. In some cases, 3 months worth of money. He said that the American people, they were not responsible for this. This is not their fault, and they should be, taken care of in this time. I actually got a letter from my local water utilities company, water and light company. They said they will be cutting on lights. People who do not have lights, they will be cutting them on. And they will not be cutting off anybody's lights or water due to non-payment during this coronavirus situation. Wow. So this all come after the national emergency. Now, I told y'all earlier when everybody said I was being a conspiracy theorist, what's the real reason why this happening? Because of the pedophilia ring Trump is ringing in these Hollywood stars. I read that note that I told y'all I got from that intel. Now they are quarantining everything. So these Hollywood stars, Oprah, Harvey Weinstein then whistle blowed on these people. Jeffrey Epstein too. He is not dead. And they done whistle blew on all these people that got these sex trafficking pedophilia rings, including Oprah, Ellen DeGeneres. I named off them names. Okay. And they can run and they can escape. This is a facade to tell them that they got the coronavirus. So they have to stay home and they quarantine themselves and they will get arrested. Tom Hanks has already been arrested. Now, I read the whole thing. I told y'all how it's going to play out in the media. I told y'all they're going to give them the opportunity to say that they died, or committed suicide, or they can go on ahead and face public shame.
This is all for draining the swamps. Trump, this is a Trump thing. They unleashed this virus on purpose for the sex trafficking, to stop the sex trafficking. It is a lot going on in the background. Let me say allegedly, Beasley, because I'm a witch. Allegedly, but I did not get this from witchery. I got this from some higher powers that I cannot talk about. So anyway, Trump is going to take care of the people in the meantime. Now, I'm not saying that something diabolical can't come from it. Don't get it. I'm not saying that something diabolical can't come from it. But from the intel I'm getting, there will be martial law, especially in New York and California, where these stars are at. Quarantines where these stars are at, because they got to get the stars. They got to make them stay home so that they can get arrested and face trial. They do a lot of satanic rituals.
Now, hold up. I gotta agree with Beasley on this. That's a big thought to be taken in. Now, I can see
that's why
them like quarantine New York City, LA. I can see them doing that.
I didn't cuss you out. I can't believe
that
lies
going
like
after the
this.
stars and Ellen DeGeneres stuff. I agree with Beasley on that one. That's too much for my brain to absorb.
But it might be too much for your brain. That don't mean it ain't true. Just because it's too much for your brain, don't mean it ain't truth. But here we go. We'll watch how it play out.
All right.
That part, I was like, okay.
The good thing is you'll watch how it play out, and you'll know how you know it's true or not. This is how you'll know.
If they want to go,
when the news starts saying that these stars suddenly can't do concerts, they suddenly can't do stuff. Oh, they're already saying that. I'm sorry. You'll know when they start saying that these people have died, they committed suicide in drones. You'll know when the politicians start, quote unquote, dying. You'll know when they start going to trial, because some people might actually go to trial. You'll know because the Pope is going to be the first one. I told y'all 2020, they're going to get the Pope in a few months. The Vatican, that's why Italy is down, because there's a lot of pedophilias in the Vatican. They already ready to arrest them. Huh?
They just voted that Pope in. He ain't even been there for like 2 years.
It don't matter. They got intel. And they already on that ass.
And
blood sacrifices. Hold on, y'all. They've been doing blood sacrifices and child sexual rituals. Didn't Corey Feldman just come out with a film of how they was touched by Charlie Sheen?
But you've actually said that Oprah's gonna fake her death because of this.
No, they said they're gonna give them a choice: fake your death, suicide, or face public shame by going through with a trial like R. Kelly and Bill Cosby.
That's far-fetched.
It is far-fetched, and that it is very far-fetched. I'm not asking you to believe. I'm saying sit back and watch.
You know what's
and
wrong?
Then you'll know when you sit back and watch. When it don't happen, you'll say you was right, and I'm okay with that.
Know what's wrong with your theory? Know what's wrong with your theory?
It's not a theory.
Yes, it is, because it hasn't happened. It's
Well,
not a fact. It's not a fact that happened.
it's not a fact that you know of.
Hold on.
No, he's right. It's a theory.
It's a theory until it happens. I need 60
Okay,
seconds.
well, guess what? By 2021, hold on. I'm gonna tell you this. By 2021, you will see it all go down. If you don't, then say then I will agree with you. It's a theory.
All right. Well, I'm telling you, it's a theory. I'm telling you it's a theory, and I'm telling you it's just a bunch of poppycock.
Okay, so the reason why I brought that back up. Hold on, Beasley, because we know how you feel. Okay, we get it. And I understand that. The reason why I brought it up is because y'all talking about martial law, and I'm telling y'all you are protected, because the reason why he's putting this in there is because he wants to get the pedophilias. That's why he's trying to make sure y'all get money. He's even trying to see if he can make sure that the people don't have to pay their mortgages. Listen, y'all not paying attention to the news, obviously.
The news ain't saying nothing.
Go ahead. That's easy.
Hold on. Are there pedophilia sickos in Hollywood and in the super elite? Yes, that's kind of been proven. That I can accept that. Do they need to create this virus and a worldwide scare?
They needed a way to make.
And I finished my goddamn
bunkers. They can
finish my goddamn sentence. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? You don't let nobody finish the sentence. I let you ramble on with your
You
insanity
have
for
like
on and
You
on.
actually didn't let me ramble on with my
No, because you're crazy. The shit ain't gonna happen.
Okay, it ain't gonna happen. I'm done. It ain't gonna happen. I'm done. I agree with
You
you.
don't.
It ain't
You
gonna
don't.
happen.
They did not. They did,
Now let's watch it happen.
they did not. They did not create
right
the
now.
corona. They did not.
Coach Jim, please let Beasley
They
finish
did
his
not.
thought.
They did not
Your
create the
thought
corona.
was deep and big.
They did
Remember, I
not.
said it. Your thought was deep and big. Please let Beasley finish his
They
thought
did not. They
before you
did.
interrupt him.
And then I'll go.
Please.
They didn't create
Thank
the
you.
corona. They didn't create the coronavirus in order to go get pedophiles. If they have the resources to go get pedophiles with government agencies, the U.S. Marshal, all of those celebrities, all those stars, or anybody that's involved in pedophilia, if this is what they wanted to get, as far as I'm concerned, Trump is one of them. He probably participates in the shit as well. You don't need to create this virus in a worldwide scare and tumble the financial markets the way they have, and put us in a position where we've never been put in before, as citizens, where you can't go any place and there's no place to go. You don't have to do all of that to go after pedophiles. That's beyond far fetched.
I agree with that.
Okay, I agree that is far fetched. I agree with that.
That doesn't mean it's not possible. Anything's possible, but it's not likely.
So my whole point is this: I wouldn't be worried unless you're a pedophile. I wouldn't be worried about anything, Mela. As far as people getting money or employment and stuff, I wouldn't be worried about it at this point. Now, like I said, it could be diabolical because the intel I got is that this was supposed to be used for a different purpose, but they decided to use it for this instead. Again, all of this is alleged, and all of this is a conspiracy theory. Can I say that?
I'm not worried about it. I was hoping to have a civilized conversation.
You know that ain't gonna happen, but
Can I step in?
Please.
Step in.
Please.
Step in, sir.
All right. Pretty much with that, the whole thing about getting a pedophile, I mean, you got to look at it like this. They've already known a lot of these people, but they're protected by certain entities. You got to understand. These people who have the money, they can hide. I mean, look at Jeff.
Cosby been hiding a long time, and R. Kelly. While all of a sudden, after all this time,
why do you keep interrupting people?
They gotta actually, when it comes down to it, they gotta actually sacrifice the people. It's like giving a couple of small fish just so they won't take the big fish. It's always been like that. When you have all these banks, go under, they let the little small ones get taken out first, then they let the big ones. Because when they had this whole thing come down to the banks where they all had to go get government funding, they actually had to look at the books and see that they were inflating the books, that they weren't making as much as they made, and they were taking too much money out. That's the whole thing. Even with your mortgages, those promissory notes, they don't necessarily have that money. They're getting the money from you, but they're also getting money from other banks saying, well, we have this much. They will borrow money from other banks to actually take out loans from other banks, and they get interest on them by the day. I mean, all that stuff, it's a whole nother level thing. So for them to actually go after the pedophiles, they can go after them anytime they want. Like Jeff Epstein had the whole list run down of damn near all the people that went to his island. They have manifests like that. That's to protect themselves in situations like this, to where if they get blackmailed or somebody gets ran over them, they can go ahead and release those lists, release those manifests who've all been on that island, who've done this and that. But the whole point of it is, it goes bigger than that. Even with the Vatican, if they really wanted to, they can storm that Vatican if they want to. You know how much military is back there? Nobody knows. Because the Vatican walls are shut down from the outside world. That's a whole nother country inside the Vatican. A whole nother country. Whole nother country. They basically run everything how they want. The whole thing with the coronavirus, in my opinion, I think it was set off with the intention of doing certain things. They know that they can hold things to a certain degree but they don't know how far it's gonna go. I mean, like I say, when it comes down to it, that Agenda 21 to where they talking about how the government is being ran and how people are being ran, they want to control things. I mean, look at Bill Gates, how he's Bill Gates and Melinda Fund are over in Africa controlling the population of Africa, trying to cut down on all these pregnant girls. Like I said once before, I had seen a thing where a girl, she was like 22, 23 with like 6, 7 kids over in Africa. And she had like 2 or 3 baby daddies. The last baby daddy died. And she was like, what man's gonna want a woman with 6, 7 kids? You know, she's that young. And it gets to a point
I saw that.
yeah, I mean, but the whole thing, it gets to a point where, like China spit kids out more than anything, you know. And for them to slow down the population and say you only can have up to so many kids over there at one point, that just lets you know how many, it was just, their kids, I mean, the way they were having kids was like an epidemic was going out of style. It was too many kids being born to a certain degree to where they have to slow it down. They can't do that in Africa like that because they have all these rural areas that they don't even count, like the census. Why do you think the census is done so many years in America? Try to count, give an account of how many people are actually here. You know, and that's always misrepresented because of the Mexicans are not going on there. You have a lot of people that just have visas and green card, not the green card people, the people who have visas, they never return to their country. They're here. You got people just coming over the border. They're all here. The count is never going to be accurate. They just need some to a degree because, like they say, America is a powerhouse. China's running up right behind us. China has big military infrastructure. They've been revamping over the years. It's getting a whole lot better. I mean, the way that they're going out to other countries, buying up all these things. Even America, they done bought a couple of buildings and stuff like that. China, they done bought roadways, built bridges and everything for the countries. They're trying to be the next star. I mean, in one instance, you can say that
50% of the world's manufacturing.
Yeah.
China does 50% of the world's manufacturing. And if China shuts down, is you gonna get something?
yeah, they don't have no real like strenuous laws against like the workers the way we have in America. So that's why a lot of people go overseas with those jobs. We have those shoe companies, those different companies that work those people for minimum wage, like not even minimum wage, but just nothing. No sweat
Just
shop.
in case, I apologize. Just in case you don't know whether or not you overworked the deal with your point, can you tell us what you see in the future?
We might start working in America again because this epidemic, which I think China knew about at least a year ahead of time before that doctor released that video before he died 2 weeks later of the virus. I think they had that problem. I think they knew about it. But the thing was, China likes to keep secrets. And China always likes to keep secrets.
What
And the
do
thing
we
is,
see in the
people
future?
the future is, yeah, we gonna have an economical decline. We're having
All
it right
right.
now.
All right.
The bank bailouts, like he was talking about with the subprime loans. You know what the government did when the American people were like, "Oh no, don't you bail them bastards out." We done did the auto market, all this other good stuff. They just wrote it into law that it won't be public and they'll just get the assistance.
What
And they have
else?
already had. And the thing is, there's an old saying the government likes to say, only thing we got to do is move the decimal point to make another zero. And that's what they're doing. So when they do that for the American people, only thing they're going to do is move that decimal point and make another zero. Because we
All
won't
right.
be able to afford that taxes on the rebound when we get everything back on the feet and running again. After we figure out what the fix is. We can fix it. We can cure it. Yeah, we can cure it now. But you've already seen a worldwide shutdown
What do you
And
see in the future? What
look at
what
what
is our
everybody else
world?
doing ahead of
What
us.
is our world to look like a year from now?
We can't predict that. That's
A,
here's
a
the
year
problem with
from now,
all the
I'm pretty sure we got a vaccine.
Even if okay, that's
Okay.
that's a beautiful statement. In the scope of everyone's imagination, that's my question. A year from now, what are we looking at?
nobody knows. Here's the problem with these discussions. Here's the problem with it. We have a lot of people out there who having discussions like this online around the kitchen table and what have you without enough information because we don't work in those sectors. We're not privy to those meetings. I mean, it is what it is. We work ourselves up into hysteria talking about things that we don't know enough about.
What would
And
you like to see a year from now?
what I would like to see doesn't matter.
And there it is.
The only thing
All
right,
right.
only thing I can control is my sector of this planet. And that's my house, my family, and the things that I can control. And
Here it is.
beyond that, I'm caught in the hurricane just like everyone else.
Here it is. What I like to see at the end of the year, in a year time, make sure I made it through. That's all we can do. That's the one thing we can guarantee and do our best damn job in making sure of.
That's an honest answer.
And there it is.
I mean, that's it.
So the rest, all of the speculation and working ourselves up into hysteria is just ineffective. In fact, it's
Right.
dangerous.
Yeah, while we talk to each other on this damn panel, we ain't giving each other coronavirus. I mean, chill the hell out for a moment. Damn, drink a sip of water.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm not worried about it.
things right now, and that's
Maybe
all we
everybody
can do.
else is worried about it, but I'm not
Yeah.
worried about it.
No, when you got people you love, you post the word because you love them.
Exactly.
And but the thing is not. See, here's the problem with black folk. We so busy because we got that one friend that either told us something we use as an example to why it's going to be okay and I can do it too, or you know somebody who got money but they don't deal with you anyway, so it ain't like you're gonna learn how to make that money.
You
and then
ever
you got that
had
one person.
uh-huh.
Go ahead.
This to me,
So
this is
you get the
like
point.
Russian roulette. Yes, absolutely. To me, this is like Russian roulette. And for anybody that's experienced it, that bullet that isn't there, but you know the danger of it exists. It's kind of like that. It's like there's a danger, a real danger that exists. That doesn't mean that you're gonna get shot by it. And to prepare accordingly is the best you can do. That's why I'm not worried about it. It's not that I have this disassociative stance. I just know that I can do only the best that I can do. I've always lived like that. So I'm not necessarily worried about doing anything other than my best to counteract the threat in front of me. That's why I said that.
I
That's
like
all.
that bullet analogy. I like that bullet analogy. That was an interesting take on words, but it was good. Good way.
It's a Russian roulette. That thing is a Russian roulette situation. It's like you don't know if it's gonna hit you or not, but you know how to get out. You know, just get out the way when the time comes, or you don't. Because if it's gonna hit you, it's gonna hit you. The best you can do is figure out how to stay out of the trajectory of that chamber that's aiming at you. You just cannot. You can't live in fear. That's my point.
Basically,
You know,
the bullet
it's just
trying to
not
dodge the bullet
productive.
hitting the vital part.
Living
Trying
in
to dodge
fear is the weakest thing anybody could do for themselves. It's crazy.
Beasley said it the other day, and I was saying it too. You know, when it comes down to it, Beasley was talking about how he's lived through so many national disasters, earthquakes and stuff, and like I was telling people the same thing. You can't live in all this fear. You just basically protect yourself. You got to understand, back in the day, we survived and we came out on top according with our pretty much as our people because we took family, the sanctity of family, real strong. Nowadays, family is not that strong. You got most of the people in the South, we still try to keep that bond. You know, the people that moved throughout, you know, Cali and everything, they all came from the South. Some of them still keep that bond. You know, there's people, like I said, the people who are pretty much selfish, don't want to spend their wealth with the family, they feel like they're better than everybody, they're going to get hit the most, because when the necessities run out, they're going to be looking for somebody to, you know, give a helping hand. So now you're going to be on the outbound and looking for someone to, you know, comfort you and be there for you. But in that return, you wasn't there for other people. You know, so family is going to play a big key part in all this, you know.
Agree. I totally agree. And me and Beasley can bump heads all damn day. But that's me and Beasley. Hell, he'll yell at me, I yell at him. I'm just young enough to be old folks, so I know what he doing.
You over there?
My grandpa.
You defended.
Shut up, Beasley. I'm giving you respect.
Y'all was yelling.
Whatever
Y'all
the hell
was
he is,
yelling.
he is. We were arguing like old folks on the damn thing and telling young people.
It's not that serious. I just have experience and feel some kind of way with people that identify
I know
themselves
you
as
got
wicked.
experience, sir. You the only one said I disrespected you when I never gave you disrespect, and I kept saying I didn't disrespect you. I didn't attack you. I didn't even bring you up in the conversation.
I'm over it.
Coming at me like I attacked you.
Why are we revisiting it?
I'm a man. I'm over it. I do this every day.
Right.
With people.
Man, sir, I'm giving you your respect.
I'm over it. I'm over it. I don't thank you.
Yeah, we're rehashing an old thing, but we got like 6 people up here.
I don't.
Oh my God. Let him go ahead and get it off.
Go ahead.
Damn, Beasley. You're being respected, sir. You've been respected the whole time. You're coming at me thinking I said something against you. I haven't. You still got my respect. I agree with you when the Coach James was going off to the left with the whole thing. My thing was, you asked me age and everything else, which is fine. I know your age. We've talked on panels before. I rarely jump on. I really don't like to argue.
I do.
But, well, I do too. I really don't want to.
I get on here to talk to people I disagree with. But go ahead.
Me and you, if I don't know if you drink or not, but damn it, if I could buy you a shot, I'll buy you a shot, and we could be cussing each other out, and we'll tell people leave us the fuck alone. We argue. I like you, man.
All right,
You're a
good.
solid,
Thank you.
straight down dude. And look, sometimes we disagree,
All right.
but you always got my respect, sir. And don't ever think you don't,
All right.
because I'm not coming at you with that.
All
I
right.
know you.
I'll
dealt with
try.
them
Now that that's clear, I'll try to tone it down when I respond to you.
No, it's just I understand where it's coming from because you had them yippy ass little youngins.
No.
Man,
It's which.
Oh, yippy ass youngins. I know, man. I've dealt with them too.
No, that's not. I'm telling you what it is.
I know.
I'm telling you what it is.
It.
I feel some kind of way with people that identify themselves as witches.
I'm not a witch.
I didn't say you, or just do a rock in the damn air. You got witch tendencies.
I didn't know that.
I got witch tendencies.
I didn't say you. I just threw a rock in the air.
Hey.
You said me. You just like to
I
be
can
involved with
understand.
comedy.
I can understand that.
Mella's heard my
I can
name.
understand that. That's fair.
She just wants to know me.
No, I do not.
Right.
And
But you
these-
believe
I
you
didn't
believe
know
things
you,
that you've
bro,
heard,
like
whether
that.
you know if they're true or not.
I don't believe anything about you, man.
Okay. I'm getting off this one. This.
You're so disingenuous, man. You're such a liar.
I laughed at stuff that has been said to and fro throughout YouTube, period. I don't know any of you all at all.
Mm-hmm.
I don't.
I'm kind of wondering what part of YouTube are you sub to? Because I ain't never saw none of that, ma'am. It just kind of scared me a little bit.
Listen, I subscribe to a lot of nutritional informational videos, doctors that have millions of subscribers. That's what I respect. This stuff over here, otherwise known as Black YouTube, is just pastime. I get my value from real verifiable information. This stuff over here in Black YouTube is not verifiable information. It's just gossiping, arguing.
Well, that's a hole you dug for yourself right there. I'm a mute right now.
That's what I've observed. It's like people are searching for the adrenaline rush to confront people. It gets old sometimes, but then sometimes it's interesting. That's about it. I value, well, I won't say their names, but there are certain board certified nutritional physicians that give me more value than this bickering. And that's so when it comes to people saying you did this and I heard you say, it's like, yeah, okay, well, aren't we all performing some F stuff? Isn't that what we're all doing? Are we actually imparting value into one another's lives?
Yes,
now, what I like about Art is that he's demonstrating, because I watch his sketches and I noticed that to create the nose, he does this. To create the jaws, he does that. To create the eyes, he does this. You know, that's what value I find. And Art is also an even, he's just an even spirited person. Like he's just, you know, I've never known him to quote unquote cuss anybody out. He's always been impartial when it comes to how we relate to one another, even on his panel, you know, and that's why I refrain from going full throttle.
That's the value that you see here.
Everybody knows by now that I'm capable of going full throttle. Not here. I don't choose to do it here. And I said choose because when I was confronted by Beasley, that was an open invitation to go full throttle.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was a.
You called me a bitch.
So what?
And here we go. Here we go. So
hold on.
Because it's Art's channel, I'm not going to engage in that type of provocation.
You know something? So
otherwise, I would have.
We're gonna start it with I called you a bitch. Hold on a second. You don't even know me. See, you don't even know me or nothing about me, bitch. I'm a professional smooth international motherfucking player.
He's still doing it.
Why don't you listen for a second?
He's still doing it.
When I call you a bitch,
you're so goofy. You're goofy.
Yeah,
you're goofy.
I'm so goofy.
You're goofy.
When I call you bitch, it's an acronym.
You're goofy.
Beautiful, intelligent, talented, charming, and honest. But you just don't know how to receive it because your chakras is all fucked up.
I'm not gonna fall for that. I'm not buying what you're selling. I'm not buying what you're selling.
Jim, then you would be quiet and let him finish if you weren't responding, feeling, or anything. You're lying right now.
When I called her a bitch,
you didn't get to say what you want to say about him, but every time he talks, you cut him off. Let him finish.
When I called her a bitch, it was an acronym for beautiful, intelligent, talented, charming, and honest. I was actually complimenting her on a high level, but she wasn't able to receive that.
I'm supposed to believe that, right?
Does it really matter?
That's what I said.
I mean, does all of this really matter?
After the
no,
fact.
No, it don't.
Okay. That's a very sweet apology. That's a very sweet apology.
I didn't apologize. I corrected the record. You
I know you did. I know you did.
I didn't apologize for nothing.
I know you did.
You don't understand. You suffer from poor comprehension, otherwise known as bad understanding.
You suffer from a derelict perception of me. Like you don't know me at all.
I don't want to know you. You're the one that's been talking on me.
Then why would you make an acronym if you don't want to know me? Why would you make an acronym? What's that effort about? What's that effort about?
The acronym just isn't for you bitches, for all kinds of bitches.
Oh, So you just have a general bitch acronym
No, see, you so
that you
vain.
forgot to mention.
Nah, bitch. You the one that thinks that you the only
You're
bitch out
not gonna justify calling people bitches, you super predator. You
beautiful,
super predator,
intelligent,
and that's no acronym. You're a super predator. You probably raped people before.
Now I'm a rapist. You can't even compliment a bitch these days, man. Beautiful, intelligent, talented,
You know
charming, and honest.
damn well in the dictionary, a bitch is a four-legged dog. You know that.
I don't
There's no acronym. You're making up stuff to play it off. You're making up to play off the fact that you're a despicable human being. That's all you're doing. Cool out. How about that? Go back to your Italian. What do you call it? That Irish rose coffee drink you making? You the alcoholic. You said you've been drinking all damn day. You said that out your mouth as well. You're the alcoholic. Stop projecting and get your grip.
All right then, bitch.
So, back at you, brother.
Did y'all get those ad hominems out? Y'all feel better now?
Can we change subject?
Yeah, we can.
Y'all-
Beautiful, intelligent,
y'all both
talented,
cleaned up
charming,
the
and
air.
honest. Right.
I'm glad we were able to get over this moment, and both of y'all been able to sit there and get your feelings out about each other. But now we can sit there and have a discussion.
Fitness Mom just said,
get out.
I'm calling everyone bitches about to get the channel closed due to YouTube rules. There ain't no YouTube. You must not come around the different parts of the black sector. Ain't no new rules. But I was just correcting what it was. Jesus.
No, you are trying to make it seem like it's okay for a woman to be called a female dog.
You gonna wake your husband up in the
It's
middle
a
of the night.
female dog. A bitch is a female dog.
You walk on two legs. You walk on two legs. Quit. All right? You walk on two legs. You won.
I don't care what type of acronym you use.
The conversation. And y'all can do this on another panel that enjoys this argument happening. And to get more people and you get bigger audience and everything else. I don't know what this is. We just
BK Hammer says
four other people want to say something.
All right.
And we can't because y'all. I mean,
you're right.
Y'all put out the air. I mean,
all right.
y'all have to.
BK Hammer says anywhere you see Mella, you gonna get this. She enjoys it. Right.
I know. But only thing I'm saying is like
I brought your mail for you.
Girl, person with hot sauce in the bottle and Mella. I mean, one of us. Please change the subject. Please change the subject, y'all.
Oh shit! I'm still on.
I tried to with the employment during I tried it with employment. How are people to conduct their livelihood in the event of martial law? That's how I changed the subject.
We can finish that up. We can finish that topic because we got halfway into it and then that happened. So I think
let's go.
Go ahead, Sheet. Whoever.
So the basis of it is, like I said, when I boil down to it, a lot of people, like a coach was saying earlier. Now the people that are low income, not just even low income, everybody's gonna be taken care of doing this because they don't know how long it's gonna be. The same way that they bailed out the banks, they have relief funds to do stuff like this. But the whole thing about it, like I'm saying, when it comes down to the food, the necessities people got to go buy, they're living off their check to check. They don't stock. A lot of people don't stockpile this stuff. I mean, just like y'all were talking about earlier about the stuff off people off the grid and how they can get in contact with these people because of they're paying the taxes and stuff on those properties. A lot of those people have bunkers up on the ground. A lot of those people have been building and doing stuff like that for years. So they've already prepared for something like this. So if something like a nuke bomb, people made shelters, so-called, supposed to be protected by a nuke bomb, but they don't know what type of disaster. So they try to build the biggest and most reliable, safe thing ever.
Well, there's rich people buying missile silos. I almost bought one myself before I bought my little spot.
Yeah.
It cost me about the same down payment. It was a retired military underground bunker. I thought it was cool as hell, but I just didn't want to move to the state.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these people have stuff on the outskirts of the city that they built. You know, They had TV shows back in the day where people were building bunkers for zombie. Like this whole zombie crave got a lot of people buying bunkers. And now that they have these bunkers and no zombie crave apocalypse is coming up, these people can use those bunkers for stuff like that, you know. And you
Man,
gotta understand
that
when it comes down to
coronavirus
it.
works the same way. That coronavirus just the next zombie virus to them. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's the virus gonna kill us. Remember Ebola? Same virus gonna kill us. That flesh-eating disease. Oh, that's the zombie shit.
But everything comes back to the next virus.
That show that you're talking about is called Doomsday Preppers, and now you can. It's on
exactly.
No,
It's on
Walking Dead.
if y'all want to check
That's the show that got everybody all freaked the heck out.
people was
Walking
preparing.
Dead.
Some people was preparing for bombs like World War III. Some people was preparing for like a virus. People was preparing for all kinds of different stuff. It's real interesting if y'all want to check it out on Netflix.
Yeah, it did. They had it on YouTube for a minute.
You know what's weird about human beings? You know what's weird about us? We find most interesting. We'll go see when the world's about to get destroyed from sickness, about to be blowed up, every damn thing else. Like it's like they were trying to prep us for like the world's going to end kind of crap. Now everybody's thinking this about to be a world kind of end going to be kind of situation. But we have been overdue, and I really don't think this is going to be the pandemic that's really going to like light everything on fire. This is just a warning shot, and this is my belief. That's the way I'm gonna try to keep it until it hit home. Now, if it gets here where I'm at, then I'm gonna have to reassess my my little make believe dreams and fairy tales, and I'm borrowing pixie dust. But until that day, I'm gonna keep it like I've always done. Just keep your place clean. Shoot, take a daily shower, wash off whatever it is, just in case. That's about as much as you can do.
The reactions or the overreaction to this virus are far more dangerous than the virus.
Yeah. I mean, it's common. If you take baths every day, you know you've raised like that. That's common. Now, the people who don't, now they're the one that's scared because they don't take baths every day. They don't wash their hands every time. That's the thing.
If you're not out there dealing with the public and you are nasty, you still got a good chance not to get the virus. The virus just doesn't create itself out of a dirty home or a dirty body. You have to be in you have to be in proximity of somebody that's got that shit. Like Mella.
Only thing is cash. I'm just thinking cash. Someone pay you in cash that and they didn't do proper. Even if they were in rubber gloves, they coughed on outside the rubber gloves. What they doing? Pulling cash
69 people in the U.S. have died. More than that die of the flu every day during flu season.
You know what?
My
friend made a joke. He said, you know what? He said, now this coronavirus, I see black chicks wash their hands as soon as they can. I said, yeah. He said, you know what the bad thing is? I said, what? I see them grab money every damn day, but when they hit it, they keep smacking it.
Yeah, well, all I know when we were kids, as soon as we came in the house, my grandmother made us wash our hands. And she was serious about it. Wash your hands. Anybody that comes over here, and I'm not letting that many people in, not that I ever have lately, is I have them wash their hands first with antibacterial soap. And I'll count to 20 seconds. This is really bad, though. I've never seen anything, and I might have a year on most of y'all, but I've never seen anything this serious on a national scale. Where there's been national states of emergency, but not when you have your local people, your mayors, limiting how many people can gather, closing all the bars and all the restaurants. Martial law isn't that far away. All martial law is military control.
Yep.
I've been under martial law before in the riots in Los Angeles. So I've experienced the riots in Los Angeles. I've experienced the earthquake, the big Northridge earthquake, where the condo building that I lived in was red tagged and you had to move. And all this stuff passes after a while.
not only that, people that have little children that crawl on their floor, when you have visitors, they should not only take their shoes off at the threshold, but there should be some type of covering for their socks as well. Because
I agree with that.
I'm afraid of for children that are crawling age, because they freely go around, and then you have some visitor over walks in with their infested soles on their heels. Okay, you make them take their shoes off. Did you also know that it's important, like in a surgical room, that you can buy, what do you call those skull caps that they put on people in the surgical rooms? They could put it at the bottom of their feet. Therefore, that reinforces the likelihood that the children crawling on the floor aren't gonna,
pest control.
catch
I worked in pest
anything.
control. We had shoe covers for our shoes when we had to go into people's house to treat
In
inside.
times like this right now,
they're available.
in times like this right now, I would limit people coming into my house to the point where it has to be mandatory.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's what's really sad, is that people think just because somebody took their shoes off that's cool in the game. You don't know if they got athlete's foot. You don't know. Just because they took their shoes off and now they walking around your house with their socks on. It's like, what if they got athlete's foot and babies are crawling around the floor?
I ain't never seen a baby have an athlete foot of the mouth now.
No, the babies crawl with their hands, and if
I understand that, but you gonna say they got athlete foot?
Not the babies, the visitors, the visitors.
Athlete
I understand that, but the baby's crawling an athlete foot. So I'm like,
well,
okay.
What makes it dangerous? Athlete foot is a fungus.
Yeah, exactly. So now we're talking about a virus and a fungus.
It's a flesh-eating fungus. You ever see
exposed to your baby, because the baby's crawling around on his or her hands and knees, and then they start touching their face and all that other kind of stuff. What you gonna do? Put gloves on the baby? No, you make your visitors comply to your standards.
No visitors.
Or no visitors, right?
Quarantine.
You know what? That I'm not even arguing with it, because as I think about it, it does make sense. But then I'm kind of thinking like, you know what? That's the same thing first parents do when they have their first child. Nah, you take everything. I got a foot sauna. I got a bar of soap. You scrub these damn things, and then you put these damn plastic bags on it, because this is my first baby.
I have nothing I can't stand a sick baby.
That first baby thing, where you petrified of every damn thing coming in the house. Everybody needs to be on.
You just said it made sense. You just said it made sense, correct?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
All right, so stop fronting.
Okay, your first child.
Stop fronting.
I'm not even arguing with your statement. I was making another statement. I wasn't disagreeing with you. I said if everybody who had a child think of it like it's your first baby and you're scared of every germ coming in there, that's the kind of thinking people will start understanding. Just go to that level. Wash everything. Do that stuff to make sure your house is straight. Do that if you have any visitors. Right. Make it available. That is solid common sense advice. That's was all I was sitting there. I was just backing up what you said. It's just sometimes when we talk to people, they're not getting what you're saying, and sometimes I would just put it in another light, so people who you did have your first child. The first child you always freak out about. I don't want this in here. I don't want my baby. This is my first child. Your second child, maybe your third, fourth. I don't know, because I just know people with first kids, and trust me, that's the way I come at it. I don't have any kids, but when I come into the person with the first child, they always have you scrub down, make sure you did you step in some poop when you from your yard? I mean, they asked me every question. I said, you know what? It kind of made sense what you were saying, because I was like, that's exactly what the person who had that first child always asked me to do.
Yeah.
Make sure, take off your shoes, this, boom, leave them outside. And I said, you know what? Your first baby, if you come at it like that, you don't want nothing in the house. Make sure that far.
Man, kids are a pain in the ass, man. They just rob you of your life. You just got to provide and give for them. You got to wipe their shitty ass every time. Man, you could do everything right with the kid and raise them and sacrifice, and the motherfuckers got snotty shit to say to you. Man, fuck all that shit. Kids is overrated. And then when they got problems, they have problems when they're 30 and 40 and everything. You still supposed to help them. Man, fuck some kids, man.
Wow.
It can be a beautiful thing.
It is.
Be a pain in the ass too. It ain't all beautiful.
Hey, you
Well,
right about that,
you
Boogie.
you get your revenge when you got grandchildren, though,
My God.
Oh, because
because you get to watch them go through what you went through.
Yes.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's
Man,
I'm
actually
still on Beasley's side about, damn, I got to deal with the bastard until they got him.
Man,
Oh
fuck.
my God, I got to deal
Man,
with the bastard.
fuck.
I stand Beasley. I'm just like that. I've dated women with kids, and I'm pretty good with kids. I ain't got a problem with them, but
Man,
they ain't mine.
man,
I
I'm
don't know
down.
what the hell.
I'm down with OPK. I can play with them and have fun with them for a little while. And some of them are amazingly cute, but being responsible for this pain in the ass all the goddamn time, Jesus.
And I ain't put half DNA in you. Oh Lord, no. No.
Is Art still on here?
Yeah, he dropped down and let everybody come on. He probably just listening back and forth. Let him get a nap right quick.
Okay.
Yeah,
No,
because
because
he keeps pulling people back up and down. So he's
yeah,
awake.
I've been on listening to y'all for a minute. I just respectful, let you guys talk and wait my turn.
Oh,
But
go
I've
ahead.
been wanting to
It's
hang
your
up.
turn now if you want to speak.
You guys were like, have y'all moment, and I wanted y'all to get y'all moment.
No. You came up and you deserve your moment too, and it's
Okay,
your
so
turn to
here's
talk. And when you
yeah,
apologize, you didn't announce yourself. We just saw you there.
thank you. I appreciate all of you, and I get everybody's perspective. I really do, and I respect everybody. I really do. You know what I mean? I get all of y'all comments. I really do. And I've learned that communication is one at a time. Somebody got to be talking and somebody got to be listening. But if we all talking at the same time, we can't get the gems. You know what I mean? And everybody do have gems to bring, whether we agree or disagree. That's all I want to say. Also, like, if anybody disagree with my thoughts I'm about to say right now, but you guys made a lot of great points, all of you. And
Can y'all hear her? My
No.
sound out?
No, I think she cut off.
Just kicked out.
That's what she gets for talking all night. The witches done muted her.
Just when we were getting to the good part, we was
I
just
know.
getting
I
to
was
the
might have
good
hit
part.
mute.
Come up
She
here
might
with
have
that.
hit mute. She might
Come
have
up here
hit
with
mute
that.
by accident.
Amanda, we can't hear you.
4 o'clock in the morning. She's on this friendly love ass shit, man. I hate that bullshit.
I need some friendly
Beasley
love
with that
ass
shit.
shit tonight, damn it, Beasley. Leave me alone. I need
4
a
o'clock.
little.
It's 4 o'clock in the morning. It's time to fight.
It's
Yeah,
online, bruh.
Beasley, it can be 2 p.m. You want to
Online love is
right.
kindness. And I
Beasley,
can pay
Beasley should
$9.95
have went to
to
law
get something.
school and
right.
used all that energy to be a lawyer and make some money or some shit.
He want to play
Y'all-
dominoes and kill people.
Thank
If
you.
y'all don't know Beasley by now, man, y'all never gonna know Beasley.
Man,
Okay,
y'all don't,
Beasley, I don't need dominoes.
the whole world is fucking up right in front of us. And they ain't shit to goddamn do. You gotta create. It's like
What happened to Amanda though? Now she just left the whole thing. I guess maybe she's trying to come back on. Y'all think?
She probably trying to come back up.
Her signal might have dropped wherever she was or something. She was on for a while. I only thing I saw was hot sauce bottle. And
Art
like,
pulled her off because she was talking that lovey-dovey friendly community shit. Art came back.
Beasley wasn't trying to have that love frequency. Oh,
Man,
hell to the no.
You know I'm joking around, man.
You should let her gravy my biscuit, damn it. You should have let her gravy my biscuit with the love and kindness and sweetness. Woo, because y'all was just like, you know.
Well, she can come back. I'll drop off. I want to hear the love stuff.
Well, we'll wait for it.
No, but she was right on what she said, though. She was right on what it is. Look, at the end of the day, even though me and Bisley had a disagreement, we can move on because we know good and damn well it ain't gonna end our every day.
Yeah,
And us is just our personal thoughts and feelings.
Let me ask you guys, why is it so easy to be so triggered?
Why is it easy to be so trivial?
No, triggered.
They're not grounded.
It's not that. Nobody. Nope.
Wait.
I can tell you why I'm triggered by
other people or us.
Because I've battled whole convents of witches on here. I have a history of fighting with witches and calling them out.
You fight everybody. The dude is not a witch. LaShawn is not a witch. What's his
Hold on.
Hold on.
He was defending witches. I really don't like that.
You fight people in every freaking set.
I got a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question.
You need a good woman. We need y'all to put our money together and bring him a good woman.
Do you use witch in substitute of the word bitch? Do you use witch instead of bitch? And that's why you say witch all the time. Because that's what I do.
No, they're unrelated.
When I use the witch, okay.
Art, she said, could you drop the link again? She needs the link.
I'll let y'all finish.
I didn't snatch her.
But pretty much the way Art, you got to understand, a lot of people feel like they don't want to be disrespected. That's one of the main. But if you define disrespect, because somebody can step on your shoe, you'll go off as a sign of disrespect. But if you be more logical about it, they didn't mean it or it's not that bad. People blow up out of proportion for the most simplest of things when they can just calm down and just be easy about the situation.
Some of these folks, they the kind of people that'll steal your shit and help you look for it. They just completely fucked up like that. And when you see them doing that, that shit can make anybody angry. Let's let Amanda Hot Sauce talk. I had a dog named. Go ahead, a dog named Hot Sauce.
Yeah, I'm in the. Listen, I'm in the boonies, so my connection might leave. But listen, all you guys were making a great point, and I just don't like when everybody argue. And I know that's a part of fucking life. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But listen, I got the original content that we started off with the spiritual beings and do you have discernment and all of that. I listen to everyone and I get all y'all perspective. I really do. And I understand that about dreams and all of that. And I also comprehend the perspective of the different beliefs when it comes to experiences and the I'm going to say it, I hope I say it right, the extraterritorial life. You know what I'm saying?
Esoteric.
Esoterical life and the spiritual teachings. However, I believe we are not respecting each other experiences and encounters. We can't say no. You don't know what that person experienced. You don't know what that person went through. We are all individuals. You understand? And my belief is we were all sent back here to this earth for a reason. Now, your reason might not be my reason, just like my reason might not be yours. Your experiences won't be mine. But I believe that if we bring it all together and not be so kind of arrogant and cocky or no, then we can understand one another a little bit better. Now, I have my own experiences in the spiritual realm, which I don't want to debate, especially like Art knows. I was in JT Live when I got the call that my son was shot and killed, August 22nd, 2019. So a week prior to that, the spiritual beings, as well as the Most High, came to me and asked me, do I trust them? Okay. Now, I was born and raised in church. However, when I became woke, I left church because I realized what's really going on. I am chosen to be that different person. So that's why I understand a lot of things that occult is saying. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, she might sound crazy to y'all, but she don't sound crazy to me. Because different people were chosen for different assignments when it comes to this earth and this realm. We cannot tell nobody what they experience or how they should feel. You know what I'm saying? I think that the problem with my melanated people, we're so busy digging and trying to dog out and trying to say who's right and who's wrong with one another that we're missing the big picture and how much we are all equipped with so much knowledge and wisdom and understanding of this life in this realm in this matrix. Because that's all we're living in, a fucking matrix. None of this shit is real. I'm just saying. That's my opinion. I also want to say is like my mom was chosen to be in the church realm, what they call a prophet. Okay. But now that I'm where I'm at, I understood that she was chosen to be a speaker of the coming days. And everything she spoke came to fruition. Nothing she spoke didn't. That's why I got scared of her as a child. You know what I mean? That's why I didn't play with her. I used to try to sneak out the house and all that. After I realized who this lady was, I ain't play with her. I'm just saying, so we cannot say what different people experience when it comes to that spiritual world or when it comes to that, what you were chosen to learn in this matrix. If you watch the Matrix movies, all three of them, you'll find yourself in one of the characters. I'm just saying. Because none of this shit, like, even when y'all was talking about what they doing right now, they're shut down. If y'all, listen, go watch The Simpsons. They use The Simpsons to tell us in advance what the fuck they gonna do to us. If you pay attention, every so many years, there's a disease come out to put us in fear. Under MK Ultra, mind control, to make us to see what we gonna flock to. Everybody buying everything out the store. So I get all y'all. All of you guys are making sense. You know what I'm saying? So there's no need to argue or call names or whatever. Like my son's death, I believe, like someone said earlier, LaShawn said, there's a spiritual life after death, man. You know what I mean? We all were saying here before. So like when that soul leaves the body, it's still doing its work. And none of us can say how far or what they doing, or none of us can say that. We're not the Most High. We're not we just live your life, your experiences, and share it. Don't debate one another, because your life not mine. My life is not yours. So I can't like, you fucking wrong. You a bitch. No, come on, seriously? Or you a fucking, nah, that's not the way it is. Now, with all this going on right now, the elites and the higher ups are testing us for martial law, like someone said earlier. The bigger agenda is to depopulate us and to get rid of us. I taught my kids a long time ago once I learned about vaccines. My son has a daughter. My son has a son that he left. My daughter has a son. No vaccines. I see. But whoever's woke is woke. But we can't challenge and dog out. We're doing what they want us to do. Come against one another so we won't come together as a unit. Because they, like I said before, once we come together, we are a force to be reckoned with. But if we debating with one another, we can never come together. We're going to always be calling each other names. We're going to always be whatever. And we're not fulfilling shit. We're not taking back over what they took from us. We're busy like debating one another and moving nowhere. After y'all call me bitches and I call y'all names, then what? What have we accomplished? Even like, this is what I said, art brings the best panels. But when people, you all have a right to your opinion, but like, let's not argue. I'm 52, April. You know what I'm saying? So I get it, y'all. I get it. But we gotta like communicate more better, agree to disagree in a normal, comfortable manner, and like not call each other names and stuff. Let's just like talk. Communication one at a time. When it's my turn to speak, it's my turn to speak. When it's not my turn to speak, I should shut the fuck up.
So you're talking about maturity and civility, right?
I'm talking about life.
But no, you're talking about conducting yourself with
Right,
some
right, right, right,
maturity
right,
and some civility.
right. Absolutely,
All right,
absolutely, absolutely.
I'm with that, but other people ain't. There's some
Well,
discre-
listen. Can I tell you this, Beast? Can I tell you this, Beast?
Yes, ma'am.
Even if other people aren't, you still be the best that you are. Forget about it.
You know, in real life, there's situations where I choose to take the high road
Right.
just because it makes everything earlier and easier, and I have to interact with these people again. You know, whether it be the bank teller that's a little nasty, or the lady at the post office, or a family member, and
Right.
I bite the bullet and I take the whole high road. Then I don't have to do that here, and that's part of the
Well,
reason why I do that. I get
actually,
here, you get to blow off a little bit of steam.
right. And I agree. I agree. And I'm sorry for cutting you off, but
No, it's
I
all right.
agree.
It's all right. But here you get to blow off a little steam.
Absolutely.
And
But
create
can I
false
say this? But
narratives.
wait, before Jim, before you go,
Same
you're
false narratives.
wait, honey. Before you,
Please,
wait,
y'all,
wait.
no,
Before you
no.
guys argue, let me say this last point, and y'all can go. You are 100% correct. However, even though here we can do it, I think this is my opinion. As melanated people, we should still all respect one another with doing so.
Yeah, in a perfect
Right?
world, in a perfect world, you're right. I grew up in a culture.
But can we make it a perfect world?
No, I grew up.
Kids could,
I
but
grew
it
up in.
ain't our
I,
job.
I grew up in a culture in Los Angeles where childhood friends, Cub Scouts, guys that went trick or treating together when they were 6 and 7, 8 years old, dear friends, became enemies by the time they were 12 and 13 and were killing each other. So I'm scarred.
Right. I
I'm
get
scarred.
it.
I'm scarred.
I get it.
I'm scarred. And I didn't
I get
necessarily,
it.
even not participating, I've watched the guy who was the peacemaker that tried to make peace in between two childhood friends that are arguing and shooting at each other over stupid shit. I watched him get killed. So I can't buy into that.
Okay.
And this happened 45 years ago.
Right.
And there's been a whole culture of that, of what I've experienced.
Right. But so can I ask you a question?
So that black unity stuff, that unfortunately, because of my experiences, it doesn't ring strong with me.
Right. I get it. I get it.
I know better. The real world has shown me a whole different reality.
All right. And I get it. Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
All right. So with that being said, what you said, trust me, I understand, because that's what happened to my cousin. Him trying to make peace between his two friends, he got killed. So I get it. My son walking to the store, got killed, trying to help a youth, got crossed in the gang violent, whatever. He had nothing to do with. So I get it. But how long are we going to hold on to the past anger and not move forward?
Fortunately,
it's his past
there's a
anger
group.
he lived through.
Wait,
He's
one at
alive.
a time.
Fortunately,
Sorry, go ahead.
Fortunately, there's groups of older cats in their 50s that have done lots of prison time,
right,
and others that are getting together now to institute change and are creating peace in situations in neighborhoods that have been warring with each other. Is it going to be perfect? No, but there's actual people working towards it now, and they're getting some results. Is it going to be a perfect world? No, but if you save some lives and create some camaraderie and some brotherhood from people that really shouldn't be enemies like that.
Right.
Yeah, so it's a good thing.
Right. And I believe that everybody has something positive to bring. Nevertheless, and I get our past pain. Like, yeah, listen, even before my son got killed, I suffered through past pain. Nevertheless, it's worse now with me. You know what I'm saying? But I control the whole destiny. Like, since my son's death, I'm at this place and I gotta keep it G. I'm at this place. Don't come in my space and aggravate me, because I will choke the living fuck out you. Real talk.
Right.
But I don't want to do that. I would rather have peace. So I have patience and humbleness to try to work with you versus fucking you up. And that's just real talk where I'm at right now. So with that being said, like I just lost my son. Every day I fucking cry. I'm in denial. That was my only fucking son.
How was
The
he?
last I pushed out my coochie.
Was he 19, 20? How old
No, he just turned 25 on the 13th and he got killed on the 22nd.
That's a tragedy. You have my condolences.
Sorry for your loss
Right.
myself too.
So my thing is right now to hear all this bickering with us, and I see the bigger picture, what the elites, like with this coronavirus, with every fucking thing they're doing to us, there's a bigger picture. Why we argue with one another when they fucking us up? When they, like, you understand what I'm saying?
Oh, they're definitely, whether this coronavirus is created for chaos or the chaos that's coming, they can see that they can create chaos because of it. It's happened organically.
Right.
You know, there's some evil shit up their sleeves.
Absolutely.
That ought to be. What is it going to be? I don't know, but there's some evil shit up their sleeve.
So, listen to what you just.
The chances of going out and getting it are pretty slim.
Right. And I agree. I heard what you said earlier. Unless you go out and everything, I heard you. But my thing is this: go back to what Occult Jim was saying. He knows what's up their sleeve because a lot of things she was speaking, I was chosen and privileged to understand that if I was to tell it to people like she sound crazy, I would sound crazy. But I thank God for people like her speaking out on it because now I know I'm not crazy by myself. It's listen. Listen to me. Listen.
I could have told you before we got started that all you motherfuckers is crazy.
But listen, I'm not a witch though. Hey, look, I'm not a witch though.
Okay, all right.
Add this in. Let me add this in. Look, crazy is like sweet tea. If it's a little too bitter, you add some more sugar, and then people gonna ahead and swallow it because it's good then.
Right.
All right. That's how you apply your crazy. You just ain't supposed to jump on somebody talking about yeah. And then expecting everybody to sit there and say, you right, unless they crazy as hell too.
You know, not all the time everybody's lobbying for public opinion. Some of us have some wounds.
Absolutely.
I fought a whole convent of witches for months. They put death spells on me. I didn't believe none of them, but I started drinking more apple cider vinegar and exercising a bit more.
Oh shit. You know what's crazy? I heard you saying that earlier when y'all was talking. You was like, they was all trying to kill me. Wait, I was in the background cracking the fuck up.
I remember that story when you told it.
I wasn't trying to kill.
Wait, no,
anyone.
you wasn't, Jim. You wasn't. He was just speaking hypothetically with the witches that he had to deal with.
That wasn't hypothetical. That really happened. It went on for
No,
months.
no, I'm saying you weren't speaking to her per se.
No, but that's
no.
Right.
LaShawn thinks
right.
My reaction to the whole.
No, I know where it's coming from.
Wait,
let him finish. Let him finish. You gotta let him finish. You gotta let him finish.
He thinks it's irrational.
I know the whole story.
He thinks it's irrational. It's not irrational at all. I done been through it. I done been through it not that long ago. And who knows if they still might be doing it.
Right.
Hi. Oh, and I would fight back with them and crack jokes. Oh boy, I miss them days. I wish they were up. No, you don't understand, LaShawn. They be doing shows with my name in it for 3 hours.
All right, so let's try and go.
I understand that part because I remember that live when you said it. It wasn't on this panel here, but it was on another panel, and it was another. It was the exact same subject about witches and stuff, and you told the story. I heard the whole story. I knew where it was coming from.
Let LaShawn finish. Let him finish.
It was just when you said it, I was like, bruh, it was kind of like
man, you just don't know my struggle.
Hot Sauce said it was just like,
let him finish, please. You said, oh, girl, cut you off.
You brought it onto her kind of thing. That's what Hot Sauce was saying. It's like You remember
Right.
what just happened to you, and you projected it onto the other person that didn't have nothing to do with it, but was
Not a
talking about the
thing.
subject you
Right.
personally dealt with. And
Right.
that's what I was sitting there saying when I asked you, could you? And you said no. Okay, but that's exactly what she means. I get what
Right.
she's saying.
Right.
I
I'm
didn't have
agreeing.
anything to
Right.
do with it.
And what it was, Bees was so hyper with the witches that he took it out on Jim. And you know what I'm saying? I was in the background just listening, and I understood both of you. You both were right in the aspect. Nevertheless, you guys got into an argument that had nothing to do with you two, what he went through with the witches.
Well,
He was just speaking.
And
Wait. She was just speaking her experiences, her thoughts, her mind, her as well as you. But
no, what Jim
no,
was
yes,
doing,
yes,
Jim was
you
reading.
went off on her.
Jim was reading a report. Okay, I didn't know it was a report at the time that some person in a high place shares with her, according to her. But the way she was reading it sounded like it was her opinion of all this shit that's going to happen with Tom Hanks. So I didn't know that she was a witch at all.
Oh,
I
I
didn't know
get
that
it.
I didn't know that she's a witch at all. I got
Right.
on the panel directly to attack that message that she's putting out of this far-fetched ass, wild, crazy conspiracy theory with the pedophilia and this coronavirus and all this shit, because it just doesn't make any sense with me. And then she added that she was a witch. Mela, the situation goes back further with Mela. I hate Mela. I don't even hate a cult. I just don't agree with what she's saying. That's all. Mela is friendly with people that are my enemies, that have done foul things and that have created a narrative that's not true. And Mela, for some reason, has nothing to do with the situation, and she's commented on it multiple times.
Okay, so can I ask you a question? Is it
Yes.
safe to say? Is it safe to say she was just speaking her thoughts, like you just said? You came on and thought that she was speaking her facts as she was reading something, so it was a misunderstanding. And no, listen, let me finish. Let me finish. It was a misunderstanding, and like you just said, Mela had nothing to do with the witches that attacked you and that you had to fight hard upon.
No.
Nevertheless, when she said she indulged in that atmosphere, you took offense.
You're confused. You're convoluting everything.
No.
Y'all stop saying my goddamn name.
None of it matters.
Him have an issue
My
from
name is
another
Occult Jim.
situation.
Occult Jim.
Occult, he was arguing about. He assumed Occult was sitting there projecting that instead of reading the article.
Right.
They're two separate names. They're two separate women. They're two separate issues. Don't include them both in.
Absolutely.
But I think when it came to Occult, when she was talking about the witchcraft stuff,
right,
he has a personal experience, and that's where he went at Occult at.
Exactly.
But Mela has
no Occult Jim, honey.
Issue.
He said don't say her
What
name.
the fuck? Look, man. Look,
I apologize.
I had nothing to do with him coming up here addressing witchcraft.
Occult Jim, he's with you.
Me?
That is not Occult Jim. That is Mela.
Hello, I'm neutral.
He's
My name
agreeing
is
with
Sean.
you.
My name is not in none of this. Can I clear it up, please?
Let him
What?
finish.
You ain't got to clear it up because I already know what it is. I already know what it is. If anything, I can clear it for you. If anything,
no.
I ain't got nothing to do with it.
Look,
man.
You know what?
Look, man.
I have the floor. Can I finish my statement?
Let him finish,
I have the floor.
Right.
Thank
Let him
you.
finish.
Quit coming at me like you need to overtalk me when I ain't talking about you.
And he's agreeing with you. So let me finish.
Occult Jim was reading the article. He came on because he thought she was giving a message when she was just reading the article. And that was his problem with Occult Gems. And says, Coach Jim says. Then Melo personally apparently has ticked him off about something else, and that's his
In the
issue with Melo.
past. In the past.
I don't care. It ain't. My name's LaShawn. What does that have to do with me?
I hate when people get on here and argue and take over the damn
I'm not
show.
arguing with you, but
Man,
you
you gotta
still
just
argue
argue.
with me when I mean, that's why
Y'all making up shit.
Can we
No,
look
I'm
can
not.
we look at your kitchen sink some more and see what else you got?
Coach Jim was talking about one subject,
Yeah.
and then Melo came in the situation, and that's another subject. I just don't want both subjects to be tied together. That's
Yeah.
messy because there were two
Yeah.
separate
Right.
opinions and thoughts he was having.
I'm
And
glad
that's
you
the
got
only thing that's wrong about it, Hot Sauce. But
Thank
you
you.
absolutely right about what you're doing. I just didn't want you to blend the two because they're two separate issues.
Thank you for taking
And that was supposed to be just a one sentence thing, and it became that. And I'm not even included.
Thank you both for taking the time to try to understand where I'm coming from. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Can we look on your kitchen sink some more?
Who kitchen sink? Mine?
Yeah, you got a bunch of stuff
No,
on there.
that was my artwork. Let me show y'all my artwork. I
Okay,
do.
I got paint.
Yeah, that was my artwork. I
Alright.
take wines and bottles. I'm gonna show y'all.
Oh, you're an
Can you
artist,
see?
like
I'm an artist. I'm like Art Newsel. Okay, let me show y'all.
Alright.
Let me show y'all.
an
Can
artiste.
you see?
Oh, you repurposed the bottles and you
Yeah, I
paint them in
repurpose
artwork.
the bottles. I drink the wine and repurpose the bottles, and I draw.
Ooh, look at that. That's really pretty.
I draw abstracts.
Look at the thing you made in the back.
So look, I'm gonna show y'all up top. I got stuff up top. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Hold up.
Look at that
hold up.
stuff. You should sell these things.
No, I am. I have a store.
Look at that stuff.
I
You
have
know
a store.
what's the name of the guy who built the watchtower?
Look at this. I'm about to show y'all. I could build anything too. I'm gonna show y'all a desk I built out of cardboard in a minute. Hold up. Get into it. It's what I do.
Oh, that's beautiful. The thing with the color. Oh, those are little tiny. That's a little tiny Remy Martin bottle, huh?
You see that? You see
Yeah.
that? You
Yeah.
see it?
Oh, you
Now
got
this is the
rainbows.
wine bottle I took and draped it. You see that?
That's cool. Looks like wow.
Yeah, that's what I do.
See, I appreciate artwork.
I love artwork. This is a lady I drew. I don't know
And
if y'all can see her.
each one's different. Yeah, she's melanated.
She's cute and melanated with gray hair, honey. Get into
Oh.
her. Wisdom.
Charcoal. She doesn't have a nose though. It must
Yes,
be
she
rough.
do. She has a nose. Don't play with me.
Let me see. I still don't see your nose. It's got to
Yes,
be
you
rough.
do.
You
You
can't
play
smell
with me.
nothing.
B.
No,
You play
no,
with me.
I'm not. You gotta.
You playing with me.
You need to let art teach you about shading and 3D. And
No, I
shit.
know, and this is why I follow art because
Right.
he teaches me a lot of. I know how to do shading. However, that lady I drew was just a humbug. I got a lot of paintings with shading. Now this is the one I did for me. I drink wine, right?
There
I
you
took
go.
the wine bottle,
Uh-huh.
and this is what I did with it. Wine is
Oh,
for me,
I like that one. It's a Chardonnay right there.
right?
You cut
There
the
you go.
bottle in half.
I like
cut
I
it in
took the
half.
whole bottle and stuck it into a canvas and made a
Pretty awesome.
yeah.
That's
You
pretty
got
awesome.
you got PBS, right?
What's yeah.
Man, during Black History Month, it'll come on again. In fact, I think you can go to PBS's website. Everybody should watch this shit. It's
I do watch it too.
Basquiat, about the artists that came up in the late 70s and the early 80s. The black artist he's half Asian, half Puerto Rican. And,
Right.
and just his story, because he died very young. And now his pictures are selling for $100 million.
Wow.
But
Well, I don't want to die for my pictures and sell for that much.
no, he died of a heroin.
I want to live.
He liked to party real hard, but he
Can I
got
say this is why I follow?
Who gets that
art.
money?
That thing about your artwork is worth more when you're dead. Even if
Who
you
gets
die.
that money?
That's sad.
who gets the money. I
Yeah,
don't know.
like
I don't know. I would hope
100 years.
I would hope his family got some of the money. They say a lot of people stole work from him, but just the way that he used to work, he'd be working on 5 or 6 different things at one time. Andy Warhol.
That's how I am. That's how I am.
Andy Warhol embraced him. And he was coming up during the, the whole the punk rock. He was a tagger in the streets in New York City called Samo, SAMO.
I know about that.
Yeah, but he would write like little cute little things, little psychological things and everything. So it became real popular. And then he came out as Samo, and they asked him. They said, "So what does Samo mean? Where'd you get the name from?" He said, "You know how in the thing, two older black guys, they talk and they say, 'Hey man, what's going on? How you doing?' Oh man, just the same old, same old."
All right, that's hard.
No, but if you look, his work is a little hard to take at first because it's real.
Yeah.
There's a lot of skulls, but he's telling stories in there. In fact, if the world doesn't end, I'm going to buy a couple of these posters and replace some of the things up on my walls now.
And can I say this? The reason I follow Art, he teaches me a lot when it comes to the artist world, because I want to learn to draw to that deep depth. So I follow a lot of people that teach me how to draw the eyeballs correctly. My gift is a God-given talent. I didn't go to anybody's school. This is just what I was born with. However, I love to learn from people that did go to school and could teach me the technical aspect of it.
Yeah,
that's why I follow Art.
Because
no, that's not only why I follow Art. Let me change that. I follow Art because
That's why I do.
He's very smart. His channel is very non-biased. You know what I'm saying? He's just very educational. You know what I mean? And then the people that come on his lives are very educational. So I learned from all of you guys. You know what I mean?
That's
Look,
sweet.
at the end of the day, we'll bicker, but we'll buckle and we'll headbutt. But
We all are one. We all are one. We all have something in common.
The next time we on live, we'll be talking to each other a bit differently.
Absolutely.
I really wish that you could find a way to give that woman a nose, though. It's really perplexing
Stop
me.
it. She has a nose. You just can't see it because the light is not on. Okay, you know what I'm gonna do for you? Since you want to play me out. You want to play me out? Let me show you her nose.
Let's see her
You
nose.
playing me. Let me see. Let me put my light on. Because you're trying to play me, beast.
If she doesn't have a, if she doesn't have,
She has a nose.
she doesn't know she can't even.
She has a nose. Wait, let me stop. Wait, let me go to her.
Nope. She has no nose. She had to go.
I'm trying not to laugh right now. Come on, BC, be nice.
What? I'm being nice. She doesn't have a nose.
I know you is. I'm just like, you know what?
Art spends a lot of time on people's noses. He spends a lot of time. He shades them in. We need a nose, man. Everybody needs a nose. You don't remember Sir Nose?
Without a nose.
But you don't remember Sir Nose? I mean, you can breathe through your mouth. You have a chapped mouth. Mouth be all dry. Man,
Hey,
yes.
Keep your nose off that Art.
Right, keep your nose. The nose. Normally around this time, I like to go play cards. I catch the stragglers out after they've been up all night long, and my mind is nice and sharp. Pick up some change, have some breakfast, but I don't want to do that shit and end up in ICU.
You ever play Coon Cane?
Yeah, some coons
What?
can. Some coons can.
What?
Yeah, my daddy taught me that game.
Yeah, some coons can. Some coons can.
We only played dominoes and Coon Cane, me and my father. Listening to the 70s music. Best times of my life.
Yes, that's some old shit. My grandparents played coon can. Taught me how to play. Yeah, we always play cards. Bid whist. I learned to play when I was really young. I learned to figure out these games. I was like 11 and 12.
I know how to play all the rest of them, but that's my favorite.
You ever play strip poker?
No.
Oh, you ought to try it sometime.
Somebody tried to make me try it, and it didn't work. It didn't happen.
You didn't get naked, or y'all didn't consummate?
I didn't. No,
She
no.
won every
Actually,
hand, and she wasn't happy
I
with
went.
him naked.
I went.
That's what happened. She said,
I
nah,
was
you know,
I was in
clothes on.
between marriages, right?
Right.
And so I engaged in a lot of social gatherings, especially people that I used to go to high school with. They were like, you know, you don't have to be depressed about being divorced. You can hang out with us and have fun.
Right.
So there was this one after party that I went to that, unbeknownst to me, they were engaging in strip poker, you know, which was supposed to lead to other stuff. And next thing I know, I decided not to participate. So I'm sitting in a different area of the place. And they were practically imposing upon me that because I'm there, I have to participate. And that's when I was ready to leave. And a lot of them were upset by that.
Oh, yeah.
So I never played strip poker.
Party poop.
Yeah,
Nah, strip poker,
pretty much.
Strip poker is like a one-on-one thing. If you gonna make it personal, like I heard poker, I didn't know they were stripping, and I won every hand, so I still got all my clothes on. I'm just wondering why everybody's just pulling off the clothes. Like,
What else did we used to play? Used to play tonk, strip tonk, and Uno.
Oh man, tonk on the
See,
school bus.
What
Man,
women
tonk
have
on
to
the school bus got
realize
me
is
20
that
years
all
ago.
men care, most all sex, and once you understand that, you'll know not to engage them long enough for them to start their little slick ass jokes and mischievousness.
That's how the culture. That's how humanity perpetuates itself, man.
Yeah, all that testosterone is put to work.
That's how you got here. That's how your children's got here.
Hey, as the world turns, right?
Well, I didn't say all that. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's how.
I just thank goodness that when I look back, I didn't fall prey to those that would attempt to corrupt me. I just find that to be a beautiful thing.
Man, had you busted a few more nuts, man, maybe you'd be in a happier place.
I went from mama to military to marriage. It was really.
You sounded like Bon Cherry right now about how pious and how righteous she is.
No, I didn't say that in between my marriages I wasn't acting up.
Man, yeah.
Well, why you got to get all vulgar with it?
I'm not. Who's getting vulgar?
Come in here. No, I'm.
Hold on.
Pussy is vulgar term.
Pussy is a vulgar term.
I got the vulgar part. Let me finish.
Yeah.
I love
unless
my
you
gun.
talking about a cat. Are you talking about
my
a cat?
gun. And I also put my gun in a silencer. So, sir.
Now we talking about guns and pussy. I heard of guns and roses, but damn.
Kids, and dang it, it's okay.
We went from. Wow, man. So now, so which
part,
is?
If you ain't got it, let me just go ahead and throw the vulgar in.
Which is it?
Because he gonna get it. He got
which
it.
is
I love
guns
gun,
guns and pussy.
And
that's what we talking about now.
In the silences, so I have no kids. So I'm quantifying myself from the group he's talking about.
Yeah, I'll conform a group together and make a song about guns and pussy. Why don't y'all do that?
Yeah, man. So pussy's a vulgar term.
I was born with my gun, ma'am. I was born with my gun.
Are you?
That's
are you
why
like?
I said I left it in the silencer, and I have no kids.
It's vulgar for polite
It
society.
Was a clean vulgar. It feels a
hold on.
Vulgar.
Polite society. You're not gonna conduct a corporate meeting and start talking about pussy, sir, unless you're discussing a cat.
Hold on. I just called you close
to
three
condoms. Yes, I will.
I just called you like 3 dozen bitches less than an hour ago.
And I oppose that. I oppose that.
All right, that's cool.
I oppose everything about you at this point.
Right. Damn. So now pussy's a vulgar term?
I oppose everything about you at this point.
Are you like really attractive or something? Got a really nice figure and a beautiful face?
You wish you knew.
No, I'm asking you. I'm trying to figure out if you have.
You wish you knew.
I'm trying to figure out.
You already accused me of having a coronavirus just to be funny. I oppose everything about you, sir.
Hold on. You said I was.
You're not funny, sir.
You said I was a rapist.
In good return to your insult, sir. If I have the coronavirus, you, sir, are a rapist.
That's not true.
Then that's not true for me.
So what's the big
deal?
So
don't say it. Don't say that. Don't say nothing jokingly if you don't want something jokingly said back. Do you think I'm going to lay down and let you overtake me like some rapist? No. What I'm going to do is make sure you feel the same impact. Trust that.
See, rape is an aggressive, pejorative act.
Accusing somebody of having a deadly virus is dangerous as well.
The difference is that person is a
You
victim.
think that's funny? You think that's funny?
If you had it, I would laugh.
Right. If you got raped, I would laugh.
All right. Vice versa. Same here. No, I wouldn't.
Same. Back at you, brother.
I wouldn't be rape on you.
Back at you, brother.
Man, you really don't have. No, you really don't have any redeeming qualities at all. You just.
I'm sitting up here trying to talk about cards, Coon Cane. I asked you an innocent question. Did you ever play Coon Cane? Yeah. And I said, oh, that's one of my favorite games. And then it went into something about shaving pussy and guns and all kinds of craziness.
One of your best friends on here shows her pussy on a regular.
I don't give a damn. I am me.
Hold on.
I am me. I'm me. Was it me? Was it me? Was it me? Was it me?
It's
was it me?
It's 4:40 something in the morning.
No, with your illogical self. Was it me?
How's that illogical? Birds of the feather flock together.
No, they don't.
It's guilt by association.
No, it's not.
So how do you feel when you saw Bomb Cherry do that Instagram if you didn't see it and just said
I
all of a
never
sudden?
saw it.
You want to see it?
I don't.
Do you believe that it happened?
I don't care.
Do you believe that it happened? Yes or no, though? For real.
I don't care.
Do you believe that she shaved her pussy and put it on the internet?
I don't care.
So you think that? So hold on. If saying pussy is inappropriate and foul and distasteful.
That's why I don't care, because
all right, hold on. So, all right, I'm trying to understand you. Okay. Now,
you said you don't want to know me. Remember?
No, I'm trying to understand
Remember?
you. I don't want to know you. I'm trying to understand you.
Then you don't want to know me, but you're trying to understand me. You sound confused. You're a despicable person.
You hold on a second.
Go find some fried chicken somewhere.
You say someone.
Go find some fried chicken and cool out.
Right. You say someone using the word pussy is some inappropriate, some foul thing to do.
Polite conversation. Yes, it is.
But you make no moral judgments on some cam whore that shaves her pussy on camera and shows the world. You make no judgments of some woman who does a dance.
Look. If someone,
you sound like the confused one. It seems like you've got.
You sound like you're trying to force me to say something. That's what you're trying to do, and it's not going to work.
I'm trying to apply some logic to your thought process.
You don't have to do that. I'm already logical.
How is that logical?
Because people are. There are people that are exhibitionists.
How is that logical? How is that logical?
I can answer it. I can answer it.
So when Bomb Cherry says pussy, how come you don't tell her that's inappropriate? Because she says pussy all the time. So I told her mother-in-law we need to wash her mouth out with soap. You don't ever say nothing then. You shut the fuck up.
But she's never called me a bitch.
What does that have to do with it? How does that break your moral code?
You insulted me. She's never insulted me. She's never insulted me.
You don't have a moral code.
Just
You're
look.
just talking out the side of your ass.
Look.
Cherry says
Look.
pussy all
You
the
think
time,
I'm supposed to
sit right there and
take your
shut the fuck up.
insults? You think
Hold
I'm
on.
supposed to take
Tom
your
Cherry says
insults
pussy all
and
the
take
time,
your side
and you
at
don't
the
ever
same
say
time?
word. No, I'm trying to apply some logic to you.
No, you're not. You sound ridiculous.
So you're completely illogical.
You sound ridiculous.
I sound ridiculous that if I say the word pussy, that's inappropriate, something that offends you. But Bomb Cherry showing her pussy, shaving her pussy, calling it her pussy.
I've already told you she's not me. I've already told you that.
So you don't condemn
What
that type
don't
of
you
behavior.
understand? Are you delusional? Wait a minute, you've been psychologically impacted by her, apparently, because I'm not her.
That's your friend?
I'm not her.
Do you associate with her?
I am not her.
You comment on her behalf. That's your friend.
I am not her.
I've heard you get off a panel and say, "Oh, that's Beasley. I can't be on the same panel as Beasley." You defer to her. You are so mixed up. You defer to a pussy shaving bitch that calls herself pussy, that has sex parties, that does all kind of freak shit.
I've told her happy birthday. Is that a crime? You are an unreasonable man. Yeah, he's kind of peppery. I'm not an exhibitionist, and I'm not her. Just stop it. He came up on this panel immediately coming for my neck because I am associated with people that have psychologically impacted him. It has nothing to do with me. As the young lady explained, I think she said she's 52. She said we're individuals. A person like Beasley, who's unreasonable, can't respect that. He can't respect that. Oh, she has nothing to do with my psychological impact from another person because she's associated favorably, it would seem. Birds of a feather flock together. That's not the case. People have the right to like anyone they choose. That doesn't mean that that is their individual lifestyle that they carry out for themselves. Did it ever occur to you that I have things in common with her that have nothing to do with this moral code that you speak of? We are both veterans. We are both in the same age range, and we both know what it's like to have a mother-in-law that had been challenging for us. And we share a story under those three topics that were significant enough for me and her to get along. That's pretty much it. You're taking this way over the moon into, I believe everything that she's doing is what I would do when it's Art will grace us with returning and
right.
Hey, sweetheart. I'm under the impression he went to sleep, child.
No, I wasn't gonna be fighting. Bullets being shot, missiles being thrown, grenades, honey. I was trying to run and get out the way.
I did my best not to be uncouth.
You did. You really did. I have to say that. You know, I get it. But I just muted myself for the last 2 hours. That's all I could do.
When somebody hates somebody else and all they want to do is a chance to clobber that somebody else, anybody that reminds them, they go in attack mode. Like, oh, there's that broad, you know, and they just.
Yeah, but he was hurt, and Amanda got to the point which she's back on, which I'm so glad because once her energy came on here, she was able to kind of dispel that negativity, and I was so happy about that. And he actually took to her and listened to her, you know. And so as soon as she left, that goddamn devil came back. I mean, as soon as she left, he started up again.
She's not, well, she she's not associated with Bomb Cherry, and that's different. He has a disdain for Bomb Cherry that is immeasurable. And anybody that's ever said hello or acknowledged her being alive is his enemy as far as he's concerned. I mean, there are some people, you heard him say guilt by association. That is his creed. You know, birds of a feather flock together. That's his creed. And there's nothing anybody can do about his sense of unreasonableness. Nothing.
Yeah.
He's too old to change now. He's too old to change.
I hate to say it. He said that too. And I said, oh, that's unfortunate, you know. All right, we need your phone number. So when people backstage and you fall asleep, we can call you. We needed Amanda back up here immediately.
Oh, so y'all didn't take enough fiber, huh?
I think that Art is responsible enough to maintain his panel if he was, and this is just off topic, I'm starting to suspect that any event, Art, that you were fatigued, you are responsible enough to say, y'all ain't got to go home, but you got to get the heck out of here. You know, I suspect that's a part of your character. Do you realize there are some people that don't know how to discipline themselves in such a way that they fall asleep on their own channel during the panel? I find that just telling of irresponsibility. It's a testament as to what type of teacher you are. It's a testament, and I say that it's a testament to what type of teacher you are. You know, you're committed to detail. You're committed to effectiveness. And, you know, I did the best I could to respect your show, man. You saw how he was coming. You heard how he was coming at me. I did what I could. And I hope I didn't disappoint you. If so, I apologize.
As long as the arguing over, I'm good.
Hello, good morning, Kane. How are you?
Good morning, ladies. Peace, Art. LaShawn, what's going on?
It seems like no one gives me credit for being sensible.
Can I say this to
I get
Jam?
it, Mella, but you know what? I'm a girl, and I don't think it's going to matter because I'm a girl.
Mello, I didn't condemn any one of y'all. I was sitting there understanding where it was coming from.
You were.
When I said that the Coach Jim says, and then Mello is two different women, two different names, and I mean everything Amanda said was on key. She was right, because that's where we were going, and then it went a little left, but apparently y'all had to get it out, and it's gotten out. And whenever the topic, or maybe Art might go on us again, and
he just has some pent up third party frustration. That's all. It was third party frustration. I mean, I represent who he can't stand. Oh, hey, Smooth. Speak of the devil.
Hello, Miss
Smooth operator. Smooth operator. What you doing?
What's up, Miss James? How y'all doing this morning?
Chill.
Peace, Smooth. Peace, Smooth. What's going on, bro?
So what's up, my nigga K? What's up, man?
Smooth.
Boy, Aries come in turned up. I'm telling you.
Yep. You already know. Hey, Miss Mella, I personally.
Hello.
Hello. I can't hear you.
Oh, I said I personally give Miss Miller credit for being sensible.
Oh, that's so sweet, Smooth.
Y'all gotta remember that's Beasley. Beasley goes off the rails sometimes.
Like I reminded you, my name's LaShawn. I don't know what the hell's going on. It was like.
But can I say this? LaShawn was speaking some righteous stuff, but he didn't get a chance because, not for nothing, Bees, you kept cutting him off.
Right.
And that made it seem like he wasn't agreeing with both parties on certain aspects. And he was. He was just giving props where everybody was speaking truth. So he was trying to let you know he understand Jim. He understand LaShawn. You really spoke some gems.
He did. He really did.
Absolutely. And Smooth, it took a lot for you to say that. Appreciative of it. Thanks.
Look, there's a trick in the world, and I learned it, and this is my own saying. You can understand somebody 80% of the time. Another 10%, they might be able to sway you to their side. The other 10%, you sure in hell ain't gonna agree with them on. And that's just the way it is till you're dead. And just accept that part. And if someone is 80% going to disagree with you, and you didn't come in with the same energy, there's nothing you can do.
That's true.
And I agree, but I think that we should be able to disagree. We old now, shit. And this go for me.
Agree to disagree.
We should be able to agree to disagree. I hear you. I feel you. Just like when he was coming at me saying this sound wild, I agree with him. You're right. This does sound wild, you know. And look, if you don't accept it as true, I totally get it. It is a thing, you know. It's just like I could not agree to disagree with him. I couldn't on any level. So I wish that we could have these conversations.
And he still kept calling you a witch to push your buttons. He still kept
but
doing
it. But it wasn't working because I kept agreeing, but it seemed like it wasn't working.
Let's talk about this fake attempt to cover up the fact that he called me out of my name and then want to claim after the fact, after the insult impact, that it was an acronym. Like, if somebody's intelligent, that was ridiculous. I was like,
no, they didn't.
I was like nobody's heard of that 5 years ago with Facebook. Man, if you don't get out of here with that
deflection.
It was an insult to anybody's intelligence that will hear this thereafter. It was ridiculous. It was like for all the people, I'm speaking for all the people who intelligence was insulted by him trying to play off the fact that he was just bogus.
That was me asking him, are you using witch in place of the word you?
No, I'm not referring to that, sir. I'm talking about when he directly
it was an acronym. I heard him.
He directly insulted me shortly after appearing on the panel with that B word.
I didn't catch him then. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. I remember what time you talking about, but yeah, she talking about
if you were able to scope the replay, right? If you were able, not that people got time to be replaying videos. I get that. I'm just saying, in the event that you might have some time to just chill with some lemonade in a beach chair and play this back one day in the future, you will, I promise you'll hear that he intentionally, his intention was to insult me by calling me a name that's referred to in a dictionary as a four-legged female dog, right?
I was clear. I was clear what he was. I know that
afterwards,
I don't need to hear the replay. He was seriously on that mode.
Afterwards, I brought it up that this is why there was hostility between us on the panel. He said, "No, you took it wrong. I meant it as an acronym." I said, "Man, if you don't get out of here trying to insult people's intelligence, man,
wow,
that's the deception. That's the deception I don't respect. You know, that was just pure deception." And I was just like, man, I'd be crazy not to call out his deception. That's not cool.
And you know what's funny? I'm glad you said that. Not to cut you off, but I didn't like, because you guys were having a great conversion. Right. Nevertheless, there's no need for name calling. He started by calling you a bitch.
Right.
And I'm like, well, damn, we can't have a conversation without us calling each other out of our names.
He was trying, you know, because he hates Bon Cherry so much, he resorted.
Let me finish. That's what I was going to. Because he had a dilemma with one of your fellow mates, he took, I believe, this is my personal opinion, I believe he got so in his feelings that he took it out on you, and it wasn't fair. Okay, I understand you don't like the person I associate myself with, and you can't always say birds of a feather flock together. Because one of my best friends is a total whore. I'm not a whore, but that's my best friend. I got to learn who she is. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. It doesn't mean that I am what she is because I decide. Now, like I was going to the witch thing, I think the thing that triggered him off and made him attack you was when you started talking about the spiritual realm, and you didn't say you were a witch, you mentioned the word witch. And once you mentioned that word, it set him all the way off, took him back to Bomb Cherry and all the shit he went through. And he took it all out on you.
No, he said it took him to a place of some witches that wanted to put a curse or a spell on him. And so that's what he said that triggered him.
I said I'm not a witch, and he said you are a witch, and he was like, I said I'm not a witch. And it was going back. I tell you what. And I got upset. I said, I tell you what, since you in the business of telling somebody what they're not, if I'm a witch, you're a super predator. Who have you raped today? You know, I got that damn low with it. You know, because I got tired of it.
Damn, Miss Melody, you used the R word for my man. I'm like, damn, YouTube algorithm.
Because he's trying.
Because he kept going in on her, though. He kept going in on her. He kept going in. What?
I was like, you want, I mean, dang, man, stop.
It's something deeper going on, and that's what I said. I'm not going to argue with a fool. I'm not going to, because it's something deeper, has nothing to do with the panel.
I think he was
I don't know if
trolling
he
at
lost
that
the
point.
best friend. I don't know if he got in an argument or a fight with somebody at home, but it's something much deeper, and this is the place to push that negative energy. And then he revealed it later by saying, I deal with it when I talk to the postman. I deal with it when I choose those nights to fight those battles, but I can come up here on this stage, on this platform, and I can release that stress. And I said, that's exactly, it's something going on in the 3D world at home. But he can't fight those fights at home.
And then that whole that coronavirus thing, I was like, man, listen, if you're gonna accuse me of all this stuff that you know nothing about it, as to whether or not it's a fact, you tripping.
Well, Melody, Melody, he's trolling when he say that because he don't know you personally. So how could you even get mad at that?
What's insulting is he thinks I'm supposed to lay down and take it.
It was the fact he kept
that analogy though.
Throwing blows. There's only so many times you're gonna turn your cheek before you get tired of getting hit.
And what I noticed is when the men fight,
to keep it calm, like me and him had,
or even worse. Even worse, it's an intentional provocation. That means he's psychotic.
Yeah.
How did all of this even start?
I just think he pissed the hell off.
I think it's something before even coming online, to be honest.
Well,
we don't know how it started.
He might just had a bad day,
right?
And you popped on, and then you connected to Bomb Cherry, and then she said the witch thing, we connected to all that, and then he was just instant. Oh hell no, y'all the same host, and boom, it was that.
And even before that, LaShawn, he went off on me when I read that letter, so he been upset just the whole time.
Yeah.
I came in on the letter part. Because I was gonna say that letter is crazy. But then all of a sudden he went into that moment, and I was like,
"What letter?"
We don't want to talk about the letter.
No.
Oh,
well, to surmise it, it's a conspiracy theory from a reliable source.
Come on now, one at a time.
Go ahead. You know about the letter. Speak on.
All right, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna look to Amanda.
No, I was gonna say.
We talk about this without having an argument, a fight.
Right.
I don't know. Or should we just not talk about it at all? What do you
think? I think when it comes to you and him, because you're connected to Bomb. What's her name? Cherry Bomb.
No,
Cherry.
I'm not Mela. This is a coach.
Oh, okay. I think that what triggered it, LaShawn was correct with what he just said. That's when it all started. When we started talking well, not we, I was in the chat, but when you guys started talking about the spiritual realm, and Occult Jim gave her analogy, and he didn't like it because of his experience with the witches, and they tried to kill him, right? And then one of you talking about how y'all church deal within that witch spiritual realm. That ticked him off. It sent him back to.
That wasn't Melon. That was not Melon. That was not.
Okay.
That was not.
Exactly.
That was not Melon.
Y'all not playing devil's advocate. Hold up, I'm gonna play devil's advocate a little.
Let me finish.
If witches
Let me
was
finish.
attack,
So
I
look.
probably would have got triggered too. If
Right.
witches
So what
attacked
happened
me, I
was.
would have probably got triggered too.
Right.
Like,
But
this
let me tell you what
motherfucker's
happened. Hold up.
Witches, blah
Let
blah
me
blah.
tell
Let
you.
him man finish.
Y'all
Let him
asked me.
finish.
Y'all
Let
asked
him
me a
finish.
Wait a
question.
second.
Let
Wait
me
a second.
finish.
One at a time. One at a
Yeah.
time. One at a time.
Y'all
One at a
asked me.
time.
Go
Just
ahead
let me
and finish.
finish, and I'm gonna
You
shut
are
up.
absolutely right. I was in the chat room with you because we were
Okay.
talking.
So
Go ahead.
when everything was going smooth until that witch word came. So when that witch word came, he just didn't give a damn whether you guys were the corporate that did it to him in the beginning. You guys said the word, especially you're a female. Hold on.
Okay.
Especially because you are a female and said it, you took him back to that realm. So he didn't see you as being yourself. He saw you as the motherfuckers that was trying to kill him. And that put a
Art
hope on his life.
Art did ask he.
Not her art. That's what I'm
He
about to get
asked,
to.
why do
No,
people
wait,
get
that's what I'm
triggered?
about to get
And
to. Hold on.
and then
Hold on.
prior
I'm about to get
prior to that,
honey. Okay, hold up. You can talk. As soon as I'm finished, I'm about to finish. Art messed around and asked him what triggered him. And when Art said, okay, are you not looking at it as a woman aspect, as, you know, and when he said that word, no, meaning women can't have instincts when it comes to their true lover, I was like, wow, okay, then there's no need for you guys to talk to him no more. But y'all kept going, so it pissed him off more and more and more, and he started calling y'all bitches.
Yeah.
And you remember the same thing? I said, can you be respectful?
and then he came up. And then he came up with an acronym for it after the fact.
Yo, that shit was
like,
crazy.
That acronym shit, man. It was
Yo,
like
that part. I was dying.
We know that game. I know. We know that game. Stop playing.
So
like,
y'all push his buttons by saying witches.
Actually, he said it. No, actually, he said the word. He's the one who brought that up.
Yep.
He brought it up. But one of you said that y'all church practiced it.
Oh, she gone. Another lady was up here at that time.
And that's what pissed him off.
Okay.
It was a different lady. It was a different. Yeah, it was
like,
a different lady.
Church. I would never attend your church. He said all that stuff.
Right.
I was like, wow.
I took a mini nap and I woke up and y'all were on, and then I start listening. Then I start hearing it going left, and I said, "Let me jump out from the chat room real quick." And man said, "I might need to do that too." And you know, I happened to get on the back room. She was still in there for a bit. I was like, okay. But she's telling the truth, because when I asked him, I was like, "Bruh, I didn't even say nothing bad to you. Can you be respectful to me?" He said, "No."
Yeah.
There's no need for me to be respectful.
But tell me this: why did he drop off the panel when I confessed that I told his enemy happy birthday?
I think that's when Art put him down, because he was.
Oh, okay. I thought he dropped off.
He was.
No, Art kept muting him when he kept calling you a bitch, or whichever one of y'all he called a bitch.
It might have been the acronym though.
I'm gonna tell people that when I call them a bitch, they're gonna be like, "Why you call me a bitch?" I'm gonna say it's an acronym.
Acronym is not a princess.
It's an acronym for you being a nice person.
And I'm gonna say, look in the dictionary. It begs to differ.
Wait.
Motherfucker.
A positive term for that is you put "my" in front of that. That means you claim.
There is no way to dress that up. Come on now.
He built like the whole. Hell, you
we're not gonna soft shoot bitch. We're not gonna soft shoot the word bitch at all.
I didn't even say it.
Just because we soft shoot the word nigga, what's not gonna happen is soft shoeing the word bitch.
But Mel, can I ask a question? When you speak to your friends, female friends, do y'all call each other bitch?
No.
Okay, so I can respect that.
I can tell Mela don't. I can tell her energy. I can tell she don't.
Yeah, Mela don't use that word.
Occult, I don't know about you though.
It depends on what friends it is. My friends that I respect with that and that's cool with that. Different friends are different ways. So I respect people with where they're at.
Occult be using the word like crazy, man.
Yeah, Occult uses that word like crazy.
No. If it's a particular person and like a Christian. Hold on, I got a Christian friend. And no, I do not refer to her. I don't even say cuss words around her.
So the rest of your friends.
I don't have a lot of friends.
So you ain't never said hallelujah, bitch, to your Christian friend?
Yes.
No. I try to respect people. If somebody say call me Shay,
I ain't cussing.
if somebody say call me Shay, I'm gonna call them Shay, even though their name is Tina. I respect people.
So let me say this, Jen. Like, can I say this to Jen real quick, and I'm gonna shut up. I'm gonna say this, and I do not like the bitch word, but on contrary, I am a hypocrite because I do use it with my girls. I be like, good, ooh, good.
Right.
That's what I'm
And I
saying.
like my man to say it in the bedroom. I love that word in the bedroom.
And although I do not like it, I do use it with my best friends. But we get the context of it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
However, it's not right. It's not a right
it ain't
word.
right or wrong. I think that.
Well, what I'm saying is we should not use it because of the way this world uses the word. Let's keep it gangsta.
And that's what I was going to say, Amanda. If we go to Australia and we call somebody a bloody cow, that is very offensive.
Very offensive.
In America,
But then when you go to Jamaica and you call somebody a what? Y'all already know a word.
A bummy boy.
Can I interject something, ladies?
Nah, Bumbleclad is not. Bumbleclad is not.
No, that's calling you a pussy boy. A pussy boy.
No, it's not.
Hold up, everybody. Whoa.
LaShawn, wait a second. LaShawn, wait a second.
Wait. LaShawn, let him speak.
I'm just getting one person to talk. That's why I just want y'all to calm down and let them speak.
Oh Lord, not LaShawn. LaShawn, hold on. I'm saying Bumbleclad is not. Bumbleclad is like saying fuck you, because I have a Jamaican background. Bumbleclad is like saying fuck you. If you call a dude Bati boy, if you call him Bati boy, then you have a problem. That's like calling a dude gay.
Pussy boy.
That's where that go. Bumbleclad, you hear that all day.
Thank you. I didn't know that's what that
meant. That's what I meant. You're right. You're 100.
That's why I try to ask y'all, let them tell y'all, because I didn't know it either.
So that's what he just now said is the same aspect of saying bitch.
Yeah,
but that's what I'm saying. I just have a problem because I usually hear a lot of women, they speak amongst each other and they call each other bitch, but as soon as a dude say it, it's like the world came to an end.
No, it depends on how you say it. It depends on who it is. I know you. I respect you. How you said it. Like sex. Like I said, in the bedroom with rough sex.
Depends on how much history you're gonna have to recall when they say it to you. Depends on how much white person say it to you. Oh hell no, you ain't going back to slavery with me. I'm about to kick your ass.
Thank you.
A black person says you cuss them out, depending on if it's a male or female.
Can we take a Rihanna break?
Depends on if you respect them or not. Because I will say, my nigga, and it's my people. You know, I watch their kids when they want to go out on date night and stuff. You know, it's and then you know, I don't use the B word unless I really just don't like you. But other than that, I mean, I've heard women say it too in respectful ways, and y'all take it in respectful ways. But then there's times where I've seen y'all go at each other, and that is not a nice word at that time.
And you know by the context what's up.
Right.
I get that. I get that. As black people, we say that, but we need to cut all the words out.
Time on
No,
this subject.
who is that speaking? The one that just said, I get that as black. What's your name?
This is Kane.
Okay, Kane, you are 100% correct. That's all I'm about to say.
Can we take a Rihanna break now?
What does that mean, Rihanna?
I'm about to say that.
Come here, rude boy. Can you get it up? Come here, rude boy. Is you big enough? Take it. I mean, come on now.
That sound like your favorite song, Miss Miller.
No, I'm just saying we can always talk a while.
Yeah, just saying.
That on key. She was all up into it. She probably did a good wiggle while she was singing it too. Bet you wiggled a little bit when you were singing that song, wasn't it?
Hey, but real talk.
I was
But real talk, though.
rotating my hands. That's about it.
Yo, I was when I came into this chat, when I saw the preview on YouTube, I was actually thinking, okay, maybe Art is having like a chat amongst more mature people, you know, like Occult Gems and everybody in here. I don't know how old y'all are. I was thinking like anywhere 45, 55 plus and shit. And I was like, let me go in there and, you know, maybe listen to some game, listen to some wisdom. The next thing, you don't know me, sir.
Yeah,
right. Don't call me that. You're a rapist. I'm like, whoa.
No, but why y'all playing? He's 100% correct though.
Yeah, it's a shame.
I was telling him that some things aren't for polite conversation.
But my thing is, what I understand his purpose for throwing that out there. If he, I don't know his age, but I know that we are older than him. By every time I'm in Art's channel, I listen to him, and he always speaks about, you know, I come from the younger generation. But for him to say that, that means like, y'all, we gotta check ourselves.
Exactly.
Nah, y'all gotta remember Beasley is from the old school. Beasley from the old school. He went through a lot of shit. He's one of them dudes that went through a lot of shit. So he has a lot of demons. He had a lot of demons.
Yeah, but should we be abused because he have demons? Because we have
I'm not saying that y'all should be abused. I'm just saying this is what's gonna come from a dude that's like that.
So now I gotta ask Art a question. Art, where are you? Can I ask you a question?
Art is in the background. 6 of us on the panel. 6 of us on the panel. You can't come on right now.
Oh, he can't come on right now.
Can I elaborate?
Because then it makes me wonder, is there a way that Art could kind of facilitate the conversation? For me, on my panel, I will mute a bitch in a minute.
He went out. He went out to buy people toilet paper.
I can drop off the panel, y'all. I can drop off the let Art in if
no, Art is busy. You gotta go. I think he's preparing for work or whatever. That's why he's allowing us to be here.
Okay.
I don't know.
Can I elaborate?
One at a time. Go ahead.
He went to go buy toilet paper.
Can I elaborate on Kane? He's 100% correct. You know what I'm saying? We all are here. Wait, repeat exactly what you said, because everybody was talking. My mind was everywhere. But you said something so important.
I'm sorry. You talk about what I was speaking on Beasley?
Just now. Yes.
Oh yeah. Beasley is a dude from the old school. He's an older fella that went through a lot of drama. If you listen to his story, because he said it a couple of times, he's been a dude that I ain't gonna go into everything that he said, but he's an older dude that went through a lot of troubles as a youth. And now that he's older, he has his demons. So that's why you might see he come off the way he come off.
And we all have our trauma. But go ahead, Miss Amanda.
I just want to speak on that and elaborate. He's 100% correct, because I have a lot of elders in my realm right now that are wise and that come from the old school. You know what I'm saying? And they are in their ways. Nevertheless, everybody has an opinion, and we might not understand where he's at, just like he might not understand where we're at. Nevertheless, we cannot disrespect one another just because we're not agreeing. You know what I'm saying? On a certain aspect. So, but come to Bees, he, like Kay just said, I listened to him, right? He's been through a lot of shit, man. Like, and that has nothing to do with us. Nevertheless, if we're gonna communicate with one another, understanding that we all been through some shit, then we gotta get okay. He in his zone. He you know what I mean? I'm in my zone. I've been through my shit. I get whatever. But when it comes to the name calling and us like disrespecting one another, just because we feel like you're not getting what I'm saying. No, we all somewhat getting what each other's saying, but we just don't agree. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely.
so back to
Absolutely.
what Kane was saying, you got to understand to take Beasley for who he is at this moment. It's simple.
Exactly, because it's like when you have a family member that you know went through. No, listen to what I'm saying. It's like when you have a family member that you know that probably was on drugs and then they got clean and they got that's a area in their life where they had a lot of demons.
Right.
And that sticks with them. That sticks with them.
Right.
So
And that's why they get divorces and such, like, or they don't have friends because their friends and their wives, their husbands are not going to put up with that abuse of their traumas. You see, so
can I say this to you, honey? And I get what you're saying. You're understanding it in an aspect to where you are right now. You're not where he at. So your mind is where you are. His mind ain't where you are.
Oh, well, that's what I'm saying. That all takes elevation. I understand what you're saying, Mel.
Beasley.
No, I'm not caping for him either. I'm not
understanding the world.
I'm not caping for him. I'm just giving you an understanding. I'm giving you an understanding where he is, where he's at, and that's how it is. That's how it is with a lot of people that went down that road in life.
Right.
Because I used to be what I would assume people call Pookie and Ray Rays right now. I was a dude out there getting money. But my situation is kind of different because I lost my parents at 13.
You a grimy Brooklyn nigga, Kane.
Yeah, come on, bro. I know. Yep, absolutely. I ain't gonna deny it. I am that.
I looked up to niggas like Kane. Thank God I lived in Europe.
Because I elevated him from.
What's your name again? I like him. You are so crazy.
That's Smooth. That's my boy. That's my boy Smooth. That's my boy Smooth. But
every time you get on, I'm like, this nigga is off the chain.
But I went through them struggles. I went through the struggles. I was a street dude. I was out there getting money. I had plenty of women. I did the pimp game nonsense and all that. And I elevated from that. But I was always a dude that thought differently because I didn't have parents as a youth. I raised myself. I had my first apartment at 14.
Wow.
And I'm 42 right now. I made it. I got 2-3 properties right now.
Why he live in the South? He on the run.
Exactly.
Like
I'm not on the run, baby. I'm not on the run. I still got property in New York, and I'm in the A right now, and I'm sitting on 10 acres. I got 10 acres. I'm good right now.
You living like a king, King. You did it smart. You got out of there. You got out of there.
Nothing but a joke.
Shit went up in smokes.
Yeah, I was always different.
Why are you answering him? He's such a jokester.
I was always a different type of brother, though, man. Like I said, I was always a different type of brother because I had to go through the struggle. You know what I'm saying? I went through the struggle. I went through the hood life. I know what it is to be a hood dude.
And you say you're 42?
Yeah, I'm 42.
Right.
I'm saying
you ain't even that old, Kane. Damn.
I sure ain't. To me, I feel like I'm in my prime right now.
Right now, you're supposed to feel like that, though.
You're gonna feel that way in 45 when you're 45. Trust me, you're gonna still be sitting there swinging, jab still crisp, hook still sharp, uppercuts are still bad things.
Absolutely, because with me, you know what I'm saying? I study gods and earths, 5% nation. So you know what I'm saying? I look at everything in life as knowledge. Every day I gain new knowledge. Knowledge is infinite. So you know what I'm saying? I deal with knowledge. Knowledge comes first. You have to have knowledge yourself.
What's the math for today, fam? Break it down, brother.
Knowledge equality, all being born to God. What that basically means is the knowledge that I gain every day makes me deal with people in equality. And by me dealing with that, that shows the God power. Because all black men is original. We the original man. We all gods on this earth. But a lot of us is blind to that. And it's on you to open your third eye to understand who you are.
That's the math.
Exactly.
That's today's mathematics. If you was dealing with the gods and earth, I'm gonna start a
That's
channel. I'm
the
gonna
God
start breaking it
Allah.
up. Yeah, that's why you see my
The
last name is
numbers.
God is love.
I was explaining it to her. That's the Allah God numbers, and that's what today's date is, and that's what he's explaining.
Yeah, that's supreme mathematics. That's what we call it, supreme mathematics. And then we got the supreme alphabet. Every number consists. Because we deal with life in math. Because math can never be wrong. 1 + 1 will always be 2. 2 + 2 will always be 4. So math shows you exact how to be right and exact. So we deal with life in math. If it doesn't add up, something's wrong with it. So you got to reanalyze it. So that's how I look at life. That's why I made it. Once I learned that, I started looking at life differently.
And you
that
know
made
what
me
I
get on my
noticed?
confidence.
I
Go
noticed
ahead.
Art deal with a lot of numbers too. He had a live where he was doing all our birth dates and our names and adding it up. It was a beautiful lives. First and foremost, if everybody understand that this whole world deal with numbers, then you would get it.
Yeah, because with the
You know what?
5% nation, it coincides with Islam. Like it was birthed from Islam, but it's a little different because we don't believe in the unseen God or nothing. We just look at every black man as being God, and the women as being earths. So they're the childbearers and they're the nurturers. So we call the women earths, and that's what
Well,
the
I
earths
don't
do. The
proclaim
planet they'll
any
be on.
religion. I don't proclaim anything. I don't proclaim nothing. I just proclaim I was sent back here to this earth to do a mission. So I get all religion because I study it all.
See, but that's the
Nevertheless,
thing,
I
occult.
get
But
what you're saying.
that's the thing,
Silver
occult.
then dropped to $12, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm buying. I'm about to buy right.
But occult. That's the thing. The 5% nation isn't a religion or anything like that.
That's not a cult. That was
It's
somebody
not.
else.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's not a religion. It's a way of life.
No, I know. I was just
It's
speaking in
a
general.
it's a way of looking at life.
You.
Because I'm not part of no religion either. I don't have no
Right.
religion or nothing. It's just a
Right.
way of life. It
Right.
gives you a standard. It gives you a standard to live on.
Right. And that's why I said when you were speaking about the numbers, I had to agree.
Okay, definitely. That's peace.
Ken, you know the rappers fucked all of that shit up though, man.
Yeah.
But Smooth, the original rappers, when you go back into like the early 80s into the mid 80s when rap first started, most of them brothers was 5%ers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But he's
Brand
saying
Nubian,
yeah,
you know what
Brand
I'm saying?
Nubian, Poor Righteous Teachers,
Poor Righteous Teachers, yeah.
Eric B and Rakim. Rakim was more of a 5%er. Special Ed, Big Daddy Kane, all them
Professor
brothers,
Griff.
Professor Griff, Grand Pooba, all those dudes studied. All those dudes studied. They was putting that in their rhymes. All their rhymes was based on uplifting the black population.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but then when
But those
gangster rap
dudes-
came, all that shit went out the window.
But those
So
dudes
can I
wasn't
ask
getting no
you this?
money.
Can I ask you this?
Go
With what
ahead.
you just said, right? With what you just said, here's what I believe, because I'm from up north. Yeah, I mean, I was in Boogie Down, like when Boogie Down first started. That's where I was at. I don't even want to get into that, how much and how many people I know. But what I'm saying is this: you were 100% correct. They were righteous teachers back then
Yeah,
when it
Poor
came to
Righteous
the rap
Teachers.
game, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm asking is this: pay attention to what I'm asking. The ones that the elite didn't accept is the ones was the righteous teachers. It was either take the oath or stay true to your game. And I believe the reason why they not a Jay-Z today is because they stayed true to their game. They want to be righteous teachers. I don't need your money and fortune and fame. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
I'm not
Exactly. That's
selling my
another
soul.
a cult, but that's another name. That's another name for us.
That
But
is
they
not
call
a
us.
cult. Who is that speaking? That's not me. Who is that
That
speaking?
was Amanda speaking, Kane.
Oh, that was Amanda speaking. I'm
I
sorry.
didn't say
I'm sorry.
I didn't say a cult. I never said cult. That was somebody else.
No, I'm
I
saying
said
I don't know exactly who was speaking, but just now. But they're absolutely right because with the 5% nation,
no.
that's another
I was
thing we
saying
call
I
ourselves.
was speaking on The ones you said was righteous and 5%ers, they didn't sell their soul.
Oh, absolutely, because that's why we called ourselves poor righteous teachers.
So
Poor
what I'm
righteous
saying
teachers is
is,
actually a group, but that's another name for the 5% nation. The
right,
poor
but
righteous
what I'm
teachers.
saying is, this is why I respect them to this day, and they still acquire the knowledge because they didn't take the money to be a Jay-Z. You know what I mean?
Exactly. See, but Jay-Z rocks a chain with the 5% symbol on it. He knows
Nah,
it,
anyway,
but
that's my opinion. Jay-Z's a sellout.
no, but he's not really a sellout. Jay-Z
Yes,
just
he is.
understands. Listen to what I'm saying. Can you listen to what I'm saying though? Jay-Z just understands being swift and changeable, but always remainable. When I say that,
Okay,
is that
so
you have to know how to maneuver in certain places in order to move forward. Because you gotta remember when Jay-Z was with Rockefeller, he was around a lot of hood dudes that was deaf, dumb, and blind to the truth. You could always see it in his face, like, I don't want to be with this group. That's why he left Rockefeller. That's why he left all them dudes.
Ken, close to the end of Rockefeller, there's actually an interview. Like it was like after a show, and anybody can check this up on YouTube. It's
Yeah, I know
like
what you're talking about. I know what you're talking
everybody
about.
was
I know what you're talking
celebrating.
about.
He was there, stone cold face, no smile, no laugh.
Exactly.
That's when you knew it was over.
Yeah, because he's a different type of dude. That's what you got to do sometimes. In order to make it forward in this country, you have to learn how to be swift and changeable. You can't just be one type of way, and that's what Jay did. You got to be.
That's why the righteous teachers remain poor, huh?
Can I ask a question?
You sure can.
Are you saying he's not a sellout?
No, he's not a sellout.
No, he's not a sellout.
Don't even argue with him. He is a sellout, but they ain't gonna understand, man.
No, he's not a sellout.
That's the answer. Okay.
Let me answer. He's not a sellout. He did what he had to do to move forward in the business because he's a businessman. That's what it is. When you deal with business, you might not come off nice sometimes. That's how business works. You have to be a monster.
No, I don't. No, the reason why the prison. Go ahead.
Okay, let him finish.
I was saying,
don't argue with them. Remember, you just told me, don't argue.
Morality don't exist in this realm. You know that.
I'm talking about Black people. He'll sell out because the reason why those prisons are filled with our brothers is because of his magic of his music. Now, I'm not going to get into the esoterics of that because I'm not in that type of a place. But then you have
to listen. You have to listen to his last album. You have to listen to his last album that he did. When you listen to 444, you see who Jay-Z really is. He did what he did. He did what he did because that's what the elite wanted. And that's what happened in the 90s when rap music started. He sold out in the early 90s. And this is what he saw.
So you admit, hold up. So you're admitting he sold out at a point.
Right.
Most hip hop artists in the early 90s sold out.
Okay, you admitted it. I'm done. So you already know what's up.
That part.
I know.
But you see, this is what I don't understand.
Now we got men in prison
this
for
whole
life
sellout.
sentences.
No, hold on. Wait a second.
Listen, James, niggas was popping pistols and getting crunk way before Jay-Z started rapping. The reason why he started rapping is because he was seeing all of that shit going on. But first of all,
pull a Beasley move right now. Don't.
I'm not about to pull a Beasley move.
Nobody ain't pulling no Beasley, man. Come on. We dropping stuff. Okay.
My bad, LaShawn. My bad.
My bad. So you saw the snipers was out. We was coming for your throat, LaShawn. My bad, LaShawn.
Right, David. You want to see my green ring and laughter? You want to see my green ring and laughter?
Stepped in.
My bad, LaShawn, because you see the snipers was out. We was coming.
But you see, everybody has to sell out at one point. You have to compromise to get what you want. You have to give something up. You know what I'm saying? So
no, I don't know what you're saying, and I don't agree. So I'm gonna agree to disagree.
All the poor righteous,
don't do that.
righteous teachers right now. Where
One at a time, one
where,
at a time,
where
one at a
they
time,
at
one at a
right
time.
now, and what impact do they have on a large scale?
Say that last part again, please, Smooth.
I said for all the poor righteous teachers that did not sell out, who do you think has more impact and can do more things on a large scale? You think it's Jay-Z, or do you think it's the poor righteous teachers that didn't sell out?
The people that sell out have more impact, of course.
Exactly, because this is how you have.
But
This
it's
is
a
what I was trying to
negative.
tell you.
It's a negative impact.
No,
Okay,
but this is what I'm
now
trying to say.
give me an example where a poor righteous teacher has had the same type of impact being on the same stage that a Jay-Z is on.
I'm talking about Jay-Z. You're bringing in other aspects and other people and other. I'm
No,
talking about
we're
Jay-Z.
saying you're saying sell out. We're talking about Jay-Z. You said Jay-Z sold out. I'm saying that because we talked about poor righteous teachers as well. I said, give me a poor righteous teacher who has been on Jay-Z stage with the same impact.
Okay, I don't know who's been on or off his stage, so just on that alone, I cannot answer your question the way you want me to answer it because I don't know who's been on the stage.
You can though, because I feel like you might be a little older than me, so you've been witness to what I've seen. 'Cause I've been around for 4 decades and better.
Okay, so what I witnessed. See, that's not the question you're asking. And see, I have to get into
No,
the
it is the question he's asking because Jay-Z's been around just as long as what we're talking about. Jay-Z's been around since we had brothers that was rapping righteous stuff. What he's asking you is out of that group of brothers that was on the righteous path, speaking on the 5% Nation and stuff, which one of them right now has the same impact as Jay-Z?
What kind of impact? I guess that's what I want to ask. What impact? What is the impact?
Influence.
Which
Who
has
has
the highest
people?
influence?
Who has the most
The
influence?
one that the global elite will push. That's the one.
So you mean to tell me that, in other words, no poor righteous teacher could ever have the influence that Jay-Z has because the elite will always stop them?
Well, they killed Dr. Sebi. They killed Garvey. I mean, I don't know. I'm just thinking about the people that could have made a huge impact. They've been murked, so that's why I can't really answer that question.
But that goes to show you.
Go ahead, Ken.
That goes to show you that when you're dealing with the powers that be in the place that we are, you have to move a certain type of way in order to make it forward for you to have some type of impact.
Why?
Why do you have to deal with the powers that be, Kane? Is my question.
Because this is where we are. We are in a place. We are in a place that we don't control.
Disagree with you?
No, but I'm saying, Cole, you cannot deny that we're in a place that we don't control. Are you not living in a country that you don't
saying
control?
that a man should not strive for power because the elite will keep him down, and he would be a sellout as well if he does.
Well, I respectfully disagree.
No, well, I mean, how else can a black man attain power in this world?
Why do you want power?
What you mean? Why do we want power? Isn't that what women? Wait a second. Wait a second.
I'm asking.
Wait a second, Occult. Isn't that what most black women say to their men? You don't have no power. You don't have no power. You being controlled by such and such. So if a dude is trying to get power to prove to you that he has power within his cipher.
Okay, what kind of power? Maybe I'm confused, Kane. What is the power that because we got power for different things. What is the power that it is that we're talking about?
What do you think we mean?
I can't go by things and assumptions. I got to go by what you mean. So that's why I'm asking.
The power
to reach the highest level of status that you can reach in this society that we live in.
Now, why do you want a highest level of status? For what?
Because I want to be able to influence my people at a mass scale.
I want to be able.
Yeah, go ahead, King.
I want to be truly free within my cipher where I'm staying. I want to be truly free because we as black people, we know we're not truly free here. They might have took the chains off us, but we're still mental slaves in this country. And this is why we deal with the dysfunction that we deal with as black people in this country. So they took the chains off. Because we don't have no chains off, we think we still not enslaved. But we still enslaved mentally.
White people are enslaved as well. That's a different conversation for a different time.
Okay, so it's a different conversation. But we're talking about this conversation right now.
Right,
So
and we're not
how
talking about.
can a black man attain power, occult gems?
He cannot.
Why can't
Why?
he? What do you mean?
He does
Why
not
can't he
run the. He's not one of the 13 bloodline families. That's why he cannot.
So you mean it is impossible for a black man to ever attain power?
No, it's not impossible because Meghan Markle just had a black child for Prince Harry. So once her child grows up, hold on, then that child will.
You're talking about a runaway.
Come on
talking
now.
about a
Come
royal
on.
runaway
Have
right
to
now.
do what the elites tell that child to do.
You're talking about an elite runaway right now, a royal runaway. That's the example. I'm saying any other black man like a Jay-Z or like a Kane or like myself, if we want to attain the highest level of status that you can attain in this society that we live in, you're saying that we cannot do that.
That's what I heard.
That y'all want me to say something, and I'm not saying it.
No, I don't want you to say anything.
Say
I want you to say what's on your mind. I want you to say what's on your mind. I'm not trying to make you say anything.
What's on my mind is he is a sellout. Y'all don't agree, even though you agreed to earlier he was to get to wherever he's at.
No. When I say something, see, because I'll let you walk me down that path. It's not a sellout. Most rappers in the 90s, in order to make real money when it came to rapping, you have to be rapping a certain type of way. This is what I'm trying to tell you. When you listen to the dudes before that, they wasn't making no real money. When hip hop,
It's called reinventing yourself.
This is what you saw happen in the 90s. This is what you
But
saw
still,
happen
what
in the
I'm asking is, rapping a certain kind of way changes your dialect of your rap, of who you are. So now I gotta change my rap to fit the industry. So I'm really not rapping about what I really want to rap about. I gotta rap about what these motherfuckers want me to rap about in order to get in. That's
but a lot of those dudes was speaking.
who I am.
A lot of those dudes was speaking what they was living. A lot of those dudes was speaking what they was living. A lot of those dudes was drug dealing.
The reason why they were speaking what they was living, though, is to make sure the rest of y'all will follow suit so that they can continue to make money by the stops in the prison system.
Somebody's echoing.
Everybody sounds like they're echoing.
And then you gotta remember, this was the young stages. Then you gotta remember this. Go ahead, Smooth.
It's easy to throw the whole sellout thing around, and I get where that's coming from. But again, if you know you have a certain goal that you need to, is that somebody's feet on the twin? Anyway, if you want to reach a certain level and you know that, okay, I'm gonna have to do this that I don't like doing. Whether he liked it or not, I don't know about Jay-Z, but whether he liked it or not, he knew he had a job to do. He knew that if he does this, this is what he's going to acquire because this is where he's trying to get to.
Can I say something about 2 Chainz? 2 Chainz just said that Jay-Z and them wanted him to come and talk to him by himself, by the way. Don't bring nobody with him, by the way, to see about doing some business together. 2 Chainz said because he know what the deal is, he know he's gonna have to sell out if he go up to Roc Nation. He declined the offer. So in other words, 2 Chainz don't care about the money, the power, the prestige. He's good where he's at the levels that he's at, even though he was offered by Jay-Z a business venture. He said he's good.
See,
but
you read too much into that occult because you're just literally telling me about how somebody turned down a record contract by a music executive. That's pretty much it.
Deal. I don't know what. No, a business deal.
It was a record. He wanted 2 Chainz. I know what you're talking about. He wanted 2 Chainz to join Roc Nation. He pulled the same thing off with Megan Thee Stallion, you know. But again, this is business. It is cutthroat. It is the music business. That's how they came up.
Exactly. It's cutthroat.
But what makes them a sellout in that case?
Okay, so I'm not giving you the answer that you want, so I'm going to be quiet at this point.
No, so-called nah. See what you're doing? That's you showing
Because
that
I
you're
told
getting
you
to your
what
emotions.
because I'm
That's
not
you
gonna,
getting into
I'm
your
not gonna
emotions.
stop.
No.
But we're trying to
this is our
unpack why you think the whole sellout thing that you're saying. We're wanting you to break down why do you think that if he does something if he compromises himself at the beginning of his career and then flipped around in order to attain power, why is he a sellout? Is he still a
You think
sellout?
he flipped around? That's the problem. Okay, so you think he's different now?
Well,
No.
his message is different, isn't it? That's what I meant with flipped around.
That goes back to what I was telling you. It's being swift and changeable, but always remainable. When I say that, is that you have to know with the different situations that you brought forth to you in life, you have to learn how to click off one thing and do something else in order to make it forward.
So what he's doing right now, Kane, is he made a deal with the lady named Phaedra. I can't think of her last name, but he has just invested in her company. If you heard about Promise, where now you get to put, if you are a person that's in jail and you want to get out on bail, he's willing to help bail you out. You don't have to pay bail, but you have to put this thing around your leg so that you can be monitored everywhere you go, reminding you of your court dates and all of that, and you pay Jay-Z a fee. Do you agree to that?
Well, yeah, if it's going to get you out of prison, why wouldn't you agree to that?
I'm done. I don't want to talk anymore because
wait. You're not explaining your point. You just
you know why? Because we don't have anything further to speak on. Because we don't see eye to eye.
Have you ever been in prison?
So I respectfully will listen to y'all's conversation, and I'm going on mute.
I'm asking you a question. Have you ever been in prison? Because I've been in prison before. Have you ever been in prison? Okay.
Okay. Well, I guess
I get that.
You know, I mean, we can't be throwing out certain things and certain words and all of that stuff, and then not break those down, and then say that you don't want to at least state, like explain your point. What exactly do you mean when you say sellout? And show me somebody that hasn't sold out before. Show me one king that is not responsible for the death of thousands of millions of people. Show me one president that is not responsible for the death of thousands of millions of people. Like I don't get it. You can't be, and a cult knows this, man. Like,
and you can't.
The morality thing does not exist. She knows that.
And Smooth, she can't even put that on Jay-Z because it's not like Jay-Z was sending these brothers to prison.
Exactly.
It's not like brothers been going to prison for as
all
long
of
as we
them.
know.
Snoop Dogg, y'all talking about Jay-Z, but I'm talking about all of them. But y'all talking about Jay-Z. So I brought up. So we talking about Jay-Z. All of them are sellouts, not just Jay-Z. Jay-Z is just the best at selling out. He is a good. Ask Damon Dash.
No.
He's the best at selling out.
No, we can't listen to Damon Dash.
He's just the
You said Damon Dash,
y'all.
Why
would I argue with two grown men and y'all don't agree with me?
We're not arguing. We're having a conversation. That's what I'm saying. We're having a conversation.
Okay, so you were not arguing because you are pressuring me. I feel I'm being pressured.
I'm not pressuring you.
I don't want to be.
I just want to hear your answers. I'm just asking you questions. Hold on. Wait a second, Smooth.
Hold up. Somebody in the comment section said she just don't like them. I'm gonna go with she just don't like them. Thank you for that answer, Ed the beefsteak, and that's it. I just don't like them.
Okay, then say that. Don't go around. Don't run around the bush. Don't run around the bush like we playing tag.
Y'all want to talk about?
Come on, man. Don't do that. Don't do it. We have a conversation.
The next topic. I'm gonna go with Ed the beefsteak.
Okay. Well,
okay.
I guess.
Well, how do y'all feel about the virus shutting down most of these cities now? now that we seeing this coronavirus, cause my kid is off for the next 2 weeks. They're telling me that we can't have more than 50 people in one place. So how do we feel about that?
What state are you in?
I'm in Georgia.
Okay.
Damn,
I feel like we about to go to the beach for the next 2 weeks. We having fun. I mean, I'm good.
What state you in, Nicole?
Florida, right by the beach.
Oh,
I don't want to even speak on Florida. I don't want no parts of Florida. I don't want no parts of Florida.
We meditate and we learning our cards. We we thinking of business ideas. We doing a lot. Hey, we taking this to rest and relax and everything.
That's because y'all ain't got no thunderstorm coming across the water.
If it do, guess what? Long as we can stay in the United States, we can flee. But usually we don't flee. Hell, we usually stay here, y'all. I'll be honest with you. It got to be the number 5, a category 5 before we leave. To be real,
I was in Florida last year. It was looking desolate out there.
Yeah. What hurricane was it?
It was looking desolate. Like Florida's. Ooh.
Yeah, them Florida niggas over there, man. They be on that Flacco, whatever they be on over there.
Yeah, because Florida right next door to me. I got family down there in Florida. And when I went out there, I'm like, damn, boy, y'all living rough out here a little bit.
See, I know, right? I don't know. I live behind gated gates with white folks, so I don't know how it is over there on that side no more. It was not that bad. When I am a sellout. I want to live.
You a sellout.
You're living with the white folks.
When I was in the hood, it was not like that at all. We still had love for one another. We still came together. We had block parties. And now they have drive-by shootings. Well, according to what the news say, they have gangs. We didn't have gangs back then. All of that.
So why don't you be a poor righteous teacher and fix the hood and not sell out and live in the white community?
I'm not going to be Nipsey Hussle. Are you crazy?
So you're going to sell out so you're not Nipsey Hussle?
So you don't care about your people. You don't care about your people. See, come on.
Okay, so what I do, if you go to my channel, I teach my people all the time on my channel. What are you talking about? And I reach more people than in this one little area. I teach people in Australia. What are you talking about?
But this is what I'm trying to say. What are you doing for your community?
What are you doing?
My community, I give out food on Wednesdays. I give out food and clothes at a church because that's the only place I can go to help in that kind of way. And I help kids on the computers from time to time. But that's it. I'm not going deep in the hood. I'm not getting shot up. No.
Is it a white church?
It is. No, it's black. It's a black church.
Okay. So what if somebody came through and started like a program, computer and all of that stuff, like really like giving back to the hood, educating kids in STEM and this and that, giving out clothes.
I educate my children, and when their friends come, I educate
them. Yeah, no, I mean on a million.
Wait, listen. Some people are Oprah. Hold on. Some people are Oprah. They are meant to to influence the masses. Some people are Jay-Z. They are meant to influence the masses. I'm not Oprah or Jay-Z.
That's why they got to be
influence. I am meant to influence who I'm meant to influence. I'm okay with not having power. I'm okay with that. I have no problem.
Okay, so somebody. But if somebody
because the people who I do run into, for example, let me give you an example.
A cult. You helping people, that's you showing power. Are you helping people? That's you showing power.
I gave somebody a business consultation. She told me because of that, she repaired her credit. Okay, she got a better job. Okay, she about to start her business that we was talking about. To me, that's very fulfilling to me. That makes me feel really, really good to empower people that way. I help people with money. I'm good at money. I help with people with money all the time. I teach them how to start businesses. That's what I do. And I do that with anybody who's willing to do it. A lot of my people.
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, Coco. Like I said, like I just told y'all, I lost my parents when I was young. I've been on my own since 14. I bought my first house at 22.
Right.
And this is what I try to show a lot of the brothers that I was hanging out with. And a lot of the brothers that
and some won't, right?
Exactly. But that's the problem that we go through in the black community. And this is why being a dude that have knowledge of self, being a God body, we have standards to what we look at. When we break it down in three parts. We have the 85ers. That's the majority. When you say 85ers, that's like the majority of the world. We look at them as uncivilized, deaf, dumb, and blind to the truth, like they will never get the truth. Then we have the 10%, which falls basically within like Masons and guys like that, like they know the truth. This is why our government try to keep us down, because they know the power that we have if we was to come together. We have the 10%, and we have the 5%. That's the group that I'm in. The poor righteous teachers. That's the poor righteous teachers, the ones that know the truth and will stand on the truth and will be ready to die for the truth. Because I'm ready to die for whatever I did, how I live. I'm ready to die for a lot of people. Ain't ready to die for what they believe in.
Kane, which one does Jay-Z fit in? The 85, the 10, or the 5?
Jay-Z is a 5%er. If you may not look at him that way, because of the things that he's done, because of his business practices.
You just said I would die for the truth. Did you just say that about yourself?
Yes.
You think Jay-Z would take that same stance?
Absolutely.
I can't tell. When him making a deal with the NFL, I cannot tell. But keep going on with what you were saying.
No, but this is what I'm trying to say. You have to.
You don't understand the power move.
With taking on that power, you have to bend certain times in order to move forward. You can't stand on your full beliefs all the time in order to move forward.
I've always been a loyal bitch. See,
no,
I'm sorry,
it's not,
I've always been a loyal bitch. I have not left friends when
a cult instead of talking over me. Let me explain what I'm telling you. Listen to his last album, the last album that the man ever dropped. Listen to his last album, what he was telling black people. And when black people heard his last album, they said it was trash. This is what happens. This is what happens with us as brothers. When we do tell you the truth,
I heard
you get shitted on.
Album, but that don't make up for all the blood sacrifices that you've done before that. A lot of my black brothers are in prison because of you.
No, even if you listen, even if you really, if you're a real Jay-Z fan and you listen to his early albums, he's been saying this. He has to put up, but in order for him to make money,
I might because I'm not a real fan.
Exactly.
I'm not a
Beyonce
didn't sell out as well.
No,
I'm not
okay. I get where you're coming from. I get where you're coming from.
You gotta look a little deeper than that, occult.
I understand where you're coming from, occult. Go ahead, Amanda.
I just want to ask a question, because even before my phone died, it's like in my world, y'all feel like y'all feel, she feel like she feel, I feel like I feel. Why are we going back and forth when at the end of the day, y'all gonna leave feeling like y'all feel? So why are we debating about Jay-Z? Can we talk about what this originally started from? You know what I'm saying? The reason why I'm asking that question, because I see this getting nowhere.
I understand what you're saying, but the reason we're using Jay-Z,
wait, hold on, honey.
Go ahead.
Although I understand you're trying to spread your knowledge, each one of you, everybody, to get the next one to hear it and get it, but we've been on this now with Jay-Z shit for fucking 30 minutes, and y'all all gonna go back and forth because y'all believe what y'all believe, she believe what she believe, I believe what I believe. Let's go to the next thing that we can, I'm just
the reason we're using Jay-Z because he's the big public figure right now. He's the powerhouse when it comes to hip hop and stuff like that.
I know, I get you, but what I'm saying is you and her are disagreeing. Y'all are disagreeing.
Amanda, if it's not about disagreeing. It's the fact. I mean, if we're gonna say that, okay, you're gonna believe what you believe, and I believe what I believe, then there's no point of having a discussion. So
exactly.
The whole purpose of us having a discussion is to present a different viewpoint. And she said that Sela, we asked her to unpack that and tell us why she believes it or why she believes that.
And y'all didn't.
That's what we're probing.
What I'm saying is you guys didn't. You guys tried to, and she didn't accept. So we've been 30 minutes on this Y'all going back and forth with
You
the
know
same.
why? You know why it's 30 minutes? Because it took 30 minutes for her to finally tell us that she just don't like him.
That was
No,
exactly.
no, because y'all was no, because
So
y'all
that's the
just
end game. That's the end game. The end game. The end game. The end game.
When this is the reason why are y'all listening? He sold out a lot of black men. Are y'all listening? Through his music, the esoteric message behind his music, they did the same thing he did, selling drugs, robbing, stealing, killing brothers, etc. Thinking it's cool. They're in prison now. I don't like Jay-Z because of that. He had blood sacrifices because of that. My brothers kill each other because of the influence of his music. If y'all don't want to accept that, now I'm loud, I'm not mad, but I'm just being emphasized.
No, but that's not even true because then that's not even.
And this is what I'm saying. You guys are gonna keep going back and
I
forth.
just said that because y'all wouldn't accept that answer.
Because that blanket statement is rough. Because then by you saying that, you could just say that about all '90s music.
I said that. I mean that about Snoop. I said all of them. But since y'all talking about Jay-Z, okay. But all of them.
No, you're the one that brought up Jay-Z.
Then I hear what you're saying with all of them, and I could semi-agree with that. With that, but like I said, in order when you're looking at a brother that came from selling drugs, and now you could get into the corporate space.
But he got into the corporate space off of our back.
We're not saying.
This is what I'm talking about. You guys are going to go back and forth. Like,
no,
are we
I'm speaking on all hip hop artists at that time. I'm speaking on all of them.
Ice Cube. I'm talking about all of them too.
All of them. All of them.
But we were talking
time.
about Jay-Z. But I mean,
then you gotta look at what the corporate side did. The corporate side started giving these guys millions of dollars.
What? That's called a sellout. They gave you what? That's a sell. A million. Sell.
That's a sellout. So what do you call somebody that buys back his masters?
No, I understand that part. Because now you can look at it and how it transferred. Instead of them being the dealers and the dudes that's out there getting money, now we see with these new artists, they're the druggies. That's what they feeding us now, and they giving those guys
another form of selling. That's another form of selling out, because when you look at Juice WRLD, and all of them, like what you're talking about, now they're promoting to my children, drink lean, and now my children are on lean. Do you see what? Not my children, because my kids grown, but you see what I'm saying? The next generation, now those kids are brain dead because they drinking lean and what's X and what's all the other stuff going on, and they want to commit suicide. You're right. That's
so by us speaking on this, where is the problem coming from? Because who's giving them these $1 million?
If you don't play the monkey, there is no issue.
Really?
If you don't sell,
how you saying that? If you're dealing with a person that can't feed, they can't feed themselves, their family is hungry.
Okay, y'all don't get it. I'm done. That's a sellout.
No, I get the sellout. I get the sellout thing you saying.
You don't have to make $1 million.
She's not going to understand all that.
You can be, you can be like Young M.A. You can be like, give me some independent artists, Lil Puff or whatever. You can be like them, be cool making your little $2 million a year or whatever, and promote your thing independently. Now you're not a sellout.
You hear that? You hear that? You just hear what she said? She just mentioned, you just mentioned you can be like this and that and be independent artists. That's how Jay-Z even started and got into the game.
But they're not.
He's been independent from jump.
They're not, but is Jill Scott preaching go kill and steal and shoot? And no, that's why Jill Scott ain't go no fucking where. That's why Common ain't going no fucking where. You ain't going nowhere, nigga. Sit your ass down.
But exactly, that's what I'm trying to tell you.
These sellout niggas.
Wait. Do you got this same smoke for Arnold Schwarzenegger when he was the Terminator?
I don't even know who the fuck. I ain't watched the Terminator, so I don't know.
But you know who the Terminator is, right? And you know what it's about.
No, I don't. So explain. I know it's a movie, but I never watched it. But go ahead.
I'm not even going to entertain that.
Okay, so y'all don't watch my channel. Hold up. Let me tell you what my channel was about. I decode movies,
music and sell out motherfuckers and tell you the esoteric meanings behind the symbols and signs in their shit, how they're corrupting you, how they're corrupting your children, and how they're corrupting the world for the elite's plan. I break them all down, even the so-called innocent looking bitches. That's
Okay,
what
we
I
could
do.
break them down. We could break them down, but aren't those the influences? When it comes
What?
to your child, no matter
Of
what you tell your
what?
child, no matter what you tell your child, are they being influenced by what they see? You can say whatever you want to say. Cause I've
Accord,
heard.
I thought you had a much deeper understanding
You gotta
about.
look. You gotta look at the bigger picture. You gotta look at the bigger picture. In order to defeat the picture, in order to defeat the picture, you have to look at the bigger picture.
But I mean, hey, it is what it is, man. It's no big deal. You know what I'm saying?
No, this is cute.
It's nothing, man. So
Yeah, because y'all, because I'm just probably an 85%er and I'm not gonna get it. That's all that's to it. I'm not gonna get it. You can't explain something to somebody who's not gonna get it.
And Jim, and can I say this?
Yeah.
This is what I was trying to say earlier to all of us. We have to agree to disagree. Sometimes we're not going to get it on every aspect. Now, am I saying you wrong? No, I am not. Am I saying they're wrong? No, I'm not. What I'm saying, agree to disagree, move on. Next case.
Okay.
No, but Amanda, I hear what you're
can I
saying.
finish, please? Can I
No,
finish?
Go ahead. You
Yeah.
absolutely can.
How
You
long,
can.
How long are we, especially me, as my melanated people, I want to ask, how long are we going to keep debating some foolery that's not helping our lives right now? Let's talk about some shit that need to help us right now. Jay-Z ain't helping us right now. I get everything you guys are saying. I do. But how long are we going to take the platform that originally started off as we were talking about spiritual beings and this, and now we talk about Jay-Z? Like, okay, agree to disagree, y'all. Like, we've been spending like damn near an hour on Jay-Z, and y'all not gonna agree. She has her point. You have y'all have y'all point. Like, next case.
I see, but that's one of the problems. That's one of the
Y'all not
problems with.
agreeing.
That's one of the problems with the black community. But I understand if we could get off of Jay-Z. I'm just trying to use Jay-Z because that's somebody that everybody knows. So I'm trying to use him as. Well, yeah. Matter of fact, let's get past Jay-Z because I see that's like a trigger thing right now. Let's get past that. Amanda, give us something that you feel is a solution then.
Well, the solution is this. Here's the solution, and I'm not taking no sides. You asked me, Amanda.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm not saying you taking no sides.
What I'm saying is, since you asking Amanda, here's my suggestion. I believe each of us as individuals were sent back to this earth for a purpose. Now, whether you know that purpose or not, that's not my mother effing business. Whether we agree or disagree on what's going on in this world, that's not my effing business. Now, here's the solution. The solution is understanding that we are all individuals. We were all chosen with a different mind, with a different aspect on life, with a different religious belief, spirituality, and we have to respect that. We can't tell nobody they're wrong because we're all individual. What you believe is what you believe. What they believe is what they believe. We cannot tell nobody in a spiritual sense that they're wrong. Now, you can read all the mother effing books you want to read, but you read something that somebody wrote. So don't come to me with, oh, they said. Who the fuck is they, first and foremost? Where did you, who taught the people that you learned it from, their knowledge? So with that being said, we are all individuals. We do not think alike. We do not speak alike. We do not see it alike. We were not spiritually born alike. You know what I'm saying? So like, to keep going back and forth with one another is a waste of fucking time.
No, but Amanda, I get where you're coming from.
The resolution is this. Hold
Could I
on, you
cut
asked
in
me
the?
the resolution.
No, but can I
The
cut in there real
resolution is
quick? No,
this.
go ahead. Go ahead.
The
Go ahead. Go ahead.
resolution, no, honey, you
Go
asked me
ahead.
the
Go ahead. Go ahead.
resolution.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
The
Go ahead.
resolution is this. Allow everybody to be their individual selves. Agree to disagree. Stop debating. And even if you don't like what motherfuckers say, don't call names. Let's agree to disagree. Move on to the next case. Ain't no need to spend 1,000 years. So the resolution is until our melanated people can understand we're all individuals and we're stronger than every other race out there. And until we put aside our pride and humble ourselves and come together, whether we agree or disagree, and build the kingdom, then we ain't gonna get nowhere. But the resolution is coming together with agreeing to disagree. Simple.
All right. Now, what you saying, individuals? Yes, we are definitely individuals. We all come into this earth, and we're gonna leave this earth probably at some time, unless it's something tragic like the Kobe situation, where a few people die at the same time. But at the end game is, in order for us to take over take over and get power as a people, we have to come together. And coming together is not dealing with each other individually. Because when you start saying the individual thing, that means that everybody has their own mindset. And when you deal with a group of people that everybody has their own mindset, you're gonna have some type of problem because somebody's gonna disagree. So that's why I don't completely agree with the let's agree to disagree. Because there has to be some type of truth that we stand on. And that's what happens in the black community. Nobody has a truth that they stand on. Everybody has their own truth. This is my truth. This is what I believe in. This is why I say with what I study is a way of life. It's not a culture. It's not a religion. Because once you base something on a culture and a religion, that's where you're gonna start seeing differences. If everybody's moving in the same accord as it's a way of life, you will move forward. So that's why I disagree on certain things that you said. Certain things you said was definitely right, but certain things you said was wrong. Because if we want to gain power in this country, we can't be moving on individual mind thoughts. Like, you're gonna have that. That's just human nature. Everybody's different. I'm not gonna say that everybody's born thinking the same way, but you have to have a baseline, a foundation. In order to gain power, you have to have a foundation. If there's no foundation, you can't build a house. You can't build a building. You can't make streets if you don't have a foundation. And that's what happens in our community. There's no foundation. Everybody is just sporadic and doing whatever they want to do. You can't move like that if you want to have power. The power that be, when it comes to the rules that they make, they stand in one accord. We don't.
You must don't see the Democrats and Trump because they sure do.
I don't deal with none of that. I don't deal with none of that. I don't deal with none of that because that don't have nothing to do with us.
But no, you said they stand on one accord. White people do not stand on one accord.
No, trust and believe. Trust and believe. Today, if they was to say today, if today we woke up and we looked at the news or something, they said blacks against whites, you'll see what's going on.
Okay, let me see Occult and Mr. Manda. The whole thing I get the whole agree to disagree thing and all of that stuff. But yeah, just like Kane said, there has to be at least one thing that everybody agrees on, or there has to be at least one common cause that everybody agrees on. But the problem, especially with black folk, is that if, for example, if Occult Gems is going to say that, oh, Jay-Z is a sellout and that's why I'm fucking with him. Now, if you take that on a micro level, if you want to work together with other black people and somebody's saying that, oh, this person is this, and because of that, I don't really like them and all that, that will be enough reason for that person to not want to participate in the in the one common cause or whatever we're working on, whatever that may be. That is already a reason to break off the group, or one person say, oh no, I don't rock with that. I don't rock with that. I don't agree with that. I don't like this person. I don't like that. So I'm going to bow out. And that is the problem that the individualistic thing has gotten so embedded into our brains where any little thing that we see that does not correspond or is congruent with our individual self, we just completely reject it and refuse to see the bigger picture.
And even by and even hold on.
Me and you disagree about Jay-Z does not mean that.
No, we're not going back to the occult. We're not going back to that Jay-Z thing. Okay, let's leave the Jay-Z thing alone.
No, he just said that.
But I know, because he said Jay-Z name, so it sparks it up again. No, we're not going into that. Even with the Democratic and the Republican Party, it's like a brother that goes to court and he's dealing with a legal aid. These legal aids is getting paid by who they getting paid by the government. So these bastards go to court. They go to lunch and everything together. Same thing with the Democratic and the Republican Party. That's why I don't deal with any of that. By them speaking on your vote counts and they tell you all these nonsense, that's to make you feel like you have something to do with what they're dealing with. They don't care about what's going on with the black community. This is why they say this is why you have a guy like Trump saying that, oh, my blacks like me. This is why they say quotes. This is why you hear quotes like this, and people act like it goes right over their head.
I think that's
the Democratic and the Republican Party do not care about us. In the Constitution, it still shows us as being less than a man.
Exactly.
So they just speak. They just because you hear someone say something, you got to read between the lines. Just because they say something to make you feel like you included, you're not included. We still get treated the shittiest out of everybody in this country. Gays have more power. Gays have more power than black people. We've been here. We was brought here as the slaves. We've been here, and we just accept everything that's thrown at us. That's the problem in this country. We accept everything that's thrown at us because people ain't willing to die for what they believe. You might believe something, but you ain't ready to die for what you believe in. That's why one of the last leaders we saw was Malcolm. When was the last time we had a leader like Malcolm that actually went out there and was actually foot on the ground? He ain't online. He was actually in the streets and had a following.
Michi
When was the last time?
Michi X, I see her every day on YouTube, and she go from city to city.
What did you just say?
Town.
But how big is her following? How big? But how big is the group? How big is her group on the ground? I'm not talking about online. See, we in this internet era.
I'm telling you, listen, they go from city to city and town to town to empower black people about the revolution on what you need to do to revolutionize, how to get real estate as a people together, how to get business as a people together, how to build economics as a people together, how to buy your firearms as a people together. So when the revolution go down, it goes down. She does this all across the United States. Check her out. And that's why I respect her.
I've seen Michi. Yes, I know you talking about. I've seen her. Her group ain't. Yeah, I know you talking about. I know you talking about her group. Her following on the ground, online, and
her following on the ground is the people that she go and speak to. Don't you hear me telling you about the different?
Yeah, I understand that. That's what I'm saying. Like I said, I've seen her situations. Her
Okay, so
group
I don't know
ain't
how
big
big
enough.
that following is. That's
Her
what I'm
group
saying.
ain't big enough. Her
Somebody
group
gotta
ain't
start
big enough.
something somewhere, and she's doing that.
Yes,
And
we
I
all have to start
that.
somewhere. We all have to start somewhere. I'm not saying that we don't have to start somewhere, but that's what I'm trying to say. We want to see boots. We want to see boots on the ground. Online is one thing. Anybody agrees to whatever you want.
She's been here, so she's on the ground. She just left Georgia not long ago. I don't know if you went to see her, but she's on the
No,
ground.
I'm in Georgia.
When you
I
say
haven't
on
heard
the
nothing about
ground,
it.
then I think
I
you're
haven't
talking
heard
about
nothing about it.
thing.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's
When
still
you say on the
small.
ground, what do you mean? Because I might be misunderstanding.
It's like when they did the Million Man March and brothers actually showed up there.
Doing that so that she can get us all at one place, so that when it's time to do what to do, we all got one mentality to do what to do.
I understand what you're saying, sister. I understand what you're saying. I'm not disagreeing with, but I'm just saying what's being shown. You don't really see that. Like, yes, she does probably have a good following, but in order for us to make real damage, it has to be much more than that.
But she's
It has to
doing
be much more
something.
than that.
But you got to give her some credit. She's doing something.
I give her credit. That's what I'm saying. I'm not taking credit away from her, sister. I'm not taking the credit away from her. I'm just trying to show you where we at in this country.
Right.
And I'm sure that it'll be generations before we're totally free. But we got to start somewhere.
They
Like all
said
these
that
art-
in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s.
Yeah. So we got to start somewhere. Exactly. White people didn't build their empire. Rome wasn't built overnight. You thought that it was built overnight? Hell, first they had
It wasn't built. It wasn't built overnight.
First they had to learn
Culture,
how to walk on 2 legs.
but you see, the thing is that but really, the main point in all of this really is just that everybody else got a code except for black folks.
And
That's
then the
it.
black, and when it comes to
At the end
black
of the day.
folks, we have a lot of
matter.
nonsense. We have a lot of nonsense that we deal with when it comes to black folks. It's a lot of nonsense we deal with. It's a lot of
Up and down. So we gonna deal with it.
and that goes back to the divide and conquer. That's something that we was taught through the programming. That's part of the book. I don't know if anybody ever read the book The Art of War. That's part of Art of War. If you want to destroy something, you divide it in order to conquer it.
Exactly,
That's
because
what
if
we
white
see.
and black people got together and really saw, if the Christian got together with the atheist, if the Democrat got with the Republican, if we all saw them 13 families and looked at them 13 families that's dragging us all to the ground and stop fighting each other, men stop fighting women, you're right, we would get something done real quick.
But you know what? That ain't happening.
I have to agree. I agree.
But you see, the reason why that ain't happening is because we still cling on to this individualism for each group, in this case, that are culture stated. You understand me? Which is fine, but with your individualism, there has to be one code that every group agrees upon. And that's the one code that nobody wants to agree upon, because the Christians think this, the atheists think this, and this one thinks that. And if you don't agree with one of them, I then fuck it.
We ain't got to agree with each other. All we got to agree is that we want to be free from them bastards. That's the only thing we need.
No, but even
and
with
that
that,
is
even
the
with
code.
that,
And that could be the
Exactly.
code right there. And how many are going to stick to that?
Exactly. That's why religion is a trick. Religion, this is what we call tricknology. It's a trick. This is why we have religion broken up into all these different
Hey,
sections.
yo, where are that, man? Y'all think Art is at work already and just got us on this panel?
Hey, Smooth, they don't go to work till April, I think. I think he said
Yeah,
April, right?
yeah. I think school is out for everybody.
Yeah,
Like, school
across the nation.
in my area, my son is out for the next 2 weeks, and I heard him talking something about 8 weeks. I heard him saying something about 8 weeks. Like, school might be over for the year for these kids.
I'm Kane. I said the same thing. People thinking it's going to be 2 weeks. I think it's going to be longer. I think it's going to be much longer. I think it's going to be longer than 2 weeks.
They shut it down. School is dead. School is dead. Shit, I had to go to court. I had to go to court Thursday. Court is closed.
Dead.
Court is closed.
Yeah, we ain't got court here, y'all. They closed the courthouse.
Court is closed for the next 30 to 60 days. They said they're going to send me a letter.
Kane, okay, here in Florida, they said that they're training teachers to do online classes in the next 3 weeks.
That's what my kid has to do. My kid has to, because they send him home with a laptop. So they said it's going to be online classes. Like
Exactly. That's what my child
gotta,
is doing.
I gotta go in there in a minute and make him open his laptop. Like, boy, you got school still. Don't think that you home. You'll be playing video games all day. Like, get on that computer and make sure you're doing what you got to do.
Crack them books. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
I'm about to
game
go.
has changed, y'all, overnight. The game has changed.
The game changed overnight. And of course, this is like a chance for you to really excel. Like you say, you like to teach people with money and all that stuff, how to get money online.
That's what I'm about to start a new channel.
You really going to excel now because niggas ain't got a choice but to start doing shit online because they got to stay their ass at home.
That's what I'm hoping, Smooth. That's what I hope. But you know, I have been doing this already. I've been doing business consultations. I've been doing marketing consultations. Been trying to help people how to make money online. They don't never want it though. Smooth. Only white people. Black people don't want it. So I'm hoping this will push them. I swear I do.
Yeah. You see what you just said? Did you see what you just said? That is like another micro example of this macro issue that we've been talking about. You see that?
Exactly.
Because
That's what
you
I'm trying to
really,
say.
you know who you want to do it for. You know what I'm saying? But the one that you want to attract, they're like, nah, I'm good. Look, man, I'm cool.
And this is why I tell y'all in my way of life, this is why we have the 85ers. There's gonna be those that want to do it, and there's gonna be those that don't want to do it. And your main focus, because it's harsh. The way my coach, the way my way of life looks at it is harsh. There's gonna be some that's left behind. Like we want to try to save everybody, but you can't save everybody.
We
There's
ain't
gonna
ready
be
already for different levels.
there's gonna be some that want to take what you teaching them. Because I'm not no preacher. I'm a teacher. I'm a teacher. I'm not a preacher. I'm not gonna preach to you. I'm gonna teach you, and if it's on you, if you want to take on my teachings that I'm trying to teach you, and this is what we see. This is why we break it down into the sectors that we break it down into. There's going to be a lot of people that don't want to accept what you're saying, and it's not on you to try to make them accept it. If they don't want to accept it, it's on them.
You keep it moving.
You got to keep it moving. It is what it is. It sounds harsh, but it is what it is. Everybody will not be saved. Even in the Bible, they tell you that. And I'm not a Bible dude, but gaining knowledge, you gotta look at everything. Everybody ain't even gonna be saved. In the Bible, when they say God coming back, He ain't coming back to save everybody. Some people gonna get left behind. That's just what it is.
So you do what you do, and that's all you can do. That's how I see it. I do what I do. That's all I can do, and I'm good. I know I did my part. I know I feel good about what I've done, and that's it. I'm good.
Yeah, that's all there is to it. That's all there is to it. But my thing is, where the hell is Art?
I think he's been asleep the past 4 hours.
Art like I gotta get some sleep. Art like I gotta get some sleep. I'm gonna let y'all do what y'all do.
I'm thinking like, yo, what the heck? Cause I done slept. Like I'm up this morning. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know.
Yeah, I didn't even know Art.
Y'all
I didn't
know
even know
it's
Art
been
went
8
live.
hours.
I didn't even know Art went live. Go ahead.
Can I
Go
say
ahead,
this?
sister.
You
Go
know
ahead,
what's
sister.
crazy? So when I'm up, you know what I mean, and I was like, Art's still live? But now I get why he's still live. He'll leave our asses on the fucking live, go to fucking sleep, and then come back. Okay?
And
That's how
then
you
come
gotta do
back.
it.
Yeah.
That's how you gotta
Y'all,
do it
see,
sometimes. That's
this the
how
new
you gotta do it sometimes.
CNN, y'all. This is the new freaking CNN. Watch.
No,
Watch. We're
that's
gonna
how
be
you
on
gotta do it.
4
That's how you
hours,
gotta do
right?
it. That's how you gotta do it sometimes. But you just gotta hope. You just gotta hope that the people that you left on the panel is gonna carry the panel right.
Right, right. Here you go. There you go.
We
There you
invited
go, Art. We spoke you up, Art. What's up, Art?
Hey, I'm in the hour.
Hey, buddy. Hi, honey.
I'm letting you guys do.
They thought we all thought I was like they was making up. Art went to sleep. Art went to work. No, he don't got to work. Or I said Art is probably listening and just like they said.
We
let
was
y'all do
making
y'all
whole
thing.
conspiracy theories on Art.
So what was the truth, Art? What was the truth? Where was you?
Dozing in and out.
Yeah, Art was asleep. I don't care what y'all say. Art was asleep. I was like, we go to sleep. I just hope whoever I got on the panel is gonna keep it respectful and drop some knowledge to the people.
Right.
Who said this was like CNN?
Me.
Which one of y'all?
Coach
Yeah,
Jam.
of course. You so right about that, because it's like if Art goes off, somebody else will probably don't fire up a stream. It's like 24-hour news, like around the clock. Literally.
Used to it because with them closing down movie theaters, only 3 people can go to the movies now. They ain't making no more TV shows. They ain't got no NBA game. We is the new motherfucking. This is entertainment.
Yeah.
Okay?
Fact. Hey, Sister George.
Sister George came up here. Sister George came up here. Hey, peace, Sister George.
Hey.
Peace, Sister George. What's going on?
Hello, Sister George.
Good morning, oh Coach Jim. Girl, we probably need to get together and collaborate, honey.
Oh, okay.
We got Sister George in the building.
Hey, yo, Colt, Colt, remember what you was saying in that video of yours about, them booty one motherfuckers over there? How they didn't want to let you on and what you was trying to teach and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And they said, nah, that seemed like some Zaza Ali shit. I bet you if you collaborate with Sister George, it'll help you. Real
Oh,
talk.
okay.
I really think
Yeah.
that would be because I got a couple of people in the life, not in the life, so to speak. They, I don't know, I feel like they be trying to recruit me, honey, but um, I got a couple people that's into it, so I think it would be like to do a zodiac series on my show. I really want to try doing one of those, like to go through the zodiacs and stuff.
Okay. Okay.
Yo, that's gonna be a long ass stream too. If a cult is gonna be reading or doing some readings and shit, that'll be long as
Yeah.
hell. Cause
I think
everybody
it'll
gonna.
be fun.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, it will be.
It sounds like she's just saying the zodiac, not readings. It sounds like she's just talking about the zodiac and just
No, but the thing is, I wasn't even talking about the zodiac. Remember, Carl, you had a video about that. George, remember that video you had about the thing, like you was trying to educate people on making money online and shit, and motherfuckers didn't want to let you on their platform.
Mm-hmm. Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
They got a lot of good information there.
There, right.
You know. So yeah,
And
man.
you know why? Hey, and you know why, Smooth? Because I knew one day something like this was gonna happen, and I was telling everybody, I know you like your job, but get a side hustle. Get a side hustle.
Yep.
And can I say, can I elaborate on what she said with that side hustle? Just like when Bees was trying to play me out with my girl with her nose, I was showing my side hustle with my arts and crafts. I keep a side hustle. I make clothes. I do all of that. You know what I'm saying? And she's right. Because when shit shut down, you're gonna need a side hustle that still, that consists of things that people need every day. That they can't go to the big consumers to get, but they can hit you up on your website.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
So, Sister George, what was your thoughts or opinions or ideas, or did you have something you wanted to talk about coming up here?
No, it seems to be a balanced panel, and I haven't seen that in a while. So I just wanted to come up here and say good morning, and I hope everybody is safe and healthy and doing well. So that's pretty much
Oh
all I
yeah,
have.
Sister George. From my understanding, I think you in Georgia too, if I'm not correct.
No, I'm from Mississippi.
Oh, you in Mississippi? Oh well, I've been to Mississippi. Woo. I've been to Mississippi. Woo.
I went traveling through Mississippi to go to Louisiana, and I landed in the wrong side of town. So I know
No,
that.
because me cause I'm in Georgia. Being in Georgia, I've been out here for about 8 years, and we had to go to Mississippi in order to gamble. In order to gamble and go to casinos. So coming to Mississippi, I was like, woo, how y'all doing it? How y'all doing it out there? But I get
Honey,
it.
they finally then gave us running water and the internet, and honey, I think I am doing good now. I'm okay.
Wow.
No, I'm kidding.
Wow. Don't play like that.
When I went to Mississippi, it was desolate out there. Like, woo, jeez, how y'all
No,
getting
but
by out here?
no, but I live in a city, so everything's pretty much it's kind of like, you know how you go to a big city or you go to a big state, and every state kind of has like a country. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mississippi's just bigger country than city.
Oh yeah,
Like,
I was used to that. Cause see, me, I grew up my whole life in New York. My whole
I
life, I
actually
did
was
30.
raised in New York. I grew
Yeah.
up in Brooklyn.
Okay, yeah, I'm a Brooklynite too. I'll do, yeah, I'm Brooklyn.
I'm
I'm from
from
Brooklyn.
Coney Island. Well, I ain't gonna say I'm
Oh,
from,
okay. I went to school in Coney Island, Cunningham High School. I mean Cunningham
okay.
Junior High School.
I
So
actually went to IS 303 and PS 90.
oh, okay, definitely. I know what's going on. But yeah, I'm a New Yorker. So when I came to the South, now I see why the situation was the way it was back in the day when everybody's trying to escape to the Northeast. Because New York is just completely different. Coming out here, I just see it's just completely different.
Are you in Atlanta or
Yeah.
oh, okay.
No, I'm in the outskirts. I'm in the outskirts of Atlanta. I'm in the outskirts. Like I said, I got 10 acres. You ain't gonna get 10 acres in Atlanta.
Oh
I'm in the
no.
outskirts. I'm within Georgia. I'm in the outskirts, but I got
Okay.
10 acres. I got 10 acres out here, and I'm, like I said, like a mini compound.
Okay. You farming and planting and stuff?
Yeah, all that. In New York, we couldn't do this. The amount of planting I'm doing out here, I got my own garden, and I'm pretty all right now. It was something different. It was something different for my kids. It was something
Very
different for
nice.
my kids. So that worked out.
Yeah, my son is in the country. They had spring break last week. And so their spring break is extended out until the 27th, I think.
Oh,
But
okay. Yeah. My son just got off of spring break, and then this week we're hearing that the schools is closed. Like schools is closed because of the Rona. So
yeah.
schools is closed for the next 2 weeks. So I gotta go shop. Well, I went shopping already. I went shopping and made sure there's food in the house. But
Did you buy 5 things of toilet paper?
oh nah, I ain't doing the shit. I ain't do all that. Like I saw some toilet paper was crazy. Well, I already had a decent amount of toilet paper. I always keep a decent amount of toilet paper in the house
You
because
know
I
it's
have.
crazy.
Yeah,
Um, it's like I see toilet paper and it's like the urge to buy like go and get some more.
it's
You better get him first. Go on.
Shit. Every time I look, I be like, nah, don't take all the damn toilet paper. But yeah, like the grocery stores were crazy this weekend. Walmart,
oh
everything
yeah,
is just
yeah.
empty.
Everything is empty. Everything is empty right now.
And see, that's the thing. And even though you don't want to be a part of the game, you got to play the game. You see what I'm saying? Because what if
Right.
you don't get up there and you don't get you a roll of toilet paper? You shit out
Girl,
your ass on that toilet in a week from now. I'm just saying.
A cult. I'm glad
oh,
you just said that. See, you set yourself
Colt.
up, a cult. You set
Uh-oh.
yourself up, a cult. You set
Oh,
yourself up.
good. I'm so
It's
glad we
like you
got you
gotta,
here.
you gotta play the game. Just like you just said, you gotta play the game. So when you wanna shit, not to bring up my man,
I'm
but
not
to bring up Jay again, it's
when
like
I
you gotta play the game.
I'm buying it up too.
Yeah, that's what I'm
Oh,
trying to
Colt,
tell you.
give us some free predictions.
Oh God. I did that earlier. I don't want to do it no more because I got cussed out about 4 times.
Damn, can you whisper it to me?
Oh God.
Put it in the back chat. Put it in the back chat. Put it in the back chat.
We're going into a depression. What y'all think about that prediction?
We was already headed towards that though.
Nah, you about to be in that 1929 in line, bread
No,
$1,000.
I understand what you're saying, Nicole, but we was already headed towards that. This is just to speed it up. What's going on right now is just speed it up.
Well, she asked, what do I see from this? That's what I predict.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
Let me ask y'all this.
Real. If you ain't got your firepower, you better get it. Because when people belly start hurting, they coming for you.
Sure is.
They coming for you.
Let me ask y'all this, because okay, I'm 40, right? And you know, we've been hearing about stuff like this for like decades and stuff. Did y'all think that we would be the generation to see? Because I kind of predict that it's going to get really, really bad too. Did y'all ever predict that we would be the generation to see this?
No, but
I
you know, I
did it.
always prayed and asked God that I wanted to see it. I wanted to.
Okay.
I said
No, I didn't.
Others, yeah.
I did it in my lifestyle that I had. I didn't expect to see as much as I've seen up until this age. I'm 42. I did not expect to see the drastic changes, and this is what the internet did. The internet brought a lot of drastic changes that a lot of us that grew up in the 90s wasn't expecting to see, and now we're actually seeing it.
Right.
We saw it in movies. We saw the movies when they said 2020. When we was younger, we saw 2020. It was like, whoa, 2020. And now we're in 2020, and we're seeing how drastically it changed. It ain't changed to where we're in the Jetsons world. We ain't in the Jetsons world where we seen a bunch of flying cars, but we're seeing a lot of changes that And this is the same thing that went on with our parents. Our parents didn't expect the changes that they saw, and we're going through the same thing that they went through. But it's just at a bigger level.
When the
I'm just ready for the generational wealth transfer. That's what I'm excited about.
Okay.
Because if you see, the rich motherfuckers is the one that's suffering right now. They can't work right. They can't work. So how this collapse worked, it went from the top and it's gonna go down to the bottom. You see what I'm saying? It's starting at the top. Nicki and Cardi can't do no concerts right now, right?
Right.
NBA can't play right now, so it's starting at the top and it's gonna come down to the bottom. When usually it's the opposite way around. So we need to get in for this generational wealth transfer. That's what's about to happen right now. If you have the knowledge to make sure you get that transfer, this is our time, y'all. This is it. Michael Jackson told you, this is it. The planets are lining up. Okay, I'm excited. Doom, gloom. I'm happy. I'm like, shoot, we went to the beach today. Shoot, I'm waiting, honey. I'm waiting. But see, I've been for like years now. Y'all up here, I've been prepping. I've been buying MREs. I've been buying stoves. You can cook with gas, propane. I've been getting walkie-talkies. I've been getting solar panels. I've been getting generators. I've been doing all that shit for years. So the time is coming. I'm ready. I'm ready.
So can I answer her question? Yes, I
Absolutely.
foreseen it. To answer her question,
okay,
I foreseen it, and I'm glad somebody brought up the Jetsons. I was graduating from high school. I'm 86. I seen it then when they put the Jetsons stuff out there. It already gave me, because I'm different. At 11 years old, I realized I was different, so I foreseen a lot of stuff. So when the Jetsons came out, I was young, and I was like, this is gonna happen. So yes, to answer your question, I foreseen it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
And
I understand what you're saying.
wait, honey, let me finish this part.
Go ahead.
With that being said, next month I will be 52. So you go get it.
Oh wow.
I definitely understand. I definitely understand what you're saying. Since I'm 42, but in reality, a lot of people that deal with me, they look at me as being in my 50s. Cause like I told y'all earlier, I lost my parents when I was young, so I had to actually be in the real world. I'm not a dude that had parents tell me what to do. I had to tell myself what to do in order to make it. And like I said, I'm 42 right now, and I've made it, and I've done much more than a lot of the dudes I was hanging out with, and a lot of them hate me behind the way my lifestyle went down. A lot of brothers that I was friends with when I was young, I'm not friends with right now because of the way I moved. I moved differently from what they did, because they still had family members around them. And by me not having family members around me, I had to deal with dudes that's older than me. So everybody always thought I was older than what I was. But it was just a lifestyle. I had to do it in order to survive. I had to do it. Like, I have a father, he's still around. But I moved into his house and me and him got into a scuffle because I was a street dude. Coming up, I was a street dude. My mother had us in the projects. That's the best she probably could have did at the time. I was in the projects, and she used to send me back to South America, so I understand these brothers that talk the SYSBM thing and all that. I understand what they saying. I get that part. But I was a dude that was doing. My mother used to put me on a plane at 6 years old and send me across, send me to another continent.
Oh wow.
Because she didn't want me being around what was going on here. My mother had a bigger picture. She came from another country and moved here, and she had a bigger picture. She used to treat me like a king and treat my sisters kind of shaky. My sisters always said that I was found on the doorstep, like I was adopted, because they didn't understand why my mother always was extra hard on me, being a black male being a black son in the house. She knew that she had to go extra harder with me because she saw the struggle she had to deal with being here, and she knew what was going to happen to me. So she made sure that she treated me like a king. So I hear brothers that say they have a problem with their mothers and stuff. I get that for people that lived here and they had to go through the struggles. But my mother was different. My mother was different. She treated me like a king. She gave me whatever I wanted. Whatever I wanted, she gave me, and she made sure she set a standard for me. And she died when I was 13. I moved in with my father, but I was already in the street because before she died, she had a certain type of multiple sclerosis. So she was in a wheelchair for about the last 4 years that I remember her. She was in a wheelchair, and I was in the streets. I had cousins that came here from other countries, and they were street dudes, and they had me on the street life. Like, this is what you got to do to survive. 'Cause I grew up within the '80s, when '80s in New York, drugs just hit the streets. So you have to have a certain way of living coming from that.
Let me tell you the funniest thing. So I moved from Mississippi to New York when I was about 6 years old, right?
Absolutely.
Country is cornbread, right? So I got started going outside playing with the kids, but I would say this is like late 80s, like maybe like 87, 80, 87,
Okay,
88
okay. Yep.
time frame. And
Yep.
so
All right.
we would go outside and I kept seeing all these little colorful, clear little cups on the thing, right? And I was picking them up and I was like, they look like Barbie cups or whatever. Child asked me why I was playing with damn crack vials, and these little kids, they was like, oh my gosh, she's so dumb. No.
Exactly. You ain't lying, because during that time, you're right. Absolutely. And you're right. Crack vials was everywhere. You
Yes.
walk around and you just see them and it just look like
Yes.
it looked like some type of, what is that? That's a type of toy?
Yes.
That's what it was. That's what it was coming up.
So with that
New
being
York.
said, to the question that sister, I believe her name is Sister whatever asked,
Sister
did y'all
George. Sister George.
yeah, Sister George, she asked the question, did y'all foresee what's happening now?
That
Right.
was Sister George just talking.
Right.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that's
Okay.
so with that Sister George asked the question, did y'all foresee what's happening now?
Oh
I
yeah.
didn't see it till about 3 years ago is when I saw it. But before that, in the 90s, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No.
Now, coming from the '90s, we wasn't prepared for the internet. This is why they hit us with the Y2K thing and everything. And now seeing how far the internet has took people. Like I say, the internet has good values and it has bad values. A lot of times with the black community, we take on the bad values when it comes to the internet. The internet has its ups and downs. Is a good thing if you use it right, but a lot of us use it wrong. A lot of us use it wrong, and that's why you see the Instagram models and you see all this other goofy shit that's going on when it comes to the black community, when it comes to internet, because you don't see that on the other side.
So can I ask a question? Is Mr. George still here?
Yeah, she's still here.
Okay, so I want her to continue because she asked a great question, and I want her to continue for why she asked it, because I believe it was a great point.
I was thinking because you hear like when it was getting ready to turn like the Y2K, when every time we're getting ready to go into a new decade or something like that, it's some big to do or whatever. But it's always like we've missed it just by a mark. And I would say like the biggest catastrophe that I've seen in my lifetime was like Hurricane Katrina. And I had never seen anything like that. But kind of like seeing Hurricane Katrina in real time and like being in the midst of, so to speak, it just kind of made me think like, okay, you hear about pandemics and stuff in other countries, but it's kind of like America's always been safe in a sense. And so I was like, this is like at the point where it's not a drill anymore. And it's just had me thinking like, oh, damn, I didn't really think it was gonna be this real right now. So that's why I asked, because I think we've always kind of made it out off the skin of our teeth past something. And so this is something different. And so I was just wondering.
Yeah, it's like she just said. It's like she just said. When we saw Hurricane Katrina, what were they doing to people that was from Louisiana? They was calling them what did they say? They was calling them refugees.
Looters.
Yeah, they was calling looters and refugees. This is a state that's part of the states that when we think of America, the 50, what was it, 51 or 50? We have 51 states. Art, I'm not completely sure. It's 51 states, right? Or 50?
52.
52.
52. So it's 52 states, and these people in Louisiana, they were calling them immigrants. This is what they was doing on live on CNN. They were calling them immigrants. Like, we got refugees. They was treating them like refugees. We bear witness. I'm supposed to say we bear witness in the history of this country. We've always bear witness on how they treat us as black folk in this country. We bear witness to how they treat us. So we cannot act like that. That's not what the main objective is on how we get treated in this country.
One thing I did notice when I was going to some of the grocery stores, like the grocery stores where there's like foreign people, like Latinos and whatever, those were packed. Where I was going, where it's like predominantly white, it was kind of moderate. You were able to get in and get your stuff.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so
absolutely. Absolutely.
There's a lot of these yuppie, affluent white folks, they're not really worried about this stuff. Like they had, some people that are sort of like lower middle class.
And I remember being in New York. This was probably about 2005. They blatantly said it on the news, like, we're trying to destroy the middle class. And it's either gonna be poor or rich. It's either gonna be poor or rich. And this was in 2005. And they was blatantly saying it on the news channels, like, we're trying to destroy the middle class. And that's what you see happening in New York right now. In New York, is either you poor or you rich.
Well,
and this is where America is pushing it to be, where it's either you have money or you don't.
I hate to say it, but I bet me and my mom, but we've been really trying to tell people that, we got your regular workers, but you got to have as many black folks in executive positions too. People just got too comfortable.
Exactly, Art.
There's people with leadership abilities just sitting on a rock doing nothing.
God, yes.
And I'm like, wow, and it's amazing. That's why I always, usually when I find someone, I don't care if you're pushing a cart, but there's something about leadership abilities that you're not using. I'll let that person know. Like, what are you doing here pushing carts and stuff or whatever? You're supposed to be somewhere running a company or either owning something. I see it in your behavior, the way you move and stuff like that. And sometimes they think about it like, wow, nobody ever told me that. I'm like, man, you want to look into that. Or ladies, those are things that we haven't really tapped into because we've been convinced that, we can only do just bare minimum.
And that's why I go back to my situation. Like, I hated that I lost my mother at young. Me and my father couldn't really work it out because he was a dude. My father comes off as a dude that's part of the programming. He understands. Matter of fact, I say my father, like I said, with the breakdown, the 85, 10, and the 5%. My father falls into like the 10% where he knows the truth, but he's willing to sacrifice brothers for the truth. And that's how I feel like my father. Cause my father, when I speak to him now, me and my father went through our little situation when I was 14. Cause I was a street dude. I have no shame, and I don't care about nobody. Can't do nothing to me. I'm not worried about anybody doing anything to me. It is what it is. When I moved into my father's house, I was a street dude. That the street taught me much more than what my father taught me. So it was like I didn't have no respect for him. So me and him scuffled. When I was 14, me and him scuffled. He put me in my house, put me out of his house. I've been on my own ever since. And and then we linked back up once I turned about 34. We linked back up, and he understands where I came from, cause he was a dude that was part of the programming. He was part, and he understands it now to this day. Like, yo, I understand what you did, and we cool now. We cool now, but that's how it goes down a lot for a lot of these families in the black community. Is a bunch of dysfunction. Is a whole lot of dysfunction, and that's why I try to say they took the chains off. Took the chains off of us, but mentally, a lot of us is still enslaved.
Remember,
Can I add to what Art was saying earlier?
Go
And
ahead.
I'm gonna be very goofy. Art went to sleep, but Art made a comment on what we were talking about earlier while he was asleep taking a nap. Okay. Anyway. He spoke on what I was trying to say earlier. We give in to these people that are making money off our backs when we as melanated people don't realize that we hold the gold mine. If we'll stop bickering with one another and come together, we have businesses outside of our asses, meaning there's a lot of us. I follow a lot of people, and you guys are so talented, so smart, so equipped with everything we need. But the problem is we're fighting against one another, that we can't bring our businesses together and stop being jealous and envious and build an empire. We really don't need those other people, but we will not come together because we it's like we're rather debate over stupid stuff and simple arguments. That's why I didn't want to argue about the Jay-Z stuff and all that. We are the world, meaning we are so smart and we are so equipped. But the problem is we're too busy being I gotta prove my point. I'm right, you're wrong. No, that doesn't matter. Bring our business together, shop with one another, get rid of all these other skin people who don't give a shit about us, and let's use our money to bring back to one another and build our own empire. We can take back what they stole. Like I said before on Art Platform, they're intimidated by us. But we're showing them exactly what they want to see. Us bickering, calling each other names.
But Amanda, that's why
against one another and belittling one another when we can build an empire. I'm just saying.
I understand what you're saying, Amanda, but that goes back to them keeping their foot on our necks, like we say, keeping the foot on somebody's neck. This goes back to like when I was in New York. We would have because we know brothers love their sneakers. We would have a black guy open a sneaker store in the hood, and a brother would rather go to the mall or something to show that
But
yeah, you see, I bought my
you're
sneakers from.
doing what I just said. You're proving my
No, I'm
point,
not.
and you're
I
saying
know.
what I
That's what I'm
said.
saying. That's what I'm doing. You're absolutely right. That's what I'm doing. I'm trying
But
to
there's no
prove.
need to keep elaborating. Next case.
No, but
We agree.
we have to elaborate that so we can show brothers what they doing. I'm not doing it to try to belittle what you're saying. I'm
He's
agreeing with what you're
clarifying and
saying.
backing up what he's
No,
saying.
I'm not
But it
saying
sounds
you're
like
belittling. What I'm
No,
saying is
no,
I
I'm
already
backing
made
up.
the point.
No, I'm
And my
backing up.
thing was no, listen, hear me out, because I've been
Okay.
hearing y'all out all night off of crazy stuff. And I normally don't get on panels. And Art know that. You know what I'm saying?
honored.
But I hear y'all. And the thing is, if I can give an input to help us, that's what I'm going to do. I don't need, and this is the problem with us as melanated people. We agree, but then we got to, okay, well, let me add. Okay, it's okay to add your 2 cents or 4 cents or 6 cents. Nevertheless, just say, okay, you're right. Now, next case. What can
we can't.
No, let me finish, honey. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Next case meaning, okay, agree. I don't want to keep elaborating and keep hearing like drawn out mother effing stories. If you agree, like I'm not asking everybody to do it how I do it. I'm not. But what I'm saying is we waste too much time bickering with what we really agree with. But we just say it in different ways. What I'm saying is let's like now. I listened to y'all all night. It originally started off with spirits and discernment. And now it's not even that case. That's why I came on the live to talk about the spirits and discernment. But what I'm saying is, I think, and it's my opinion, us as melanated people, we waste too much time going back and forth with one another when we really kind of agree. You know what I'm saying? So if somebody says something that I agree with, I'm not going to interfere and be like, okay, well, no, I agree. Let's continue to the next thing now. What else do we need to do to fix this problem?
What I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, since I'm backing up what you just said. What you just said, I'm backing up. And by you shutting me down and not letting me back up what you're saying. No, I'm just saying, don't get aggressive. See, this is where the problem comes into play. Because people see this. In our community, see that every time somebody try to back up somebody, they feel like they see like there's some type of kickback. I'm not disagreeing with what you just said. I was agreeing with what you were just saying. Like that's what my whole story is about. Like I've seen black businesses open up in the ghetto. Cause with the hood is the ghetto. When people say the hood is the ghetto. We all know that 100%. When we speak on the hood is usually the ghetto. And I've seen black stores open up in the ghetto, and brothers will not go support that store. They'd rather go to a mall or something because the mall has a S&D's, it has a Jimmy Jazz, and it has these type of simple situations. So if I'm walking down the street and you see me with a Jimmy Jazz bag, that shows that I got some type of status. Like I wouldn't shop at Jimmy Jazz. I ain't go shop at Dr. Doolittle. I ain't go shop at Dr. Doolittle. I went to Jimmy Jazz. And this is the problem that we see in the black community. I've opened up a hair shop. I had a beauty supply store in the ghetto, and I ain't getting no support.
But here's the bottom line, because I think she's talking about the pile-on. That's the pile-on. It's like, it's almost like the struggle Olympics. You know how to talk.
My struggle better than your struggle.
Well, yeah, something like that. Like what's that dude? It was a comedian where he said, "Man, all my friends always trying to outdo my misery." So they said, "Yeah, my mama was on crack." He said, "Well, that ain't nothing. My dad got shot. Well, they ain't nothing. Well, my mama got this. Well, they ain't nothing. Then my grandmother's head got cut off. Oh man. Well, check this out. It was always that."
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're right, Art. You're absolutely right. Because that's how it is in the ghetto. This is what I'm saying. I'll bear witness to this my whole life. I bear witness to this. That this is usually how the black community works.
Yeah, but
when we speak, and we need to change that.
The thing that the part that should wake us up. Now, we probably would be in our most struggling moment, and every time I was always talking about encouraging young folks or whatever to get their degree and become doctors, lawyers, or anybody professional or in the executive, and then somebody always jump in there and try to cut me off and say you need to learn a trade. Okay, well, guess what? We got a lot of people that got trades and stuff like that. In these times, who's gonna hire these tradesmen?
Right.
Exactly.
I don't know, but we need trade. We need trades because if we're going to build our community, we need electricians. We need somebody that's going to repair AC.
Yeah, we definitely
somebody that's going to help build up the houses in our community. We need every part of the body. We need the intellectual. We need the scientists.
Can y'all talk one at a time? I can't hear you guys.
I'm sorry. A cult, but we need that. We definitely need trades. But in the same token, what Art is saying, that we need to break into the main industries. We need to break into the main industries where we can make some type of difference. And that's what a lot of people
become a doctor for your community. Focus on becoming a doctor for the community instead of the electrician.
It's not just that. We got electricians, we got plumbers, we got all these people, we got construction workers, we got all these people. We're going to always have that in the community. The issue is when we have those people, we don't have our own hiring those people. We always have people that hate us, and we hope that those people that hate us hire us. But we don't really encourage the ones that are professional to be professional. We always talking people into doing more trade stuff. I'm like, we got enough trades people. But we need more people to make sure those tradespeople keep their jobs. And I'm not going to say that just because you're black, you're going to hire, or be fair as an executive. But at least if you have way more to choose from, I think it'll make things a lot better with, for us as a community financially, because you know that your brother or your sister is going to treat you better than someone that don't like you or don't even know.
That's absolutely fact. That's absolutely fact.
And here I have to say, for the spiritual side, I feel like whatever it is that you came here for and was meant to be, maybe you was here to whatever it is, that's what you excel in, and that's the best position you'll play in. So no matter what that position is, maybe you just need somebody to encourage you, like Art, the teacher, to tell, okay, you kids who need to be the doctors, you kids who need to be the tradespeople, you kids who need to start the business, all of y'all got a role, okay? You came here with a spiritual gift. Use that gift. I mean, that's the way I personally see it. As long as we're there to encourage those to use whatever gift that they have, use it. If you was here to bear children and be an awesome mom, use that gift.
The part that I really want to stress, and that we got Art a bit more here waiting. I'm gonna bring him up, but
well, let me step down so Art can get up here. But anyway, I enjoyed the conversation while I was here.
Well,
and y'all have a good day.
Amanda. Peace, Amanda. Peace, Amanda. Salute.
That's not Amanda. That's not Amanda, honey.
Hold on. Who is that? I'm sorry. That's Jem. Jem says she's stepping down.
This is
Who's
Sister
stepping down?
George.
Oh, which one's that?
Sister George. Oh, sorry, Sister George.
Oh, Sister George. Sister George, I like you.
Thank you. I like you too.
George.
That's Amanda's name. Now.
See,
Okay.
that's what my channel brings sometimes. People make connections and stuff. But
Yeah, I like her.
But
I'll sub to you, Occult, and I'll comment under your video, and hopefully we can link up and do something together. I would enjoy that.
Okay, awesome. And you have an awesome day.
Thank you, loves. Bye.
Goodbye.
Peace, Sister George.
Please. So what I was saying,
Art. You know I'm Art. You know I'm like your mother. Don't be trying to get rid of me fast when I don't even come up. Okay.
Yeah, you're the only Taurus that's left for me with the Art of Ibor. He's a Taurus too.
Okay.
Peace, Art of Ibor. Peace, Art of Ibor.
What I was trying to say before you guys go on, the part that's irritating as a teacher, when I have these conversations, because I did a video about this, a small video about this. When you're having a conversation strictly really targeting the ones that are having executive abilities, there's always somebody got to jump in front of me and always say, you need the trades, where it's not that conversation. You do have trade conversations. You should be able to have a trade conversation without trying to cut into executive stuff, because basically there's no threat to anyone that's doing trades. The issue is, and that you should hear this from Mr. Research, You gotta have enough people that be able to get in there and know how to deal with the people that don't look like us that are making big decisions, because everybody can't do that. You know, so the ones that can't do that, they're gonna be taken care of. They're gonna have certificates and certifications and forklift license and all. They're gonna always have that. The issue is we need more people that, you know, because I'm tired of going to the hospital and somebody that I don't even know that they really care much about me and my people. I gotta have them do check my vitals and hope that they tell me the truth about my health. Or if I have something going on with a lawsuit, I got to deal with some Jewish dude or some other person that's going to take all of my. If you're going to take my money, I'd rather go back to a black family.
I do too. I agree.
But welcome again. This is part of the 3 Art Beats here. Art of Fort.
What's good? Art?
How you doing, Art?
For shame on all of you for keeping this man up so late at night.
Nah, we get
it is 10 o'clock.
8 hours.
One at a time.
It is 10 o'clock, 8 in the morning on the East Coast, and this man is still up.
I went to sleep.
Hey, Art, this is the third. This is the third wave. I woke up on the
sleep, brother. You need no more sleep, brother.
Art of Ibmore. There ain't nothing going on in my city right now. They shut everything down. The Rona got my city shut down.
Then you need
my kids is home.
Then you need to meditate, my brother, and allow this brother to sleep on his pillow, on the warm side of the pillow, my brother. Do not keep this brother up late at night in the cold. Allow him to get him into his comforter so he can stay warm in his own bed.
It took me an hour to get on this panel because Art New Style was asleep. It took me an hour to get on this panel.
And that's what I was about to say.
Art,
with all due respect, Art got his sleep. He went to sleep twice.
We did, didn't he?
Yeah, he went to sleep twice, girl.
Yeah. I went to the restroom. Y'all was still arguing. Back to sleep.
Hey, Art, they was arguing. I was like, oh God, Art is asleep. I'm glad. Let them get this out. This is so awesome. Oh well.
I was wondering.
It is what it is.
It's so easy.
It makes good content. It makes good content hearing the argument sometimes. Sometimes it makes a good argument hearing the argument.
And sometimes it makes bad content. Just depends on what you're arguing about.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know what I like? When Sister George came and said her first words out her mouth, what I appreciate for Art Panel, because I know he's a respectful dude. He went to sleep and she said, I'm glad that the energy is balanced. So we held it down. Like once, I ain't gonna lie now, Diesel, I like you. Once he left,
Beasley.
That's what I said, Diesel.
Beasley,
whatever his name is. Yeah. Once his energy left, although the 3 of them were like conversing, it wasn't bad. Nobody was calling each other bitches or names. Right. So when Sister George came on and said, oh, I'm loving that the energy is balanced. That was a good thing because I'm like, damn, Art trusted us to stay on his platform while he took a nap. You know what I mean? We want to make sure we represent it correctly. So that was a good thing for her to say.
Yeah, one day I would go over because I have a panel about feminine warrior energy. If you understood the Black Panther movie, you know, with those sisters with the spears. I don't know if y'all saw that.
Yeah, the Dormage.
I saw
it. The
The Dormage or something. What they call it? It's like
Dohemis. The Dohemis from
the warrior women. Yeah, they cut their hair off.
Notice they fought for him.
Yeah, they fought for the man.
Yeah, on his beat.
Right.
And that's the part where if people notice, you know, like those very strong-willed women, those are usually the ones on my panel. You know, if you notice.
Hey, Art, you already know I'm Taurus the bull. I got your back.
That's right. That's my mom. Yeah. So I'm able to, just ask questions, get things out. And the thing is, I don't think people understood that questioning about intuition. Some people that were in the chat was that, I don't think enough people take the intuition serious.
Right. Right.
There's a lot of questions that I ask that I know I don't have the answers to. So sometimes, based on someone seeing the spirit within, I'm able to get something, because basically they're getting this stuff out of feelings, and most of us guys, we just don't have that feeling stuff. I'm not into that feeling stuff,
All I do is sharpen my horns. That's all.
Yeah, I don't have.
Yo, you are the funniest. I like him. I swear.
I gotta
I'm in the
remember.
bushes.
He's
and anytime,
You gotta remember that a lot of these sisters is the flip side.
wait, before you say that, can I give him accolades about his funniness?
No, go ahead, sister. Go ahead, sister.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell him he is the funniest because you know why? He listens, he's learning, but he's a goofball like me, and he's just gonna come and keep it real and say the funniest.
We got Tauruses taking over now.
You say what?
We got the two Tauruses taking over now.
Nah.
He's the Taurus?
Nah. I'm a Capricorn. I'm a Capricorn breaking out of my shell.
No,
Capricorn.
I'm talking about funny guy.
Artie Vidmore, he's a Taurus.
Nah, I'm not funny. I'm adorable.
You are. You are. You are.
There we go.
You are.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Well,
Yeah.
like I'm trying to, it's just a lot of us don't understand that when it comes to black women, they're like the flip side of the coin when it comes to brothers. A lot of brothers might not accept that or understand what I'm saying, might say I'm crazy, but it is what it is. Coming from the era that I came from.
Well, there's a certain thing about brothers and sisters that we don't tap into.
Exactly.
We're always talking to each other like white couples.
Mm-hmm.
We don't really get to the spiritual natures. So sometimes when I hear sisters talk on the spiritual side, I'm all ears because I recognize where that stuff comes from, and it does. And the thing is, even though all of us have the abilities to tap into our ancestors, a lot of sisters can tap into it much faster.
Right.
That's the stuff that I recognize and I speak to. And
Right.
I
think that have to do because you're a Leo about that.
And I'm not a spiritual dude. I'm not a spiritual dude like that. Like I said, my teachings is a way of life. It's not based on no religion, no culture. It's a way of life.
Well, nations of God and the earth is hella spiritual, bro. You say you claim
Exactly.
No, it comes off as spiritual. 'Cause like I said, like I was saying earlier, we a lot of our teachings comes from the Nation of Islam, but that's what makes it different. Because
Okay, can I add?
I feel like they're
Hold
more
on.
knowledge based. They're more knowledge based than
Exactly.
They
We're
tap
more
into
knowledge
the
based.
left brain than the right brain, the masculine energy instead of the feminine energy.
But the
Exactly.
earth got the 120 lessons. And
No,
a lot
go ahead. Art, what you said? I didn't hear you. Art, say it again. I'd like to hear what you said.
has the 120 lessons, and so you
Yeah.
get a lot of things that are going into the planetary natures. It goes into the measurements of the earth. Talk about the
Yeah.
behind the
Yeah,
sun.
it's all based on mathematics.
They go into things that are the meditation parts. They go into all these kind of things to where it's really connected. But the thing that Clarence 13X didn't do, though, he didn't really allow structure. I think that was his downfall because people were going after him.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right in that part. That's what I'm saying. I understand what a lot of the brothers are saying when it comes to the 5% Nation, but the 5% Nation is all about way of life. So this is what made me separate myself. Like, yeah, I am part of the nation of gods and earths, but it's all a way of life.
And don't forget that circle, that cipher.
Yeah, the cipher is the main thing.
So that right there, when everybody's on the same wavelength, and if you don't know your stuff, what happens? You get kicked out of the cipher.
Exactly, and this is why back in the days we had brothers that was ready to put hands on you if you didn't understand what you was dealing with. Like it goes deeper. It goes deeper than a lot of brothers take it. Like the way I took it is a way of life. It shows you a way of life.
Yeah, people.
Oh,
Go ahead, y'all.
no, I just want to add. Earlier before Art went to sleep, he did ask the question when what's his name Diesel was there, right?
Beasley.
I keep effing his name up. Sorry, no.
Because he act like a weasel, so she say Beazle. I'm just
No,
playing.
no. I said Diesel. I said Diesel. Don't do that.
Don't do that, Alcohol.
I said I'm just playing. I'm just playing, y'all. I'm just
No,
joking.
y'all would not put me in your beef. So, but what I want to say is this: Art asked a question. He said, "Ask the men, do you think that women sense things in the spiritual realm? You know, when it comes to your true mate, not just any mate." Well, he didn't say the true mate. He used something in that aspect. And they have senses. Like, in other words, he listened to everybody's side. And then he asked the question to the men, like, you think women sense things that we just wasn't born to sense? And they get. So everybody gave their input. That was the awesome, most best question, because that is the major problem.
It is.
People are not understanding that we were born to understand and sense. Whether you guys get it or not, you can call us bitches, witches, whatever. But what I'm saying is, I'm speaking on my behalf in my relationships and with my family. I've sensed everything that my mom and I have felt came to fruition. It's simple. I knew my son, or I ain't gonna say my son. I knew that the Most High was going to take one of my children a week before. I didn't know it was going to be my baby boy, but what I'm saying is my instincts and the spiritual beings spoke to me and asked me questions. They took me through a journey spiritually. So I got what what's your name was saying, oh girl, and even with what's his name, Beazle was saying, I get it all. But Art asked the best question. You know what I mean?
Can I add to that when you're done?
Yeah. Do you think that women feel or get a sense more? I believe we do.
Yeah,
Go
we
ahead.
need this conversation more, but go ahead, Nicole.
I just wanted to add on to what Amanda was saying, which is this. In the Bible, God calls it the woman is the helpmate, okay? And so therefore, when I see it, we are there to help guide the men to the things that they cannot see physically.
Right.
Because we can catch it in the spirit. So we can tell them whether to take that job or not, whether to go and fight that war or not, what we see that's about to happen, because we can feel it. And then they are supposed to be executors as the masculine energy. And until we both fulfill our roles together like that, it's going to be a little off. It's going to be a little imbalanced, you know.
But what happens when most of your women don't act in that way?
No, we're not saying that whether the men or the women don't act that way. We're not saying. I'm not.
No, what I'm saying is, if what you're saying is true, then a lot of the women are not acting in that way to help to be.
No, don't make it a man woman.
Wait, hold on. Somebody got noise.
Hold on, one at a time. One at a time.
She's got a lot of
Somebody
background noise.
somebody has an echo in the background.
A cult. One at a time. Let him finish saying what he's saying. One at a time.
No. She had a lot of echo in the background. We were trying to get her to mute up, but what I'm saying is that you have a lot of these guys that are being led astray. One of the is examples I have of that there was a white guy that was dating some females and that were not being conducive to what he needed them to be. And this is just a white guy who used to date our sisters, black females. and I've heard this from even white guys and black guys who dated black females, is that they were not supportive of the men. And we've already broken down stats saying that black men are at the bottom of every educational statistic there is. Art Newstall can co-sign with that.
Yeah.
That you got a
That's
lot of
not what I was speaking on, though.
I understand what you're speaking on. I'm just asking you this question.
But we're speaking on what Art said.
I'm going off of what you said.
I said that Art was speaking. Do women feel spiritual things that men don't?
And you said yes. And you said yes, and you made a statement. Did you not?
Correctly, but I don't know if your statement right now is coinciding with what we're
I'm trying to explain myself.
It is.
Okay.
So I believe what he's trying to explain is that, like, a lot of men are going through a lot based on the part about the nature not being used on the woman's side. You know, like, because a lot of these women that's not really strong within their nature have sons. You know, and they walking away lost and things like that. And it's not really a finger pointing thing. I think it's more of a troubleshooting, to where you're able to really find out what's the main thing that's needed. So the fact that
why these women are not making sure they going into their nature for not even their sons, but even their daughters.
Yeah,
That's a different conversation, though, because women have to step into survival, which then is more masculine energy. So now they have to be more in touch with the left brain instead of the right brain.
Right.
Can I speak on
that I've seen that even in 2-parent households.
Okay, well, I just can't say nothing. Then I'm gonna leave it alone.
I mean, if
No,
you
but
look at
I get
the
what
Kobe
you get.
Bryant situation, you know how his mother was a dictator within that family, and that broke up the relationship between Kobe Bryant, his father, and the mother.
But I get what you're saying, Art. I get what you're saying, Art. Art of him. I get what you're saying. But that's a brother that went into his relationship broken. You got a lot of brothers that's going into their relationships broken.
No, I'm not talking about him having a relationship with the woman. I'm talking about the relationship with him and his mother.
The biggest issue is always with the balance amongst the woman and the man. You know, that balance, when a man goes through something and the woman's supposed to be there for him, that balance throws things off. You know, if the woman's supposed to be inspiring, she's supposed to be uplifting, she's coming into it with that energy and she's trying to project it to that man. If that man's not receiving it because of the balance within that relationship, it's not going to work. Same thing with Kobe and his mom. You know, that balance wasn't there. You know, it was a balance that the connection that they had broke, because majority of the time, the women always love their sons. The dads always love their daughters. So whatever that connection that was lost, she never mended it to make him whole again. So that's why a lot of guys go in life resent their moms because my mom never did this, my mom never did that. Same thing with the men. My dad wasn't there for me, my dad wasn't there. It's the balance. If you don't have that connection, or you don't read soul or wherever brokenness that you guys had, you always have these issues like this.
Because I'm sorry, did you want to talk? Oh, my bad.
No, real quickly, because I wanted to really make sure that people understood what Occult Jim said about the left brain.
Yeah, I understand about the left brain, because, you know, I'm an artist.
We're talking about the mom, Kobe's mom.
Yeah.
She did more from a left brain approach. She didn't put no spirit in what his brother needed when he, at the time. Support from his mom.
Well, knowing what she did to Kobe and all this other stuff and what she expected for Kobe to do, even though that is not. See, this is another thing too, because it's just not on the mom, it's on his father as well, because his father should have been able to nip that in the bud.
Right, but the thing is,
because the masculine energy of that relationship is a boundary. See, because women are more fluid and they will go in certain realms that they don't supposed to be in. That masculine energy is supposed to redirect that energy into a positive way. And when he was a submissive male, he allowed his boundaries to bend. And so that's the reason why his mother was able to get away with a lot of stuff and was able to sell Kobe Bryant's high school jersey. Because if that was a true man that was about his boundaries, he said, what are you doing? Do not do that because you're going to hurt our son. And if you do that, you're going to have to deal with me. Because my father did the same thing with my mother when they were getting a house. And he brought her to the side and said, listen, either you start what you're doing or these are the options that I'm going to give you. Choose. And my mother sat down and said, you know what? I'm overreacting.
But that's a different conversation because the father, it was an agreement with the mother. They did not want him to marry Vanessa. They thought that they were too young. So, we don't know what happened behind the scenes. We just going by articles we read, whatever. Right.
Well, there was a breakdown in the family where the mother was the most outraged about him marrying someone outside of the race.
Okay.
That's what we know so far. We do know that his mother sold his high school jersey because she was pissed and she wanted money. We do know that the sisters wanted him to pay for their lifestyles. They wanted him to be the patriarch of the family to take care of all of them, even though he had his own wife.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do we know that, or is that what we were told?
Yes, that we do know that.
Do you know that, or
Yes.
is that where you wait? Let me finish, honey. Do you know that, or is that what you were told by the media and things you read and Google and everything? Do you know that? To know that is to
Yes,
be there.
yes. She sold his jersey when he when that woman.
Yeah, she sold his jersey, but we do not know exactly if his father was signed up because his father never denied none of the claims.
Right.
This was
Do you
not
know
saying. We can't
know
act
that
like
is-
we can't.
Can
We
I
can't.
finish?
No, hold on.
Wait, hold on,
We
honey.
cannot act. No, hold on. We cannot act like we know all brothers is right and exact. Because I know a lot of brothers that's not right and exact. A
No,
lot
I
of
was
brothers.
speaking on not just brothers. Let me finish. I said, because he said, we know. We know. No, I don't
No,
know.
I get
shit.
that.
No,
Exactly.
honey,
I
let me
hear what
finish.
you. No, I hear what you're
I don't
saying.
like
I
to
hear what you're saying.
communicate. I don't like to communicate yelling. I don't.
No, I'm
Communication is
not
one at a
yelling.
time.
I'm not yelling
So
with you,
listen,
sister. But
I'm
I'm trying to get.
speaking.
I'm trying to get
That
my
means
point
you
across.
can't
I'm trying to
speak
get.
while I'm speaking. You
My,
can't speak
no,
while
this
I'm
is where.
speaking.
No, this is where we have a
I'm
problem.
gonna
I
shut up.
understand
You
what
go
you're
ahead.
saying. I
Go
understand
ahead.
what you're
Go
saying,
ahead.
sister.
Since you
I
need to speak, go
understand.
ahead.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I'm
Yeah,
not
because
trying
if I
to.
ask, can I ask a question? You said yes,
Okay,
but
go
you
ahead.
start
Go ahead,
talking over
sister.
me.
Go ahead, sister. Go ahead. Go
Thank
ahead.
you.
Go ahead.
Now, as I was asking, the thing is, brother said, we know this and we know X, Y, and Z. Let me say this. We only know what they put out. We only know what we read. We only know what we research. We only know. But if we're not there, we don't know shit. Okay? Just like me and you. I don't know you. You don't know me. You can't say what you know about my life. I can't say what I know about you. I can only say what people put out about you or say about you, but I don't know nothing. So when y'all speaking, I just want to ask the question: are you basing your facts on what you heard or what you really know?
What I really know that we know that his mother sold his high school jersey to get money. We know that when he married that girl, his mother got into a hissy fit and he had to cut his family off. We know that his sisters wanted him to pay for their lifestyle. We know that once he got into this situation with the girl, he had to cut off his family. And he did not have a conversation with them. We know that his family didn't even speak at his funeral. Or that was on TV. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, all these people was up there except for his family. Family didn't give a fuck about him.
Wait, was it the family? Hold up. Was it the family didn't give a fuck? Because see what I heard two different sides. That what you said is one. The other is that Vanessa ain't wanna fuck with them. And so therefore she left them out. So what Miss Amanda, I think, is saying, and tell me if I'm wrong, Miss Amanda. Are you saying what is your source in their living room when they sold?
If they cared about Kobe, how come they didn't show up to when he had his jerseys hanging at the jersey? If they cared about Kobe, how come they didn't go to his last game in Lakers?
I get what you said. I get what you said.
No.
If Kobe's family cared, why did it take 1 week till they responded after his death?
Can I say something? I get what you're saying, Art, because I went through this when my sister died. My youngest sister died at 26.
No, this is before they died.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to speak. I'm speaking on how it goes with black families. My sister died when she was 26. Me being her older brother, I try to step in and take control of that situation on how it would work. And what happened was my aunt that felt that she was the hierarchy in the family. She called police on me like, yo, bro, motherfucker, get the fuck out of here. And this is what goes on. This is what goes on when it comes to black people when they pass away. We all know this. When black people pass away, everybody feel like somebody left somebody $1 million. And that's the same thing that happened with Kobe. His family members felt. It
happened before he died.
They felt like if they spoke up, they felt like, I'm telling you, you see it all the time with black funerals. We see it all the time,
bro. It is a different situation with his family, bro. I'm trying to say, even if his dad cared, he would have been there. On his last game, they would have been there.
His dad is a former NBA player.
His dad was a former NBA player, and you know when it's your last game, that is a very emotional. Yes, that is a very emotional day for you because you know that's the last game you ever going to
for the rest of your life.
That is the
and drop 60.
His father was moving off of programming. He did not want to hear his wife beefing at him with the bullshit.
And that's why I said he was a weak male because
exactly. I agree with you. I agree with you completely. I agree with you completely. But that's what we bear witness happening. That's what I'm trying to say. We see this all the time when it comes to funerals. I've been to a few funerals. My mother died when I was young, and I saw the same nonsense. Everybody act like my mother left them millions, and everybody want to be on their bullshit. This is what usually happens with black people when it comes to funerals.
But
everybody act like it.
This was before the funeral,
that's all part of. That's all part of the dysfunction. That's all part of the dysfunction that we deal with.
The funeral is the end of it. This is way before that. The funeral is the end of the dysfunction when it comes to Kobe and his family because Kobe's dead. I'm talking about before that. I'm talking about when he was in high school. I'm talking about when he got into the NBA. I'm talking about when he was doing all his shots. His family didn't come to his games like that. His family didn't come to see him play. His family didn't come to see him. They didn't have a real relationship with his kids.
Absolutely. We all know this from what we heard. That's what I'm trying to say. We got to go deep in that because we know how it goes with black families. We understand this. I understand what you're saying. To the fullest. Like his mother, and that goes back to his mother. His mother didn't appreciate the way it went down when he got drafted. His father was an NBA star. Every time we hear them talk about Kobe, we always hear them talk about his father.
But that is the point that I'm trying to make, man. That is the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, I understand what you. That's what I'm saying. I agree with your point. That's what I'm saying, Art. I'm agreeing with your point. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm agreeing with your point. Brother. But I'm trying to tell you. I'm just saying the dysfunctionality that goes with most black families. This is why I say with my situation, my sister, they even put a picture of my face when it came to the program. To the program, they spoke on everybody else and they act like she didn't have no siblings. Like I wasn't there. My aunt called police on me and tried
Hey,
to get
which
me
one of
locked
y'all
up.
is taking a walk through Jurassic Park?
Yeah, somebody's stuff is on. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Kobe Bryant cut off his family. Fitness Mom said it right. That says a lot. They haven't even made a statement about Kobe since he died in that helicopter crash.
Nah, that's because Kobe had a classical black family, and we all know this. We all there witness this.
How many classical black families do you know came where at least the mother doesn't give a few words about her son that just passed?
No, he had a situation. He had a situation where him and his mother. That's where the clash was. Him and his father was probably on agreement, but it was the mother. His mother was a hyena.
He cut off the entire family, including the father.
Exactly, because his father was agreeing with the mother. That's why he cut his father off, because his father was on the same ship as
So
his
the
mother.
father didn't give a fuck.
Father ain't give a fuck?
I didn't say it. I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm not disagreeing with you. His father was on the same ship. His father let the mother lead.
His father the whole family was fucked up. Just because he chose a Mexican girl to be his girl.
Just because he chose a Mexican girl. But I bet they was clapping for Taraji P. Henson in that movie.
Was it because she was a Mexican girl? Is it because she was a video? Hold on. Or is it because she was what they call a video vixen?
She was Mexican.
No,
Okay, so you don't think the
she was
fact
also
that
no, she was also a video
Hold
vixen.
on, I was talking though.
No. I'm agreeing with that because she was definitely a video vixen. She was a video vixen. And back then,
vixen, man.
No.
She was 15 years old. She
was in
Kobe Bryant's music video was the only video she was in.
One at a time.
What
One
y'all
at a
talking
time.
about?
One at a time. 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 She was definitely a video vixen.
No, she was not.
And back then,
you know what the
was.
definition of a video vixen is?
Kane.
Come on, Kane. She was 15
Kane,
years old.
she was at the video one time for the first time at the video. And that's where Kobe met her.
All right,
And she ain't
I'm
been
gonna
to
drop
the video
a
ever
link. All right,
since.
I'm gonna drop a link, and I want you to play it on here.
No,
But I'm gonna show
I
you the
understand
video.
what y'all
she was
brothers
in.
are saying. She was a video vixen. That's why when his initial first girlfriend was Brandy. When he linked up with Brandy, Brandy was hot at the time.
And Brandy called him corny.
Exactly.
So I'm just
exactly.
asking,
I understand what you're saying.
all I'm
But
asking
he
is, do
linked
y'all
up.
think it's because she's
we-
Mexican
we-
or
we
that
can't-
a parent
no,
don't
I'm
want
not.
their kid with a woman that acts like a whore?
She was
we're
not
not
a
gonna say she's a
whore.
whore. We're not gonna say she's a whore.
No.
because
I
she's a
said
video-
acts. I said acts because
was
if you seen the
was
video,
not-
can I
she
talk? Art? Can I talk? Because the video, like if you look at the Snoop Dogg video, she's looked like she on crack, like she's a crack whore.
Oh my God.
She was very young. She was like 15 or 16. So if parents,
No.
women, and
I'm a
men don't want
dude.
their children hooking up
Yo,
with other
I'm a
kids,
dude from the 90s. Whenever we looked at a chick in the 90s as a video vixen bitch, it was definitely considered like, yo, whore come up bitches. Kobe found a chick in that world that he could deal with. I'm not saying that there's no issue or who he dealt with, whoever he wanted to deal with. That's who he wanted to deal with. That's why I always hear brothers say that, oh yeah, he went out with Brandy. Brandy was in his cup of tea, and Brandy said that he was corny.
right?
Brandy said that he was corny. In her eyes, she saw him as corny. We can't give that. We can't act like, oh, we've dealt with women in our lives that they felt that we was corny once they figured out what we was about.
Kane, the reason why I brought that up is because I don't know if the parents was upset with him because of the fact of her race or because of what she was doing at the time. That's the only reason why I said
That's
that.
what I'm
I don't want my
saying.
son
She
with a
was in
woman
high
that's
school.
plastered. I don't want my son with a woman that's plastered on videos looking like she on crack. I don't, with no clothes on. I don't want
I'm
my
not gonna say all that crack part. I'm not gonna say all that crack part. I'm not gonna say all that crack part. That's
I didn't say she was
a
on, but
cult.
if you look at
No,
the
bro, a cult.
video,
That's you jumping out the window. That's you jumping out the window. I'm not gonna say that she was on crack.
no, I ain't say she was on crack. I said she looked like it. Looked like it in the
I said,
video.
okay, I'm coming out.
It could have just been an acting role. It could have just been something she
At
had.
the
to
end
look
of the day,
like.
at the end of the day, Kobe found a chick that he could deal with.
And you know what? This is the reason why he left. This is the reason why he left the black community.
No, Kobe.
No.
Go ahead, Art.
You ain't getting nothing.
Go ahead, Art.
Chill.
Go ahead, Art. One at a time. One at a time. Go ahead, Art. One at a time.
Because this is the issue. When a black man wants to date some woman outside of his fucking race, then the woman's got to be a fucking crack whore.
Nope, y'all making stuff up. I didn't say that. No, because I didn't say that. No, I said she looked like a crack whore. I didn't say she was a crack whore. Somebody that looked like something. Holly Berry looked like a crack whore in the movie called Losing Isaiah. Holly Berry was not a crack whore.
Calm down. Calm down. Yo, calm down. Hold on. Wait a second. Everybody calm down. Art of Immoral. A cult. Can you chill out for a second? Can you chill out for a second?
Because she want every time I go talk, she want to interrupt me.
Well, I'll just leave. Y'all have a good.
Yeah, exactly. Interrupt me.
All right.
See, every time somebody call me, go low.
Art of Immoral. Could you say what you're saying? Say what you're saying, bro.
No, because every time a fucking man makes a decision to date outside his race for any reason, just because he's happy, now he's a weak man, or the woman's a crack whore, she's easy, or wherever the fuck it is. It doesn't matter if the man is just happy with the woman that he's with.
Oh my God.
She was not a fucking video vixen. She was 15 years old in the same high school that he was in. He got everybody in that high school to be in that damn video. She was one of them. He's like, damn, she's pretty. I want to be with her. And she was his first love, and they've been together ever since. That's the woman that he chose to be with. That's the woman that he chose to have kids by and all that.
I get that point because he's absolutely true. He's absolutely right with what he's saying. He went on prom with Brandy. Everybody feel because Brandy was a star at the time. In my room and all of them thought she was a star at the time, so they felt that he would have stuck with her. But no, he done with her, and he felt like he didn't want to deal with her. He saw somebody else prettier. It is what it is. He saw somebody prettier that he could deal with, or they had something in common. Whatever it was, we don't know. We wasn't there when they met each other. It is what it is. They met each other, and they was digging each other.
That she was poor and she wasn't black. That's the problem they had with her. She was black and poor. I mean, she wasn't black and she was poor. That's the problem.
Yeah. Come on now. All that extra stuff is extra stuff. Whatever anybody is trying to add on to it, that's extra stuff. That shit don't matter. That's who he chose and that's who he stuck with ever since then. So what is the argument? I don't understand what the argument is. That's who he stuck with ever since then. When he met her,
is that people act like he was following Vanessa when he decided to separate from his family, or like Vanessa was the one that controlled him to make him decide that not to cut off his family. But Vanessa had absolutely no control over Kobe Bryant at all. She couldn't even control him flaunting affairs in front of her face. Kobe Bryant controlled Kobe Bryant, and Kobe Bryant didn't like the fact that his family kept using him. And he's repeatedly said in interviews and stuff like that, when asked about this subject, he said it out of his own mouth that he didn't like the way his sisters would use him. He didn't like the way his mother sold his stuff. He was the one that decided to cut off all this stuff with his family. Vanessa didn't decide to. Vanessa didn't do anything. And his family retaliated with his decisions by doing things that they felt would punish him. Or what I I should say his mother retaliated by doing things when he did something that she felt was not to her liking. She would punish him. And she punished him by selling his stuff. She punished him by not going to his wedding. She punished him by not going to his games. She did punishments like it was a tit for tat. And if you're a mother and you sitting there decide that your child doesn't do things the way you want to do it, so you're going to decide to not go to their wedding, not go to their game, sit there, tell their stuff just because you can out of punishment, then that right there says a lot about who you are as a person.
Exactly.
Hey,
And I see that all of my
I'm going
life.
to the store. I'll be back on, guys.
All right.
Amanda, what you doing? Showing off your car? What you doing, Amanda? You showing off your car? What's going on?
No,
But yeah,
but that's the whole problem I have with this that shit, because people want to act like, you know, it was Kobe's fault that he didn't have a relationship with his. No, it's not Kobe's fault. It was his family's fault.
exactly. Exactly. They came from the old school, and a lot of people that came from the old school, they feel that certain things should happen the way it happens, but time changes. With time, things change. Like, yeah, the history will always be history. But with time, we see things changing. That's why in 2020, we see things as completely different as back when I was coming up.
Someone said that Kobe Bryant's mother weren't allowed to talk at the thing. The only reason why they were even at that whole celebration of life is because Vanessa invited them and Vanessa wanted them to be there. So if Vanessa was like, I don't want them to talk, they wouldn't have even been in the building because it was
Exactly. That's how that plays out.
She's the one
That's how that plays out. Whoever, I've been to plenty of funerals. Certain people get to speak. If we know that you're gonna go up there and start talking something crazy, we're not gonna let you go up there and speak. That's just how it goes. That's basically how it goes.
It just leaves a bad taste altogether. You know, the fact that, I mean, they both had their differences. You know, I'm sure, you know, Kobe probably could have mended certain things as well, you know, as well as the parents, definitely. But, you know, it just leaves a bad taste because at the end of the day, I mean, I think they didn't even show up to his wedding, right?
No, they didn't.
And
They
they were
didn't.
there at his funeral. You know what I'm saying? Like all the events when he was alive, they weren't there, but then when he's gone, they're there. So it all just looks weird, you know.
Suspect.
And that
You don't
goes,
think
and that
Kobe
goes
tried
back, and
to
that goes
amend a
back.
lot of that? You don't think Kobe tried to amend a lot of that stuff with his parents? When it came down to it, you got to understand like this. His wedding, for instance. If you don't come to my wedding, like they were saying earlier about the tit for tat, about the wedding, the last game, they had ample opportunity to try to amend things. Even from Kobe's stand, they could have been the bigger person. They chose to stand their ground just the way as Kobe stood his ground. If you don't want to fool, same as the dad. The dad had ample opportunity to say, your mom was wrong. I'm gonna take my way and go see you at the game. And your mom mad, she just be mad. He didn't put his foot down.
See, but by you saying that just goes to the training that a lot of black people got, especially when it comes to marriages. They stand on what they tell us as brothers. Happy wife, happy life. That quote right there doesn't go with any other fraction of people in the world. We the ones that try to stand on that goofy shit. Happy wife, happy life. Like, get the fuck out of here. And that's what Kobe's pops did.
You know what the greatest knowledge that someone ever told me about parents? You can't choose your parents, but you can choose your outcome.
Exactly.
Kobe Bryant's parents were shitty, and he chose a better outcome than his parents. Because any parent, even though you might be upset, that's still your fucking child. And you want to tell him that he's no longer part of the damn family and where he has to cut you the fuck off?
That's deep. That's deep.
People act like they know that they even wanted to speak at that thing. They might not. They might have only with that look bad.
They were just there for look.
Exactly.
But like at the end of the day, even if they would have got up there and talked, who knows what they would have brought out of their mouth? They would have ruined the whole funeral. Everything was pleasant because everybody who got up there to speak were people who knew Kobe before he died. talked to him, and they were very close. Even like my brothers, you know, I would never let one of my brothers speak at my funeral or anything because of the way he carries himself around me. I'll tell my friends, I don't want this guy talking at my funeral, you know, because I know how he represents me, the way how he talks about me. You know, even though we're brothers, same thing. No, but you know the people. Even with his mom and dad being there, you gotta understand. They were there for the looks, but at the same time, who knows what they would have said or came out of their mouth. So it's best for them
But
to
she,
sit there.
that's I understand what you're saying, she, because that's how it went down with my sister's funeral. They didn't want me to speak at my sister's funeral, but when I got up on that podium, everybody gave me much respect because me and my sister knew what we were. So I spoke on what kind of relationship me and my sister had, and nobody understood that because nobody knows that. Nobody knows what kind.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. You were talking. Go ahead.
Nah, but nobody knows what kind of relationship me and my sister had. So when they heard me speaking, they was like, "Yo, he's different." We're not used to hearing this because everybody goes by a standard of speech that you should give at somebody's funeral. And when I got up there, I kept it straight from the heart, and nobody understood that. Like, it threw them off. Like, whoa, did he just say that? Yeah, I just said that because that's the way me and my sister relationship was. I ain't shit on her. I ain't shit on her, but I just spoke real. I just kept it real. And a lot of times when it comes to our people, there's a lot of fake shit that goes on. And that's why I see with Kobe's situation, like his parents probably would have went up there and said some real shit. Or they probably would have went up there and said some fake shit. But that whole Kobe situation, all that was corporate. That whole thing that we saw with the Kobe situation was corporate. That's why they played it out the way they played it out. Where Michael went up there, Shaquille went up there. That it wasn't. They did their family thing on their own. What we saw is the people. That was something corporate.
Well, see, that's the thing though, because do we? Because this is something I really don't know, and I want to ask this question: do we even know that they came to the private funeral, that they buried him?
Exactly.
Him at the private funeral, but no real details came out about the private funeral, so we don't know if they were actually their son was lowered into the ground.
Yeah, we don't know if they even came to the private funeral. Because like Fitness Mom said, that was something that media was not attending. Nobody was talking about.
It could have been just the wife and children, for real.
Yeah, it could have been just her. And she probably could have invited him and they didn't come. They probably just wanted to be an invite to something that was spectacle about it, which was on the 28th. A place where he was not lowered into the ground.
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely.
We don't know.
If she invited them to that public spectacle that wasn't his real funeral, she most likely invited him to the
real funeral.
Well,
I mean, because at the end of the day, because I'll tell you like this, you know, my mom was married to a guy that she divorced, and that was her first love. And my mom and dad had that conversation. And when my mom died, my father reached out to that guy to be at that funeral because he knew that was the first man my mother ever loved, and he invited him to that funeral because he knew that she had an importance in his life. Even though my older sister did not like him, my dad said, even though you don't like him, that is someone who your mother had an acquaintance with that was powerful.
Exactly.
So he needed to see her be lowered into the ground. And if Vanessa was anything like what my father was that day, I knew she invited them over there.
Yeah.
Whether or not they came, I don't know. But I know she at least invited them.
That's true talk. I definitely respect that, bro.
The thing about it is, it's like everybody's so used to the man following the woman's lead that it's like a lot of these people saying, well, Kobe was following Vanessa because Vanessa wanted him to cut off his family. But it's like you could see that sort of dynamic with Kobe's father and his mother. You know, the mother was the one and doing this, and the father sort of, you know, got in line or acquiesced. You know what I mean? What the mother
Father was just an imp that was following the mother around the whole time.
So it seems like that's so prevalent in the Black community that when Kobe cut off his family, everybody was like, "Oh, it must be Vanessa. She can't stand him, so therefore she making him cut his family off." Like he couldn't have had that thought independently, and that's the thing that I'm like, why couldn't he have just? Why does everybody automatically have to assume that it's her?
Because in the Black
are pulling all the strings.
Because in the Black community as a whole,
it's always the daughter-in-law.
It's opposite. Men kowtow to the women. Always. But when you have one male that says, fuck it, I'm here, I'm gonna be a patriarch or be a man on myself and don't kowtow to any woman, then he seems like a threat.
Exactly that, cause that's the life I grew up. I grew up that life where,
because you
like in the black community, they would call me the black sheep, cause I didn't go along with what everybody else was on. Like I'm different. Like I was just different. Whenever you're different, they consider you the black sheep, and we can't act like that's not what it is when it comes to the Black community. If you're not on the same program that they on, they look at you as the black sheep.
Yeah.
Because I mean, they was like, she didn't want them to talk. But if she didn't want them to talk, she didn't even have to have them in the building.
Exactly.
I mean, whatever she wanted was what went that day. So I just think they just didn't want to talk. They didn't want to talk. Because if she invited them to that place in the first place, even for the look, and they showed up just for the look, she would have most likely let them say a word or two if they wanted to. Because she invited them. If she didn't invite them, nobody would have been like, oh my God, Vanessa didn't invite them. Well, the Black community would, of course, but everybody else wouldn't have gave a crap about whether they was there or not, really.
I mean, you'll be surprised.
She didn't have to do that at all.
You'll be surprised. A lot of the Black community actually understand where Kobe was coming from.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm sorry. I didn't even want to bring this whole Kobe situation. I was trying to use an example.
Yeah, I hear what you're doing.
But this got way too far than what I wanted it to be.
What were you talking about originally?
I don't even know anymore because it got too far in the weeds, man.
Because I just came on, I'm like, damn, they still up? Because I was on here like at 1 a.m. last night. When I jumped off because I was falling asleep, then shoot, I think. But he don't have to go to work, so that makes sense.
Yeah, Art Styles being crazy right now.
Nah, his school's probably canceled.
25 marathon, baby. 25 marathon, baby.
He ain't doing 25 hours. He'll tell you that himself. He probably got 30 more minutes. Y'all nigga gotta find somewhere to go.
Did anybody's job shut down yet?
Anybody what shut down?
Job shut down. Hey. Well, besides you, Art.
Nah, I'm in production, so my job, I'm gonna be busy this whole. I might get 60 hours this week.
Yeah,
that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
If you're in a restaurant, if you got a Black restaurant, your business should be booming right about now.
Yeah. Man, listen. You know, I work with bread, like loaf bread, and
people want that bread.
Restaurant products, man. They said that one guy said that he put all his stuff up and in 30 minutes it was gone.
Mm-hmm.
And I got a guy that had like 5 stacks of butter bread. He said by the end of this day, all this bread will be gone.
Oh, absolutely.
My dad has a Cajun restaurant, and he said it's packed every day. Every day. They're not going to these Chinese restaurants or Korean or whatever. I don't even think they mess with the Latino places. So they go. If you got a Black business, man, shoot.
My son wanted Chinese food the other day. I told him, I said, "Boy, you serious?"
Make your own. Shoot, make your own.
Well, see, that's the thing that, you know, just because it's Chinese doesn't mean it's purely Chinese. That shit's fucking American Chinese food. Chinese don't eat that shit.
I
Then
had
look at-
authentic Chinese food before. It ain't Chinese.
Yeah, it ain't Chinese at all.
They still get some. They like they don't even eat soy sauce. Like all that. They're like soy sauce. Like, they had to bring that out the closet for us.
Man, most of that shit is like chicken tenders. It's like fried.
My wife was laughing because she went to a Chinese restaurant. She said, "It's the first time I ever seen a Chinese man order in a Chinese restaurant."
Really?
Yeah, you got to go to Chinatown to see them order Chinese food over there.
No, I see them going to them Chinese restaurant, but they order off the menu that's not on the menu.
Secret menu.
It be the secret menu.
The secret menu.
I have never seen an Asian person order Chinese food. I've
Well-
always seen black and white, and maybe Hispanic or Puerto Ricans or whatever.
But I've-
Other than that,
Yeah, there's a place. I kid you not. There's a Chinese Islamic Chinese restaurant. That's where you see your Chinese people and your Arabs eat food together. It's right.
now, I have seen Chinese eat Indian food.
You know what? But you know what? I kid you not. Out here, like Popeye's chicken, them lines be long full of Asian people.
Oh yeah, they love fried chicken.
They love it from Popeye's chicken, man.
Oh yeah,
Asian people love fried chicken.
Yeah, they do.
They eat that.
That's a
Popeye.
Crazy part, Art, is a dude I used to know back in the day. He came down from Cali. And he had some of that Miss Winters. Boy, that dude had a fit. He was like, "Man, I wish I could take this home and let everybody in the hood taste this chicken." It's Miss Winters in Atlanta. They got a couple of them open back up. They starting to open back up all throughout Georgia. But I mean, that's some good chicken too now.
Is the Colts gym still in the back room or what?
I think she left. She probably had to get some sleep. So she
Nah, she was frustrated. She
Yeah,
was frustrated. She was frustrated with what we were saying.
She already went with Beasley, so
Yeah, she probably didn't want to get into another argument.
I was trying to tell him about Beasley. Beasley is a dude that's from back in the day, man.
Beasley don't give a fuck.
Yeah, he's one of them dudes that I dealt with. He's one of them dudes I dealt with back in the day that they done been through so many dark places that they have a lot of knowledge. When you listen to them type of dudes talk, they have a lot of knowledge. But it's that they went through so much different shit. It's like you can't. It takes a different type of person to understand where they come from.
I will talk to Beasley when it comes to money, because Beasley knows money. He is a money guy. He's like, he will squeeze $1 out of a nickel.
While eating caviar.
Yeah. So when it comes to money, I will talk to Beasley. As far as a lot of other stuff, then they got water. You got this. You got water.
Look what's missing mostly. Look what's missing mostly, like these little snack chips. Look,
Oh yeah, that's that bullshit. That's that bullshit.
Look, really? Look at this. All that water. Look at the bread. None of the bread is touched. What do they eat? Fucking Debbie cakes. Look at all the honey buns gone. Look at this.
He said the honey buns gone.
I'm in a country.
Oh snap! Like that's the opposite. Like there's
that's
no.
Damn, she, where you at? Cause my side of town is twisted. I'm enjoying it too, G. My side of town is twisted.
Like, we got no water.
We got no water, no dry goods, no sugar, no salt, no pepper.
Yeah, they probably just restocked because my side of town is
Yeah,
twisted.
that has to be restocked because I don't know where you at. It's maybe early in the morning, but
Yeah.
because I know the guys they have left already. They probably restocked that shelf, man. By the end of the day, show me that video and see all that bread going on.
Exactly.
No bread, no water, no eggs, no toilet paper.
I'll try to.
Well, you know what? You know what? You know what? Fitness mom. Someone showed me a video.
Eggs?
All the regular eggs are gone, but the organic eggs that are a little bit more expensive, they're still there. They're still there.
I just bought some of those. I think I bought a dozen for about $4.
Or those the 6 eggs in a carton. Those they're still there.
Yeah.
Everybody got all those cheap 12 eggs.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
The eggs are all gone here, like all of them. They're all gone. Limited to two cartons per person. I mean, per.
Man, listen. I'm getting oatmeal and brown sugar. That's all I need. Fuck it.
Goddamn, old people diet I ever heard.
Hey, listen. Hey, Smitty. Take your tight ass jeans and fuck yourself.
Hey. Corona G.
Your Corona jeans.
Rice and beans.
Just to show y'all where I'm at. See, I'm out there in the sticks. Just to show y'all where I'm at. I got 10 acres. I ain't worried about nothing. You come over here, you got a problem.
Yeah, I'm about to say you got the shotgun ready.
Yeah, you see where I'm at.
Buckshot.
I'm on 10 acres. I don't got no time to bullshit. Come over here, you got a problem.
I bought a big thing of charcoal too.
What was that? I didn't hear you.
I thought I bought a big thing of charcoal.
Oh yeah, you need that. You need that just in case.
Bought a whole bunch of 3-day candles.
Man, I had like a
I got some ramen
packet of
noodles on
toilet
deck
paper
too.
in my car, and I thought someone broke. I thought someone broke my window to get to my toilet paper in my car. Cause I heard a loud noise. I was like, oh shit! I hope nobody didn't break my damn window.
It might get to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I took it out.
I had to hide my toilet paper out. I had it in the back of my car, and then I was like, "Oh, I'm about to go to the store, hide the toilet paper so that nobody will break the windows for it."
Yeah, I didn't buy too many perishables. You know, I mean, I just got the buttered cheese, stuff like that. But for the most part, I got canned salmon, stuff like that.
Yeah. Tuna.
Tuna and stuff like that. Yeah.
Got water, got some crackers.
Yeah, today I'm gonna try to look for like at least 15 packets of water. I'm gonna do a lot of driving around.
Yeah, I got a lot of water, so I'm blessed. I got enough probably until mid-May. So hopefully,
Des James says the cure for COVID-19 is jumbo honey buns
with the icing on it.
Yeah, honey buns. Yeah, I couldn't believe that them honey buns are going like that, huh?
Yep.
Honey buns are not good for
That's
you.
weird.
Man, last time I had honey buns, I had a
honey.
stomach ache. That's like I never.
Nah, last time I had a honey bun, I caught a headache.
No,
It's like
you know how
diabetes.
many calories is in a honey bun?
That's what I'm saying. That's diabetes. That's like walking diabetes.
That's 500 calories. You could have a steak and a sweet potato and get less calories than a honey bun.
No, don't listen to them honey buns. Nope.
I had steak last night.
Yeah, I went in the store though. All the oatmeal was gone, cereal. Well, all the natural ones. A lot of that sugar cereal is still there. All of like not Frankenberry, Lucky Charms and Fruit Loops and all that was still there.
You showing your age. You said Frankenberries.
Yeah, Frankenberry.
They still sell those.
They still sell those.
They still sell them.
I ain't seen them in a while.
He was showing his age when he said King Vitamin.
Oh, you mean Frisco's?
If y'all know anything about that, King Vitamin cereal.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
I remember.
Nobody know about that.
I know about that.
I know about that.
You say
I heard of it.
We know about that.
What about Quicks or Kicks cereal?
Quicks, yeah.
Yeah, they still sell those. I had those.
That's a fancy ass cereal, man.
My store, I think we still got grits. I'm about to grab me some grits.
I ain't a fan of no grits, bro.
Oh my God.
I don't like no slimy food. I don't like no slimy food.
And that's how we know you from the north.
yeah.
You be eating that cream of wheat shit.
Remember my cousin Vinny when he had the grits?
Yeah, grits are good, man. With some damn bacon and some eggs and cheese, man.
Oh man, absolutely. You know I'm from the Northeast because I do not like no grits.
I'm from the North.
Grits.
I'm from the Northeast. I love me some grits. Don't.
My wife from New York, she don't like grits neither, man. Only time she eat grits if I take her to Crystals and I give her that breakfast bowl.
Oh, Sheed, you gotta stop it. Sheed, you shopping at grits? I mean, you shopping at Crystals? Oh, you gotta cut it out, man. Don't mess with Crystals, man. Stop it, bro.
Man, I don't eat them burgers. I just eat that breakfast food, man. I don't eat them.
I hear you. My wife say the same thing. She mess with the breakfast. She don't mess with nothing else.
Man.
But did you guys do you did the lumpy grits or you did the runny grits?
No, I like the mix, like the smooth mix of lump and runny.
No, see that's the problem. You got to put the right amount of water in there and the right amount of measure. People need to start measuring their grits. You want it to be a nice, consistent, a smooth, slow, smooth pour when it comes out of the pot.
But it has a nice,
no lumps. It's just a nice smooth pour, man.
I'm like runny. I don't like the runny.
And you know the best way to cook grits. The best way to cook grits is I do everything by eye. I don't really measure everything out, but the biggest thing is using that whisk, the thing that you beat the eggs with.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
Stir your grits with that. As you pour it in, stir with that. It cuts down on the lumps because it's hitting those clumps and it's breaking it down.
Well, that's the thing though, man. You have to stir the grits anyway when they're cooking because you got to boil the water, and then once this comes to a boil, you got to put it to a simmer, and then you cover it.
Almost like you're making crack.
So what about
hey, sometimes it tastes like crack, sometimes it tastes like crack, motherfucker.
They make crack like this.
You put that slice of butter on there, it's over, right?
But hey, you know what's real good? If you take that what is that seasoning? It's the
Lowry?
No, not Lowry's. It's that.
It's black as hell.
The Creole seasoning they have.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It's in the yellow box.
eBay, Old Bay.
Old Bay. Put a little Old Bay in that grits, man, with some Cajun sausage. Ooh boy.
But did you guys? Did you ever have the grits with croquettes, salmon croquettes?
Oh yeah, that's a fave in the South.
Oh my god, man!
Salmon croquettes with grits. Woo.
Yeah, with the onions in there.
That gave my man Sheed religion just now.
Hey, I threw my hands up. Woo!
Man, I was down at the resort. I was down at the resort in Florida. Had shrimp and grits, and they had these little square, crispy hash browns. Man, that was perfect. The plate,
I was about
with
to
the
say.
wheat bread. Man, that was perfect. You ever had grits casserole though?
Nah, I never had that. Man, I haven't had it in years, man. But
I can't mess with nothing that comes off slimy. Anything that's slimy, I cannot swallow it.
You don't like okra, then? You don't like regular okra.
Well,
okra. I hate okra.
You might like it fried though.
I can't.
Yeah, okra fried good.
I couldn't do. I could even do Oprah Winfrey.
I knew that was coming.
I can't do it. All of them slimy.
Yeah, I can't do that.
Slimy.
Nothing slimy. I can't do it.
Yeah, that Old Bay seasoning with some damn shrimp in there. Ooh.
What about? How far do y'all go? What about grits and corned beef?
Oh, that's good.
Well, I like some corned beef.
That's that north.
Man,
yeah, I like corned beef. I like corned beef.
Corned beef hash, yeah.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I like corned beef. But
my mom used to make turkey, and she used to shred the turkey meat up, and did some turkey gravy, what was like this white turkey gravy.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
with the grits. Oh my god.
Yeah, that grits though, bro. I can't do the grits. I can't do the grits. I can't.
That shit was so fucking good, man.
That shit won't go down. I can't do it. I can't do it.
You know, Yankees don't eat grits, huh?
Yeah, I can't do it.
Yeah, damn Yankees.
Hey,
I dig it. I can dig it. I can dig it.
Nah, look. Watch. Kane, you like cream of wheat, don't you?
Nah, I can't even do cream of wheat.
Oh,
I can't do none of them.
You a fake Yankee motherfucker.
My grandmother ate cream of wheat. I don't know how she did that. That's nasty.
I can't do none of them. Cream of wheat, oatmeal, none of them.
But did you do malto-meal?
No, I can't, bro. I can't.
Hey,
You only like your food in solids. You must hate Jello and pudding then too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a problem with that too. Like that texture in my mouth. That texture in my mouth is just weird.
I don't like Jello.
He a crunchy dude. He like
yeah. I like it being crunchy.
Solid, anything solid.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Yeah.
That's definitely where I'm at. I can't deal with nothing that's soft in my mouth and slimy. I can't do it.
See, I eat raw salmon and everything. I'm a more adventurous with my food. Like I'll eat raw salmon. I'll eat like stuff like that. I had like raw shark before.
Raw salmon, nigga. You trying to die?
Exactly.
Exactly. The certain cuts of salmon, with sushi, it's the same as raw.
That's raw salmon sushi.
Yeah, I can't mess with
that. I know it's a little bit too fancy for you, but Art Ford. So I'm just trying. I'll slow it down for you. I'll slow it down for you.
Well, first of all, it's not Art of Fort right now. It's Art of Edmore, motherfucker. Get it right.
Excuse me, Art of Edmore. I know North Carolina they don't have too many sushi places.
You got that fake, imitation meat, man.
Man, what's the need of raw fish anyway? Can't you just drop it in some grease?
It's a style. Then there's smoked salmon. I had smoked salmon before. Where it's
I used to say they used to bring that raw, that sushi around. I'm like, man, let me light this grease up and put in some batter and cook it because I ain't eating this like this now.
You can only eat so much of it. There's only like a couple servings, or that shit will get you sick. But I'm adventurous.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Is it get you sick if you start eating that nonsense? It get you sick.
No, you eat it over and over again. I'm like, no, you can't do that. You gotta eat like 3 pieces and that's it. So it's just more of a tasting palate thing. Get some wasabi sauce, you good.
Yeah.
Jump off. My battery going dead. I'm about to recharge my phone.
He sound like he negotiating some of those bottled water prices.
Mm-hmm. 45, 50, sold.
Yeah.
They're like a shark. I was over in the room. It was like a raw shark with some teriyaki on it. It was not bad. Hello?
I've never had sushi. My husband loves the stuff, but I don't eat. I can't eat raw fish.
Yeah. I love me some fish anyway.
Yeah.
Oh shit! I'll jump back on. I'm about to talk to my baby mom real quick. I don't have no kids, but I'm just joking. My future baby mom. Okay, so
no,
I'll see y'all later.
We hear you, bro. We hear you.
Speak your truth.
First of all, she's over in Amsterdam right now. I'm Mr. International right now, so
okay. I can dig it.
It's coming.
He gonna airmail them birth certificate.
I'm tipping all over the world. The play.
Get you. They gonna get you. You gonna be the SYSBM president. So
I don't even know if I qualify. I think you gotta make a certain amount of money. I ain't that far yet. So shit.
Ernest, you know you SYSBM president. Yeah. You're a spy because you like to hide your shit.
Yeah.
You're the Colombian whisperer.
They shut down the border of Colombia. One of my friends, she's ADOS, but they had to kick her. They didn't kick her out of the country, but they stopped the schools, all the colleges, and I was talking to her, so she had to come right back to the United States.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling her, be safe going to the airport.
Talking about the coronavirus.
Yeah, so she was pissed because she was telling me like, I love it here, so I don't ever want to come back to the United States. Too like it's, I'm telling you, it's not just brothers, it's anybody that live down there, because your attitude change, you're happy, you're nice and everything.
Oh yeah, you get a lot of that. You get a lot of that when you go to other countries, because I told brothers,
fucking up everything.
No,
I know.
Coronavirus is definitely messing up everything. But ever since I was young, since I was about 6 years old, my mom used to send me on the plane every year to go back to South America, because she saw what was going on in New York when I was coming up. She saw what was going on, like it was a lot of hood shit going on, and she tried to keep me away from that. So she used to always send me back to Guyana. That's where she's originally from. And she let me see that culture. And that's why I look at things very different, being here as an adult.
What's your family's take on the Jim Jones thing, since you mentioned the Guyana so much?
Oh, Jim Jones. Well, you got to remember that he was like, I'm not sure if he was a white dude.
Yeah, he was white as snow.
Yeah, so he just came out there. That's why a lot of times when you go back to the Caribbean, when you go to a lot of Caribbean countries, they try to say don't bring that American or what they would call foreign style back here, because he came out there and he had because a lot of times when you deal with those countries, they don't understand what's going on in other places. They're just locked into what they know in their country. So it was easy for him to come in there and trick the people and have the people feel a certain way, especially when it comes to like religion. It's easy to fool somebody with religion, because a lot of people look at religion as face value.
Yeah,
and
man.
That's what happened when he came out there. He tricked a lot of people that were struggling.
Black people.
And,
black people.
Yeah, absolutely. He tricked them with a bunch of technology. He fooled them people. At the end of the day, you see how that played out.
Yeah. Well, good luck on finding a can of Lysol.
Oh yeah, you can't find that right now. I've been trying to find that for the last 4 or 5 days.
That's the
only.
I had to get Pine Sol.
I got plenty of that.
You guys got to make your own. You just
You got to make your own.
I got very little rubbing alcohol too. That would have been the best thing. That a spray bottle with some lemon and a pinch of baking soda. That would have been a good disinfectant spray.
Okay. Yeah. That's why I hear a lot of people are scientists right now. I go into these places and I hear a lot of people talking like scientists, like they know the mixtures to make your own type of hand sanitizer or some type of aerosol or something. But yeah, that's what's going on right now. That's definitely what's going on right now.
Yeah, so I think some places are going to stop delivering mail out here.
Yeah, I actually heard them talk. I heard them speaking about money actually earlier when I was watching the news earlier. They were saying something about money, like cash money. Like you don't want to exchange your money with anybody. Like cash money has something to do with the coronavirus right now. Like you don't want to be exchanging cash with people, and even though cash is dirty, if you know the trip that money makes. Money makes people stash money in their toilets. You got people doing all type of thing with money. So it's like money is like exchanging money hand to hand is an issue right now.
I use card. I use debit card right now.
Yeah.
Some influencer made a video of herself licking the toilet,
Oh man, I see that. I won't throw up in my mouth when I say that.
What? What?
Yeah, this white girl. That's a white girl. I want to slap the taste out of her mouth for that shit.
What
or
did
slap
she
the
do?
shit out. She licked the toilet.
Why?
Why do white people do half the shit?
To make a point.
God.
Coronavirus. She was like,
I saw one licking a dumpster for like a 50 or 100.
I see that. Yeah, I see that one.
Yeah.
Drag.
Goddamn.
That's drag plastic.
Oh man, that's disgusting.
That's just horrible.
Yeah, we gotta know. We gotta understand. We watching the rewrite of history right now. What's going on right now? We're watching the rewrite of history. We're trying to make a new history right now. That's what we've been
I'm
witnessing.
just trying to figure, like, you know, what's at the other end of this? You know, once this is over, once this becomes another memory.
But what's going on is though a lot of facilities are being closed so they can be thoroughly clean. So they're actually really like scrubbing a lot of walls and restrooms and seats. They really doing that. I mean, remember they shut down a lot of airports so they could scrub a lot of these airplanes down, disinfect them and all that. So
Did you see Chicago and Philadelphia's airport though? Like you're supposed to be like 3 feet away from people, but 10 feet. But they had everybody like standing crowded in this room trying to catch their flights.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you're gonna see that. You're gonna definitely see that.
I'm like, well, this shit's pointless. And I'm like, so much for not spreading shit. Like you going to catch everything now.
And somebody told me, I forgot to tell y'all, and I wish Cold Gems was here. You know, you can light sage to disinfect your house.
Oh, I heard about that before. I don't know where I heard, but I heard something. Like
Yeah,
that.
my wife has a like a big box of sage that every now and then she lights it up and she stinks the house up with it. She stinks the house up with
I
it.
got my
but-
sage burning too. I burn my sage throughout the house.
Yeah.
I'm gonna eat something today. I hope nobody else discovered it. I'm gonna go ahead and get something today. Yeah.
You know, I was ordering off of Amazon, and they don't longer have same day and next day service on a lot of their stuff anymore.
So like, you better, if you got Amazon Prime, you said I better get a discount on the shit.
Yeah, I got Prime. I've been a Prime member for forever. And
So
then
you better tell them I want a discount or
they
something.
sit there, I'm like, why can't y'all get it tomorrow or the day after or something? I ordered something and they said it'd be here on Friday.
Oh yeah, because a lot of people are utilizing this service. So I know it's booming in Amazon. And what's the other one? FedEx,
UPS. But like Amazon, it tripped me out. They have like Uber. Like this dude delivered a package to my aunt's house. I was chilling over there. He was an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, and an Amazon deliverer. So like they do, like they just like you can be your own personal deliverer just with from a regular car driver. So they're using every means to deliver their stuff. They're about to open their own airline too.
We got Dula from Car Wash back named Beasley. What's up, Dula? We're gonna get the Pointer Sisters.
Oh wow,
Beasley, what's going on, bro? What happened earlier?
I came in when Beasley like left, trying to antagonize Mella.
Nah, I wasn't trying to antagonize Mella. Mella's already antagonized. Mella's full of shit. You know, you when you tell people exactly what's going on with you and exactly where they cross the line with you, and not only do they deny they do it, but you bounce out, but you listen in like I did, and you hear them create a whole new narrative. I don't have time for that bullshit. I'm married to none of these psycho broads. Ain't none of them a witch. They don't have no power. The other one, God bless her, she's got this like huge conspiracy theory. People can sit there and listen to it. That the pedophilia is tied with this, and this person's going to get arrested, and that person, and the whole thing. That shit sounds crazy, like you're smoking PCP. And people, and you know what? It's really, you know, I would really be doing a disservice to the community as a whole to not challenge that shit. You know, any idea, any concept, any conspiracy theory put forth in the public arena should be able to stand up to scrutiny. And they get uptight when you scrutinize it. because they feel like they're getting personally attacked. That's nothing to do with their, and they will come and they will fire back with ad hominem attacks. I wasn't attacking that woman. I don't know that woman, but I knew that she was spewing some nonsense.
Do you think that a lot of people buy into conspiracies though?
Hell yeah. I mean, they buy into this Jim Jones shit all over again.
Oh yeah, you heard me talk about that, huh?
Yeah. Giving these lame ass, goofy ass motherfuckers money online, you know, getting suckered on some emotional shit. They hit your black buttons, you know. They hit your buttons that you hate your mama, or you've had bad relationships, and you got difficulties with women, or you just got difficulties getting along in the world. The world's a difficult fucking place. So they hit you these buttons and they say,
Usually, why you got a lollipop for?
Oh shit, Smith, you ain't shit.
I'm eating some frozen apricots.
He got a $400 keychain. You got around it.
You guys laugh, but you guys that laugh probably the same goofy motherfuckers giving you people money. Think you done found your savers. Thinking you done found your fathers on here. Thinking you done found somebody that really gives a fuck about you.
He got that Howard Hewitt look, you know. Like,
calm down, Beasley. Yeah, but that shit was funny.
Yo, Beasley, I understand you, bro. I dealt with brothers like you my whole life, man. Damn near my whole life. I understand. I understand where you're coming from, bro.
You said I've been in so many dark places. Everybody's going through some dark periods.
But Beasley, this is what I was trying to tell. Beasley, hold on, Beasley. This is what I was trying to tell the ladies earlier. Like, they don't understand a dude with you, a dude like you, because they never came across a dude like you. Only if you was a dude that was in the hustle game. And I was a hustle dude. I was out there in the streets. So I came across you type of dudes. And I understand a lot of you, when it comes to you type of dudes, y'all have a lot of information y'all could give people. But it's because of your lifestyle, people don't respect it. But I understand where you're coming from. Like, you have a lot of knowledge to give brothers. But because of the struggle that you went through, people don't respect it. Because they look at you.
I don't think that's it. I don't know what it is.
No, bro. That's exactly what it is.
I know I don't respect no jaw-jacking ass crazy bitch talking about she's a witch. And then in the same breath, bitch talking about how she was on food stamp. You know, you a goddamn witch, bitch. Go be a real witch like the Kardashians, bitch. Get to a Range Rover and some Bentleys, bitch.
Oh, you gotta love Beasley, man. You gotta love him.
Go hook up with some basketball players, bitch. There's some international fucking music stars, bitch. Like Travis Scott and Kanye. Go be a real witch, bitch.
Tell the truth.
What the fuck you about? You a goddamn witch and you on food stamps. Broke ass bitch. One thing that won't go past me is some broke ass bitch jaw jacking like she's fucking Queen Elizabeth or something. Shut the fuck up and bow the fuck down when a real motherfucker that gets it and has been getting it for years, bitch, comes around. Y'all smooth. You were like, oh, hey, hi, ho, ha. That bitch is psycho. That bitch thinks she's a witch. That bitch don't have no goddamn power. She probably drives a D210 Toyota. If that. It's the land of milk and honey.
1998 version?
Beasley, yo, I understand you, bro.
Lonely ass bitch. Give that pussy away, man.
Oh, man, that's the crazy.
It's not because you a woman.
Toyota, nigga?
That is the craziest thing, yo. I get where you're coming from, though, Beasley. Yeah, I understand where you're coming from, bro.
So what you're telling me is that people see my lifestyle or my position or my reputation or whatever, and they can't refuse the truth? It's the same reason that anything them bitches say is fucking invalid, because the kind of losers they are. You not know witch. All these bitches on here say they witches. You not a fucking witch. Shut the fuck up. Oh, my mama had the vision. Oh, and so I was born with this shit. Shut the fuck up. Broke ass bitch. Y'all scared to engage
Yo.
with motherfuckers. I be like, bitch, shut the fuck up. Oh, my
Yo, y'all
grandmama,
gotta understand. Y'all gotta understand.
grandmama was born with it. Man,
Y'all
I
gotta
just know
understand.
bullshit. Don't you know bullshit when you hear it? My
Y'all
grandmama.
gotta understand. Y'all gotta understand. Beasley is talking from like the realest thing it can ever get, because he's been there to the dark side. He's been to the dark side and came up out of the dark side. So I understand what Beasley is saying. I understand, because Beasley, you have said it all, bro. Me listening to you every time you come on the panel, I heard it all from you, and I know what kind of brother you is.
I talk some shit.
Yeah, I know what kind of brother you is, bro. I was in that lifestyle. So I know where you coming from. You taking it to the darkest point that you could take it to.
I just got a mean streak in me, and I like to.
I can imagine Beasley. You know, after you doing all the stuff about the witch stuff, you wake up and you can't move your body. You're like, it's the goddamn witches.
Goddamn broke ass witch, bitch. Tombstone ass witch.
I had a whole covenant that's like a brigade of them motherfuckers, man. I attacked the main witch, the one that looked like James Brown. I talked to her. Did you James Brown looking bitch? Hit me, you know.
Yo, Beasley, I ain't gonna let you get away from that, because my wife, her cousin is James Brown. That's her cousin, her real cousin, first cousin.
I love James Brown. I just don't love no James Brown looking ass bitch with some hocus pocus shit and a broom that don't fly. Give me a break. Oh, your tarot cards. Oh, let me tell you what's in your future, bitch. How about you? Bitch, how about you go renew your EBT card and shit? And get your
God damn, this shit.
Come on, man.
Hey, all right,
Come on,
look
man,
at
that's
this.
real. Hold on. Y'all talk about being ice off. Some of my friends go to that. I'm like, are you a witch? They go, yeah, I'm like, your friend for a year or two and it never came around. And all these witches, they make potions for you. I'll send you something for you. I'll send you something for your hair and from your skin and for your skin. Oh yeah, you got babies and nieces. I send them. I make the mixtures and nah, bitch, I'm cool. I go buy some goddamn coconut oil from the motherfucking store or whatever. You need none of that shit you hook up.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh shit, yo, Beasley, you fucking me up right now. You fucking me up right now.
Yeah, with some real stuff, man.
You fucking me up right now, cause yo, I remember back in my hustle days. Sitting down listening to certain brothers, and the shit that they were saying was so real. It's so real and raw. That's like Eddie. That's like Richard Pryor.
Yeah,
We all know Richard Pryor. We all know Richard Pryor's struggle. But when you listen to that brother, it was so real. What he was saying is not no bullshit.
Yeah, you gonna get it real in New York City. They're gonna give it to you uncut.
Come on, exactly, Beasley. That's where I'm from. I was born and raised there, and I know how it goes.
My grandfather.
Y'all about to say bullshit.
It sounded like you about to have a whole orgasm. It's so real.
Exactly, bro. It's real.
Let me tell
What you gonna do? What you? Oh yeah. It's the Macho Man Randy Savage. Oh yeah.
My grandfather from Harlem, USA. He was born in 1911, and I used to get into little juvenile trouble, little shit. You know, we shoplifting leather coats and shit. Shoplifting a bunch of them, like 5 or 6 and 7 of them, and sell them whatever. So I got caught, whatever, and I came home. My grandpa said, he said, so you see this shit you're doing? You think it's cool, huh? You think it's cool? Let me tell you something. You do this shit, you're going to go to jail, and you're going to go to jail, and you're going to get fucked. You're going to get fucked. They're going to bend you over, and they're going to fuck you. And I was like, wow. Like, tell them like it is, why don't you? So that's what I kind of come from, like, straight to the point. And, no shit should beat around the bush. If some people would impress that more upon kids while they're wayward or while they're trying, front with the law or throwing rocks at the penitentiary, like they say, you'd have a better off. Like, go watch the original Scared Straight from 1978.
Exactly.
That should have scared the shit out of you. Got some guys.
That was the real one. That was the real.
That shit was real than a motherfucker's right on YouTube.
Exactly. Beasley ain't bullshit. I came from that era. I know what Beasley is talking about. He is not bullshit. This is what I'm trying to say. This is why in New York we have that saying: if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. Because New York is absolutely rough, and I know Art being in Cali. This is why when we saw gangster rap, we was like, oh shit, there's somewhere else that's like us. When we looked at the West Coast, when it came to the West Coast rap, when they brought gangster rap, it was like a mind blow to people from New York. It's like we never seen nowhere else speaking like how we was speaking,
Yeah,
and that's why we respected them brothers.
but the thing,
Come on, the New York was some righteous on some knowledge shit. You understand? Or some conscious
No,
stuff.
we had
The
a
West
lot of
Coast
that. We
was
had
that.
no, we
they
had a.
had all
You're
that
absolutely right.
they had all that thug shit going on.
Before gangster and Beasley will tell you, before gangster rap really got big in the '90s, I mean the real life it was much worse than it got to the music. In real life, I mean,
And
remember the starter jackets and the shoes?
Yeah,
get
starter
Jack
jackets,
Dangerous.
them giant caps, them G caps,
That
having
was
the G caps, 8-ball jackets and all that. Come
hold
on,
on.
brothers was getting took out their shit. Like yo, you leave
Right,
the
hold
corner
up.
stripped of all your shit.
Do any of you know what Wu-Tang stands for? It's an acronym.
Go ahead, Beasley.
I'm gonna
Hit
tell
us
you. Listen,
hit
let me
us with some shit.
Wu-Tang. We used to take in another nigga's garments.
Yeah, triple fat goose and all that. The triple fat goose era.
We used to. That's cool. Taking another nigga's garments.
Yeah.
Yeah, take your shit.
That's what I'm saying. The way I came from in New York, you had to be a tough guy. A lot of dudes wasn't able to come outside. There was dudes that they had to stay on their porch. Like you couldn't leave your porch. Like you had to stay on your porch. You had to stay on your porch. If you didn't have no clout, you couldn't leave your porch. Like you better stay on your porch and make sure your mother's looking at you. When them lights
You
came on
talking
at
about
night.
the 80s?
Yeah, I'm talking about the 80s.
Man, shit.
You couldn't just go outside and hustle. Like if you ain't had that clout, you couldn't go outside and hustle.
Tell them
You
about
couldn't go out.
Raymond Williams and took you. Raymond Washington and took you away.
Well, I don't know that I've ever seen Raymond Washington, but I've seen Tookie.
But we had a lot of people like that out here back in the day.
Oh, a lot.
Absolutely.
A lot of dudes, we were into lifting weights. When I was going from junior high school to high school, I had friends that were older. They were like, it was like a rite of passage, like you was going to the penitentiary or something. And they're like, yeah, man,
Exactly.
you got to, you got to pump it up, man. You light skin, they're gonna fucking fuck with you, man. You gotta, keep your sweatshirt on and keep this on, man. But just keep lifting weights. Keep lifting weights. You have to make yourself strong in order to keep the fucking the predators off you. The super
Exactly, Beasley. Exactly, Beasley. You couldn't come outside. You had no right to come outside. If you wasn't about that life, you could not come outside.
Yeah, it wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad in California.
Nah.
Maybe in
No,
some
no, no. That's no. I won't agree with that, Beasley. Because that's why when we saw NWA in New York, we was like, whoa, wait a second. We have somewhere else that gives it up the same way.
I've been in both places often throughout,
I don't know. Art could speak more to that because Art actually grew up out there.
It's very similar to kind of things that go on. Very, very, very similar. It's not that much different. It's not that much different.
And then to make it even worse, Beasley, is like once we saw their lifestyle, we thought that their lifestyle was rougher than ours in New York. I remember that when we saw what was going on with the Bloods and Crips and stuff, we thought that these dudes was ruthless.
When I used to
We
go to
thought
New
these
York,
dudes was ruthless.
when I used to go to New York and hang out in the late '80s, they'd be like, "Yeah, man. So what's up with Cali, man? What's up? What's up with the Crips and the Bloods?" I was like, "Man, I don't know what's up with the Crips and the Bloods. I'm not no Crip or no Blood. I'm just whatever doing my thing. But then I bring that shit to New York, son. Bring that shit to New York. We're gonna send them right back to Cali." I was like, "Yeah, whatever. I don't really know." But now they adopted the goddamn culture.
Exactly. But once they came out here, we adopted it because when I was coming up, we didn't have Bloods and Crips. We had like a bunch of brothers that lived on the block, and we made a name for ourselves. Like we'd probably be COA, VIP, FBK. We made names like that. Like we made names for ourselves being on the block and we had a few brothers that was from the block that.
Where you from? Uptown?
No, I'm in Brooklyn. I was Brooklyn bred. I was raised in Brooklyn, ended up in Queens. But when I was in Brooklyn, it was all about. We had 3-letter name gangs, VIP, FPK, stuff like that, COA, stuff like that. But Bloods things came in. Bloods and Crips came to New York in the late '90s.
Right.
I heard that I don't know. I think it was either the '80s or '90s, but I heard that the Bloods came into New York to chase away the Puerto Ricans.
Oh yeah, because we had Nietas, Latin Kings, we had stuff like that. We had Nietas, Latin Kings and stuff like that. We had African Bada had his crew.
Yeah, that's a Zulu.
Yeah, Zulu Nation and stuff like that. We had that stuff going on in the early '80s, going into the '90s.
Man,
Once the '90s kicked in, Bloods came out here. Once the Bloods came out here, we thought there was gonna be no respect for them dudes. Like, oh come on, you're gonna run that out of here. But we adapted.
Or the
We
documentary
adapted to it.
about the beginning of hip hop is that they would have the dance battles and the graffiti battles and the rap battles
Exactly.
to get away from violence.
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
now it's gone full circle.
Yeah.
And they would speak on the gangster rap. It's like this shit's ignorant. It's promoting this, but now they don't. Now another generation or two has come, and they bought into the shit.
You're not
Exactly. That's like what I was saying earlier, Beasley. Like mid '80s to the late '80s, going into the '90s, everybody was on the righteous raps. All the raps was righteous. When it came to hip hop, it was all about righteous and political things. We had Run DMC. We had Public Enemy and these type of brothers. They was talking about the issues that was going on government wise.
But check this out.
Right.
Read the comment that Des James said. What's your take on that?
Now let me see what he's saying.
I blame New York for the state of hip hop today.
Oh yeah. He's absolutely right. Because we did a transfer. We did a conversion. 'Cause like I said, back late '80s, going into the '90s, brothers was still being about what can we do to fix the community. That's what most of the rhymes was about. Most of the rhymes was about what can we do to fix the community. But them brothers wasn't getting no money. When it came to being paid, them brothers wasn't getting no money. That's why nowadays when you hear brothers rhyming like that, they consider that underground. They won't say that's mainstream. Like KRS-One and all these brothers. Those brothers was God bodies. Those brothers was dudes that's trying to teach the people.
What did Nas say?
But what happened is that the powers that be came in and they started giving brothers that was talking the nonsense money. And that's what we see to this day. Brothers that's teaching brothers how to be on the lower level of the black community is who we see and getting money. And that's why you see a lot of brothers trying to look up to that as their idols. That's what they're trying to do.
The South killed hip hop with that rap and all that stuff.
Nah, they didn't even do it. I was gonna put it on the South. The South just took it to another level. But we started that in New York. We started that because where you saw brothers talking about selling drugs and all that shit. That's not what hip hop started out as.
Hip hop's still alive. It's just not on the mainstream. It's just not on the radio. It's just not.
Yeah, we not on the radio. What they put on the radio is the bullshit that's gonna have you on the downturn.
It's just not your popular. I still listen to a lot of dope ass independent artists kicking shit. But what did Nas say? He said in the beginning we was all 5%, but something must have got in us because all of us turned descendants.
Exactly.
Now the word is explained. I'm taking niggas on the trip.
And that's why I'm about to start kicking out a lot of content on that. I'm about to start kicking out content on that.
Let me come join you, man, because they don't even know about the 85%, the 10%, and then
exactly. They don't know nothing about that. That's why I'm about to start kicking out that content.
That's the dope ass content. If motherfucker want to know something, teach you about the real world, some actual facts. And some
everybody is an 85er.
Majority of it sounds harsh. Art, but that's what it is. Most of them are 85ers.
Yeah.
But dude, the 85ers that we trying to teach 85ers, but in my teachers we see that this is why we break it down the way we break it down. Some ain't gonna make it, and it's a harsh thing to say, but some ain't gonna make it. It's all of what kind of teachings you try and take in. It's all what kind of teachings you try and take in, and that's why I said I'm about to start dropping some content. I've been leaving on it because I hear a lot of brothers saying that, oh, you can't put that online. It is what it is.
Why can't you? It ain't nothing new.
That's what I'm saying. It is what it is. It is what it is.
You got to
do that.
Steps though, because a lot of people don't. And that was one of the problems back then, because some people they were skipping steps and stuff like that, and not really understanding how to use the knowledge. So some of them use that knowledge to manipulate people, and some of them even kill.
Man, that's what it's all about, manipulating people to get paid.
I'm not trying to get paid though. I'm not trying to get paid though. I'm a poor righteous teacher. I stand in what I am.
I'm saying that as a joke.
Okay. No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying, BZ. I'm not attacking you. I'm saying
joke, but
I'm a poor righteous teacher.
No, I respect Brother Clarence 13X and the gods and the earths. I respect them, and I respect the truth that they talk about, because it's all if it doesn't add up and come down to truth, they're just into the truth.
Yeah,
I just want to know the truth and nothing else. I'm a Sagittarius. I never know the truth and nothing else. I know there's no truth into some huge pedophile ring, international pedophile ring, that's going to get obliterated and found out through the coronavirus shit. I just want to know the truth. And when you're dealing in mathematics, like you say, there is no gray area. You know,
exactly.
It is what it is.
Exactly. It's either gonna be right or exact. Your word is your bond, and your bond is your word. So that's what we gotta stand on. When you start acting like you want to make money off of it, that's where you get diluted. I'm not trying to make no money. I don't care to make no money off of nobody that I'm teaching. I'm not a preacher. I'm not a preacher. I'm a teacher. So I'm gonna teach you a way of life. It is on you if you want to accept what I'm saying. If you don't want to accept it, it is what it is. You're gonna be deaf, dumb, and blind. That's what it is. I'm just trying to show brothers how to be right and exact.
The majority are deaf, dumb, and blind now.
Of course, that's why we say that's why we have that code where it's 85ers. 85. You talk about 85%. That's the majority of everybody when you say 85%.
Those are the people that donate.
It is. I'm not looking for a donation though. That's the thing. I'm not looking for a donation.
People that donate. Ain't nobody on here giving up any that type of information that's valuable, that's worth a goddamn, that's worth money when they do it for free. Nobody on here. There's no secret information being leaked out. There's some charismatic guys, but and that's helped ruin this whole experience.
But I get that, bro. That's why we have brothers like Malcolm. Where Malcolm knew what he was doing, and he was going to die for what he was speaking. Even though he knew he was going to die, when he ended up dying, he knew he was going to die because he's speaking truth. Like he was going to die for the truth. There's not a lot of brothers that's going to die for the truth. He wasn't out there trying to do it for money. He died broke.
Sure did.
And that's a real leader. A leader that's willing to die broke. A lot of brothers ain't standing on that.
Nobody is. It's unpopular.
I'm not trying to do that. I'm not what I'm saying right now. I'm not looking for no donations. I'm not asking nobody to support me. If you don't support me, it is what it is. I don't care. But I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm a dude that stand on truth. That's my cipher. That's my cipher. The cipher I stand on the cipher of truth.
You know,
that's why we call ourselves poor righteous teachers. It is what it is. We're gonna end up the truth that we give, we might end up dying poor. It is what it is. But as long as what I leave, somebody else could take it forward and keep it moving.
So many people mischaracterize the 5% and the movement of Clarence 13X because they refer to themselves as God.
Exactly. That's real. That's something that a lot of people, especially when you speak of religion,
they don't understand it.
Exactly.
They don't understand it. And basically, what you're being taught is that you are God's being. You are created. You're a manifestation of God in His highest eye, and you have the ability within you with faith. You could have the faith of a mustard seed, and there's so much that you can accomplish and you can get done if you believe.
Absolutely.
If you believe, you can. You may not be able to defeat white supremacy, but you can certainly overcome it.
Exactly.
And just about anything else. I'm trying to look for the damn. I had all the dang, like the Earth is 63,000 miles away.
You're supposed to know your circumference. You're supposed to know your circumference. If you're gonna say you're a god, you gotta know your circumference. That's why back in the 80s and the 90s, brothers took this seriously. If you didn't know what you was talking about, you got hands put on you. Like you're not just gonna be out here talking if you don't know what you're talking about. Like if you're gonna call yourself something, you have to know your surroundings, and that's what your 360 degrees consist of. You understanding where you are and what you're trying to control.
The whole spear.
Exactly.
The whole bubble. Yeah, the motherfucker ain't flat, you ignorant motherfuckers. It's a circle. And it goes
I look
around.
at life differently, and I understand what it is. Everybody ain't gonna be able to be saved. We could try to teach as many as we can, but who don't want to accept the teaching? It is what it is. I'm not trying to save everybody.
When I used to do a lot of shenanigans and jokes and fucking with people and whatever the fuck, then I start going into this mode, it freaks them the fuck out. That's really a dude. He said, "Do you realize that did you just mention the 85%, the 10 and the 5?" I'm like, "Yeah, motherfucker, you caught it. There might be a jewel in there." Right, Michael Muhammad. Ah, dang it. I don't know where I had it saved. I had it saved in my bookmarks. I'll find it.
I'm getting my situation. I'm getting my stuff together. So when I do speak it, I don't want to sound like people just think that I'm speaking ignorantly. Because with religion, it makes when you say what I'm saying, religion, it makes people look at you like crazy. Like, yo, God. People take God as a face value thing, and they look at you like you crazy when you say you God. But it is what it is. We are all gods. It's on you to open your third eye. See things outside of your physical, see what you see physically. And like I said, I'm about to start kicking out some content. I'm working on it. I'm about to start kicking out some content.
Man,
and I'm just looking.
It's nothing to it but to do it. You could prepare yourself forever. Even if you just got started, and started doing a show and just did this. Read directly from Wikipedia. After leaving the NOI, Clarence 13X formed a new group with other former members. He concluded that all black men were divine and took the name Allah to symbolize this status. He rejected the belief that an invisible God teaches that God could be found within each black man. In his view, women were earths that complemented and nurtured men. He believed that they should be submissive to men. And he and a few assistants retained some NOI teachings and pioneer of knowledge. Yeah, you could read directly from the damn.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right, brother. That's what I'm saying. I'm working on it right now, so I can have a lot of content to kick out. Yeah. When I start dropping it, I'm coming heavy. I'm coming heavy.
He was assassinated. He was only 41 when he was assassinated, but he certainly made his mark.
I didn't catch
exactly.
But they said that he had a drug overdose.
Well, see, that's because he looked at it like, okay, yeah, I am supreme being, but he still lived life the way it was.
And the other part too that we can't really ignore that there was a lot of drug usage there amongst the groups, So and it's funny it's funny that we're talking about this because that ties into a lot of jazz, because a lot of jazz musicians were into drugs back then.
Yeah, and a lot of them said that they was on that drugs and it opened up their third eye. Like it made them make even better music. You hear a lot of them say that, like it made them make better music than if they was to be sober. But the power was in them. The power was in them already. It was just taking it to the next level.
So
I'm into some lightweight drugs now. I'm drinking some Java beans, some coffee, man. This shit, you can't tell me this shit ain't no drug.
Well, coffee is a major drug. God damn.
The shit that I make is 30 weight.
With sugar. Come on now.
Yeah, with the creamer in it.
Oh man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's why I mess with coffee. Every time I drink coffee, I got to put a whole heap of sugar in there. I got to put sugar. I got to put some type of cream in there.
Yeah, well, I got the
Yeah.
creamer, and I got some other kind. What other kind of drugs is this? This is some some California green medicine called lemon sugar kush.
Alright.
And guess what?
You had the lollipop. You had the weed lollipop.
I have not.
Oh
Yeah, I had one of those. I had one of those before. That shit had me crazy.
I don't want to be crazy.
No, I ain't saying crazy as in I was out here acting crazy, but it just had me feeling like, whoa, this is different.
Yeah, whoa.
Well, shit, Beasley, you already said that you went down the dog road. You done said you don't mess with all type of shit.
Oh man, I be talking shit sometimes, man. I know I said that on this show. I think, oh yeah, heroin.
Yeah.
I ain't done all that shit, man. I have experimented, man, but I be doing shit just for. I don't. Yeah, I gotta check myself sometimes. I remember that day. I was like, damn, would you want to hear saying you did all that shit? I haven't done all that shit.
man, you had BMT going having convulsions.
Exactly, Art. Exactly, Art.
What's wrong with that dude, though? For real, man.
You had BMT triggered because BMT went through that with his father.
Oh, that's what I did.
BMT.
Oh no, I remember what I did.
Yeah, because BMT went through certain things with his father, so that had him triggered because he saw what that did to his father.
No, what got him triggered was when he kept saying, you know, the kids need to take try something to get a little edge off. You know.
Yeah. That's like you can't put that out there. You can't put that out there.
Oh, now I remember.
You can't put that out there.
I think I couldn't believe what I was hearing myself. Like shit.
Exactly. Because he had to disagree with you when you was doing that. Because I'm like, nah, you can't say kids need that. That's not gonna help these kids.
Man, little weed might not help. Might help.
No, I'm not saying. I understand with the weed thing because I was smoking weed from a youngster. I understand the weed thing. But when you start talking about taking ecstasy and all that type of shit, like you went off the rails with that one, bro.
You're real. That's usually the uncle that you don't want your son around.
Hold on. Ecstasy for adults. Ecstasy for adults. And ecstasy fly to the motherfucker, man. If you can find your real shit. And see, my issue is you got people that never tried these drugs speaking on them.
Yeah, he's straight out of Alice in Wonderland, boy. Which one are you? The caterpillar? The man?
You the Mad Hatter.
The Mad Hatter? Here, smoke this, take the mushroom, you know.
Don't you follow that rabbit down that hole. Don't you follow that troll down that hole.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
No, now it all makes sense why dude wants me dead and shit. I want you dead. I hope you die. He got daddy issues. Nigga, ain't my problem. Your daddy was a motherfucking junkie. Nigga, get over it.
Yeah,
get over it. He left you good as shit not to be like.
Nah, but that's a lot of situations that a lot of brothers is going through like this.
No, but he's a real good dude. It's just I think the issue is that there's a big disconnect between his future and his past. Because that's the thing, is that his past is definitely like the young folks, but his future, I think he's afraid to do it because there's a lot of like older folks that he have witnessed that failed. So that's usually the narrative around older people.
I hear that. Let me just chime right quick. Yeah, I hear it in BMT's voice that every time an old guy, he kind of tries to debunk them as much as he can. It's not that, I don't know how to say it, but okay, pretty much with BMT, he has an issue with a lot of old dudes. And, just probably say just because of that, it just mainly, he don't like the way how they come because most of the time that I guess the elderly disappointed him to a certain degree to, they don't mean good by him or they don't say the right thing because, he tell a lot of people, I done this, I did that, so you can't tell me how I do this and how I do that. And you gotta take it for face value.
Sound like you might have been molested by one of them motherfuckers, man. I ain't done nothing to that nigga, man.
But also it's true that a lot of older folks was holding his progress back. So that's probably why he had to go to the
Man,
military.
them old country motherfuckers, that's what they do. They don't believe in nothing. You ain't.
But I'm not. I can't disagree.
You ain't shit.
I can't disagree with what BZ say because me being in Georgia for the last 8 years, I see a big difference on how I was raised in New York.
Man,
A lot of these country dudes are still semi left back compared to other places. Not to talk down on them or anything, but it's just reality from what I'm seeing. It's like they're still held back. Like I still see brothers out here bowing down to white folks when a white person walk into a store. It's like if I say something towards a white person, it's like they say, "Oh, you can't say that."
They told me that. They told me that when I was in Cincinnati.
Yeah, it's like they still have that mind frame. They still have that mind frame, and they still get that same. They still get that same type of teaching out here. And even my sons see this when they go to schools. They be like, "Yo, Dad, school out here is different from when we was in New York. They still training them to have that slave mentality. Even though we in a free world right now, they still training them to have that slave mentality."
That's out there where you at though. In Atlanta, they don't play those type of games.
No,
See,
I'm
you
in
gotta
Georgia.
understand.
I'm in Georgia.
No,
I'm
I'm saying
with you,
in
Steve.
Atlanta.
I understand it.
I'm saying, but in Atlanta and Conyers is two different. From where you at, from the city, it's a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah, I believe that. 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 I believe that.
Where you at is almost like being in Alabama or Mississippi. They
Yeah, I
teach
believe
those
that.
people down there to bow down. Like with my brother, when he went down there, that's why I told you my brother doing 20 for that. My brother got into a whole lot of shit down there in Conyers because he never bowed down. And they, oh man, you a city boy. Everybody down there used to call them city, talk all kind of crazy to them. But he was like, man, I don't let nobody take shit. I mean, I don't give nobody shit, so I ain't finna take shit. So he'll go off the back. I'm talking about he had a lot of time when he got into a lot of racial arguments and stuff escalated way farther than what it's supposed to be, but it's just that's how they're raised down there. You know, that's just like if you go to certain parts in Mississippi, you have family that come from out of town, and they might go to, oh no, don't talk like that. Remember the same thing that happened with Emmett Till? See how that whole situation panned out? It was the same way. You know?
Yeah, I agree with you. She, you're absolutely right. Because even when you go to Atlanta, the rules is different in Atlanta than from where I'm at. Like brothers are still going to jail for bullshit where I'm at, and if you go to Atlanta, it'd be a whole different ball game. So I definitely understand what she's saying. He's absolutely right. He's absolutely right.
I didn't get to talk about that dude that got caught in the hotel that was running for governor.
Oh yeah. I've been hearing about that the last couple of days. Yeah.
Now they said they found feces with blood on the bed, and the dude almost OD'd. And then on top of that, the guy wasn't arrested or anything.
I didn't even read the article. What kind of drug did they say they found?
Meth.
He was in the room by himself?
No, he was with I guess a gay escort or something.
Yeah, it's a gay escort.
Damn.
And the gay escort almost OD'd while this other guy just had alcohol in his system, but I think he was throwing up in the restroom. The gay escort was naked.
Hold on, this a new one? This a new one? Because it sounds like this.
It's a guy that almost got voted governor of Florida by like 24,000 votes. He was really close.
Yeah, this happened what Friday?
Guillory?
Gillum,
whatever it is.
Gillum, yeah, down in Florida.
Yeah, well, it looks like he's a closet gay, and he ordered him a little hooker, and the hooker liked that Tina, like that meth.
Yeah. But there was a politician out Arizona somewhere out in that area, and there was a white dude. He pretty much was luring a lot of gay guys and giving them drugs and talking about he's going to straighten up their life. That was going on a lot. That's what I was wondering, was this new or not?
No, this is brand new. This is new.
Yeah, and
The other day.
wondering because I'm a 10-4 hat dude. I'm not ashamed, and I'm just thinking that this might be something that he, that be set for him to get the gay vote next time he runs.
Yeah, he might.
There you go. You talking about Florida?
Yeah. And he missed it by a couple of votes too. Yeah, I remember Gilly.
Not a
And,
lot.
you know, there's a lot of accusations about his wife being in power because she was kind of, more stern towards the election, voicing her opinion, acting like she was more or less running than he was. I remember that.
Yeah, I'm just really thinking about that because how you gonna get away clean when you got meth in the apartment and this dude almost OD'd?
Yeah, well, maybe
Exactly. That goes back to like the other dude. What was the other dude from New York? And what was his name? His name is on the tip of my tongue. What was the other dude that not too long ago, a couple of years ago, that got jammed up in New York? He was in the hotel with stockings on and everything.
Really?
I
don't
know.
Are you talking about Spencer or something?
Elliot Spitzer.
Yeah, Spitzer, that's his name.
Shit.
He had a lot of issues, and look at him, scotch free. You ain't hear nothing about that brother ever since.
But he did the old fashioned way.
He didn't really break any laws. There was no drug use.
Yeah,
he was just dating hookers.
Some high price ass, He
was dating hookers while he was going after Wall Street. They said had he stayed in power, that this last financial crash that happened in 2008 wouldn't have happened because he would have tried to institute controls that wouldn't have allowed the shit to happen.
He paid what, $87,000 worth of hookers?
Yeah, of government money.
Like damn,
of government money.
No,
they ain't do nothing to that brother.
That
They
girl's
ain't do
kinda
nothing to him.
Oh no, he liked the $3,000 or $4,000 chick.
Wow.
See, I was about to say something really, 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 really insulting, but I'm just gonna bite my tongue. So I'm taking the high road.
like Michelle said, when they go high, we go. When they go low, we go high.
I was going back to this.
on the jungle deep.
So they got. See, you're gonna make me say it. I'm not gonna say it. It's the devil trying to get it out of me.
Oh man.
Oh, it's funny too. But we shouldn't talk. Man, they talked about me so long when I was gone. I was laying down. I was too tired to answer. I'm like, just let them do their thing. I guess that's part of the mind fuck, right?
Hey, Beasley, tell the truth, shame the devil. Go ahead and say it.
Tell the truth. No, I never forgot.
Beasley, I was just trying to shit on you. I was just letting them know that you're a dude. Like I said, I dealt with a lot of dudes like you, man. That is just a different mind frame. There ain't too many people that could deal with the truthful mind frame of people. Like they say nowadays, the lie is better than the truth.
The truth is.
You gotta look at the point when Beasley was talking about bitches and stuff like that. Like he said, he wasn't calling her bitches like a term of endearment. Like when dudes run around, oh my nigga this and my nigga that. And he was just saying it in that frame of mind. Some of these bitches are crazy. Hey, I got it, but they didn't get it.
Now I was calling her a bitch. I just know how to clean that shit up real clear,
Yeah.
I just wanted to call her every type because she's done what I said she's done. She's done what I said she's done. I've never met her, haven't interacted with her, man. And she's speaking on me like she knows me based on what some other crazy broad saying. Who shaves her pussy on camera? Who does Instagram things and just starts a 50-year-old woman?
So what panel are you guys on where y'all were going back and forth like that?
I've never been
It was on your panel.
I
It was on your panel. Earlier, I caught it on the late end, but when I woke up, I just heard them going back and forth with each other. I don't know who was on the panel before. I just know when I woke up, I heard it was just erratic. Like, oh, what the hell is going on?
The first time I've got to confront her. She's powwow with these people like a bunch of times and believing the bullshit they say. These bitches make me out to be like I'm Darth Vader and shit, like I'm Dracula, He's done this, he's done that. He talked about her dead father, and I didn't talk about her dead father. I would talk about her dead father. I just didn't.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what spaces that those occur in.
and Bomb Cherry's panel and Danini and them.
Oh, okay. I got
Those folks, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I don't really follow them. So I don't know too much about
Yeah,
that.
man, don't even get to know them, man. I'm beefing with these motherfuckers right now.
Like I told you, brother, I deal with gods and earths, man. I'm not trying to follow nothing that's 85ers. Like I might jump on something 85ers just so I could gain knowledge of what they're dealing with, but I'm not in full support of none of that they doing. I understand what it is,
Man,
and this is all part of getting knowledge.
Take me with you, man. I need to get out the mud with these ducks.
Bro, like I said, I'm about to start kicking out some content, man. Probably within the next couple of weeks. I'm about to start kicking out some content, and I'd gladly have you as a supporter, so you can hear what I'm saying. I'm trying to teach brothers a solution, and that's usually what I'm dealing with. I'm dealing with solutions. Learn knowledge of self, and that's the first solution. The first solution is learning knowledge of self. Get knowledge of self, and then you will be able to deal with all the madness that surround you. Because you have to control your cipher. If you're not controlling your cipher, I'm not a follow guy. I'm not a dude about following nobody. It's all about a way of life. You have to have a foundation. If you don't have no foundation, your building won't be able to build strong. Your building will crumble. You have to have a foundation. And my foundation is having knowledge of self. Knowledge comes first. That's the first number in the supreme mathematics, knowledge. Then comes wisdom. Once you get knowledge and wisdom, then you will have understanding. So that's the first 3 steps in life: knowledge, wisdom, understanding. And that's why I try to teach brothers. Anybody in my circle, in my real life circle, because I understand this online thing. I try to stay away from a long time. But now I'm entering into this circle. This is a whole new cipher for me, jumping into this internet world, and I'm trying to show brothers knowledge, wisdom, understanding comes first. That's why I understand brothers that say SYSBM, but even with that, you have to look at what the words mean. Save yourself, black man. What does that mean? Basically, it means get knowledge of self first, and then you can save yourself. If you don't have knowledge of self, you can't save yourself. I'm not a parrot.
Basic common sense to me is take whatever steps you got to save yourself. Put yourself first.
Exactly.
Hold yourself in high regard. So you're not fucking with no ratchet ass, bottom barrel, nothing ass bitch.
Exactly. I don't deal with ratchets. If I do come across a ratchet, I'll treat them accordingly.
Yeah, like try to get away as fast as you can. Now I'm trying to think of his poor righteous teacher. He's the one that drops more esoteric information. What he says, I got knowledge, wisdom, understanding, not fussy, but the man didn't think I'm that. I'm trying to find the lyrics here.
Exactly, because knowledge, wisdom, understanding comes knowledge, wisdom, understanding comes first. That's 1, 2, 3. Number 4 is culture or freedom. So that means that you're gonna make your culture free. Once you have knowledge, wisdom, understanding, then you can make your culture free. That's why that's the first 3 steps when it comes to moving forward as a man. You have to have knowledge, wisdom, understanding. Then you can make your culture free.
It takes a while to get there. You got people on here.
It does. That's what I'm saying. It does. It's a hard road, and a lot of people ain't willing to go down the hard road.
How many people do you bump on here? And I think there's so many, that grew up without fathers and strong male figures that are lacking, knowledge. They're definitely lacking wisdom, and they're certainly not lacking understanding. So you can't even begin to build.
Well, let's break this down for me here. All right. So
go ahead, Art.
Looking at 360 degrees. Now,
exactly.
We're looking at, and that 360 degrees represents power. So when you're looking at knowledge, wisdom, and understanding, is 120 each part. But the issue is that when you're dealing with those degrees, they have to be even as you go along. When they're in balance, that's when you become imbalanced.
No.
No, he's right. He's right. He's right because some brothers taking some brothers taking some brothers.
You can't build even, because without knowledge, you won't be able to have wisdom.
You didn't understand what I said.
I understand just what you did. Listen, believe me, I've talked with dudes forever about this shit. I've talked with dudes that were Islamic Hebrews that told me about 720.
Beasley. Fall back for a second and just listen for a hot second. Just listen for a hot second. Go ahead, Art.
I got my ex in Maz 54 in Compton. So I've been through these lessons. So that's the commonality between me and Kane over here. So I just gave a formula of 360 degrees of knowledge. So that's the part that's on earth. Then you got the part in the spirit world, which is another 360 degrees.
That's what the dude was telling me about, 720 degrees.
Yeah, so you have those, but the thing is, you gotta earn your stripes down here first.
Exactly.
You gotta put in, you gotta travel. You gotta educate. You gotta civilize the uncivilized. You have to put in some work, and so that's where you start really earning your stripes with those 3 sections. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad breaks that down. So, matter of fact, I was getting that from his lessons from the 1950s. So it's the 3 parts, because all 3 parts equals power. It's very big. So it's not really a theory or nothing like that or my thoughts. These are the lessons.
I teach, bro, because that's what it is. Definitely is. Because that's why number 5 in the Supreme Mathematics is power or refinement.
But the thing also, though, not to cut you off, sorry.
Go ahead, bro.
People are trying to skip steps.
Exactly.
Issue. When you start skipping steps, guess what? You got to go all the way back to the beginning and start over and do it right.
That's what I've done. That's what I've done.
Exactly.
And right now, we as a people, we don't really have too much time left. Because it's getting shorter and shorter. And the funny part is, even though it's supposed to be part of our DNA and our lineage and our ancestry, the powers that be took this stuff and built whatever they did from what they had with this. They couldn't use the whole thing because it wasn't part of their nature. So you ever wonder why they always had certain black folks that were always their assistant?
Mm-hmm.
They always had a black assistant.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them even had turbans, wink, wink.
Mm-hmm.
So, those are the people that kind of help them activate it, per se. Matter of fact, if you look at most of these movies, there's always a black sidekick.
Mm-hmm. Good, Art.
And so they always need us to activate the powers that they don't possess. As long as they possess us, that's when they're able to have access to the power. Oh yeah, we got Des James talking. Shout out to Noble Drew Ali with the Circle 7. So those are the guys that I knew for sure that were really going into the stuff that you don't like, Beasley. The esoteric stuff.
No. I love the esoteric stuff.
Oh, break it down, man.
I hate a fake punk ass broke bitch talking about she got some special powers and calling herself a witch.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Right.
That's a whole other thing.
I love the esoteric mystical shit. I love the secrets of the pyramids. I love hearing about Hiram Abiff. I love hearing about the 3 ruffians. I love the pronunciation of the name of the creator in Hebrew. So that's the difference.
Yeah, because they got the tree of life down, man. They got. They break down. See the ones, because you got so many different types of the more scientific people. The ones that I dealt with were really good on breaking down masonry in its esoteric form. And so they were breaking down the symbols with the beehive and the anchor and the pyramid and all that stuff, and the camel, the sword. So they were really breaking a lot of that stuff down. And
Master Fard Muhammad came from Noble Drew Ali.
Well, that's a theory. They can't prove that. They say they can't prove it.
Yeah.
There's a lot you can't prove. There's a lot you can't prove.
Because they also said that Elijah Muhammad was part of it too, but they can't prove that either. So, but Elijah Muhammad did say in Theology of Time that he was a Mason. He did prove that. So, as a matter of fact, if you go back in history, 1930, there's a photo of them wearing fezzes with I'm talking about the first picture of Mosque number 1 in Detroit, where all the first members of Nation of Islam, they were wearing fezzes with tassels. So they did start off as sort of like a Masonic spin-off. and then later on they start kind of hushing it down and taking it more of a a doable structure. Because you got to remember, these were Bible, people were like hella holy rollerish back then. They couldn't put down that Jesus back then. We're talking about 1930, man.
Wow.
Wow. And they had to say that the white man was the devil when they had that white Jesus picture. You know how hard that was? You had to denounce your white God.
Dangerous.
And so people were afraid, even if they did that and said, the black man is God and the white man is the devil, people were like really squeamish, like, damn, what's gonna happen to me?
Yep.
But on the other side, some of them had that courage though, because they broke that spell. So when you say that a lot, you look at the white man in the eye, the white man fears the hell out of you because he kind of knew what you on.
Exactly.
If you're standing upright and you're lawful, if you're obeying the law and you're standing upright, and you get up and you work hard every day, and you work towards your goals, and you're building with your community, you're righteous. You're doing good work. There's only so much they can do to you. Of course, they can do anything they want to you, but
that's still you working within their. That's still you working under their power.
You have to do that until you can become autonomous.
And that was the thing too, is that in Islam per se, you would have to do your prostration, which you do your prayers. You like your salats, you stand up and then you do your prostration and your knees. But in the beginning, the brothers in the nation were taught to stand upright and pray with their hands out.
And this goes to the letter L in the alphabet when it comes to supreme alphabet. Is love, hell, or right? And when we say that is basically you have to go through hell in order to be right.
Yeah, the reason why you had to stand upright because they were, Elijah Muhammad was definitely trying to make sure that people weren't begging and being caught on their knees. So that was the thing. If you're going to face God in its true purest form, you got to stand upright. So that was, a lot of that stuff was very important because we were really messed up, really. We messed up now, but we were really messed up back then.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
People weren't really calling themselves a brother until the nation came about. So it was usually they didn't really do it that much. So it was a lot of stuff, man. Matter of fact, people still called each other Negro back then.
Yeah, that ain't necessarily a bad thing. It's just an antiquated term. We call each other black. Negro.
It's more of an object though. And then the black thing, I take it that it's a hybridized type of thing because it definitely does fit into a construct. But at the same time, it was supposed to be designed to get you through the tunnel so you can break the spell. So you go from black man to Asiatic man.
Exactly.
So almost like it's weaning you off of a drug in a way. So the drug would be being inferior or having an inferior mindset.
That opens up a whole other can of worms when it comes to classifications of people and who the black man really is and who the imposters are.
But that's the thing. A lot of brothers don't want to see that.
Which comes down to the true knowledge of self of who you are, and who isn't who they say they are. That has no genealogical, no genetic connection to the 12 tribes of Israel, Jacob's sons.
Exactly. Well, you can say 12 tribes of Israel, but you can say 12 tribes of Shabazz.
12 tribes black men.
Yeah. I get where you're going, BC. I get where you're going.
When you look up Afro-Asiatic, okay, the Afro-Asiatic black man, it talks about they're speaking in terms of a migration, okay, but they're also speaking about language because that's how people were classified, by the language that they spoke and the nation that they came from. And when you say someone is anti-Semitic in dealing with the so-called Jews, they are not a Semitic people. Semitic is something that applies to language. And the people that were Semitic are Afro-Asiatic people, are black people. The true Semites are a great portion of the black population worldwide. The true Semites, the true original people. And that's what knowledge of self comes down to. Now, the problem that you have is, since there's not a lot of written history, and it can be taken kinds of ways, you'll have groups of black folks that'll say they're Moors. You'll have ones that'll say they're Egyptians. You'll have
You have those that say they're African, and the majority stand on African.
Right. Well, you could be you could be African as far as where your origin is from. But what was your religion? What was your tribe? What did you follow?
But I'm gonna keep it real, man. You know, you got to remember, we didn't have the straight passage like people say that they claim.
Right.
We had to go through different parts of Latin America, Haiti. You know, matter of fact, some of us were sold from Cuba, from Puerto Rico, from Mexico. A lot of the Americans couldn't even afford, to go over there till after 1776. And then when they were even going over there, they were still on a tight budget. So you barely got some people back here, 1619? So was it Jamestown, Virginia? So we couldn't really, as far as us being here, it wasn't straight from the continent. A lot of us had Latino roots by the way of Africa. So when you start trying to get to know yourself and your origin and stuff like that, you got to follow those Cheeto trails, and you got to really start digging into what's going on so you can really start finding the greatness. It's almost like trying to circumvent a circuit from your radio just to make it to work, but you're not really going through it. That radio ain't gonna work. You got to go through the whole radio to get to the very end so you can make it work if you want to turn it on. So people have these fantasies. So the only thing that's probably left right now is to claim a tribe or an area or a religion, because basically all you're doing is plugging into the frequencies to get messages. Because believe it or not, there is a faction of somebody claiming a tribe, but sometimes people leave these religions and these tribes because basically that was probably the best way to find out who they were based on what they thought they were. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it definitely does. I definitely understand what you're saying. And that goes back to like the brother, like you were saying, Clarence 13X. It's like he got the teachings from Islam, but he took it even a step further. He took it even a step further to where he was trying to teach brothers that we're just the original people. You have to understand where you originally came from. The foundation. This goes back to the foundation I was talking about.
I'll be honest about that whole thing, coming from the mosque, coming from the originators. Because me and the 5%ers, there's a place out here called Good Life on Rodeo off the train tracks.
Okay.
It was always me, the Hebrew Israelites, the 5%ers. We were always meeting, and every now and then people having coffee and stuff like that. And so we met with the 5%ers. The one thing that we kept having a rift between was they kept saying that the nation was too rigid and they didn't really have any wiggle room to have freedom. But the nation, the brothers in the nation were responding like, how could you really have a nation without structure? Because basically you're not able to do things in the parts of where you're able to protect yourself from the slave master, stuff like that. And so then the 5%ers response was more like, since we have freedom, we don't really have an allegiance to anyone. All we have allegiance to Allah, that kind of thing. And that was mainly the rifts that we kept having, is that, one thing that I do notice is the structure and the discipline. When
I get what you're saying, because I see that now. Like I've been telling a couple of the brothers, like I want to start putting out some content. They say that, you can't put that on. You can't put that online. there was something that there was one of the elder brothers said that we're not allowed to put that online. But the way I look at the 5% issue is like it was a way of life. If I'm teaching the person the way of life, why is it that I can't teach other brothers who they are?
Yeah, because
And the downside was that was one of the downsides they held against Clarence 50X because he was a gambler. He was a dude that gambled. He dealt with drugs, and that's where a lot of people see a little downside to what he was. They look at it as a downside to what he was teaching. Like, okay, you're teaching this, but you live in this way.
right.
That's why yeah.
So that was a discrepancy, but I think the biggest discrepancy was just throwing your supreme wisdom out to everybody when you're supposed to earn it after you get your X.
Yeah. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
You know, you recite. Man, everybody got kicked off. What happened? But yeah, so you recite and you get your X, and then you go out there and help build the nation. But the whole thing with Clarence 13X, you just take your supreme wisdom and just throw it to everybody and hope that they learn something, and then he'll be around to help you out. But you already know how that turned out. He got killed.
Yeah. That's the thing. Yeah, that's definitely the part. That's why I say there's a lot of brothers that come at me like, you can't just put this information out there online. Like, you gotta hold this back. Like, I get that part. But how are you supposed to pull in brother? How are you supposed to teach brothers and let brothers open up their third eye if you're not willing to go out there and teach brothers?
Put it up under BMT's name. Let him catch the heat.
Hey, everybody put their email in the back chat. Smooth YouTube. I wanted to send you something earlier.
Okay.
No, they might be telling you the truth. He did get killed, and
Nah, he did get killed. He did end up getting killed because this is what happened to most brothers that try to be leaders and they try to actually make a change in this country. This is usually what happens. This is why we haven't had a major leader like Malcolm since back then. Like, since Malcolm, who can y'all really say that was a real major leader that had feet on the ground?
Yeah, I mean, I definitely can stand behind the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. That's the last one you got. Once he's gone, you ain't got nothing.
Yeah, and even with Farrakhan, you see what's going on with Farrakhan. He rarely makes speeches over here anymore because
86 years old.
80-some years old, so you gotta rely on the soldiers. And you gotta remember, man, in the 90s, he was bringing the heat.
Yeah.
In the 80s too. Matter of fact, they were really afraid of him in the 80s.
And what did they do? They made a law against him. This is what we see in this country. Being who we are, this is what we see in this country. Whenever you make a statement like that, where you have followers like that, even with this sector that we in right now, I bear witness to where I look at all these channels where brothers is actually giving some brothers something that they can actually move forward in. It's a small sector. This is why the Black Manosphere, or whatever they want to call this, is a small sector. Anyhow, this sector was to get any larger than what it was, best believe they'll make a rule to where they shut this down. And this is where we at. We can't deny that. That's why this sector is small. I look at all these other people that do channels on YouTube, and their channels is huge. But when it comes to this sector, it's a small sector.
Well, this is the thing.
You gotta look at.
Go ahead,
Go
Phil.
ahead. No, I was going to say about the algorithm. So go ahead.
Now, I'm gonna say real quickly on that is that Black YouTube and probably even Black Twitter is made for white folks that don't have black friends.
Exactly. I could dig that too. I could definitely dig that too.
I could
definitely dig that too.
Or white girls looking for black dick. There's always some white women around the periphery. I just date black guys. I just don't know why, but I just like black guys better. And they'll take all kind of abuse, get called every kind of name in the world in order to have action as some black dick. That's the truth.
Yeah.
One more thing on Clarence 13X. What he did through his recruiting, he beat the Nation of Islam at their own game. When he broke off from them, he had all the youth. Yeah,
because in New York, Because in New York, the governor had to come in, set up a deal with him.
But that
Like they saw the
was
power that he had. They saw the power that he was actually having in New York. Like in New York at that time when he was doing what he was doing, he made a lot of noise in New York. And the governor and them had the mayor, the governor, they had to come shoot a deal with him because they were scared of this guy.
but it was only
And
in
that,
New York in a few pockets, but the nation was still
yeah,
worldwide.
the nation was the nation was worldwide. But what he was doing, he made enough noise to where they had to show this guy some type of respect because he started building a following. He started building the following, and they saw that as being dangerous. And to this day, we see that. That's why anything that we try to do as a group, they will try to shut it down. When it comes to us as black people, anything that we try to do as a group, and they see that we're making progress, they will shut it down. They'll
They
find a
found,
way to shut it down.
they
Got to
found
stop. You got
Greek,
to stop the rise of a black Messiah.
but I mean all of them. I mean, and I'm not really cool on as Dr. York, but he was a threat too.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
they got to find your weakness. When
Man,
they find your weakness, that's when they take you down.
Dr. York was a brilliant man. It was Dr. York that put out that pamphlet that I read in New York in 1994.
Which one?
That's when he went through the period where there were Islamic Hebrews. I'm like, huh?
Oh, the Sons of the Green Light, the Ansar Ra.
Yeah.
What it sounds like. I bought the thing, and the dude was pleasant to talk to around 42nd Street. I stood out there and talked to him for 2 or 3 hours. He was fascinating to talk to, but he was telling me about Islamic Hebrews and the 720 degrees. I'm like, what? 720 degrees? Being curious, I let him talk, and I bought the damn book and read the shit. A big ass, huge paperback book. But I'm like, he's talking about 720 degrees. Do you know that when he went down to Georgia to buy that land, he bought that land with $900,000 in cash?
Yeah. But he took the Nation of Islam teaching, some Orthodox Sunni teaching. He took some Masonry and he took Hebrew Israelite stuff and a little bit of Christianity and made his own stuff.
The guys that study and use their information and their knowledge to build, and sometimes, well, you give anybody too much power,
He had a following.
Ultimate power. So did Yahweh ben Yahweh.
Yeah, Yahweh ben Yahweh wasn't a nation. Did y'all know that?
At one point,
his name was Suleiman, I believe.
At one point, they had hotels and everything all in Miami.
Yeah, those Yahweh ben Yahweh people. Me personally, I consider them the real Hebrew Israelites.
They're not the ones. They're very polite and nice and knowledgeable and act like they've got some sense about themselves compared to telling people in the street, "You devil, you ain't shit, you go to hell." Those people are plants, and I tell you what, I never acknowledged Yahweh ben Yahweh as the Son of God, but my brother and all his friends joined that shit. I didn't join that shit way back then. I'm like, man, give me a break.
I'm gonna get these guys on my channel. I'm gonna interview him because I think it'd be very important to really hear these brothers talk when they're older in that sector, because they do have somewhat similarities, but they're more, like you said, they have humility about themselves and they're really into it.
They're into the study.
Yeah, man.
They're into the study, and that's how I went on my journey. That's how I went on my journey into esoteric stuff like stuff. We were getting books from the library that are at most libraries, but if you don't know the names, you can't get the books. The books that are buried underneath the library, the Masonic books that unveil the secrets to you. And basically, what they taught us from the beginning, or what I was able to gather, is that the power, at least these Israelites believe, that the power, the true power, is in the name of God, the Tetragrammaton, the 4 letters. And those are the letters that are hidden to most Masons, or they work and study and they get bits and pieces. But they told me the name, and I extrapolated backwards from there. They have books. If you want to study the letter A, the Hebrew letter A, It might have 12 big ass fucking books about all the attributes
Yeah,
of the mermaid. Yeah,
11.
man. Yeah,
Yeah.
man, you'll be doing that shit forever, man.
Yeah, but you know, on the real, man, I've been kind of lazy, but I gotta learn that Hebrew, man.
Yeah.
I gotta learn.
It gets pretty deep.
Yeah, because a lot of codes and stuff like that. I need to learn Hebrew and German. Those are my two things. I don't feel like learning German, but I think it's necessary. But if you learn German, you can master the English language and decode all the codes.
I got a book here on Yiddish.
Oh yeah, man. That ties into it.
Well, Yiddish is the Ashkenazis. No, Hebrew's the original, but
I'm talking about it's the original.
The wisdom, a lot of the wisdom, the esoteric wisdom it's spoken in Yiddish. They took the culture. That's just a different language that they've used.
They took Hebrew.
And that's your book.
Say sheep.
Guys, sheep.
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
You didn't did you?
Now I'm at work.
Oh.
I know when you're able to. When you're able to quote a couple of things or to explain something that they hold you, and I do business with these people, that they hold you in a different light.
I do notice that, man. When I at first, I mean, tell me if this happens to you, Beasley, or a brother in the chat on the panel. When you start talking to some Jews and you start breaking down stuff like the Sephiras and all that kind of stuff, do you see them kind of backing up a little bit? Like, oh shit.
Either backing up or getting aggressive.
Yeah, because I was talking about the Zohar and all that. They were like, damn, you know this?
They don't expect you to know not a goddamn thing.
Yeah, it's because they're looking at you like you don't know nothing. That's how they look at most of us, like we don't know anything. But when you start hitting them with that knowledge, it's like, whoa, wait a second, we ain't dealing with no regular brother here.
Right. I used to have a cap, and I have an iron-on patch, and I iron on the Tetragrammaton on it, and I just wear it because it just made me feel cool, you know. And I would go through the jewelry mart, and the people that I would collect accounts from, whatever I was doing, they said, "Where'd you get that from?" I said, I got it over there on Los Angeles and 8th Street. You want what? They go, no, the thing on the hat. Where did you get that from? I said, God gave it to me. God gave it to me.
I
let them know God holds me as in high regard as they high them, and you can't deny me God. Whether you can't deny me God, you don't have that power.
Man.
You can't deny me God. You can't deny me the power. I've tapped into the power.
That's deep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's your take on that quote when they say no man has ever seen God and lived? You ever heard that quote in the Bible?
Yeah, I've definitely heard that quote in the Bible. It makes me side-eyed a little bit. Like, no.
But the thing is, you know, we always say God within, right? Or the seat of God is within the yourself, that kind of stuff. So that if you see God within yourself, then that's the end of an old life.
Man, you know something? That is really true, and I've grown to believe it.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. Because, like I said,
I've grown to know it. When I've been in some of them dark places, Kane, and couldn't figure my way out. Okay, and couldn't figure my way out, and I was looking places for answers or solutions. The answer was always within me, or someplace very close by. Every single time.
Exactly, bro.
The answer is always within. It's never without.
Bro.
The answer right now to where I want to go is on my desk in these pile of papers.
Exactly, bro. And I bear witness that my whole life
I know
Well,
that's
I'm not gonna say my whole life because I had my mother and my father before I was 14. But once I hit 14 and I started living on my own, that's the way I looked at life. I always looked at myself for the answer.
the
Like
answer.
a lot of people I hear them say that, oh, pray. I'm not saying nothing against people that pray. Y'all do what y'all want to do, but the answer's always in yourself.
I got a question for
You
side note, Beasley. I'm reading right here that the Brazilian money to is 5-1 for US. What's that?
Cruzeiro.
What does that mean?
That means you take $5 Brazilian dollars. They're dollars, right?
Why did it go up so high?
It went up high because that's inflation. Because you got shit going. Because you just had.
So the coronavirus makes the value go up.
in certain places, yeah. Because in Guyana, where most of my family is from, I think it's like 1-20 or something like that. When it comes to American dollar, if you take $1 American dollar, you get about $20 to $25 Guyanese money.
What's likely made it go up, and there's been a large shift, is that you just had the Fed give the investment banks, $1.5 trillion.
So I need to hurry up and do some trading, huh?
I don't know what the answer is because
I'm looking to refinance. I'm looking to refinance right now in my house.
That makes
I'm looking
sense.
to refinance to get a lower mortgage rate.
You probably get in around 3-4% right now.
Oh my goodness! I'm gonna send that money right now.
Yeah, 'cause I'm paying about 5.5 right now. If I could get it down to 3, 2.5, I'd be happy.
I don't know the answer right now.
Because it's like 4, like maybe 4.1, something like that. Now it's like 4.98.
Yeah, that's a good rate. It'll adjust to get a little lower because they just lowered the rate to 0.
Yeah.
So my brother-in-law, I'm gonna send some stuff to him so he can hold on to that for me. Because that's what I do. I send money out there so I can so we can, whenever the value goes up. They're pretty good at that over there.
Yeah, BGS knows about that currency trading.
Yeah, that's huge, man. 4 point.
Yeah. And Brazil is walking distance from Guyana. Like how Canada is to America, Brazil is that way to Guyana. Like we could walk across. There's no bridge to walk across. We could walk over there landwise. I'm ready to go over there. I'm ready to go over there and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I got to go out there either June or August because one, I got to hang out with my in-laws, and two, teach a couple of classes. So I have to really time that out.
But how is it out there? How is it out there? I've never been there. I've never been to Brazil. How is it? What's the situation? How does it?
Well, see, my situation is different because my wife is from Brazil, so her family's out there. And the thing is that she's from the area where it looks like Mississippi or Alabama.
Okay.
A lot of trees and people selling stuff. Got farmland and all that stuff. So that she's about maybe a couple of hours or maybe an hour and a half away from the beach area, Copacabana. So Copacabana is like the cheaper end of the beach where a lot of stuff is affordable, like your apartments and hotels.
Mm-hmm.
In Ipanema is a little bit on the high end. It's more cleaner. There's a lot of white folks are over there compared to Copacabana is where you see all the Negroes and stuff.
Tall and tan and lovely. The girl from my niece took undergraduate classes there, and she just went back down for Carnival. And she's a little tiny thing, man. And she goes and hangs out in the favelas. These are where some of her friends are. She's dead up in there. She looks just like them.
Yeah, they call me a carioca, which is like the Brazilian.
She said if they knew she was American, they would rob her. They'll talk to you, say something to you in Portuguese, and if you don't answer back in Portuguese, you get good and jacked.
Yeah, because I have to speak in Portuguese because most people there don't speak English. I mean, you get about maybe 5 or 10% that speak English. It's very little English there. So if you want to eat, if you want to go somewhere or whatever, you better learn that language.
the people take to her. She looks very similar to them. But then again, a Brazilian can look like anything.
Yeah, it's a wide range. It's just like out here with us.
Yeah, Brazilian can look like anything.
Yeah, because but definitely there are some elements of some black folks that don't look Brazilian, and they can tell. But over there, they say I look like one of them. So
okay. So they have a lot of brown skin. They have a lot of brown skin people in Brazil.
Yeah, when you go out there, yeah, it's plenty. But when you go out there, bruh, you got to learn that language. That language is key because it opens doors for you. Go ahead, Beasley. I'm sorry.
No, she said if they'll say something to you, you're walking around Rio de Janeiro, they'll say something to you in Portuguese. If you don't answer back in Portuguese, they'll rob you right there. She said she's walked down the street and watching white people get robbed. People just keep on walking.
And when I speak Portuguese, I speak proper Portuguese
with the right language, right? With the right tonal inflection.
So when I speak that way, they think I'm important. You know.
Okay.
So that's another thing, and I'm chocolate. So they like when you having a black American coming over there, that speaks the language and have some kind of profession about it. They open doors for you. We talking about white and black Brazilians.
Might be with the UN or something.
Yeah, they really into it, man. When I teach, because I have to teach my class in Portuguese, you know, because I teach art. So, and it's because some people even come around just to meet me. That kind of shit. I'm like, damn, I'm just
they amazed. They're amazed seeing you. They're amazed.
He knows how to handle himself. He's a cat from Los Angeles. He just knows how to.
And you know, FOI, you know, I walk with my shoulders squared. You know, I'm staring at everybody, looking at people's hands, see what they're doing and stuff like that. You know, I keep it.
Right.
Favelas, you know, I've been there a few times, but for the most part, usually I go early in the morning. You know, that's the best time because you get your time to eat and hang out with people and stuff like that. But when you drive the favelas, it's like going way, way uphill. So when you're on the bus, it feels like that bus is about to tip over.
Man, she's always always taking pictures there. Where she was staying, you know, she's real thin. And she said the ladies that came there said, oh, they would bring her rice and beans and shit because you look like you're starving to death. She said the food was so good that they invited her to a birthday party. So she said go to the birthday party and hung out with the family and drunk. Now that's like her adopted family. They're right there in the favelas.
Yeah, that food be smelling good in the favelas, man.
I bet.
It smells good. I'm like, what is that? I say, que isso? Isso. I point at it. They tell you it's feijão and frango. They always do beans, rice, and chicken.
Was it hard to learn the language out there, Art?
Not really, because I have a Rosetta Stone, and I always just do a lesson before I go to bed. That's all you need.
Okay.
Books and stuff too, so you can actually see the letters and practice the different conjugations.
Good morning. Good morning. How are you today? Good afternoon. Good evening.
Bom dia, boa tarde, boa noite, como vai, tudo bem, you know, all that kind of stuff.
I'm hungry.
Yeah.
Where can I get something to eat?
Okay. Yeah, I'm planning on taking a trip down there. I got to take the family down. I got to take them to Guyana so they can see some of my heritage from a lot of my family. And in the same token, I'm trying to take them to Brazil too, because it's right next door.
It's so conforming, you know. And the thing is, they like my tone of my voice with speaking their language. So I have to really be careful because when you're speaking the language with a Black American accent,
they can tell.
Women go crazy, dude. I swear to God. Beating on you and stuff and all that. My only issue, though, my wife is related. My wife has a big family, so they all over the place and they all know me. I have to be careful because they be telling on each other and shit.
Oh yeah, that's how it is in Guyana too.
It's like there's family members all over the place. Like you don't know whose family.
So I just keep my distance, man. I'm like, damn, but that's what it is.
Yeah, because the Guyana is mostly black. It's mostly black and Indians. We have a lot of black and Indians in Guyana. So I have Indian side of the family, then I have black side of the family, but everybody basically knows each other. It's like they just know areas that everybody's from, and everybody be knowing each other.
And they speak black. I'm telling you, they be talking about some white folks, dude.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah.
It's crazy because, like, you know how them light skinned Brazilian people are with the curly hair and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's frowned upon. That's like being dark skinned out there.
Yeah, I've noticed that here. I've noticed that here when I come across Brazilians. Like if you have curly hair, they actually treat them like brothers.
Yeah, because the curly hair, if you got curly hair and you're Brazilian, you can't, it's hard to get a good job.
Mm.
Hard to be placed in certain areas. Yeah, it's crazy, huh?
Ain't that a bitch?
And because my wife, she had to do maid service because she refused to straighten her hair. She straightened her hair. She says she's a proud negra with honor, that kind of shit.
That goes back to that Love and Hip Hop chick from Miami, Love and Hip Hop Miami. That what's her name, Amira La Negra?
Yeah,
something like that. She always with her afros.
Yeah.
She always complains about that. But in her country,
Jordan, how many languages do I speak? Let's see. I mean, I know Spanish, English, and Portuguese fluently, but my Spanish is hella rusty and lazy. But I know a little Tagalog and a little bit of Igbo Nigerian. It's a little bit like brother, good, how you doing, that kind of thing. And then Tagalog, Filipino. I know a little Filipino.
I know very little Filipino. I know how to say maganda ka.
But pretty girl?
Yeah, and I know how to say mahal kita.
I forgot that one.
It means I love you.
Oh, I love you. Okay.
I love you, pretty girl.
Cause I just know como está kana, and then they say mabute, and I go, oh, that
I don't know too much.
How you doing?
These only know the word to solicit.
To what?
I say you only know the word to solicit women.
I'm Japanese, man, but my Japanese is horrible.
Man,
I took a semester course and I failed. I could not. I think the teacher just sucked.
What course you said? Art? What course?
Japanese. I had my hiragana game was good. My katakana was okay, but when they got the kanji, I said, "Fuck it." That's
I got a cousin. I got a cousin that lives in Japan. She keeps trying to get me to come out there. I'm like, man, I gotta learn some of their language first before I come out there. I'm not just trying to come out there headless.
Yeah, that was because kanji is Chinese, right? So that's their over 3,000 characters. And so learning the days of the week. The only thing I know how to write in kanji is hito, as man. That's all I know. But
all I know is I'm a man.
When am I?
Man, I love sushi, man. I'm surprised to hear how many people aren't hip to sushi.
No, I can't do
I haven't
sushi.
tried it.
I can't do sushi easy. I can't do it.
I love that shit.
Are you able to do it before?
My wife eats sushi. I can't do it.
I'm sorry, what'd you ask me?
I said you do the ginger before you do your sushi, or you do it without the ginger?
I eat it with the ginger. I like the ginger too.
Okay. Because
I don't always put that hot shit on there because it's just too hot.
Because some people put the ginger on there, you don't get a stomach ache.
Okay.
You actually smell the ginger a day or so later, as it shit eliminates.
Okay.
Yeah, I like the ginger. I dig all that stuff. In fact, if I were to have a last meal, it was going to be a cross between that and some, Louisiana, Creole food or some soul food. Man,
What's your take on Harold and Bells?
overpriced, but it's authentic.
Okay.
I haven't been there in 10 years.
I think they're still open. I thought they closed.
Yeah, it's overpriced. It's overpriced, but it's authentic.
Oh, okay.
I was there in 1989 when somebody got shot in the face in the next room.
Oh, damn.
Damn, Beasley. Beasley, you got. That's what I'm saying. That's why I tell y'all gotta listen to Beasley. Beasley's one of the type of dudes. Beasley's one of the type of dudes that sit back and listen to his stories because he done been through some shit.
Yeah, I wasn't me in no shit, and I knew the dude that got shot and the girl that was with him.
See what I'm saying?
Walked up right through him and shot him. Hold on, this is a nice spot in the hood with thick ass. This is a spot in the hood where you go get you a $60 steak. You know, it's a nice place. Harold and Bill's, thick ass, nice linen, tablecloths and big thick ass linen napkins and shit.
They always serving the chicken or fish.
Not to be praising it, but like I always tell everybody, like I was one of them hustle dudes. I was out there hustling, and I sat with a lot of brothers that they was in life. They was probably users or whatever it was, and I heard a lot of good stories from these dudes that gave me a lot of knowledge in life. Like I understood where these dudes was coming from. That's why I understand Beasley. Beasley is one of them dudes that could give you a lot of stories of some real shit.
A lot of the shit, to be honest, a lot of the things that I say is a composite from all these motherfuckers that have been around.
I know, Beasley. I know what kind of guy you are. I know what kind of guy you are, and that's why I appreciate you. Guys like you is needed because you lived it. And that's what a lot of these young dudes. I'm saying, let me just finish what I'm saying. A lot of these dudes don't understand when they want to disrespect elders. I understand that you feel like the elder didn't accomplish what you are accomplishing now in this time that we living in, but they live certain things that you need. They live the life of certain things that you need to understand or what life is about. And this is why I respect guys like Beasley.
Well, that's my rule. That's our generation.
He's been through the struggle.
I think that's our generation. That's our rule, man. I mean, no matter if an elder is pushing a cart or have a successful business, you keep your mouth shut and find out what this man knows.
Facts. Facts. Facts.
Yeah, I can't believe and I've always done that with older folks.
That's how I always did. I was attracted to older dudes my whole life. Like I said, I lost my parents at a young age, and I was attracted to older folks, and that's why I learned a lot of the stuff that I know right now is from older folks.
They always had the jewels, and they don't have to lace you with anything. They don't even have to let you be around them. Just as sometimes that they would let you be around them, so that you could just kind of like kick it and everything was a cool thing to do. And I'm talking about dudes that are much older, 10, 15, 20 years, because they'll fill in a whole lot of blanks. They'll talk about shit in life and, just the things that they go through being married and having kids and this and that, the whole thing and the job and the white man, the whole shot, and can still laugh about shit. But they'll give you a perspective on shit. And I think a lot of them listening to some of these dudes made me make some of the decisions that I made. Like, I'm not getting married for what? He said, man, go on and get married, man, be miserable like the rest of us.
Yeah, that was the thing too, man, is that the difference to today and back then, like if you, like say for example, you're about 25, 30, and you're in a group of guys that's like 50, 60 years old, like maybe 6, 7 of them. They talking in a group, you don't have, back then it was like you can't just jump in there and start saying, yeah, I see what you mean. That's how no, man, you got to sit there and listen and maybe ask questions to really feel your way in there and see whether or not if you'll be able to still learn something from them. I don't get why people try to be so young and try to bogart their way into a bunch of people that got like 500 years experience combined.
Exactly. That's what I see. That's why I see with a lot of these young dudes. And that's why I say that's why I call them Google babies. Because a lot of these brothers feel because they have Google and Google tell them what they tell them. You can't take Google at face value.
No.
That's the way I just live my life. I live my life on knowledge, wisdom, understanding. I done made that clear. So I'm not taking anything at face value. Anything that I take as input, I have to do the knowledge on it. I'm not
Right.
taking anything at face value. I don't care where it comes from. I take it as a grain of salt, and I'm gonna do my knowledge on it. And this is why I respect my whole life. My whole life growing up, I was always around older dudes, and I always respected older dudes because you lived it. Because you lived it, you might not know something that I know. I might be teaching you something new as a
You
younger dude.
know what you do is like just like you say you're in the street. You get to read people.
Exactly.
You kind of read who's sincere and is not sincere. Like I listen to the presidency every day. You know, the other day when he's making his speech, and I should have got chicken and greens before because ain't no chicken and greens in the store. He gave that speech and niggas went and got all the chicken and greens. I went and took care of my business. This shit ain't never been happened before. Maybe on New Year's Eve one time they ran out of greens. They never ran out of chicken. Nigga, there was not a piece of chicken in the store.
And I'm a realist. I'm a realist. What I do, I'm a realist. Whatever I say to you is going to be true. I don't care how you want to take it. It doesn't matter. I'm not a dude that's about trying to uplift myself to make myself look better than anybody. I'm not better than anybody. I will stand on that. I'm not better than anybody. But I do knowledge. Knowledge, like I said, knowledge is the key. That's the number one key. That's the key that makes you open any lock. Is knowledge. I stand on knowledge.
Knowledge can make you better. Knowledge can put you at the front of the race.
That's what I'm trying to tell these brothers. That's exactly what I'm trying to tell these brothers right now, Beasley.
Yeah.
Understand this, and this is why I respect anything that somebody elder than me. I give them that type of respect because you lived it before me. I'm coming after you, so I can't do. Even if I feel like I'm smarter than you, I still got to show you some type of respect because you lived it. Your lifestyle might teach me something new. Even if I feel like I'm smarter than you.
Look at the motherfuckers that come at BGS. They angry at him because he's smarter than them. How the fuck? When you can just.
I look at it too. Where I think it's a fear of their future. You know, the fact that you would see a BGS.
Done. I'm out of here.
Speaking of the devil, we got BMT up in this bad boy.
You're right. I'm the devil. You're right. I'm a devil, and I give no fucks. What's going on?
About BGS. 1 second, BMT. What I was saying about BGS, half the time, I think a lot of these brothers that be going after him, I think that they're fear of their future. Sometimes when you see something that you think you should be, you kind of try to like damn near kill it so that it doesn't have to be your fate. You know, it's kind of weird that people live through people in order to determine their future. Go ahead, BMT.
Nah, I just we did a live with my father and a lot of elders and stuff.
Are you really?
Yeah, we just did a live with my father. So one of the Geechee elders.
Oh my goodness. That's
deep. So we're changing up on stuff right now. 30 of our people died in one night. So, you know, we got different plans on how we moving now and how we're gonna conduct business. And I mean, hey, like I said, there's gonna be some changes. Every dumbass person going around saying that it's a flu, but I'm like, I don't know what you seeing that's a flu, and there's people dying. Whoa, I see my people dying.
Did you get anything out of that debate Saturday?
Yeah, that was a dumb fool.
No, I'm talking as far as how the chat was reacting to what you were saying. Did anybody
I didn't get to read the chat, but I found out after that people did start hitting me up on trying to find information. People did start trying to hit me up on finding information and different other stuff, and then information, man, he took up. Different other brothers started doing stuff more into research on it. And they're like, yo, this ain't no damn flu. Like, what are y'all talking about?
That's why I wanted you guys to do that debate, man, because that's a bigger platform.
Yeah. Well, like I said, it only showed that there's a lot of people that don't know. And I mean, of course,